Chapter 1 System Activation. Maximus gazed into the mirror, trying to come to terms with the fact that he had transmigrated into a new body in a world of fantasy. However, he was fortunate enough to be born into a noble family, as the son of a count. Their territory was the largest in the kingdom, but most of it was barren land without mineral resources or arable land. But his good fortune was short-lived, as he was forced to confront the harsh reality of his new life. The memories flooded his mind, as he remembered the attack by the cultists that had taken the lives of his parents. His father, a Tier 3 Earth Knight, had fought valiantly to protect his mother and him, but he ended up dead in the end with his mother. Fortunately, he had been rescued by the guards and managed to survive, but his parents had not been so lucky. They had failed to wait for the rescue that could have saved their lives, and the burden of their loss now weighed heavily on Maximus's shoulders. Maximus found himself in a world where gods and extraordinary power existed. It was a daunting thought, and he couldn't help but feel like a weakling in the face of all this power. At 19 years old, he was already an adult, but he was still only an apprentice magician and had not even uttered the official ranks yet. The knowledge that there were beings more powerful than him was overwhelming. As he was reminiscing on his thoughts, a new change caught his attention. A blue screen appeared in front of him, with the words Family and Power System Activating. After a while, the whole thing loaded up, coupled with information about the system. System initialized. User, Maximus Shadow Crest, Strength, Tier 0, Apprentice Mage Level 5, 3 out of 16, Potential, Rank 0, Trash, 0 out of 1, Wife, 0, Children, 0, Gold, 0, Mall. The system was about building his family and making more children. The function was simple. After every wife he would receive system points every day depending on their strength, and having children would give him potential points every day that he could use to upgrade his potential. There was also a mall system where he could spend the system points he obtained. He was surprised to see a wide array of items available, including magical tools, rare artifacts, arrays, and runes. There was everything he could think of, from the most basic one to the most esoteric knowledge, and there is even basic materials for living like food, raw minerals, all kinds of wood, and such. As he checked his system, there was a knock on the door. "Young master, are you all right?" The steward of their manor, Gerald, came in. Gerald was the one who took care of everything in this castle. "I'm fine, how is everything?" Maximus asked. There was chaos in the city, but it was quickly suppressed by the guards, and the cultists who attacked you and your parents had escaped after the guard rescued you, Gerald replied. "So it is. All right, you can leave me here to think this through," Maximus said. Gerald hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Young master, I am truly sorry for the loss of your parents. They were both brave and loyal to the end." Maximus nodded silently, still in the process of accepting his new status. "As for the future, please know that I will do everything in my power to support you in your new role as the Count of Shadow Crest," Gerald continued, his voice full of concern. Maximus appreciated his butler's care and concern. "Thank you, Gerald. I know I can count on you," he replied, trying to sound more confident than he felt. Gerald bowed respectfully and left the room, leaving Maximus alone to process his thoughts and emotions. After Gerald left, Maximus started to think about his situation. With this system, he could gain more power as he built his family, but he needed to start somewhere. He was but a weak chicken, but he knew he had to be stronger to protect his family and territory from any danger that may arise. Maximus inherited the position of count from his father and had access to more resources than most people. However, arranging a marriage with the nobles was complicated, and being poor, no one would seek him out. Despite being a count, the land he inherited was somewhat barren. This was because his grandfather had acquired the title of a baron by using his strength in war, and he was given this land as a result. But when his grandfather was promoted to count, the previous king had already passed away. So when he was promoted to a count, the new king, not wanting to see an old remnant rise, just circled the map to make the scope of the territory bigger. But those were just wastelands without any value. Maximus continued to explore his new system, browsing through the mall to see what he could purchase with his system points. As he scrolled through the categories, he stumbled upon the section on books. He clicked on the section, and a new window popped up. There he first saw books about basic knowledge in the ethereal realm, alchemy, basic spells, basic runes, meditation methods, forbidden magic, and many more. Maximus spent hours browsing through his system, taking notes, and making plans for his future. He noted that everything is expensive, and based on the conversation, 1 system point is equal to 1 gold coin. After a while, he closed his system and went to explore his new home. The castle was huge, with dozens of rooms and corridors that he had yet to explore. He wandered around, marveling at the luxurious decorations and intricate designs. As he walked, he met some of the servants and guards of the castle. They greeted him respectfully, but he could sense a hint of fear and uncertainty in their eyes. He knew he needed to earn their trust and prove himself as a capable ruler. The next day, Maximus went to the meeting hall and was greeted by a group of officials, including the magistrate and the head of the guards. "Welcome, young Count Maximus. We are deeply sorry for your loss," the old official said, offering their condolences. Maximus nodded. "Thank you for your kind words. However, I am here today to discuss some pressing matters regarding the state of the city and our territory." The officials looked at him expectantly, waiting for him to continue. "As you all know, my parents were killed in an attack by cultists on our way back to the territory. I am now the head of our noble family and must manage our territory and ensure our people's safety and well-being." The officials nodded in understanding, knowing that the young count had a lot on his plate. "Unfortunately, we are facing several problems that need to be addressed immediately. Firstly, our city is facing a severe shortage of food. The barren land in our territory makes it difficult to grow crops, and we have been relying on imports from other regions. However, with the recent deaths of the count and the resulting chaos, the supply chain has been disrupted, and our people are going hungry." The head of the guard spoke up. "Not only that, but we have also been facing a rise in crime and banditry. After the death of the previous count, the outlaws and thieves become more daring, causing more trouble than before." Maximus sighed. "I understand. We have a lot of work to do. But we must act quickly and decisively. I will be working closely with all of you to quickly find solutions to these problems and ensure the safety and well-being of our people." The officials nodded in agreement, and the meeting continued as they discussed plans and strategies to tackle the various issues plaguing the city. Maximus felt a sense of confusion and uncertainty as he left the meeting, knowing that he had a lot of work ahead of him. Chapter 2 Meditation Methods. After taking over the management of his territory, Maximus quickly realized that many issues needed to be addressed. The lack of food and the security of the citizens were just some of the problems that he had to solve. Maximus quickly coordinated with the local officials to arrange for the citizens to be more orderly and for the guards to patrol the streets more frequently at night. However, the lack of food was a major concern. Maximus knew that he had to find a solution quickly. He decided to quickly convert some gold coins to buy cheap foods in the system, and pretend to open his emergency granary so the official will not doubt where he got the food. After all, it was common for noble to store large amount of food in case of emergency. He knew that this would not be a long-term solution, but it would help in the short term. More than a week passed of Maximus dealing with the city's issues. As Maximus strolled through the city, he remembered the criteria of the system for choosing a partner. The system is quite demanding, requiring a fit value of more than 90 points to activate the function of the system. The system he possessed could scan people and show their status, but so far, he hasn't found anyone with a fit value of at least 90. If he could only settle for less, he could become the father and the husband of the world. By then he would be God. The next day, searching the city while walking, the people greeted him as he greeted them back. After a week, the food shortage was quickly plunged with money, which quickly solved the problem. Regarding security, the situation is still being resolved, but there has been a slight improvement. After hours of strolling, he returned to the castle feeling dejected. The highest fit value he had found was only 83, and what he needed is at least a 90. Maximus found Gerald in his study, reviewing reports and documents. They exchanged pleasantries and talked about the various events that had taken place in the past week. They discussed the progress of the city's reconstruction efforts and the improvement of the living conditions of the citizens. As they talked, an idea suddenly struck Maximus. He thought about using the network to assist him in his search. "Gerald, as you know, I am the only heir to our noble household. If something were to happen to me, our territory would be left without an heir. Therefore, I have decided to take action to select the future mistress of the house," Maximus explained to his butler in a calm and measured tone. Gerald was surprised by his master's sudden decision, but he listened attentively as Maximus explained his plan. He understood the importance of having an heir for the noble household, especially now that Maximus was the only remaining member of his family. "That is a wise decision. Which noble house do you think is suitable, young master?" Gerald asked. For now just send an invitation to see if anyone is willing. Before that, however, look for our territory to look for mistresses to quickly fill the harem," Maximus replied, somewhat blushing. "Oh, yes, young master, I will arrange it immediately," Gerald replied, feeling that his young master is already at that age. Maximus nodded, satisfied with the outcome of their conversation. With that, Maximus and Gerald parted ways, each with their thoughts and concerns. In the coming days, Maximus was presented with a list of candidates that scoured through the city, each with their unique qualities and skills. He carefully reviewed the list of candidates, taking note of very important details. After a thorough assessment, he held a personal interview with each of them. As he interviewed each candidate, he found that most of them had a comprehensive score of above 80, which was impressive. However, there was only one candidate who caught his attention. It was Hazel, a daughter of a farmer. With a light brown hair color and perfectly shaped body curves. She had a fair complexion, her skin was also slightly tanned due to her work on the farm. Which is just his type, no wonder the fit is more than 90. Name, Hazel, Strength, Tier 0, Potential, Rank 0, Fit, 91. After interviewing all the candidates, Maximus ended the selection. Before he got up to his seat, the door opened. Coming in was Gerald. "Young master, I got a letter from Baron Francis," Gerald said as he handed the letter. Baron Francis was just a newly promoted noble and didn't have a territory. Which is why he needed a marriage alliance. Erica, the daughter of Baron Francis, sat anxiously in the carriage on her way to meet her betrothed, Maximus. She had heard little about him and knew nothing of his personality, likes, or dislikes. Her heart raced with nerves as she anticipated what type of person he is. As they approached the city, they were greeted by the guards of Count Maximus. They escorted the carriage through the winding streets, which were bustling with activity. Erica peered out of the carriage window, taking in the sights and sounds of this new place. She felt out of place and overwhelmed. When they finally arrived at Maximus' castle, Erica was very nervous. She stepped out of the carriage, her heart pounding with anticipation. As she entered the castle, she was met by Maximus himself. He was tall and handsome, with piercing blue eyes that seemed to gaze straight into her soul. Erica felt herself blush as she looked at him. Name, Erica, Strength, Tier 0, Potential, Rank 0, Fit, 93. Maximus was captivated by Erica's beauty, and he couldn't help but feel drawn to her. As they began to talk, they got to know each other. Erica realized that Maximus was not at all like she had imagined. He was kind, gentle, and intelligent, with a great sense of humor. Erica found herself opening up to him, sharing stories and laughter. The wedding ceremony was somewhat grand, with guests from merchants in the city and Baron Francis and his friends. Maximus was dressed in his finest attire, a regal outfit befitting of a nobleman of his stature. Erica and Hazel were also wearing stunning gowns, with their long hair pulled back into an elegant braid. After the ceremony, the guests were treated to a lavish feast, with food and wine aplenty. The system beeped as Maximus woke up, reminding him of the daily system point output from his successful marriages with Erica and Hazel. He smiled, pleased with the steady income. After completing his daily routine, Maximus headed to the mall to browse through the categories of meditation methods. Arcane attunement, a technique that focuses on harnessing magical energy and using it to strengthen one's mental abilities. Chapter 1 Price 60 System Point, Dream Weaving, involves using lucid dreaming and visualization to access the subconscious mind and promote personal growth. Chapter 1 Price 50 System Point, Elemental Embodiment, a method that involves connecting with the elements of nature to cultivate inner harmony and balance. Chapter 1 Price 30 System Point, Mind Fire Meditation, a technique that focuses on harnessing the power of one's inner fire to cultivate mental focus and clarity. Chapter 1 Price 20 System Point, Shadow Self-Integration, involves exploring and integrating one's shadow self to achieve greater self-awareness and emotional balance. Chapter 1 Price 30 System Point, Celestial Consciousness, a method that involves transforming your consciousness to gain insight and wisdom of a god. Chapter 1 Price 100 System Point, Dragon's Breath, a technique that involves harnessing the power of the mythical dragon to cultivate strength and resilience. Chapter 1 Price 90 System Point, Thunderous Transcendence, focuses on harnessing the power of thunder to cultivate mental focus and clarity. Chapter 1 Price 70 System Point, after researching various meditation techniques, he chose Celestial Consciousness, which was not only one of the most expensive but also highly attuned in this world. However, just the Chapter 1, cost 100 system points, which is out of his budget. After all, his money was used to plug the food shortage of the city. You know, 1 gold coin was enough to feed a family for a few years. In terms of currency, 1 gold coin was equivalent to 100 silver coins, and 10,000 copper. And his treasury only amounted to a few hundred gold coins which he used for the city's food. Fortunately, the system could generate 2 system points which are equivalent to gold coins. In just a few days he could buy the meditation method. Chapter 3 Food Street. A month passed, and the relationship between Maximus and his wives continued to grow stronger. Although they were not yet pregnant, they enjoyed each other's company and intimacy. After Maximus used Celestial Consciousness, despite his trash talent, it helped him quickly gain strength and become an apprentice magician level 8. As for the city, it was becoming more orderly and prosperous. The food in his emergency granary was running low, and he couldn't think of a suitable reason to buy more food from the system. So, he took about a variety of high-yielding crops, which can quickly grow and make the city self-sufficient. Before that, however, once the food in the granary was consumed, he would buy food from other cities, even if it was more expensive. He couldn't afford to let his system be exposed without sufficient strength. Fortunately, the daily output of System Point was life-saving. as his territory have no income, and the gold coins he inherited were gone with the purchase of his meditation method. He also tried to pass the meditation method to his wife, but it seemed to be restricted, requiring him to purchase another copy. With no other choice, he opted for a cheaper method called elemental breath, which cost 10 gold coins. Elemental breath, a method that involves using a breathing routine to promote personal growth and transformation of elements. Chapter 1 Price 10 System Point. A few months later, Maximus knew that a prosperous city required a strong economy, so he also invested in the development of local businesses. He offered incentives to entrepreneurs and provided them with the resources and money they needed to establish successful ventures. One of the businesses that thrived under Maximus's leadership was the food street. Thanks to the abundance of affordable crops grown using high-yielding seeds, the majority of the businesses in the area revolved around setting up food stalls. The food street quickly became a popular spot for locals and even attracted tourists from neighboring cities. Maximus also established a market for local farmers to sell their produce, providing a stable source of income for them and ensuring a steady supply of fresh crops for his citizens. As the city developed, so did Maximus's reputation. His fair and just leadership earned him the respect and admiration of his people. They trusted him to make decisions that would benefit them and ensure their safety. Meanwhile, the aroma of food was wafting through the streets as the restaurants began popping up, thanks to the earlier incentive provided to those starting businesses. Coupled with the cheap but high-quality crop seeds that had already been harvested, the city quickly integrates delicious food into its daily life. The food street and restaurants in Maximus territory had been thriving. The aroma of various dishes wafted through the air, and the sound of sizzling ingredients filled the ears of passers-by. It was a bustling hub of activity, with people lining up outside their favorite eateries to try their delicious food. Hazel, the mistress of Count Maximus, strolled down the newly built and bustling food street. She loved coming here to try out new dishes and to feel the excitement of the busy marketplace. As she walked down the street, she stopped at one of the food vendors who was grilling meat. "That smells amazing," she said to the vendor, her mouth already watering. "Would you like to try some?" The vendor offered, holding out a skewer of tender, juicy lamb seasoned with fragrant herbs and spices. Hazel eagerly accepted the skewer and took a bite, closing her eyes as she savored the flavor. "This is delicious," she said to the vendor, who beamed with pride. "Thank you," the vendor replied. "I've been recently perfecting the recipe." Hazel continued down the street, sampling dishes from different stalls and chatting with the vendors. She stopped at a sweet shop. The sweet aroma of the shop filled her senses, and she couldn't resist the temptation to indulge in a few treats. "Welcome, miss. Would you like to try our signature pastries? They are made with only the finest ingredients and are the most popular item on our menu," said the friendly owner of the sweet shop. Hazel couldn't help but smile at the owner's enthusiasm. "Sure, I would love to try them," she replied, and the owner handed her a beautifully packaged box of little pastries. She opened the box and took a bite of the first macaron. The delicate pastry shell is way too creamy, with melt in your mouth filling, exploding with flavors of raspberry and rose. The creamy, velvety filling melted in her mouth, and the flaky pastry shell crumbled delicately with each bite. "These are amazing. I have never tasted anything like this before," Hazel exclaimed, feeling delighted by the delicious treat. "I'm glad you like them," the sweet shop owner replied. "My mother passed this recipe down to me. It's been in our family for generations." Hazel continued to explore the food street, trying dishes from different stalls and enjoying the festive atmosphere. As the sun began to set and the streetlights flickered on, she realized that she had eaten her way through the entire street. Kevin just got into the city and was enjoying his meal when he overheard two merchants sitting at a nearby table. They were discussing the current state of the city and the news of the incentive for entrepreneurs. "I heard the Lord is still looking for more entrepreneurs to invest in," one of the merchants said. "That's true," replied the other. "I heard he's even offering tax breaks and incentives for those who bring new and innovative ideas to the city." Kevin couldn't believe his luck. He had been struggling to start his own business in his hometown, but the lack of resources and support made it nearly impossible. Now, he saw a glimmer of hope in his situation. As he finished his meal, he decided to explore the food street even more. He stopped at a stall selling traditional dumplings and couldn't resist the delicious aroma coming from it. The owner, a friendly elderly woman, offered him a sample. "Try one, young man," she said with a smile. "I promise it will be the best dumpling you've ever had." Kevin took a bite and was immediately blown away by the flavors. "This is amazing," he said with a grin. "How did you make it?" The woman chuckled. "We use only the freshest ingredients and make everything from scratch, that's why it's so delicious." Kevin nodded in appreciation. "You should consider opening a restaurant," he suggested. "I'm sure it would be a huge success." The woman's eyes lit up. "You think so? Maybe one day." As Kevin walked further down the street, he noticed a group of people huddled together and whispering. Curious, he approached them and asked what was going on. One of the men said, "The store is starting to sell the rare spice that is good for men. I heard the city lord got this rare seed and was lucky enough to cultivate it." Kevin was intrigued. He never knew what spice it is to be beneficial for men. He asked someone where he could find the store, and he was directed to a nearby spice shop. As he entered the shop, he was hit with a wave of fragrant aromas. The shelves were lined with jars of different spices, each with a unique scent and color. The shopkeeper noticed his interest and approached him. "Is there anything, in particular, you're looking for?" the shopkeeper asked. Kevin explained that he had heard about the newly cultivated rare spice and was curious to try them. The shopkeeper smiled and brought out a small jar of dark, spiky, and earthy spice. "This is the new spice that is given by Lord. It's called Dragon's Whiskers. It's a rare spice that is said to enhance one's strength and endurance at night." The shopkeeper gave him a knowing look and explained. Kevin was somewhat embarrassed but decided to purchase some anyway. As the day came to an end, Kevin made his way back to the inn where he was staying. He couldn't believe how much he had seen and experienced in just one day. He made a mental note to come back to the city and explore more to decide what business he could do. Chapter 4 Family Development. Official Mage. A few more months passed. Erica and Hazel were both pregnant, and the castle was buzzing with excitement as everyone prepared for the arrival of the new babies. As the city was already generating income with the influx of merchants doing business in his territory. His excess system point was used to buy many weird gadgets that make his life more interesting. Bag of holding, a small pouch with a space rune that can hold 10 cubic meters of items without adding weight. Price 5 system point, glamour weave dress, a magical dress that can change its color and style on command, perfect for attending formal events or blending in with a crowd. Price 1 system point, hairbrush of tangle-free hair, a hairbrush that can magically untangle even the most stubborn knots, making it easy to maintain beautiful hair. Price 0.5 system point, enchanted quill, a quill that never runs out of ink and writes with perfect penmanship, making it ideal for daily note-taking or writing letters. Price 0.1 system point, timepiece of efficiency, a magical wristwatch that helps the wearer manage their time effectively, providing reminders and keeping track of appointments. Price 0.5 system point, alchemy jug, a jug that can produce any non-magical liquid on command, including water, wine, oil, or honey. Price 3 system point, unfortunately, the alchemy jug can only produce a limited amount of liquid, so he can't monetize it. And liquid oil is not much used in this place, making wine more expensive. So alchemy jug was mainly for personal use. 9 months passed. As the due date approached, Maximus became increasingly nervous. He had never been present at a birth before, and he was worried that something might go wrong. Erica noticed his anxiety and did her best to reassure him. "Don't worry, it'll be fine," she said. Maximus nodded, but he couldn't shake the feeling of unease. He spent hours pacing the halls of the castle, waiting for news of the births. Finally, the big day arrived. Erica went into labor first, and Maximus was by her side throughout the entire ordeal. He held her hand and whispered words of encouragement as she pushed. After several hours of labor, Erica gave birth to a beautiful baby girl. Maximus was overjoyed as he held his daughter for the first time. "She's perfect? Name, none. Strength, tier 0, potential, rank 1 common." Hazel also went into labor a few days later, and Maximus was just as nervous as he had been with Erica. But this time, he had a better idea of what to expect. He held Hazel's hand and talked to her soothingly as she went through labor. After several hours of intense pain, Hazel gave birth to a healthy baby boy. Maximus held his son in his arms, marveling at the tiny fingers and toes. "Look at him," Hazel smiled weakly and said to Maximus. "He's going to be a strong warrior, just like his father. Let's hope he's a little more gentle." Maximus added. Name, none. Strength, tier 0, potential, rank 1 common. The castle was filled with laughter and joy as everyone celebrated the arrival of the new babies. Maximus told the chef to prepare a feast, and the dining hall was filled with delicious smells and happy chatter. As the night wore on, Maximus and his family sat together, holding their newborn. The baby was asleep, with their little chest rising and falling with each breath. Maximus sat cross-legged on the balcony, his eyes closed as he focused on his breathing. His training has been ingrained in his daily life now, and he knew that meditation was an essential part of his practice. It helped him clear his mind and strengthen his connection to the magical energies that surrounded him. As he breathed in deeply, he felt the cool air fill his lungs, and as he exhaled, he released all the tension in his body. He repeated this process, allowing himself to sink deeper and deeper into a meditative state. Maximus could feel the magic swirling around him, like a river flowing through the air. He reached out with his mind, seeking to connect with the energies and understand them on a deeper level. He visualized himself standing in the middle of a vast ocean of magical power, and he was but a small island, soaking up its power. His concentration was unbroken, and his breathing became slow and steady. He felt the magic around him growing stronger, and he knew that he was tapping into a wellspring of power that few mages could access. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Maximus opened his eyes. He had been meditating for hours, and he felt rejuvenated and refreshed. He stood up, feeling the power of the magic coursing through his veins. Standing at the top of the vast expanse of his territory, he looked at his panel. User, Maximus Shadow Crest, Strength, Tier 1, Official Mage Level 1, 1 out of 1000, Potential, Rank 2, Uncommon, 3 out of 100, Meditation, Chapter 1, Celestial Consciousness. Wife, 2, Hazel, Strength, Apprentice Mage Level 2, Potential, Common, Meditation, Chapter 1, Elemental Breath, Generate, 1 system points per day, Eric Augustin, Strength, Apprentice Mage Level 2, Potential, Common, Meditation, Chapter 1, Elemental Breath, Generate, 1 system points per day. Children, 2, Name, Lily Shadow Crest, Strength, Tier 0, Potential, Common, Potential Point, 1, Name, Liam Shadow Crest, Strength, Tier 0, Potential, Common, Potential Point, 1. Gold, 131, Mall. It had been more than a year since he had been transported to this fantasy world, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia washing over him. He remembered the confusion and fear he felt when he first arrived, not knowing what to expect or how to survive in a world so different from his own. But now, his territory is now running smoothly, showing a trend of prosperity. He sighed and turned to go back inside the castle when he heard the sound of laughter and chatter coming from the courtyard below. Curious, he made his way down the spiral staircase and out into the courtyard. There, he saw both of his wife and their children, Lily and Liam, in the crib, playing with baby toys that Maximus had brought from the system. They were all smiling and laughing, enjoying each other's company. Maximus couldn't help but feel a warmth spread through his chest at the sight. It was moments like these that made all the hardships he suffered worth it. He walked over to join, feeling the joy and love that his family brought into his life. As they played, Maximus couldn't help but reminisce about his old life. He missed the convenience of technology, the ease of communication, and the familiarity of his surroundings. But he also knew that he wouldn't trade his current life for anything. 1 year later, Maximus sat in the nursery, watching his 2 children play. He couldn't help but marvel at how much they had grown in just 1 year. Liam was now crawling around and pulling himself up to stand, while Lily was babbling and giggling as she played with her toys. Unfortunately, he didn't have enough money to buy special potions and products to fully develop Lily and Liam so they can be full-fledged children in a year. He can only nurture them once he had enough money, making them the brightest children in the world. However, he didn't feel much guilt as he had witnessed their growth and development from tiny, helpless newborns to active and curious infants. It had been an interesting and adorable experience. Lily was a strong and lively girl, always grabbing at toys and giggling with delight. Liam, on the other hand, was more calm and reserved, often content to simply observe the world around him. Maximus couldn't help but smile as he thought of the first time he held them. They were so small and fragile, and he felt an overwhelming sense of responsibility to protect and provide for them. Maximus also made sure to spend as much time with them as possible. He would often take them on walks around the castle, pointing out the various plants and animals they encountered. Sometimes he would even bring them into his office, letting them crawl around on the floor while he worked. Erica and Hazel were also incredibly involved in the children's lives, doting on them and showering them with love and attention. They would often sing songs and play games, teaching them new words and sounds. Maximus couldn't help but feel a sense of pride as he watched his children develop. Maximus smiled as he watched them. He couldn't wait to see what kind of people they would grow up to be. As he sat there, lost in thought, he heard a soft knock on the door. Turning his head, he saw his wife Erica standing in the doorway, a gentle smile on her face. "Hey," she said, walking over to him and kissing him on the cheek. "How are the kids?" "They're wonderful," Maximus said, as Erica sat next to him. "I can't believe how much they've grown in just 1 year." As they sat there, watching their children play, he felt a gentle kick of his unborn child in Erica's belly. He knew that their family was only going to get bigger and stronger. He felt that his seed became stronger, requiring only a few months to produce another child. Regardless, he couldn't wait to meet their newest addition and watch them grow, just like Lily and Liam. Chapter 5 Invitation from the Capital. Maximus sat in his study, going over the day's reports from his advisors when a messenger knocked in, holding out an envelope. "My lord," the young man said, bowing low. "An invitation from the imperial capital," he said as he handed the letter. Maximus raised an eyebrow, taking the envelope and breaking the wax seal. He scanned the contents, his eyes widening in surprise. An evening of entertainment. He muttered to himself as he read the letter, realizing that it was a banquet. It seems the banquet is a little late this year. He muttered to himself. As always, the king will be inviting all the nobles and famous people to celebrate and hold a meeting for those who have meritorious deeds. Maximus found the situation intriguing as he considered the possibilities. It could be an opportunity for him to step out and experience something new, even though he had already been to the imperial capital before in his memories. Additionally, attending the banquet could potentially benefit his territory, which was still in need of more inflow of people and money as it was not widely known. Furthermore, he needed to add more concubines to his harem. However, he was also hesitant to go due to the risks involved. Leaving his wives and their children, Liam and Lily, behind for several weeks was a difficult decision to make. Moreover, as a weak mage, he knew that danger could be lurking around any corner, and he could be killed without much effort. He set the invitation down on his desk and stood, walking over to the window and looking out over the city when he heard a soft knock on the door. "Come in," he called out, looking up to see his wives, Erica and Hazel, standing in front of him. "Maximus, we heard about the banquet," Erica said, stepping forward. "We want to come with you." "I'm afraid I can't take both of you to the banquet," Maximus said, his tone gentle yet firm. "This gathering is particularly risky. I heard that the imperial capital is quite tense right now due to the advanced age of His Majesty. I don't want to put you both in danger." "I understand." Hazel nodded in agreement. "But please be careful, Maximus. We'll be waiting for your safe return," Erica said as her face fell slightly. "Well, I promise. And I'll make it up to you both when I return," Maximus gave Erica a reassuring smile. "Thank you for understanding, Hazel. I'll be back as soon as I can," he said, placing a hand on her shoulder. He spent the next few days preparing for the journey to the imperial capital, making sure everything was in order before he left. He also bought magic items for protection in case of emergency. Ring of Reflection Tier 1, a ring imbued with runes that can reflect magical attacks of Tier 1 to 2, back at their source, providing powerful defense against spellcasters. Price 10 System Point, Amulet of Elemental Resistance, Tier 1, an amulet that provides resistance to all types of elemental damage, including fire, ice, lightning, and acid. Price 20 System Point, Boots of Swiftness Tier 1, boots that grant the wearer incredible speed and agility, making it easier to evade attacks or rush into battle. Price 15 System Point, Arcane Rifle, Tier 1, a rifle that shoots powerful beams of magical energy, capable of piercing through armor and dealing heavy damage. Price 30 System Point, Cloak of Healing, Tier 1, this enchanted cloak can heal the wearer's wounds and injuries, allowing them to recover quickly during battles. Price 30 System Point, on the day of his departure, he stood outside his castle gates, ready to leave. Erica and Hazel stood beside him, bidding him farewell. "Take care of yourselves while I'm away," Maximus said, looking at his wives. "We will," Erica replied, reaching up to give him a quick kiss on the cheek. "Safe travels." Hazel gave him a hug. "I'll be back soon." Maximus reclined in the plush seat of the carriage. He had specifically bought this carriage for this journey. The Celestial Chariot, Tier 2. The Celestial Chariot is a magnificent carriage crafted from shining silver and glowing sapphires. It is drawn by 4 winged horses with shimmering feathers that glisten in the sunlight. The carriage is enchanted to provide a smooth ride even over rough terrain, and it can travel at incredible speeds, making it perfect for long journeys. Additionally, the Celestial Chariot is also capable of flight when imbued with magic crystals, soaring through the skies with ease. It is said that it is the replica of the carriage made for gods themselves, providing its passengers with divine majesty while riding to their destination. Price 10,000 System Points. He was on a tight budget and could only afford the basic version of that chariot, which cost 500 System Points. The chariot is enchanted to provide a smooth ride, making it comfortable for long journeys. It also offers some degree of protection, but not as much as a more expensive chariot would. Moreover, it doesn't have any additional features such as flight or the 4-winged shimmering horses. Despite its reduced version, he still bought it as a reliable means of transportation. While traveling, Maximus had heard rumors about even more extravagant carriages in the Arcanum continent, which were adorned with intricate magical runes. However, it's limited in supply that it hardly gets to this place. Even though he had access to the rune system study at the system mall, the price was expensive. Besides, as a Tier 1 mage, he lacked sufficient mana to use any rune magic at the moment. The journey to the imperial capital had been long and tiring. As they traveled through the dense forest, they suddenly heard a loud noise coming from the trees ahead. The guard captain, Edwin, signaled for the carriage to stop, and the guards quickly formed a defensive formation around the vehicle. Maximus peered out the window and saw a large group of goblins emerging from the forest. There were over 100 of them, armed with crude weapons and snarling fiercely. Maximus was well aware of the gravity of the situation. The odds were against them as the guards were outnumbered, and goblins were notorious for their fierce fighting skills. As soon as he spotted the enemy, he instinctively reached for his arcane rifle. He had only recently been promoted to an official mage. His limited mana supply made him vulnerable against a large number of foes. Fortunately, the arcane rifle was the type of wand that required minimal magic, making it a reliable weapon in such situations. However, the cost of the rifle's bullets was exorbitant, requiring him to budget carefully. He had only purchased 5 different types of bullets to maximize his combat potential. Frost bullet. This bullet is imbued with icy magic, causing it to freeze whatever it hits. 10 pieces price 1 system point. Flame bullet. This bullet is infused with fire magic, causing it to burst into flames upon impact. 10 pieces price 1 system point. Gravity bullet. This bullet creates a small gravitational field upon impact, causing objects to be pulled towards it. 10 pieces price 2 system point. Healing bullet. This bullet has the power to heal wounds and injuries upon impact. 10 pieces price 3 system point. Arcane bullet. This bullet is infused with arcane magic, allowing it to penetrate magical barriers and defenses. 10 pieces price 5 system point. As the goblins charged towards them, Maximus using flame bullet, calmly aimed and fired. The rifle was loud, and the recoil was strong, but he was able to take down several goblins with each shot. With each shot, he grew more confident and accurate. His guards followed suit, launching arrows and swinging their swords to fend off the goblin horde. As the battle wore on, Maximus noticed a pattern in the goblins' attacks. They were coordinated, but their movements were erratic. He quickly realized that they were being led by a weird goblin, who was barking orders to the others. Just as the goblins were about to overwhelm them, Maximus changed to arcane bullet and fired a shot that hit the weird goblin in the group. It fell to the ground with a thud, with the other goblins that seemed to lose their resolve. They began to retreat into the forest, their howls of frustration echoing through the trees. As Maximus lowered his gun, a wave of relief washed over him. The captain of the guard, Edwin, walked towards him, visibly impressed. "Lord, that was incredible!" he exclaimed. "I've never seen a weapon like that. Is it a magic weapon?" The captain eyed the firearm with a tinge of envy. Maximus let out a weak smile. "Yes, it's a Tier 1 magic weapon that was left to me by my father. He said it was made in Arcanum Continent." He secretly thought, "Actually I purchased it from the system." Chapter 6 Spying Slaves. Based on basic knowledge of the Etherealium realm that he bought in the system. The Arcane Continent is a land of magic and knowledge, inhabited by powerful magicians. Basic knowledge of the Etherealium realm. Basic knowledge that everyone knows in Etherealium realm. Price 100 system point. The most notable feature of the Arcane Continent is its magical energy, which permeates the very air and earth. It is said that the ley lines of magic converge there, making the continent a hub of mystical power. The magicians who live here are able to tap into this energy, using it to cast spells and perform feats beyond the capabilities of ordinary mages and mortals. The cities and towns of the Arcane Continent are bustling centers of magical learning and discovery. The great libraries and academies of the magicians are located here, as well as powerful guilds and orders dedicated to the study and practice of magic. The streets are lined with shops selling magical artifacts and ingredients, and the air is alive with the hum of spells being cast. Outside the cities, the continent is a wild and dangerous place, inhabited by all manner of magical creatures and strange phenomena. Dragons-like creatures soar through the skies, while giants and other monsters roam the hills and forests. There are also many hidden places of power, where the ley lines of magic converge to create pockets of dimension filled with magical energy. Despite the dangers, the Arcane Continent is a place of great wisdom and enlightenment. The magicians who dwell here are renowned for their knowledge and wisdom and are respected throughout the world for their mastery of the arcane arts. For those who seek to understand the mysteries of magic and the secrets of the universe, there is no better place than the Arcane Continent. On the other hand, the continent he was in was called the Cursed Continent or the Battlefield of Gods. The Cursed Continent is a desolate land that bears the scars of a cataclysmic battle between powerful deities. Once a thriving and prosperous realm, it has been almost stripped of its magical energy. The once lush forests and vibrant meadows have withered and turned into gnarled wastelands. The rivers and lakes, once teeming with life and magical energy, have become stagnant and lifeless. The absence of magical energy has taken its toll on the inhabitants of the continent. The inhabitant generation was often untalented and devoid of any aptitude for magic. It is said that any attempts to channel or collect faith within the Cursed Continent are met with failure, making it a land of godless where almost no one believes in God. Travelers who come to the cursed continent from other lands do so with a singular purpose, to seek out any remnants of the divine power that once flowed freely through the land. Despite the harsh conditions, the allure of the cursed continent's history and the potential treasures that lie buried beneath its magicless land draw adventurers from all corners of the world. Many believe that artifacts and relics of the ancient gods still remain hidden within the ruins and craters, waiting to be discovered by those with the courage to seek them out. A week later, Maximus' carriage entered the imperial city. The city was bustling with people and carriages, and the buildings were adorned with intricate carvings and colorful banners. The streets were wide and clean, with well-dressed men and women walking leisurely. The sound of musicians and performers filled the air, adding to the festive atmosphere. Maximus leaned out of his carriage window, taking in the sights and sounds of the city. He could see the imposing castle of the king in the distance, and the grand marketplace where vendors were selling all sorts of goods. Maximus arrived at the luxurious accommodation reserved for the people invited by the king. He was greeted by a butler as he stepped into the grand lobby. Inside was a grand foyer with marble floors and ornate chandeliers hanging from the ceiling. The butler led him to his suite with a warm smile and handed him a key. The bed in his room was draped in silk sheets, and there was even a jacuzzi in the corner of the room. After arranging accommodations for the guards and finding out the event was scheduled for 2 days later, he strolled down the streets of the imperial city, admiring the architecture of the buildings and the bustling crowds of people. As he headed towards the market district, where most of the shops in the capital were located, he walked into the slave shop. It tends to be located in more affluent areas, which is why they are not found in his territory. Many people perceived his territory to be too impoverished to afford such services. The shop was filled with people of all ages, some with sad expressions on their faces while others seemed to be resigned to their fate. He approached the counter and a well-dressed salesperson greeted him with a smile. "Welcome, sir. How may I assist you?" "I'm just looking," Maximus said, trying to keep his tone neutral. "Then let me do an introduction, sir. We have a wide variety available, from housekeeping to personal assistants to gardeners. We even have tutors and nannies for children." Maximus nodded, scanning the rows of people standing on display. He couldn't help but feel a little discomfort at the thought of owning someone, but he knew that in this world, it was common practice. His eyes were drawn to a pair of women whose looks were the same. Despite their slightly unkempt appearance and ugly scar on their face, their body was a sight to behold, exuding grace with their long hair flowing. Their eyes seemed to sparkle with an inner light, drawing him in. Who are they? He felt curious about them and turned to the salesperson, asking about their identity. They were caught assassinating a great noble and were sentenced to a lifetime enslavement. The salesperson replied. Maximus's curiosity was piqued, and he gestured for the shopkeeper to bring them over. The shopkeeper nodded and called the twins to approach Maximus. As the twins walked towards him, Maximus couldn't help but feel awed by their striking beauty. Their features were delicate, yet fierce, and their movements were fluid, almost like a dance. He could tell that they came from a proud and affluent background, which had sadly fallen from grace. Name, Luna Silvermane, Strength, Tier 1, Official Knight, Potential, Rank 2, Uncommon, Current Fit, 75, Previous Fit, 94, Name, Livia Silvermane, Strength, Tier 1, Official Knight, Potential, Rank 2, Uncommon, Current Fit, 75, Previous Fit, 94. After carefully observing their status panel for a while, he determined that both of them used to have an impressive fit value of 94. He also noticed that both of them possessed the strength of Official Knight. For the ugly scars, he can take care of that easily. Restoration Salve. This salve is used to restore damaged skin tissue and promote healthy skin growth. It can be used on scars, burns, and other skin injuries. Price 100 system point. Pleased with his choice, Maximus turned to the shopkeeper and inquired about the cost of hiring the twin beast girls. "Excuse me, how much would it be for the two of them?" he asked. The shopkeeper carefully examined the two before responding. For the pair of them, the cost would be 1,000 gold coins. "I understand it may seem costly, but they come from a noble background and despite their appearance, had the strength of an official knight. Moreover, I can guarantee that they are worth every penny." Maximus hesitated for a moment, considering the cost. But he was drawn to the beauty of the two. "Very well, I'll take them." Despite the high cost, Maximus was satisfied with his decision to purchase the twin girls. He knew that the system points generated by them being his wives would cover the cost in just a few months. The number of system points generated depended on the strength of the individual, with Tier 0 generating 1 system point, Tier 1 generating 10 system points, Tier 2 generating 100 system points, and so on. He had already spent 1,000 gold coins on this trip, and while he wanted to hire more slaves, his budget did not allow for it. He planned to visit again in the future when he had more funds available. The shopkeeper smiled and began to fill out the necessary paperwork. As Maximus waited, the two girls approached him, looking shy and nervous. "Hello," he said gently, trying to put them at ease. "I'm Maximus. I'll be your new master." Chapter 7 Selling Wine 2 days later. Maximus entering the grand hall of the imperial palace. He noticed the room was massive, with high ceilings adorned with intricate gold and silver designs. The walls were covered in rich tapestries depicting battles and victories of the empire. Walking through the hall with nobles and dignitaries, each dressed in their finest attire. Some were engaged in conversations, while others were enjoying the sumptuous food and wine. Suddenly, a trumpet blared, and everyone fell silent. A herald stepped forward and announced, presenting His Excellency, Count Maximus of House Shadowcrest. Maximus strode forward, feeling everyone's attention on him. He kept his head held high and his back straight, showing his pride and confidence. Maximus scanned the crowd and noticed his father's friends. As he approached them, he could feel their eyes on him, scrutinizing and judging him. He walked towards them as they offered their condolences. One of his father's old friends, Lord Marcus, stepped forward and said, "Maximus, I am sorry for your loss. Your father was a great man, and he was merely unlucky to be missed by the cult. If there's anything we can do to help you in this difficult time, please don't hesitate to ask." Maximus nodded solemnly, grateful for the kind words. "Thank you, Lord Marcus. I appreciate your support." Another one of his father's friends, Lady Diana, came forward and placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. "Your father was a friend to all of us, and we mourn his passing. If you ever need someone to help, please know that we are here for you." Maximus forced a small smile, touched by their words. "Thank you, Lady Diana. It relieves me to know that my father has such good friends." Maximus sat beside Lady Diana on his left and Lord Marcus on his right, taking a deep breath to steady himself for the opportunity that they presented. "Lord Marcus, Lady Diana, I do need your assistance. Recently created a new wine that I believe would be a valuable addition to your estate's collection." Lord Marcus stroked his beard thoughtfully. "And what makes your wine so special, Maximus?" Maximus smiled, discreetly pulling a bottle from his bag of holdings. "It's made from a rare grape that I have cultivated myself, with a unique blend of herbs and spices. It has a rich, full-bodied flavor that I believe will appeal to your discerning taste. Especially since it was made with the barrel of infusion," he secretly thought. The barrel of infusion, a large barrel with a pocket of space that can infuse and blend the wine with magical energy. Price 100 system point. Lady Diana leaned forward holding the bottle of wine as she smelled it, her eyes sparkling with interest. "I must say, Maximus, you had a knack for creating exceptional wines. If every wine is this quality, I have no doubt it will be a success." Maximus nodded eagerly. "Thank you, Lady Diana. I have poured my heart and soul into this wine, and I believe it has the potential to become one of the finest in the land." Lord Marcus raised a skeptical eyebrow. "And pray to tell, what is the cost of this fine wine?" Maximus hesitated for a moment, then fixed the lord with a steely gaze. "I understand your concern. This fine wine will only cost 10 gold coins a bottle. I will have my men deliver it through your door if you bought some. I guarantee you will not be disappointed." There was a tense silence in the room for a moment, as Lord Marcus considered Maximus's offer. Finally, he nodded slowly. "Very well, Maximus. I am willing to take a chance on your wine. Let us discuss the details after the banquet." Maximus grinned, relief flooding through him. He knew he had recently thought of what to export for a while and decide to export wine, as it doesn't cost much and are luxurious item for the noble. With the support of Lady Diana and Lord Marcus, he was sure that his wine would become a legend in time. The banquet continued, and Maximus found himself engaged in various conversations with different people. He learned about various things happening around the empire when he was living in seclusion. He also met new acquaintances. The air was filled with the aroma of delicious food and a sound of music played by the court musicians. Some other nobles invited other ladies to dance whenever they saw someone they liked. He also looked around to see if there were potential wives, but to his disappointment, most noble ladies here had a somewhat chaotic life which lowered their overall appeal. Suddenly, the doors at the end of the hall opened, and the old king himself made his grand entrance. Everyone immediately rose from their seats and bowed deeply as he passed by. Once the king had taken his seat, he stood up to address the assembly. "My dear subjects and esteemed nobles, I welcome you to this banquet in honor of your loyalty and service to the empire." The king addressed the assembly, drawing their attention to the pressing matter at hand. "As many of you are well aware, our empire is in dire need of low-grade magical crystals, which are the primary material for most magical items and the most valuable resource for magicians." He then informed them that a small magic crystal mine had recently been discovered nearby the kingdom, and despite being within their territory, the neighboring kingdom had refused to relinquish it. The kingdom sent a negotiator and it had been proven unsuccessful, leaving them with the difficult choice of either accepting the neighboring kingdom's terms or using force to obtain the mine. The king then hesitated before delivering some troubling news. Moreover, our scouts have reported that the neighboring kingdom has been amassing troops on our border and making aggressive moves towards our territory. He then turned to face the nobles gathered before him. I implore you, my trusted advisors and courageous warriors, to assist us in this crisis. Your devotion to the kingdom will be highly appreciated and rewarded. He paused for a moment before continuing. I understand that this conflict may be risky, but I assure you that the rewards will be worth it. For those who participate in the war effort, I offer generous grants of land, titles, and low-grade magical crystals. Your bravery and loyalty will not go unrecognized. As Maximus sat silently among the nobles, his mind raced with thoughts of the potential dangers that came with joining a war. He was determined to keep himself and his family safe, so he refrained from expressing his opinions and attracting attention. Meanwhile, other nobles with lower ranks were eager to join the army and take advantage of the promised rewards. While some of the nobles listened carefully to the king's speech, others were already busy strategizing and calculating the size of their armies. Eventually, the king concluded his address, and the banquet resumed, but the tense atmosphere lingered among the guests as they grappled with the possibility of war. Maximus quietly slipped out of the banquet hall. His promise to Lord Marcus was already behind his mind. Intending to just send an escort and letter for the negotiation. Without saying goodbye to anyone, he made his way to his private chambers and hastily gathered his belongings. Accompanied by his escort guards. As they made their way back to his territory, the group rode in silence, the only sound coming from the horses' hooves and the rustling of the wind. Maximus had always been a peaceful man. Despite his strength, he never felt a strong inclination toward warfare. He had already planned that he would only marry wives and gave birth to children and not participate in any conflict until he was somewhat invincible in an area. Ultimately, he decided to stay neutral and avoid getting involved in the war. But focused on maintaining the stability and prosperity of his lands, using his system to get what he needed. Though some criticized him for not taking up arms and being cowardly, he knew in his heart that he didn't need unnecessary danger to become strong. Chapter 8 Fire and Ice Cannon. A week later, Maximus rode his carriage through the gates of his city, accompanied by his escort guards and the twins, Livia and Luna. The reputation of the twin sisters, known as twin stars because of their potential, once reverberates throughout the kingdom. They were trained from a young age by their father, a Tier 4 Sky Knight, and honed their skills through years of intense training and combat. But even the greatest of stories can take a sudden and unexpected turn. For the twin sisters, their tale began with tragedy. Their father, a Sky Knight, perished on a mission in a far-off land, leaving them to carry on his legacy. Their once impeccable beauty and reputation were targeted by those with malicious intent. Whispers spread, of a tyrant wanting to take them as his own. Filled with fury, the twins set to assassinate this tyrant to deter others. Although they were successful, the battle exhausted their strength and were eventually caught. The twin, knowing their beauty is a disaster, disfigured themselves until no one was willing to buy them as a slave. Maximus dismounted from his carriage and made his way towards his estate. His wives had gathered to welcome him. They were taken aback to see him accompanied by two unfamiliar women. Maximus signaled for the maids to take the two girls to their chambers to freshen up. He then attended to his escort guards. That evening, they all sat down over a cup of tea. So, Maximus, how did you came to meet these two beauties? Asked his first wife, Erica. With a smile on his face, Maximus recounted the story of how he met the two. I see. Said his second wife, Hazel. And you have decided to take them as your wives? His wives looked at them with interest. Livia and Luna were both lovely, despite the scar on their face that already showed a trace of fading. Well, if they make you happy, then we are happy for you. Said Erica, smiling warmly. Maximus thanked them and turned to Livia and Luna. You two will be staying with us from now on. Be sure to tell me everything you need. Livia and Luna bowed respectfully, their back was straight and their eyes were upright. Thank you, Lord Maximus. We are honored to be in your service. Said Livia. Maximus smiled and patted their heads. It will be a long way from now on. But before that, Maximus proceeds to take out the slave contract, a magical document that could bind and control the soul of those who signed it. However, instead of using it to control the two, he tore the contract to pieces, freeing them completely from any kind of control. His wives were initially taken aback by this, as such an action could potentially harm them if the slave were to get out of control. However, they quickly regained their composure. Although the two girls had the strength of Tier 1 knights, but due to malnutrition and lack of practice, they were powerless to cause any harm. Maximus noticed their surprise, but he was confident in his own strength and knew that he could react if there was any danger. His strength was already incomparable before he transmigrated, and he looked at his system panel to confirm it. User, Maximus Shadow Crest, Strength, Tier 1, Official Mage Level 9, 6,500 out of 256,000, Potential, Rank 3, Rare, 751 out of 1,000, Meditation, Chapter 2 Celestial Consciousness, Wife, 2, Hazel, Strength, Apprentice Mage Level 9, Potential, Common, Meditation, Chapter 1, Elemental Breath, Generate, 1 system points per day, Eric Augustin, Strength, Apprentice Mage Level 9, Potential, Common, Meditation, Chapter 1, Elemental Breath, Generate, 1 system points per day, Children, Lily Generate, 1 potential points per day, Liam Generate, 1 potential points per day, Gold, 4,320, Mall. A few days later, Maximus decided to have a brief wedding ceremony with Livia and Luna, with only his closest family and friends in attendance. The ceremony took place in the courtyard of his estate. Maximus was dressed in his finest clothes, while Livia and Luna, wearing elegant white dresses, stood beside him. The ceremony was short but sweet, and soon, Maximus and the twin sister were officially wed. Maximus' wives approached the newlyweds and congratulated them, welcoming them into the family. As the festivities came to an end, Maximus wasted no time in preparing his city for the incoming war. He knew that the wall of the city was the first line of defense, and it needed to be strengthened as much as possible. He browsed the system mall and found various types of city wall weapons with different rune systems. Arcane Barrier, Tier 1, an energy shield of magic that surrounds the city walls, repelling any incoming projectiles or spells. Price 1,000 system point per kilometer. Spectral Cannons, Tier 1, these cannons fire ghostly energy bolts that can pass through solid objects and barriers, striking enemies from unexpected angles. Price 10 system point. Golem Guards, Tier 1, these towering stone constructs are animated by powerful enchantments, defending the city walls with their massive fists and body. Price 10 system point. Flame Barriers, Tier 1, a wall of intense heat surrounds the city that you can on and off, burning away any projectiles or enemies that come too close. Price 500 system point per kilometer. Ice Cannon, Tier 0, this cannon fires a blast of freezing air, creating a barrier of ice that can stop enemies in their tracks. Price 1 system point. Flame Cannon, Tier 0, this cannon unleashes a burst of fire, burning everything in its path. It's especially effective against enemy siege engines and fortifications. Price 1 system point. Looking at the list of items and his budget, he decided to purchase 500 flame cannons and 500 ice cannons, each with 250 cannons mounted for every wall. As for the barrier, he crossed that item for now as it was too expensive. Maximus personally oversaw the installation of the cannons, checking each one to ensure they were properly installed and functioning correctly. With the last cannon mounted, he stepped back and surveyed the fortified city wall with satisfaction. He knew that the newly installed weapons would provide a powerful defense, and he was confident that any army that dared to besiege the city would be crushed to a pulp. After that, Maximus planned to expand his current army to 1,000 men, enough to defend his city in case the neighboring kingdom invaded them. Upon arriving at the newly built city hall, he called upon his trusted military advisors and strategists to devise a plan to increase their army's size. As Maximus took his seat, he wasted no time getting to the point. You are all aware of the impending war that our neighboring empire plans to launch, due to the recent discovery of a magic crystal mine near the border of the kingdom. Maximus paused for a moment before continuing. Although I have no intention of joining the war, I fear that our current army may not be enough to defend ourselves in the event of an invasion. General Smith responded, My lord, we already know and have already initiated recruitment. However, training and equipping new soldiers take time. Maximus pondered for a moment before replying, I understand. You may allocate funds from the city budget to expedite the expansion of the army. How many soldiers do we have so far? General Johnson, who was standing beside General Smith, answered, We have approximately 500 soldiers, my lord. Maximus nodded in approval and said, That's a good start, but you need to start the recruitment process, as I need at least 1,000 soldiers ready in a few months. After extensive deliberation, they concluded that recruiting from neighboring cities and villages would be an effective strategy. To hasten the recruitment, they promised a large income and bonuses to the new recruits. Maximus established recruitment stations throughout his territory, and soon, people from all walks of life were enlisting in the army. Chapter 9 Expanding the farm. As the days turned into weeks and the weeks turned into months, the war between the two neighboring empires over the magic crystal mine on the border raged on. The once beautiful landscapes were now ravaged by constant fighting. The common people were caught in the middle, suffering the consequences of the war. Maximus had wisely chosen not to join the war. As a result, his city was still running smoothly and thriving. The neighboring cities and villages, however, were not so fortunate. Their nobles had overdrafted their city's potential to fund the war effort, leading to many resistances and the common people suffering from a lack of food and grain. It was a tragic sight to behold. Refugees from these war-torn areas began to pour into Maximus City in droves, hoping to find a new home and a chance at survival. The city was not prepared for such an influx of people, and soon enough food in their granary was not enough to feed everyone. Fortunately, with the Maximus system, food is not that big of a problem. He bought about 50 tons of potatoes, squash, and corn, which is more than enough for a day. Sun potatoes, small, flavorful potatoes with a slightly crunchy texture, said to absorb starlight to quickly grow even at night. 10 ton, price 1 system point, sun squash, a type of squash with a sunny, yellow exterior and a sweet, nutty flavor. It's a common ingredient in many dishes and is often roasted or sauté copyrighted with herbs and spices. 10 ton, price 1 system point, fiery corn, a variety of corn that is roasted over an open flame, giving it a smoky, charred flavor. It's popular street food in many cities and can be eaten on the cob or off. 10 ton, price 1 system point. The once clean and beautiful streets were now littered with refugees that live on the streets with makeshift sheds out of whatever materials they could find. As time passed, the situation became increasingly dire. Although with daily input of 40 system points, it was still somewhat manageable. It couldn't continue like this since there were still many things he needed to buy. He had to find a way to turn the city's negative income into a positive one. Maximus called a meeting of his advisors and began the discussion. We need to find a way to increase agricultural production to meet the demands of the influx of refugees. We need more food, and we need it fast. His advisors were quick to respond. We could expand the farming area, but we don't have much fertile land left. The barren land in our territory can't grow food, said one advisor. Maximus smiled as he remembered his system. I may have a solution to this problem. He furrowed his brow and pretended to think as he quickly accessed his system mall for a solution. Crystal Bloom, Tier 1, a crystal that, when melts in the earth, radiates magical energy in a radius of 100 meters, that causes flowers and trees to grow. Price 10 system point, Nature's Touch Tier 2, a spell that can be cast on barren land, bringing it to life and transforming it into a fertile paradise. Price 2000 system point, Spring of Life Tier 3, a magical well that, when its water is poured onto barren land, transforms it into a lush garden. Price 20,000 system point, Miracle Mud, a special mud that, when spread over dry soil, brings new life and fertility to the land. 1 ton price 1 system point, Enchanted Hoe, a farming tool that, when used on barren soil, causes it to become fertile and productive. Price 1 system point. After some consideration, he chose Crystal Bloom as it can be easily utilized. The other options were either not applicable at the moment, too costly, or too noticeable when used. After a while, Maximus pulled out a solid crystal from his storage ring. He then proceeded to explain the function and usage of the crystal to his advisors and officials. Maximus's advisors were amazed and couldn't contain their excitement as they exclaimed, "Incredible! This could solve our problem and possibly change the situation of our territory." One of his advisors quickly asked, "My lord, may I ask where you got this and how many crystals you have?" "I have enough for about 300 hectares of land. As for where it came from, you don't need to know," Maximus concluded. "With these, we can expand our arable land." His advisors added, impressed by Maximus's foresight and resourcefulness. He continued, "However, this is crystal quite expensive and hard to produce, so I warn you not to spread the news as it could get us killed if known by the wrong person." "How about the refugees? How do we settle them?" An advisor spoke up. "The refugees could work in the farms after we cure the land with the fertilizing solution provided by our lord. We can base their contribution on the yield of their farms. The one who farms with the highest yield can have more land to work with." Maximus nodded in agreement, impressed by the idea. They continued to discuss the details of the plan, knowing that it would take a lot of work but that it was necessary for their survival. 8 months passed, and the once barren land was producing excess food, more than what they needed. The refugee was happy, and some of them were in the new houses that had been added to accommodate the influx of refugees. Meanwhile, the workers were busy constructing the new buildings and infrastructure, bragging to their co-workers about their daily lives. Some of them talked about how their lives had improved since they arrived in the city, and how grateful they were for the opportunities. As the new houses were being completed, the refugees eagerly awaited their turn to move in, lining up to receive their new keys. The city had set up a food stand for the workers where they could enjoy a sumptuous lunch compared to the meager meals they were used to, adding to the feeling of gratitude and satisfaction. The situation quickly spread to the surrounding lands as more and more refugees came to take refuge in their city, drawn by the prospect of a better life. They were welcomed with open arms and given work opportunities, contributing to the growth of the city and the prosperity of its people. Meanwhile, in Maximus' castle, His first wife Erica gave birth to their son named Max. Weeks later, his second wife Hazel also gave birth to a son named Nathan. The two sisters, Luna and Livia, were also pregnant, adding to the growing population of the city. Name, Max Shadowcrest, Strength, Tier 0, Potential, Uncommon. Name, Nathan Shadowcrest, Strength, Tier 0, Potential, Uncommon. Maximus himself was also making progress as his strength finally broke through Tier 2 Great Mage. He looked at his data panel with satisfaction, noting the growth of his potential to rank 4 Legendary. User, Maximus Shadowcrest, Strength, Tier 2, Great Mage Level 1, 10,000 out of 1,000,000, Potential, Rank 4 Legendary 3 out of 10,000, Meditation Method, Chapter 3 Celestial Consciousness, Wife, 4, Hazel, Strength, Official Mage Level 2, Potential, Common, Meditation, Chapter 2, Elemental Breath, Generate, 10 System Points per day, Eric Augustin, Strength, Official Mage Level 2, Potential, Common, Meditation, Chapter 2, Elemental Breath, Generate, 10 System Points per day, Livia Silvermane, Strength, Official Knight Level 8, Potential, Common, Meditation, Chapter 2, Moonlit Serenade, Generate, 10 System Points per day, Luna Silvermane, Strength, Official Knight Level 8, Potential, Common, Meditation, Chapter 2, Moonlit Serenade, Generate, 10 System Points per day, Moonlit Serenade, a cultivation exercise that harnesses the power of the moon to enhance speed and agility. Female knights who practice this technique are known for their graceful movements and swift strikes. Chapter 2, Price 100 System Point, Children, Lily Generate, 1 Potential Points per day, Liam Generate, 1 Potential Points per day, Max Generate, 1 Potential Points per day, Nathan Generate, 1 Potential Points per day, Gold, 13,125, Mall. Chapter 10 The Death of Crown Prince Magic crystals are the most valuable resources that you can get. They are often used to power magical devices, enchant items, and enhance the abilities of mages and other magic users. When used to power devices, magic crystals can provide a nearly limitless source of energy. They can be used to power everything from simple light sources to complex magical machines. The crystals themselves can vary in size, shape, and color, with some being small enough to fit in the palm of a hand and others being the size of boulders. Overall, magic crystals are a versatile and powerful resource, with a wide range of uses and applications. And thus, the small magic crystal mine held immense strategic value for both kingdoms, serving as a crucial resource and the most valuable currency on the continent, surpassing even gold. Control of the mine would mean significant strength and advantage for the kingdom that possessed it, hence the intense and fierce fighting by both sides to gain control. The conflict over the mine had been ongoing for more than a year, with both factions experiencing significant casualties. The opposing Kingdom of Jade had deployed their trump card, a Sky Knight, to launch an offensive against the mine, and the Fairy Kingdom had responded by also dispatching a Sky Knight, Shadow, to defend it. As the battle escalated to a climax, a burst of shock waved the entire area, followed by a deafening explosion that reverberated through the valley. Magnus Arender, the king of the Fairy Kingdom, a Tier 4 Sky Knight, joined the battle, teaming up with Shadow to besiege the enemy knight. After a few bouts, the enemy Sky Knight was eliminated. Realizing that they were on the verge of defeat, the Jade Kingdom surrendered and agreed to relinquish control of the mine. As part of the peace agreement, the kingdom also agreed to provide war compensation to the Fairy Kingdom, including gold, additional land, and other valuable resources. The war had been long and grueling, but the death of a Tier 4 Sky Knight, one of the strongest protectors of the kingdom, was a turning point that led to the eventual end of the conflict. Magnus Arender, the king of the Fairy Kingdom, sat at his desk, perusing reports and documents concerning the recent war. His prime minister, a seasoned statesman, stood before him, waiting patiently for his attention. Your Majesty. The prime minister began, I have compiled a list of individuals who made significant contributions to the war effort. Magnus nodded, please, let me see the list. The prime minister handed over a parchment listing the names of commanders, mages, and knights who had distinguished themselves in battle. As he read through the list, he nodded in agreement at the bravery of his people. I pledge to grant them land and titles for their contributions. The king stated. Ensure that the rewards are distributed accordingly. By our command, Your Majesty. The Prime Minister replied. As the two continued to discuss and plan the distribution of benefits and rewards to those who contributed to the war effort, they were interrupted by a sudden commotion outside. A guard burst into the room, his face pale and his breath ragged. The Crown Prince is dead. The guard gasped. The king, Magnus, stood up from his throne, shocked. What happened? How could this be? The guard continued. It seems that he was the victim of a conspiracy by the cultists. He was poisoned, leading to his death. Magnus was consumed with grief and anger. Who did this? I want to know who is responsible for my son's death." The guard promised to investigate, and as he left to carry out his orders, the Prime Minister spoke up. "Your Majesty, we should also be wary of the cultists. They have grown more powerful in recent years, and they may be a greater threat than we realize." Magnus nodded in agreement. "Yes, we cannot underestimate them. We must root out their influence as soon as possible." At that moment, a figure emerged from the shadows in the corner of the room. It was one of the Emperor's trusted advisors, Shadow. "Your Majesty," Shadow said, his voice low and conspiratorial. "I have been keeping an eye on the cultists. I have reason to believe that they are working with some of the most powerful nobles in the kingdom." Magnus' eyes narrowed. "Who are they? Tell me their names." The Shadow hesitated for a moment before answering. "I cannot say for certain, Your Majesty. But I have heard rumors about Duke Charles and his alliance being seen with the cultists." Magnus' face twisted in anger. "Charles? That traitor? I knew I should never have trusted him." The Prime Minister spoke up, his voice measured and calm. "Your Majesty, we must be careful not to act hastily. We must not startle the snake and gather more information." Magnus nodded, his face still red with rage. "You're right. But I will not rest until I find out who is behind my son's death." With that, he slumped back onto his throne, exhausted from the emotional outburst and the toll it had taken on his aging body. Chapter 11 Political Turmoil. The king sat on his throne, his face a mask of grief and fury. The crown prince, his beloved son, was dead, poisoned by the followers of an unorthodox god. He had ordered a thorough investigation into the matter, but so far, they had come up empty-handed. Duke Charles, his younger brother, was suspected of colluding with the cult. Charles's whereabouts during the time of the poisoning were unknown, and several of his servants had been seen with known cult members. The room was filled with tension as the king sat on his throne, flanked by his advisors. In front of him stood Duke Charles, his younger brother, accused of colluding with the cult responsible for the death of the crown prince. "Brother, I demand you explain yourself." His voice was shaky with anger and grief. Duke Charles remained calm as he spoke. "Your Majesty, I swear on my honor that I had no part in the prince's death or any dealings with this so-called cult." He turned to Shadow, his trusted advisor. "Shadow, what evidence do we have against the Duke?" Shadow hesitated before answering. "Your Majesty, we received a report from our informant that they spotted the Duke with the cult members on several occasions." The Duke's face remained stoic as he responded, "I have many business dealings, and it's possible that I may have encountered them, but I assure you I was not in any way related to the prince's death." Despite their best efforts, the investigation turned up no concrete evidence against Duke Charles. The king was beside himself with rage and frustration. He slammed his fist on the armrest of his throne and suddenly slumped forward, unconscious. His advisors rushed to his side, calling for the court physician. After a few tense moments, the king regained consciousness, but it was clear that his old age was catching up to him, and the multiple life-extending potions and items he had taken before were now ineffective. The Duke, who had been standing silently, bowed respectfully before the Emperor and left the throne room, his name cleared but his reputation tarnished. Shadow remained behind, deep in thought, trying to find a way to uncover the truth behind the prince's death. As the king's health continued to decline, the political landscape of the empire became increasingly unstable, with factions competing for power and influence. And in the dark, the cult responsible for the prince's death continued to operate, their true motivations and goals unknown. The news of the crown prince's death spread through the kingdom like wildfire, causing uncertainty and fear to grip the hearts of the people. For the nobles, it meant the start of a new and uncertain era. As the process to choose the next heir continued for several weeks, the nobles reacted differently. Some greedy nobles, who were easily swayed by money, began to plot and scheme to align themselves with the most likely candidate. Others, the prideful noble who thought they were the decisive decision-makers as to who should be the heir, became more vocal in their opinions. The majority of the nobles, however, chose to wait and see, carefully watching. They knew that choosing the wrong heir could lead to a civil war, and they were not willing to risk their lives or their fortunes. The nobles considered various unique characteristics and traits of the siblings to make their decision. Some favored the older prince, who was known for his wisdom and diplomatic skills. Others preferred the younger princess, who was beloved by the people and had shown great promise in her studies. As the weeks went by, some nobles began to choose a new heir to support, based on the information they had gathered. They communicated their support for the chosen heir in a more informal and behind-the-scenes manner, careful not to reveal their hand too soon. On the other hand, leaders of the neighboring kingdom convened in the Grand Hall to discuss the political turmoil in the Fairy Kingdom. The advisors and ministers discussed the potential benefits and consequences of intervening in the conflict. One advisor argued that intervening in the Fairy Kingdom would strengthen the neighboring kingdom's position in the region and create opportunities for trade and expansion. However, another minister cautioned that intervening could lead to an unnecessary war and that the Fairy Kingdom could potentially become a liability. As the discussion continued, it became clear that there was no clear consensus on what action to take. The majority of advisors and ministers suggested a wait-and-see approach, monitoring the situation in the Fairy Kingdom closely before making any decisions. The leader of the neighboring kingdom ultimately agreed with the majority's recommendation and decided to adopt a wait-and-see attitude. The kingdom would continue to observe the situation in the Fairy Kingdom closely and prepare for any potential developments that could impact their own interests. The meeting concluded with the leaders acknowledging the potential risks of intervention and the need for careful consideration of their options. Maximus sat in his chamber, surrounded by stacks of letters from various nobles soliciting his support in their faction. Each letter was sealed with a sigil of the sender, and each carried an enticing offer for Maximus to join their side in the political conflict that had been raging across the empire. Promises of land, titles, and wealth had all been promised in exchange for his allegiance. Maximus had never been one to make hasty decisions, and he took the time to read through each letter carefully, weighing the benefits and risks of joining each faction. He also received envoys from some of the nobles, who made their pitch in person, hoping to sway him to their cause. Despite their persuasive words, Maximus remained unswayed. He knew that joining a faction now would not do him any good. Besides, wealth meant nothing to him as his system could generate 40 gold coins a day, which could feed a huge family for a lifetime. As for land, his property was larger than the imperial city, despite being barren. In terms of title, it would be useless as he would become a lackey in the end, even if the one he supported won. However, Maximus knew that staying neutral would not be without its challenges. He would likely face pressure and attempts at coercion from both sides, as each faction would suspect him of having hidden agendas. As the days went on, more letters and envoys arrived, each attempting to persuade Maximus to join their faction. He politely declined each one, thanking them for their offers but stating that he had made his decision to remain neutral. Some were disappointed, while others grew angry at his refusal to pick a side. In the end, he decided to remain neutral and refuse to join any particular faction. It would allow him to maintain his independence and keep his options open, allowing him to be more flexible in case he was presented with an opportunity. Chapter 12 Assassination in a lavish private chamber, Marquis Lixus and his trusted advisor, Sir Martus, sat together discussing the latest court gossip. They had heard whispers about Count Maximus, a lowly mage who turned part of his barren territory into fertile fields. The Marquis was intrigued, but skeptical. "Do you think this is possible, Martus? How could a weak mage do something that powerful?" Martus scratched his chin thoughtfully. "It is hard to say, my lord. But if the rumors are true, then this is certainly something we should investigate." Lixus nodded in agreement. "We cannot let such power go unchecked. I want you to find out everything you can about Count Maximus and how he does what he does." Martus bowed his head respectfully. "Of course, my lord. Should I make inquiries among our people, or seek outside help?" The Marquis considered for a moment before answering. "I don't want to risk anyone in our court being responsible for this. Seek outside help, and be discreet." Martus nodded solemnly. "As you wish, my lord. I will begin my investigation immediately." After several days, it was confirmed that the once barren land had indeed become arable. However, how it is accomplished remains a mystery. Excited by the news, the Marquis Lixus hastily summoned his trusted aide, Martus, to his private chamber and ordered him to hire an assassin to capture Maximus. Several days later, Martus informed the Marquis that he had successfully hired an assassin named Lucas, a notorious peak Tier 3 Earth Knight that is skilled in assassination techniques. As the Marquis Lixus eagerly awaited news of Maximus' capture, his mind was consumed with the potential benefits that could come from possessing the power to transform barren land into fertile fields. Restlessly pacing in his chambers, Lixus constantly asked his aides for any news or updates from the hired assassin. He believed that only he was capable of possessing that knowledge and power to change the world. Lucas, the hired assassin of Marquis Lixus, had finally infiltrated in Shadow City. As he walked down the busy streets, he was taken aback by the liveliness of the city. The markets were bustling with people, and the stalls were lined with fresh fruits, vegetables, and meats. Lucas couldn't resist the mouth-watering aromas and decided to buy some food to blend in with the locals. As he munched on some roasted meat, he carefully observed his surroundings, gathering information about his target. He had learned that Count Maximus was a young mage who had recently become a count due to the death of his father. According to the news, he knew his target only had the strength of apprentice magician years ago. Even if his strength grew, he can only be an official mage at most. Lucas walked down the streets, taking in the sights and sounds of the city, but he was always on guard. He knew that he couldn't afford to let his guard down, not even for a moment. After all, he was a stranger in a foreign land, and the people of the city were wary of outsiders. As he ate, Lucas made his way toward the Count's castle, hoping to gather more information. He was surprised to find that the castle was heavily guarded, and getting past the guards would be no easy feat. He watched from a distance, observing the movements of the guards, hoping to find a weakness that he could exploit. As the day turned into night, Lucas realized that going into the castle was difficult and would cause a commotion, which he didn't like. He could only bide his time waiting for the best chance to capture his target. Maximus sat in his secret room, watching the various screens displaying the city under his protection. The whole city was full of magical sensors that completed an array that can detect and analyze any suspicious activity within the city. Guardian's Eye Array, Tier 0, this array creates a network of magical sensors throughout the city, granting the ability to detect any unauthorized or suspicious magical activity, and can detect up to Tier 3 magic activity. Price 700 System Point. The is a more advanced formation array that can both defend and attack. Unfortunately, it's too expensive. As he observed the screens, he noticed a flashing red signal indicating the presence of a suspicious individual who had entered the city. Intrigued, he directed his attention to locate the source of the alert and identified a distinct magic signature that stood out from the others. In this city, individuals, whether powerful or not, typically displayed their magic signatures in the open. However, this man's magic signature appeared unusually concentrated, as if he intended to blend in with ordinary people and conceal his true identity. He watched as the screens followed the stranger's movements, observing as he bought food from street vendors, walking throughout the city as if surveying. Despite the man's attempts to blend in, his magic signature was instantly recognized by the array database. Despite not being sure if the man came for him, he could not risk this stranger endangering him or his people. Maximus reached for a crystal-like device and spoke to Edwin, the head guard. Crystal Resonator, Tier 0, a crystal device designed for communication. By channeling magical energy through it, users can transmit their voices through a short distance with other resonators. Price 60 System Point. Lure him to the location, he said, his voice steady and emotionless. As he gave the information about the other party, the guards understood the gravity of his command and went out to find the stranger. Lucas, the assassin, had no idea that he had already been exposed, but Maximus knew that it was only a matter of time before he became suspicious. As he plans for the next action, Maximus felt a sense of excitement. The assassin Lucas had been wandering the streets of the city for days, gathering information about his target. He had been surprised by the liveliness of the city, with people bustling around and food stalls lining the streets. He had even indulged in some of the local delicacies but had remained vigilant, looking for opportunities to capture his target. Finally, he received a message from one of his eyeliners that Maximus was going out of the castle. It was a secluded area on the outskirts of the city, a place where few were allowed to go. Lucas made his way there, taking care to remain hidden and undetected. As he approached the location, he noticed that it was guarded by several of Maximus' men. Lucas knew that this would be a tricky situation, but he was confident in his skills. He waited until nightfall, then made his move. He silently knocked out the guards one by one, moving quickly and quietly. As he made his way closer to the building, he could see Maximus through a corner, walking leisurely and seemingly unaware of his presence. Lucas prepared himself to strike, drawing his weapon and stepping forward. But as he moved, something strange happened. He stumbled, his movements becoming sluggish and uncoordinated. He felt weak, as though his body was no longer responding to his commands. He tried to fight it, but it was too late. Lucas fell to the ground, completely paralyzed. Paralysis Pulse Array, Tier 2. This array emits a focused pulse of magical energy within a 2-meter radius, causing paralysis up to Tier 3 being. Price 5,000 System Point. Anyone caught within its range is immobilized for a short duration, rendering them unable to move or react. Maximus approached him calmly, a smug smile appeared on his face. "You thought you could take me down?" he asked, his voice dripping with arrogance. Lucas tried to speak, but he couldn't even move his mouth. He was completely at Maximus' mercy. With a flick of his wrist, Maximus released the small magic formations that had been controlling Lucas. The assassin gasped for air, his body once again under his control. Maximus then again switched the formation on. Lucas lay on the ground, unable to move or speak, while Maximus played with the formation as if testing its effectiveness. Satisfied with the effects of the formation he bought, he finally turned his attention towards this stranger. After an hour of torture finding no information about the mastermind behind the scene, Maximus grew impatient as he finally ended the life of this unknown assassin. Lucas felt his life slipping away. He knew that he was dying, but he couldn't even muster the strength to fight. In the end, Lucas was just another casualty of Maximus' growing influence. He had underestimated the one he thought was a lowly mage and paid the ultimate price. Maximus, on the other hand, continued his days, making babies as his power and wealth grew with each passing day. Chapter 13. The Hunt. Marquis Lixus sat impatiently at his desk, tapping his fingers on the wooden surface. It has been weeks since he heard any news from Lucas, his hired assassin. It was unlike Lucas to not report back, and the silence was making Lixus anxious. What could have happened to Lucas? Did he fail his mission? Or was he captured by Maximus' men? Lixus couldn't shake off the feeling that something was not right. As he pondered over the possibilities, Lixus realized that Maximus may have a hidden force that he was not aware of. His gut feeling told him that there was more to this lowly mage than he had initially thought. Maximus' ability to transform barren land into fertile ones was not the work of an ordinary mage. Lixus knew that he had to find out what Maximus was hiding, and he began to consider other options. Perhaps he could send in more spies or hire another assassin. However, he needed a safer and more subtle approach. Then, an idea struck him. He decided to spread rumors about Maximus' treasure that can turn a land fertile. Marquis knew that news travels fast in the kingdom, and he hoped that someone would take the bait and come forward to investigate. This way, Lixus could see what trump cards Maximus had hidden up his sleeve. Marquis quickly dispatched his most trusted messenger to spread the word. The messenger was instructed to visit local taverns and markets and spread the news. The messenger was warned to be discreet and not attract any attention to himself. Days passed, and the Marquis received no news of any progress. He grew more impatient and frustrated by the day. Lixus wondered if anyone had taken the bait or if the messenger had failed to deliver the message. Just when he was about to give up hope, a report arrived. One of Lixus' spies had overheard a conversation in a tavern about Maximus' treasure. The spy reported that a group of mercenaries were hired by someone to investigate and see if the rumors were true. Lixus was ecstatic. Days turned into weeks, and Lixus received no further news. He began to worry that the noble's hired mercenary had failed, or worse, had been caught by Maximus' men. He couldn't shake off the feeling that something was not right. Back in his castle, Lixus couldn't help but frown. He now knew what Maximus was hiding was bigger than he imagined. Maximus sat in his study, poring over a stack of parchments and maps. His attention was suddenly interrupted by the sound of his door creaking open. He looked up to see his trusted advisor, Gerald, entering the room. "My lord, the monitoring system you established has been frequently ringing alarms as spies and assassins have been entering the city, and rumors have been spreading about a treasure in your possession capable of transforming barren land into fertile fields," reported Gerald, his face reflecting his concern. Maximus let out a deep sigh. The word about a treasure, which was actually just the crystal boom he bought for 10 system points, had evidently spread farther than he had anticipated. "Thank you for the reminder, Gerald. I'll take care of it," Maximus said, trying to keep the frustration out of his voice. Maximus became increasingly annoyed with the constant stream of interruptions. He had worked hard to create a life of leisure and success for himself, and he wasn't about to let a bunch of hired killers ruin it for him. He spent less time with his wife and more time out and about, trying to catch the assassins before they could even get close to him. As the days went by, Maximus became more and more exasperated with the predicament he found himself in. One day, he summoned Phantom, the leader of the spy group he created called the Phantom Group, and presented a plan to uncover the source of the rumors. The Phantom Group spent several days investigating and analyzing information, and eventually, they discovered that the rumors had originated from the nearby Marquis Lixus. Marquis Lixus believed that he was being clever by spreading rumors about Maximus' supposed treasure. He had hoped to expose any hidden trump cards that Maximus may have possessed. Unfortunately for him, his plan had backfired tremendously. When Maximus discovered that Marquis Lixus was the culprit behind the rumors, he was infuriated. In the past week, he had been dealing with the consequences of Lixus' actions, which had significantly impacted his good business. Maximus thought with cold eyes. "You thought you could outsmart me, but you were wrong. Now, you will pay the price for your arrogance." Maximus had always been a man of foresight. Before the war had started, he started forming a group of assassins and spies. He knew that his power and wealth would inevitably attract enemies. He didn't expect it to be useful now. In the ongoing war about the magic crystal mine, Maximus's group of assassins and spies had been slowly growing, spreading throughout the empire. Although their number was small, consisting of just over 100 members, they were highly trained and equipped with useful alchemy and mechanical items. Maximus spared no expense in ensuring that they were well equipped to carry out their tasks. The group was divided into two factions: the assassins, who were responsible for eliminating threats to Maximus, and the spies, who gathered intelligence on potential threats and kept a watchful eye on the empire. Despite their small number, Maximus's group of assassins and spies was highly effective. They were able to infiltrate even the most heavily guarded of castles and take out their targets with ease. Maximus made sure that his group operated in secrecy, so no one knew about their existence except himself. Maximus had been very careful in selecting his group of assassins and spies. He handpicked each member, making sure that they were loyal to him and his cause. As the group grew in numbers and strength, they started spreading throughout the empire, keeping an eye on all potential threats. Their equipment made it possible for this group to monitor a large area from the smallest villages to the largest estates. They could intercept messages and track the movements of potential threats, making sure that they were always one step ahead. Maximus was proud of this group as they were a testament to his foresight and his willingness to do whatever it takes to protect his territory. Phantom Group had been planning their attack on Marquis Lixus Castle for a week. They had studied the layout of the castle, analyzed the habits of the guards, and developed a strategy that was sure to succeed. The day of the attack finally arrived, and the assassins moved smoothly and quietly through the castle, completely undetected. Lixus, exhausted from the previous day's activities, had retired to his chambers early, leaving the castle in the hands of his trusted advisors and guards. Unbeknownst to him, the assassins had already infiltrated the castle, using their alchemy items to seamlessly with the staff or the surrounding land. They moved with the precision and speed of a well-oiled machine, taking out guards and advisors without a sound. As they approached Lixus' chambers, the assassins knew that they had to be especially careful. Lixus was known to be paranoid and had taken great pains to fortify his chambers against any possible attack. As they got closer, Lixus was alerted and tried to rouse in his sleep, but it was too late. The assassins moved quickly and efficiently, silencing him before he could even scream. With Lixus dead, the assassins retreated from the castle, slipping out undetected just as they had arrived. Chapter 14 The aftermath. The morning sun had just risen over the castle of Marquis Lixus. The guards were going about their usual duties, patrolling the perimeter and checking the gates. But something was off. There was a sense of unease in the air. Then they found him. Marquis Lixus, their lord, lay lifeless in his bedchamber. His body had been discovered by his attendant, who immediately raised the alarm. The news of the assassination spread like wildfire throughout the castle, and soon everyone was talking about it. The guards were in a state of shock and disbelief, trying to piece together what had happened. It was clear that the killer had been skilled and had left no trace of their presence. As the day went on, the news of the Marquis's death reached the surrounding villages and towns. The people were shocked and saddened by the news. Some even began to speculate about who could have done such a thing. Rumors began to spread like wildfire, with many pointing fingers at the neighboring lords and nobles who had grudges against Marquis Lixus. Some even whispered about the possibility of an inside job, with one of the Marquis's trusted men betraying him. The guards were on high alert, searching for any clues that could lead them to the killer. But as the days went by, it seemed that they were no closer to solving the case. Meanwhile, Maximus, who had orchestrated the assassination, was quietly reading the report about Marquis Lixus's death. He was pleased to see that they were still in the dark about his involvement. Days turned, and the rumors continued to spread. Some people began to speculate that Marquis's death was a punishment from the gods for his supposed sins. Others whispered about the possibility of a curse on his family. The death of Marquis Lixus sent shockwaves throughout the kingdom. As the news spread, reactions varied among the people, especially the nobles who knew of the Marquis and his influence. Some nobles, who had no idea who was responsible for the assassination, went about their daily lives as usual, attending to their duties and matters of state. These nobles did not want to get involved in the matter, as they believed it was not their place to do so. However, some of the nobles who were involved in the recent sending of assassins and spies to Maximus City were suspicious. They suspected that Maximus was involved in the assassination, as the assassins and spies they had sent did not return. They believed that Maximus had hidden his strength and had a hidden force that he had used to take out the Marquis. These nobles were afraid of Maximus and his power. They feared that he could use the same tactics against them if they crossed him. They were also concerned about the impact of the Marquis's death on their positions in the empire. The Marquis had been a powerful ally for some of them, and they were worried that they would lose their influence without him. As the days went by, tensions rose among the nobles. Some openly accused Maximus of being responsible for the assassination, while others kept their suspicions to themselves. The authorities investigated the matter, but no concrete evidence was found that pointed toward Maximus. As the weeks passed, the investigation into Marquis's death continued, but no one was ever officially charged with the crime. The nobles who had suspected Maximus eventually let go of their suspicions and moved on with their lives. Ultimately, the identity of the assassin who killed Marquis Lixus remained shrouded in mystery, and life in the empire carried on. Maximus already anticipated that the news of the Marquis's death would spark suspicion among the nobles. He was unperturbed by the rumors. As a Tier 2 Great Mage, he was only one step away from becoming a Tier 3 Nascent Mage, the strongest in the kingdom. His power surpassed the understanding of most individuals, and he possessed the confidence to face any challenges that might come his way. However, he decided to lay low for a while. He didn't want to draw any unnecessary attention to himself or his family, and he wanted to avoid any potential conflict with the other nobles. Maximus knew that he had enemies in the empire, and he didn't want to give them any opportunities to strike. Despite his concerns about the other nobles, Maximus spent his time tending to his business affairs. He was aware of the rumors and speculation about his involvement in Marquis Lixus's death, and some of the nobles were convinced that he had a hidden force or army that he had used to carry out the assassination. However, Maximus found the notion amusing, as his strength lay in his abilities, and he knew he could handle any situation on his own. In fact, even the existence of the Phantom Group was simply a byproduct of his abilities. As the days passed, Maximus remained vigilant, keeping a watchful eye on this situation. He knew that there were forces at work in the kingdom that were beyond his control and could still threaten him. Despite this, he still made time for his family, enjoying moments of relaxation and fun with his family. Maximus sat contentedly on a picnic blanket, surrounded by his family. The warm sun beat down on his face as he watched his children play dumbly in the backyard, surrounded by a sea of colorful flowers. His wives sat beside him, chatting and laughing, and the delicious smell of food filled the air. For the first time in what seemed like forever, Maximus had time to spend with his family. The death of Marquis Lixus had scared off many of the nobles, and the number of assassins and spies coming to his city had decreased significantly. It was a welcome change for Maximus, who had been dealing with these threats for weeks on end. He looked at his wives and smiled, feeling grateful for their love and support. Luna, his third wife, was pregnant with their fifth child, and he couldn't wait to welcome another addition to their family. Livia, his fourth wife, was also pregnant with their sixth child, and he felt blessed to have such a large and loving family. Erica and Hazel, his first and second wives, respectively, had given birth to their children just a few months ago. Maximus felt a sense of pride and joy as he watched them care for their little ones, and he couldn't wait to watch them grow and thrive in his home. As he took a bite of the delicious food, Maximus felt a sense of peace wash over him. He had spent so much time worrying about the threats to his city recently that he rarely had time for his family. He watched his children play, amused by their silly antics. The two babies, just a few months old, cooed and gurgled as they lay on their backs, kicking their little legs in the air. The two one-year-olds toddled around the yard, chasing after each other and giggling with delight. Maximus felt his heart swell with love for his family. They were his everything, and he would do anything to protect them. He knew that he had to remain vigilant, but for now, he was content to bask in the warmth of the sun and the love of his family. As the afternoon wore on, Maximus and his family enjoyed a leisurely picnic, eating delicious food and savoring each other's company. The children grew sleepy, and Maximus and his wives took turns holding and soothing them. As the sun began to set, Maximus felt a sense of contentment wash over him. He had spent a beautiful day with his family, and he felt reinvigorated by their love and support. As the evening fell, he knew that he would return to his duties as the leader of his city, but for now, he was happy to simply be a father and a husband. Chapter 15 The next crown prince. The kingdom was in a state of flux as the current emperor's health deteriorated, and the question of who would succeed him was on everyone's minds. The king had several sons, each with their own strengths and weaknesses, and there was much debate and speculation about who would be chosen to ascend to the throne. The king himself was aware of the gravity of the situation and called for a meeting with his counselors to discuss the issue of succession. The counselors were a group of wise and experienced men who had served the king for many years, and their opinions and advice were highly valued. They gathered in the king's private chamber, awaiting his arrival. As the king entered, the counselors rose to greet him. He was an old man, stooped with age and illness, but still possessed a keen mind and sharp wit. He took his seat at the head of the table, and the counselors settled into their places around him. "Thank you for coming, my friends," the king said, his voice weak but steady. "As you are all aware, the question of my successor is a matter of great concern for the kingdom. I have called you here today to discuss this issue and to seek your opinion on the matter." The counselors nodded, aware of the weight of responsibility that had been placed on their shoulders. They knew that the decision they made today would shape the destiny of the kingdom for years to come. The counselors started to debate the merits of the various princes, each making a case for why they thought their chosen candidate was the best choice. Some argued that Prince Edward was the most qualified, with a brilliant mind and a keen understanding of politics. Others favored Prince William, citing his military prowess and his ability to inspire loyalty in his troops. The debate grew heated, with each counselor speaking passionately in defense of their chosen prince. The king sat quietly, listening to their arguments with a faint smile on his lips. He had seen this all before, many times over the years, and he knew that it was an inevitable part of the process. As the debate continued, the king closed his eyes and leaned back in his chair, lost in thought. He weighed the merits of each prince in his mind, considering their strengths and weaknesses, their temperaments and personalities, and the future that lay ahead for the kingdom. Finally, he opened his eyes and looked around the table, his gaze resting on each counselor. "I have heard your arguments, my friends, and I appreciate the wisdom and experience that you bring to this discussion. But in the end, the final decision must be mine." He paused for a moment, allowing his words to sink in. "I have chosen Prince Alfred as my successor. He has shown himself to be a man of great intelligence and wisdom, with a deep understanding of the complexities of governance. He has the respect and admiration of his peers, and I am confident that he will make an excellent ruler." There was a collective gasp from the counselors, and a murmur of surprise ran through the room. Many of them had expected another prince to be chosen, and they were taken aback by the king's decision. There was a moment of stunned silence as the counselors absorbed the news. Then, slowly, they began to nod in agreement. They knew that the king's decision was final and that it was their duty to support him and Prince Alfred in the days and years to come. Alfred sat in his chambers, staring blankly at the wall. He had just received the news that he was to be appointed as the crown prince. He couldn't help but feel a sense of excitement and responsibility wash over him. Alfred stood up from his chair and walked over to the window, gazing out at the sprawling city below. He took a deep breath and steeled himself for what will come. He knew that he had a lot of work to do, and he was ready for it. Just then, there was a knock on the door, and Alfred turned to see his father, Magnus, standing in the doorway. "Alfred, my son." "The king," Magnus said with a smile. "I hope you're ready." Alfred nodded, feeling a surge of pride at his father's words. Magnus walked over to Alfred and placed a hand on his shoulder. "I am proud of you, my son. You have shown great promise and potential, and I know that you will make a fine leader." Alfred felt a lump form in his throat as he looked up at his father. He knew that his father was not one to give praise lightly, and his words meant everything to him. "Thank you, father," Alfred said, his voice barely above a whisper. The king smiled and patted Alfred's shoulder before turning to leave the room. As his father left the room, Alfred sat back down in his chair and closed his eyes. He took a deep breath and allowed himself to calm down. The news of Prince Alfred's appointment as the next crown prince spread, and the princes reacted in different ways. Some were supportive, seeing Alfred as a wise and capable leader who would guide them to a bright future. Others were resentful, feeling that they were overlooked and that they were more deserving of the title. Prince Edward, the eldest prince, was particularly resentful. He had always believed that the throne would be his, and he had spent his entire life preparing for the role. He had studied diplomacy, strategy, and warfare, and had built a network of powerful allies throughout the kingdom. But now, all of his ambitions had been crushed, and he was left with nothing. Prince Edward retreated to his chambers, where he spent hours brooding over his misfortune. He cursed Alfred and his father and vowed that he would never forgive them for what they had done to him. Meanwhile, Prince Richard, the youngest of the princes, was more accepting of the news. He had always been a happy-go-lucky sort of person, more interested in music and poetry than in politics or warfare. He saw Alfred as a kind and gentle brother, and he was happy to support him in any way he could. Prince Edward approached Alfred later that day and offered his congratulations. "I'm so happy for you, brother," he said. Alfred smiled warmly at Edward, grateful for his support. He knew that he would need all the allies he could get in the coming months and years. Finally, a week after Alfred's appointment, the king announced the schedule of his coronation as the next heir to the throne. There would be a grand ceremony in the capital city, with nobles and dignitaries from across the kingdom in attendance. The preparations for the coronation began, and the kingdom buzzed with anticipation. Maximus had received an invitation to attend the coronation of the new crown prince. He had thought for a while before finally deciding to attend the event. The news of the appointment of the new crown prince had caught his attention, and he wanted to see for himself what this new heir was capable of. Maximus arrived at the palace early on the day of the coronation. As he entered the palace gates, he was immediately struck by the grandeur of the event. The palace was adorned with beautiful decorations, and the air was filled with the sounds of music and the excited chatter of the guests. As he made his way to the grand hall, Maximus noticed the different reactions of the nobles in attendance. Some were pleased to be there, others were looking forward to seeing the new crown prince, hopeful that he would be a strong and capable leader. However, there were also those who were disappointed with the choice of the new crown prince. They had hoped that their own favored candidate would be chosen and were now left feeling bitter and resentful. Maximus also noticed their frowns and scowls. Maximus took his seat among the other guests, his eyes fixed on the entrance to the grand hall. Finally, the doors opened, and the new crown prince entered the hall. Maximus was impressed by the new crown prince's demeanor. He was young, but he carried himself with confidence and poise that belied his age. He wore a regal outfit that glittered in the light, and his face was set with determination. Alfred felt overwhelmed with emotion as he stepped onto the balcony to greet his subjects. The cheers grew louder as he raised his hand to signal for silence. He gave a brief speech, thanking the people for their support and promising to do his best. However, Not everyone was pleased with Alfred's appointment. The other princes, who had hoped to be named the crown prince, were resentful and jealous. They watched from the crowd with scowls, unwilling to show their displeasure. The festivities lasted well into the night, with music, dancing, and feasting. Alfred could not help but feel humbled by the outpouring of love and support from his people. In the end, the coronation of Prince Alfred marked the beginning of a new era in a kingdom's history. Chapter 16 The Chaos in the City. As soon as Alfred was appointed the crown prince, he began familiarizing himself with the duties that he would have to undertake before he became the kingdom's ruler. He knew that there was a lot to learn before taking the throne. He started by reading all the books and documents he could get his hands on about the history of his nation. He spent hours with the advisors, discussing policies, and understanding the nuances of governance. Alfred knew that he couldn't do it all alone. He needed people he could trust to help him govern his nation. So, he started looking at the information about various nobles in the kingdom. He wanted to identify those who shared his vision for the nation and bring them into his inner circle. He spent hours studying their backgrounds and talking to his advisors seeking their advice. He knew that some of the nobles would be reluctant to join him, so he decided to meet them in person. He traveled to different parts of his nation, meeting with nobles, and talking to them about his vision for the future. He wanted to assure them that he was committed to the betterment of the nation. Alfred also knew that he had to be patient. He couldn't rush things, and he had to let things take their natural course. Alfred's dedication to his duty and his commitment to his nation did not go unnoticed. The people began to see him as a responsible leader who was committed to their well-being. The nobles too started to take notice of him, and many of them began to support him. Prince Edward had always harbored ambitious aspirations. Moreover, his longing for power and influence intensified after his father's health began to decline and his younger brother, Felix, who was supposed to be in line for the throne, passed away. Despite being the eldest son, Edward was convinced by Felix's appointment as the crown prince, as he was a truly talented and charismatic individual. However, with Felix's untimely death, Edward was left feeling unsatisfied, especially as the unknown younger brother, Alfred, was named the new crown prince instead of him. One day, Prince Edward received a message from a group of cultists who worshipped an unorthodox god known as the God of Shadows. They offered to help him secure the throne if he would agree to certain conditions. At first, Edward was hesitant, but his ambition got the better of him, and he agreed to meet with the cultists. Prince Edward walked through the dimly lit alleyways, his mind racing with thoughts of power and dominance. He had always been envious of his younger brother, Alfred, and the attention he received from their father. It was time for Edward to make his move and take what he believed was rightfully his. The meeting took place in a secluded part of the city. As he walked, a shadowy figure appeared from the darkness. Edward recognized him immediately as the leader of the cult that worshipped the God of Shadow. They had been rumored to possess dark powers that could aid them in battle and assassination. The cult leader bowed to Edward and began speaking in hushed tones. "Your Highness, we have been waiting for you. Our Lord, the God of Shadow, has shown us a vision to support you on the throne. We are willing to help you achieve your destiny." Edward listened intently, his eyes widening as the cult leader outlined his plan. In return for their help, Edward promised to give the cultists his support for their religious practices and the establishment of their temple in the imperial capital. He knew that the cultists can have a considerable influence in the kingdom, and their support could help him solidify his position as the crown prince. He agreed to their conditions, and the deal was struck. Little did he know that his actions would have dire consequences for the people of the kingdom and his own family. Days went by, and the people of the imperial city began to notice a sudden increase in criminal activities, from petty theft to violent attacks. The streets were no longer safe, and the citizens lived in constant fear. The imperial guard tried to keep order, but they were overwhelmed by the surge in crime. Alfred, the crown prince, took notice of the situation and decided to investigate the matter. He summoned the head of the imperial guard, General Fernando, to his chambers in the imperial palace. "General Fernando, I have received reports of a surge in criminal activities in the city. What is the situation like?" Alfred asked, with a tone of concern. "It's bad, Your Highness. The number of incidents has increased tenfold in the last few weeks. We are doing our best to keep the streets safe, but we are stretched thin." General Fernando replied, looking weary. "Do you have any leads on the source of the problem?" Alfred asked. "We have been investigating, but we haven't found any concrete evidence yet. It's as if the criminals have become bolder and more organized." General Fernando said. "I see. Keep me updated on the situation. I want to know as soon as you have any leads," Alfred said, dismissing the general. Alfred knew that something was amiss, and he suspected that Prince Edward might be involved. He had always been wary of his elder brother and knew that he would stop at nothing to gain what he wanted. Meanwhile, the crime rate continued to rise, and the citizens grew increasingly restless. They demanded action from the Imperial Palace, and some even began to blame Alfred for not doing enough to keep the city safe. His situation was getting out of hand, and Alfred knew that he had to act fast before it spiraled out of control. The once peaceful streets of the Imperial City were now filled with the loud voices of angry citizens. They were shouting, demanding that something be done about the recent state of unrest that had taken hold of the city. Prince Edward stood on his balcony, overlooking the chaos below. He couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction at the sight. With the help of the cultists, he succeeded in making the people believe that Alfred was to blame for all the problems that plagued the city. The prince smiled to himself, thinking about how easy it had been to manipulate the people. He knew that his brother was a capable ruler, but he had always been envious of his position. Edward had always believed that he was the rightful heir to the throne, and he was willing to do anything to make that a reality. Alfred knew that he had to do something to quell the unrest. He held meetings with his advisors, trying to come up with a solution. But no matter what he did, it seemed that things were still getting worse. Edward, looking at this scene, smiled to himself, thinking about the power that would soon be his. He had always been ambitious, but now, more than ever, he was determined to do whatever it took to become the kingdom's ruler. Maximus sat at his desk, reading a report detailing the recent chaos that had taken over the imperial capital. He frowned deeply as he read about the abnormal increase in crime rates and the unrest that had taken hold of the city. Summoning Phantom, he instructed him to investigate the situation. Days passed as the Phantom group worked tirelessly to uncover the truth. And finally, their report arrived on Maximus' desk. His eyes scanned the words quickly, as he read the details of Prince Edward's collusion with the cultists. Rage filled him as he remembered the pain and loss he had suffered at the hands of cultists. He knew that he could not allow them to go unpunished. But he also knew that he could not intervene directly. He was not yet strong enough to take on the cultists alone. Instead, he composed a unanimous letter to the current ruler, Magnus, detailing the situation. He knew that it was the best course of action. As he sealed the letter and handed it off to his messenger, he knew that there was more that he could do, but he was too lazy to bother. All he could do was wait and hope that the king would take swift and decisive action. Chapter 17. Detaining the eldest prince. Magnus sat in his private chambers, surrounded by stacks of documents and scrolls that needed his attention. He had been working tirelessly for hours, sifting through the bureaucratic mess of his kingdom, trying to ensure that everything was in order. Suddenly, the door to the chamber opened, and a eunuch entered the room, his face pale and trembling. He carried a letter in his hand, which he presented to the king with a deep bow. Magnus raised an eyebrow and asked, "Who sent this letter?" He took the letter and broke the seal. "I do not know, Your Majesty," the eunuch replied, his voice shaking with fear. "It appeared suddenly on your desk, as if by magic." Magnus frowned, then began to read the letter. As he read, his expression changed from one of confusion to one of shock and anger. He clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white as he read about his son, Prince Edward, involvement with the recent chaos. As he continues to read, Magnus suddenly stood up, his face twisted in fury. How could he do this? He muttered to himself, pacing back and forth across the room. How could he be involved with the cultist? How could he be so foolish? The eunuch stood still, his eyes wide with fear. He had never seen the king so angry before. Magnus sat down, his mind racing with thoughts and emotions after reading the anonymous letter. His anger calmed down as he couldn't bring himself to fully believe the contents of the letter. After all, it could have been a trap or a ploy by his enemies to create chaos within the palace. He summoned his trusted attendant, Shadow, and handed him the letter. "I need you to investigate this," the Emperor said, his voice low and serious. Shadow nodded, his face a mask of stoicism. "I will do my best, Your Majesty," he replied, bowing respectfully before leaving the room. As he walked through the palace, Shadow pondered the contents of the letter. He decided to begin his investigation by speaking with the palace servants, as they were often privy to information that others were not. After speaking with several servants, Shadow discovered that there had been some unusual activity around Prince Edward's quarters. According to the servants, the prince had been leaving the palace regularly, but nobody knew where he was going. Shadow dug deeper and found some clues in the anonymous letter he had received, confirming the suspicions that something was amiss with the prince's activities. Magnus sat in silence on his throne, lost in deep thought. Shadow, his loyal advisor, stood before him, waiting for his command. After a moment, Magnus broke the silence with a tense voice. "How is the investigation progressing regarding the contents of the letter?" Shadow bowed respectfully and responded, "Your Majesty, I have thoroughly investigated the matter and can confirm that there is indeed something amiss with Prince Edward." Magnus' face turned to one of anger and sadness at the news. He pondered for a while, trying to figure out what to do next. Finally, he spoke with a heavy heart. "I can hardly believe that my son could be involved in such a heinous act. What do you suggest we do?" Shadow hesitated for a moment, considering his response carefully. Your Majesty, I suggest that we thoroughly interrogate the prince, but we must also be cautious and guard ourselves against any possible danger in case he is truly in collusion with the cult. Magnus nodded thoughtfully, realizing that time was pressing and he needed to act quickly. Summon the guards immediately and capture the prince. We must find out everything he knows about the cult, he commanded. Shadow bowed his head in agreement and quickly left the throne room to carry out Magnus' orders. Magnus sat on his throne, lost in thought. He was deeply troubled by the fact that his son is involved in the cult. He had always tried to be a good father and mentor to his children, but it seemed that he had failed with his son. As he waited for the guards to arrive, Magnus couldn't help but think about the events that had led up to this moment. He had always been proud of his son's intelligence and wit, but he had never suspected that he could be involved in something as dangerous as a cult. Mr. Black, the leader priest of the God of Shadow, was sitting in his dark chamber, surrounded by the flickering light of the candles. He had received the news from the spy he planted in the palace that the Emperor had found out about their collusion with the prince. It was only a matter of time before they would be caught. Mr. Black acted fast and quickly made his way to the prince's chambers to inform him of the situation. What is it, Mr. Black? The prince asked, his voice tinged with annoyance. I have seen, my lord. Mr. Black replied, his face grave. The king got wind of our collusion. What? How could that be? The prince asked. Mr. Black said, his voice barely above a whisper. We need to leave immediately, or it will be over. Edward was shocked to hear the news. He had been so careful not to be caught, but they still found it out. Mr. Black quickly gave him a plan. We have a safe house where we can lay low for a while until things die down. The prince nodded, quickly gathering a few essentials and donning a cloak to conceal his identity. They made their way through the dark corridors of the palace, trying to be as quiet as possible. They finally reached a secret passageway that led to the outside of the palace. As they stepped out into the night, they heard the sounds of the palace guards searching for them. Mr. Black quickly led the way to a hidden alleyway where a carriage was waiting for them. The driver quickly helped them inside, and they made their way through the city, trying to avoid the guards. After a while, they finally arrived at the safe house, a small cottage on the outskirts of the city. Mr. Black quickly made arrangements for them to stay there until they could come up with a plan. Magnus and his guards burst into Prince Edward's chamber, expecting to find the young prince there. But the room was empty. He looked around, his face a mask of confusion and anger. Where is he? He demanded. The guards scrambled around the room, searching every nook and cranny for any sign of the missing prince. They checked behind curtains, under beds, and even inside the wardrobe. However, Prince Edward was nowhere to be found. Magnus' frustration was palpable. How could he have escaped so quickly? He muttered to himself. One of the guards approached the king cautiously. Your Majesty, he said hesitantly. The rooms appear to have traces of dark magic. Mage's face hardened at the news. Dark magic? He repeated. Are you sure about that? His voice raised. The guard nodded solemnly. Yes, Your Majesty. We found remnants of a spell that was cast recently. Magnus' head was spinning. He couldn't believe that his son had been involved with the cultists, who were wreaking havoc in the city. He had wanted to catch him and put a stop to his involvement, but with the prince now on the run, he feared that things would only escalate. We must find him, Magnus declared, his voice firm. He cannot be allowed to continue down this path. Chapter 18. Ambushed. Magnus stood at the head of the long table in the Grand Hall, surrounded by his trusted advisors and commanders. Before him, a group of knights, ready to receive their orders. My dear knights, he began, his voice grave and resolute. As you are all aware, my son has been implicated in the activities of a dangerous cult that has been causing chaos and destruction throughout the city. He paused, his eyes scanning the faces of the knights before him, seeking their attention and focus. It is imperative that we find him and put an end to this madness before it's too late. The knights nodded solemnly, their expressions firm and determined. I entrust each of you with the responsibility of leading a team to search the area of this city. Your task is to scour every corner, every crevice, and every possible hiding place where my son and the cult could be lurking. Your mission is to leave no stone unturned and no effort spared until they are found. As he spoke, Magnus' eyes moved from one knight to another, his voice gaining strength and conviction. I expect nothing less than your full commitment and loyalty to this task. Remember, this is not just about the safety of my son, but the safety of our entire city. With a final nod, he dismissed the knights, who quickly dispersed to gather their men and begin their search. The hall fell silent as Magnus turned to his advisors, his face etched with concern and worry. As the knights went from house to house searching for Prince Edward and the cult, they were met with various reactions from the citizens of the city. Some people were cooperative and willingly allowed the knights to search their homes, hoping to aid in their search. Others were hostile, angry that their privacy was being invaded and that their homes were being turned upside down in the search. In one particular house, a woman stood at the door with her arms crossed, glaring at the knights. "You have no right to barge in here like this," she spat. "I have nothing to do with your little prince, so leave me alone." Her voice was laced with anger. The knights tried to explain their situation and assure the woman that they were only doing their duty, but she remained unmoved. At the protest of the women, they searched her house thoroughly but found nothing related to their case. As they left, the woman slammed the door shut behind them, muttering curses under her breath. In another house, an elderly man welcomed the knights with open arms, eager to help in any way he could. The old man offered the knights food and drink, grateful for their efforts to rid the city of the cultists. The knights trudged wearily through the city, their spirits dampened by the fruitless days of searching for the prince. They had scoured every corner of the city, turning over every stone, questioning every citizen, and yet they had found no trace of Prince Edward or the cult that had taken him. As they walked through the streets, they talked among themselves, sharing their frustrations and doubts. "Do you think we'll ever find him?" asked one knight. Another knight shook his head. "I don't know. But we can't give up. We have a duty to the king and to the people of this city. We have to keep searching." "But how?" asked a third knight. "We've searched everywhere. We've questioned everyone." The first knight spoke up again. "We have to keep our eyes and ears open. Maybe someone will see something, or hear something. We have to keep pushing, keep trying. That's all we can do." They trudged on in silence for a few moments, each lost in their own thoughts. The weight of their task was heavy on their shoulders, and the hopelessness of the situation threatened to overwhelm them. But then, one knight jokingly said, "You know, my mother used to tell me that sometimes when you're looking for something, you have to stop looking so hard. You have to relax and let it come to you." The other knights looked at him skeptically, but he continued. "I'm serious. Maybe we've been searching too hard, too desperately. Maybe we need to take a step back, let's relax a little, and see if anything comes our way." The knights exchanged glances, considering his words. It was a long shot, but at this point, they were willing to try anything. They decided to relax from their search and wander the city, keeping their eyes and ears open for any sign of the prince. As they walked, they tried to let go of their desperation and fears. And then, as if by magic, they heard a whisper from a citizen chatting with someone that he had seen a group of suspicious-looking individuals in a nearby alley. The knights rushed to the scene and found a hint of cult presence, as well as a small piece of cloth with residual dark magic. Upon further inspection, they realized that it belonged to a member of the cult. They looked at each other with surprised expressions. Maybe the knight's mother had been right after all. Sometimes, you have to stop looking and let the solution come to you. Excited by this discovery, the knights wasted no time and employed their tracking magic on the piece of cloth with the residual magic. Following the trail of clues, they swiftly made their way to a house located on the outskirts of the city. The house was old and run down, with peeling paint and a roof that looked like it was about to cave in. With their swords drawn and their shields ready, they cautiously approached the house. The interior of the house was dark and musty, with only a few rays of light shining through the boarded-up windows. They moved slowly, their eyes scanning every inch of the room for any sign of danger. It wasn't long before they found what they were looking for. In a corner of the room, hidden behind a pile of old blankets and debris, they discovered a secret passage. It was small and narrow, but big enough for a person to pass through, and it was clear that it had been used recently. With their hearts pounding in their chests, the knights walked through the passage one by one, their swords held tightly in their hands. The air was thick with the smell of damp earth and mildew, and they could hear the sound of rats scurrying around them. After what seemed like hours, they finally emerged into a large underground chamber. Inside the underground chamber, they could see flickering candles, casting eerie shadows across the walls. As they surveyed the room, they were unaware that they were being watched from the shadows by a figure clad in dark robes. This was Mr. Black, the leader of the cult, who had been monitoring the knights' movements from a hidden place. He had intentionally provided clues leading to the abandoned house, hoping to lure the knight and ambush them. The knights, sensing the ominous presence around them, began to ready their weapons and prepare for battle. Little did they know that they were walking straight into a trap and that Mr. Black and his followers were waiting for them with killing intent. The stage was set for a fierce battle between the knights and the cultists, and the outcome would determine the fate of the kingdom. Chapter 19 Fight between Powerhouse. Mr. Black stepped out of the shadows, a wicked smile playing on his lips. His eyes glinted with malevolent energy, and he gestured to his followers to attack. The knights charged forward, swords at the ready, meeting the cultists in a clash of steel and magic. Spells were flung back and forth, and the room was soon filled with smoke and dust. The knights fought with all their might, but they were outnumbered and outmatched by the cultists' dark magic. The cultists used dark magic to conjure up spells that would immobilize the knights. They also used deadly weapons, such as poisoned arrows and knives, to try and take down their opponents. The knights fought back with their swords, shields, and spears. Amidst the chaos, Prince Edward was hiding in a corner, trembling with fear. He was fully aware that the knights were here for him, and he was desperate to escape this place. He had naively thought that affiliating with the cult would bring him no harm. However, he realized that his involvement with the cult had led to such an overwhelming situation. As the battle raged on, the knights began to take casualties. Some were struck down by the cultists' dark magic, while others were wounded by their weapons. The knights were growing tired and weary, and their resolve was beginning to falter. Despite this, they fought on, determined to capture Prince Edward. The fight was intense, with neither side gaining a clear advantage. The outcome was uncertain, and the fate of the city hung in the balance. As the fight continued, the knights began to make progress. They managed to push the cultists back, inching closer and closer to Prince Edward's hiding spot. The cultists were becoming more desperate, knowing that their plans were about to be foiled. The knights finally surrounded Prince Edward's hiding spot, preparing to capture him and bring him to the king. However, the prince was nowhere to be found. He had slipped away in the chaos of the battle, leaving the knights with no choice but to retreat and regroup. Suddenly, a wave of dark energy pulsed through the air, knocking several knights to the ground. The cultists had unleashed their deadliest weapon, a powerful spell that sapped the strength and willpower of its victims. The knights struggled to regain their footing, their movements slow and sluggish. Just as it seemed the knights were about to be defeated, one of them noticed movement out of the corner of their eye. It was Prince Edward, cowering in a corner of the room, his eyes wide with fear. The knights knew that they had to end this once and for all. Filled with renewed vigor, their determination was fueled by the sight of their target. The cultists fought back fiercely, but they were slowly losing ground. The knights had suffered heavy casualties, but they managed to hold their ground and push the cultists back. They were tired, wounded, and grieving for their fallen comrades, but they knew that they had to press on. As the battle raged on, Mr. Black stood on the sidelines watching with a cold expression. He already had set up the sacrificial array in place. The function of the array is to sacrifice the body of the dead knight to the shadow god. Doing this, the god he believed in would grant an immense power. As the pile of bodies grew higher and higher, the cultists continued to fight fiercely, using dark magic and deadly weapons. Mr. Black's eyes glinted with another worldly light as he raised his arms and began to chant in a language unknown to mortal ears. The air grew thick with the scent of burning incense and the sound of eerie whispers filled the room. Black's voice grew louder and more forceful, his hands moving in a complex pattern as he summoned the power of the shadow god. The pile of bodies began to glow with an eerie purple light, and tendrils of dark energy snaked their way out of the corpses and into Mr. Black's body. He gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down his face as he continued to channel the power. Suddenly, with a final burst of energy, Mr. Black released the power, causing the bodies to explode in a shower of purple sparks. The room was filled with the deafening sound of the sacrificial array activating, and Black's body was surrounded by a maelstrom of dark energy. With a maniacal laugh, he reveled in the surge of energy coursing through his veins, his eyes blazing with power and madness. The scout rushed into the throne room, his breathing was ragged and his clothes disheveled. "Your Majesty," he gasped. "We have found the cult's secret lair. It's in the abandoned house at the edge of the kingdom." Magnus' eyes widened in alarm at the news. Without hesitation, he rose from his throne and ordered his guards to prepare for battle. "Take me there at once," he commanded. "We must stop them before it's too late." With that, Magnus led his advisor, Shadow, and the troops out of the castle and toward the edge of the kingdom. As they arrived on the scene, Magnus was met with a devastating sight. Corpses were strewn haphazardly throughout the room, their lifeless forms contorted in gruesome positions. The air reeked of death and blood, assaulting his senses with an overwhelming stench. As he scanned the room, his heart sank at the sight of his son, Prince Edward, standing in the center of the room, his vacant eyes revealing that he had been killed using the power of darkness. As Magnus laid eyes on Mr. Black, he knew that he was the one responsible for the death of his son. Anger and devastation surged through him as he realized the extent of the damage the cult had caused. He looked at his advisor, Shadow, a Tier 4 Sky Knight, and also his lifetime friend. Shadow immediately understood what Magnus's eyes were conveying. Shadow could feel the power emanating from the cult leader, Mr. Black, and realized it was closer to that of a Tier 5 Lunar Knight. They would only have a chance of winning if they fought using their lives, just like in the old days. Seeing that Shadow understood his message without words, Magnus let out a sigh. "This is not a battle you can join," he told the remaining guard who was still alive, urging them to retreat. Gathering his blood, Magnus activated his blood-burning technique for a power boost. Observing Magnus burning his blood, Shadow followed suit. "I suppose this will be our final battle, my friend," Shadow murmured to himself with a smile. With a slash, Magnus's sword emitted a red blood mana, and Shadow synchronized his attack to merge with Magnus's, amplifying its strength. Witnessing the two fighters combining their efforts, Mr. Black sneered. What could a Tier 4 Sky Knight possibly do? Although not yet a Tier 5 Lunar Knight, Mr. Black believed that with the blessing of his sacrifice to the Shadow God, he could crush a Tier 4 Sky Knight like an ant. However, when the blood red sword mana reached him, fear contorted his face as he sensed a cursed energy within it. This type of attack consumed lifespan. While knights may not have as long a lifespan as mages in the same tier, they could still live for a considerable time. For example, a Tier 4 Sky Knight could typically live for 1,000 years. But what he didn't know was that Magnus's battle injuries from his youth in the central continent had plagued his body, shortening his life. As for Shadow, although he could live longer than Magnus, his strength was artificial, and forcibly pushed to advance. Shadow knew he could no longer advance, and his lifespan was equivalent to that of a Tier 3 Earth Knight, approximately 300 years. Realizing his body couldn't withstand such an attack, Mr. Black parried and was sent flying backward. Magnus and Shadow shared a tacit understanding, wasting no time as they further burned their lifespans, denying Mr. Black any chance. As Mr. Black was pushed back in the air, he witnessed their actions and cursed under his breath, "Ruthless bastards." If he could fully control his strength, he believed he could crush them like tomatoes. Magnus and Shadow swiftly closed in on Mr. Black's position, launching another attack with their combined blood red mana. Naturally, Mr. Black was not about to let this attack land on him. Twisting his body to the limit, he parried the attack once again. This back and forth of attacking and parrying continued. Magnus and Shadow played Mr. Black as if he were a tennis ball. Despite Mr. Black's advantage in power and mana, his speed and reaction remained the same. After a while of relentless fighting, Magnus and Shadow visibly aged, clearly displaying the toll on their lifespans. As Mr. Black continued to soar through the air like a tennis ball, he smiled, anticipating his impending victory. Magnus and Shadow realized that they couldn't prolong the battle any longer. Initially, they had plans to continue living even if it was just for a short while after this fight. However, understanding that they couldn't exploit their enemies' weaknesses, they silently prepared to end it once and for all. Gathering every ounce of their life energy, they positioned themselves behind Mr. Black, ready to strike. This time, their attack emanated a darker, crimson hue compared to before. At this moment, Mr. Black already sensed his impending death. He could feel that this attack was at least 10 times more potent than the last. Frustration consumed him. Although he didn't understand the technique they were using. He also possessed a forbidden technique that could use his mana and increase his strength. However, the consequence was that his strength would degrade to that of a Tier 3 Earth Knight. But how could he willingly accept that? He was only a step away from becoming a Tier 5 Lunar Knight. I regret it. I regret it. I regret it, were his last thoughts before the blood-red sword mana sliced him in half. Magnus and Shadow, on the other hand, resembled mummies drained of essence. They collapsed to the ground, savoring their final moments of being alive, as their last attack consumed the entirety of their lifespan. It was nice meeting you, my friend. Magnus whispered weakly, his gaze fixed upon the starry sky of the now devastated place. Likewise, I hope we meet again in our next life. Shadow replied, a smile gracing his face as he reminisced about his time with Magnus. After fighting their entire lives in the central continent and realizing they could no longer advance, they decided to retreat to their origin. The most desolate part of the cursed continent, seeking a retired life as kings of their own domain. Initially, Shadow had established his own kingdom for retirement. However, upon discovering he couldn't father an heir, he relinquished the idea and merged his created kingdom with Magnus's, allowing them to live out their retired lives together. Though their journey had been arduous and filled with suffering, Shadow could proudly declare that he had lived a fulfilling life. Chapter 20 The Scattered Empire. The news of the king's death spread like wildfire throughout the kingdom. Shock, anger, and grief gripped the people, who had lost their beloved ruler. The Council of Ministers convened an emergency meeting to discuss the situation and plan a course of action. The council's top priority was to track down the remaining cult responsible for the king's murder. They offered a significant reward for anyone who could find information regarding the cults. The remaining knights, who had been loyal to the late king, were also given the responsibility of tracking down the cult members. The hunt for the cult members became the top priority of the kingdom. The knights scoured every inch of the kingdom, searching for clues and interrogating suspects. The kingdom was now in a state of high alert, and the council took every measure to ensure the safety of the citizens. A curfew was imposed, and anyone found loitering on the streets after dark was taken into custody for questioning. The borders were sealed, and checkpoints were established to screen all incoming and outgoing traffic. Amid all this chaos, the crown prince stepped forward and declared himself the new ruler of the kingdom. He vowed to bring justice and restore peace and order to the kingdom. However, his ascension was not met with the unanimous support of the nobles and some ministers. They believed that he was too young and inexperienced to rule the kingdom and that his reign would be marked by instability and uncertainty. The opposition to the crown prince's succession was led by a group of powerful nobles who held significant influence to sway the court decisions. They argued that the kingdom needed a ruler with more experience and a proven track record of leadership. The ministers also voiced their concerns, citing the crown prince's lack of understanding of the complexities of governance and his lack of vision for the future of the kingdom. The crown prince's supporters argued that his youth and enthusiasm would bring fresh ideas and perspectives to the kingdom. On the other hand, his opposition pointed out his lack of experience and warned of the potential for chaos and instability. As the days passed, it became clear that the opposition to the crown prince's succession was too strong to overcome. The crown prince's frustration grew as he saw his dreams of ruling the empire slip away. In the end, the crown prince's efforts were in vain. The nobles and ministers remained opposed to his succession, and the court remained divided. The failed succession of the crown prince left the kingdom in a state of disarray, with no clear direction or leadership. The noble houses that had once pledged their allegiance to the new ruler now began to fight amongst themselves for power and control. Each noble house sought to seize as much power as they could take advantage of. As the noble houses fought amongst themselves, the common people suffered. They were caught in the crossfire of these power struggles, with their homes and livelihoods destroyed by the warring nobles. The once great cities of the empire were reduced to rubble, and the countryside was plagued by bandits and marauders. The ministers, who were supposed to govern the kingdom in the absence of a ruler, were too busy bickering and fighting amongst themselves to take any decisive action. The noble families, sensing an opportunity to increase their power and wealth, began vying for control. Among them were 3 powerful dukes, who had been secretly planning to divide the kingdom amongst themselves for years. Around a large round table surrounded by maps and scrolls, the first duke, Charles, spoke. "Gentlemen, the time has come for us to take action." Darwin nodded in agreement. "We have been planning for this moment for years. The other noble families are weak, and they will not be able to withstand our power together." Thomas leaned forward. "The other nobles will not take kindly to us dividing the empire amongst ourselves. We must make sure to plan this carefully." The 3 dukes continued to discuss their plan, debating the logistics and details of how they would divide the empire. As they talked, their excitement grew, and they could see the potential for power and wealth that lay ahead. After much discussion, the 3 dukes divided the empire along geographical lines. Charles was in charge of ruling the northern regions. Darwin will take control of the eastern regions and Thomas will be ruling over the southern regions. They began to gather their armies, secretly recruiting soldiers and mercenaries from across the kingdom. They also began to work on building alliances with other noble families, offering them land and titles. The noble houses of the empire were in a state of turmoil as the 3 dukes began to divide the empire among themselves. The remaining noble houses that hadn't joined their faction were left with only a fraction of the land and resources they once had. The only chance they had was to ally, but it wasn't an easy one. Many of the noble houses had long-standing feuds and grudges against one another, and trust was in short supply. Lord Harrington, a charismatic noble, sent invitations to all the nobles who had their territory plundered. The meeting place was held in a neutral land away from the chaos. As the noble houses arrived at the location, a large hall in the center of the city, the atmosphere was tense and their faces stern and serious. Lord Harrington, the leader of the alliance, stood up from his seat and faced them. "My fellow nobles," he began, his voice echoing through the hall. "We are here today because we face a common enemy. The dukes have grown too powerful, and we cannot defeat them alone. We must band together if we want to take back the land that is rightfully ours." After his speech, there was a tense silence in the hall as the noble houses exchanged wary glances. Finally, Lord Huxley stood up. "I agree with Lord Harrington. We cannot fight the dukes alone and need each other's support," he said. Slowly, one by one, the other noble houses spoke in favor of Lord Harrington. They also acknowledged that the dukes were too powerful and needed each other's help if they want to succeed. Over the next few weeks, the alliance grew in strength. Noble Council began to make plans for how they would fight back against the dukes. They also began to gather resources, train soldiers, and develop strategies. The dukes were not idle during this time. They knew that the noble houses were gathering their strength and began to take measures to prevent an uprising. They increased their military presence in the occupied territories and began to build fortifications. After they had spent months planning and gathering their strength, the alliance first focused its efforts on attacking Duke Darwin. Despite the Duke having more soldiers and better trained troops. However, due to the massive tract of land the Duke ruled, the alliance was able to use guerrilla warfare tactics and mobilize a large number of ragtag groups to their advantage. In the aftermath of the battle, the dukes were forced to relinquish a large tract of land and severely shrunk their defense. The noble houses were overjoyed with their first victory, but the aftermath was chaotic. The process of dividing the land among the noble houses led to disputes and disagreements. Nevertheless, they were overjoyed by their first victory. Chapter 21 Separation Plan. Maximus sat at his desk, surrounded by stacks of papers and scrolls. His piercing blue eyes scanned the report that had just been delivered to him, detailing the division of the kingdom between the dukes and the formation of the noble alliance. He read through the report calmly, without so much change in his expression. To him, what was happening was simply a natural process of power struggles and alliances that had been happening for centuries. The report outlined how the three powerful dukes, Charles, Darwin, and Thomas, divide the kingdom among themselves. Maximus couldn't help but admire their cunning and foresight. They had seen an opportunity and had taken it, seizing control of the land they wanted. But he also knew that the noble families weren't ones to sit idly by and watch their power slip away. They had formed an alliance, despite their long-standing feuds and grudges against each other, to fight back against the dukes. As he read through the report, he noted the strengths and weaknesses of each side. The dukes had more soldiers and better trained troops, but they needed to defend a large place which the alliance had the advantage of, being able to fight in guerrilla warfare and use ragtag groups to gain an edge. After finishing reading the detailed report on the ongoing developments within the empire, Maximus turned his attention to the invitation that had been sitting on his desk for days. The invitation, sent by Lord Harrington, head of the Noble Alliance, urged Maximus to make a decision promptly. However, Maximus had not bothered to read the contents of the letter. He had received similar invitation weeks prior before the conflict between the dukes and the Noble Alliance had escalated to its current state. Maximus had known what the letter contained even before opening it. It was an invitation, or rather a warning, for him to choose a side. But Maximus had no intention of aligning himself with either faction. The politics and power struggles of the nobles and dukes held no interest for him. The reason Maximus had not responded to the earlier invitation was simple: he had no intention of becoming their ally as he planned to establish his own kingdom independently. Moreover, despite his place location being isolated and barren, it had its own advantages, particularly its proximity to the sea. Moreover, when you include the barren parts of the land surrounding his territory, the total land area is 10 times the size of the empire he is in. However, he cannot develop it yet due to his lack of population, and, more importantly, he is still too weak to protect it. During the previous weeks, the nobles and dukes had been too preoccupied with their own conflicts to spare a thought for this desolate territory. Now, however, with the situation calming down and a semblance of stability returning to the empire, they were already beginning to extend their arms outward. They sought to assert their dominance and bring every corner of the land under their control, even the seemingly insignificant places like his domain. But he didn't give any thought to it. He had fortified his territory into a formidable fortress, making any attempt to invade it pointless. Not to mention, his power was not to be underestimated. With a steady stream of strong knights produced in his 1,000-strong armies, even the regular armies of the nobles and dukes would struggle to match his forces. Moreover, the nobles and dukes were too consumed with their own power struggles to spare the resources needed to chase after one man in a barren wasteland. Maximus folded the letter and placed it back on the desk. He was deep in thought. He knew that this was a great time, a time when he could take power into his own and rule his own land. He had always wanted to establish his own kingdom, but he knew he was too weak. Originally, he had planned to train until he reached at least the 4th-tier elemental mage level before stating his plan. However, now with all this chaos going on, not building his own power would leave him vulnerable and unable to do anything. But the question was, how? Maximus knew that he couldn't simply go out and occupy the surrounding land given his current strength. He needed a plan, a strategy that would help him gain territory and power in a way that wouldn't lead to much bloodshed. As he was thinking, his gaze fell on the map of the surrounding area that hung on his wall. He studied it intently, tracing the lines of the rivers and mountains with his finger. And then it hit him. There was a small valley not far from his own land, one that was perfectly aligned with the warring factions. If he could secure that land, he could establish a foothold in the area and begin to expand his influence. A smile slowly spread across his face as he began to formulate a plan. He could send a small group of trusted men to the valley, disguised as traders or merchants. They would establish a small trading post there, and while gathering information, they could also recruit refugees to plug the population shortage in their land. Over time, they could also build a trading area to export their products and earn money. However, Maximus knew that he needed to be careful with this plan. He couldn't afford to draw attention to himself and risk being caught by the church or other powerful factions in the region. He would need to make sure that his men were well trained and equipped to handle any situation that might happen. He would need to be patient as it would not bring immediate results. It would take time to establish the trading post and build up his army. But he was very patient, taking his time and preparing until his strength grew. He gathered his men and began to lay out the details of the operation. As they worked on the plan, he thought of what he would do after. If they were successful in establishing a trading area, he could begin to expand his own army, and with the money and people, he could also expand his territory. Instead of snatching territories like others, he would like to create it more. Although the plan was not foolproof, Maximus did not want to resort to extreme measures that could attract unwanted attention from powerful factions from the central continent. This area is called the Sunburnt Plateau, part of the scattered island-like mass of land in the Cursed Continent. The strongest here is at most Tier 3 Mage or Tier 4 Knight due to it being a low magic area that they can't advance further. The cult only came here to sacrifice common people to their god for some quick boost of strength. As for uniting the place to generate faith, that was impossible as the continent was tightly guarded by mages in the central continent. Chapter 22 Adding concubine. Maximus sat on a blanket spread out in the backyard, surrounded by his children. The warm sunlight bathed them, creating a serene atmosphere. In his arms, he held two newest addition to his family, two beautiful babies with cat-like features, born just a few days ago by his third and fourth wife. He named them Lila and Lydia. His other children gathered around, their eyes filled with wonder as they looked at their tiny sibling. They giggled and cooed, eager to play with their new baby sisters. Maximus smiled, feeling an overwhelming sense of love and joy. As the children counted their brother and sister, they counted a total of 6 little ones, making him smile at their funny antics. His family was expanding, with the imminent arrival of more children from his first and second wives who became pregnant again. He gently rocked the baby in his arms, whispering words of love and care. As he watched his children play and the newborn babies cradled in his arms like an angel, Maximus couldn't help but think about the situation that is happening in the now ruined kingdom. But for now, though, he was content to sit in the garden, surrounded by the people he loved most in the world. His children's laughter and the gentle care of his wives were the only matter to him at this moment. Maximus tossed and turned in his bed, feeling lonely and restless. The emptiness of the room weighed heavily on his mind. With his third and fourth wives recently giving birth, and his first 2 wives being pregnant, he found himself lonely in his bed. The absence of their warmth and presence left him feeling a void that he hadn't experienced before. As he pondered his predicament, a thought began to form in Maximus's mind. Perhaps it was time to expand his harem and add more women to his household. Not only would it alleviate the loneliness he felt, but it could also provide him with additional strength. In the past, Maximus never bothered to add more women to his harem. He had always been selective and never found high-quality women who truly captured his attention. As for the system points gathered by the system when he had a wife, which is now 220 system points per day, he did not need that already, as just the gold coins from wine and food sales from his city is more than that. After all, although there is a war going on, food is a necessity in life. And nobles can't do without wine. When he sold wine to Lord Marcus and Lady Diana, the wine shot up, becoming famous among the nobles. The originally 10 gold coins per wine become 10 times more expensive. Now for wine alone he can sell 20,000 gold coins a month, which is more than 600 gold coins plus the food. Moreover, his inherent laziness had prevented him from actively seeking out potential additions to his household. Maximus stands out of his bed, as he reached for the intercom, an inconspicuous piece of alchemy item amidst the lavish decorations. With a push of a button, he called for Phantom, the esteemed leader of the Phantom group, to meet with him the following day. Alchemy and mechanical item is not prevalent in this place, so those who were unfamiliar with it just raised some eyebrows. Moreover, when he took out these little items, he reasoned that it was his invention in his pastime. After all, he was a Tier 2 great mage, so they have no doubts. Moreover, Maximus had taken precautions to ensure loyalty and secrecy among his people. Each of his trusted subordinates had willingly signed a loyalty contract infused with powerful magic, binding their allegiance to him. This ensured that those who used items that he took out from the system were not spread and caused doubts among the people, although he heard that alchemy and mechanical items were common in the central continent. Here in Sunburnt Plateau, it was a rare existence, considering that there are almost no magical resources in this area for these magical items to thrive. In the early morning, Maximus met up with Phantom, the leader of the Phantom group, in a secluded room of his estate. As they sat across from each other, Maximus wasted no time getting to the point. "Phantom," Maximus said in a low voice, somewhat embarrassed. "I have a task for you. I need you to discreetly scout for potential candidates to join my harem." "I understand, my lord. I will do my best to scout any potential candidates that fit, my lord." Phantom nodded, with his expression unchanged. "Excellent. I will await the result of your search." "I trust your judgment, Phantom." As a smile crept across Maximus' face, they delved into a detailed discussion, strategizing on what type he liked and how to distinguish their character. Maximus emphasized the importance of their mission, and ensured enough confidentially before he finalized this matter. As Princess Emma stepped out of the carriage, she took in the sights and sounds of the bustling city. It was vastly different from her own home in the fairy imperial city. She watched in fascination as a group of people walked past her, unbothered by her beautiful features, at most stealing a few curious glances. As Emma stepped out, she was greeted by her attendant, Jane. She was wearing armor that made her look like a warrior, her face stoic and unbattered. Emma smiled at her old friend, grateful for her company and protection during their escape. She knew that she couldn't have made it this far without her. As Princess Emma and her attendant Jane walked down the street, they marveled at the lively atmosphere and the beautiful clothing worn by the people of the city. The streets were clean and bustling with activity, in stark contrast to the smelly and dirty streets in the imperial city. Jane, this city is so lively, Emma said, looking around in awe. Everyone is dressed so beautifully, and the streets are so clean. Yes, Your Highness, Jane replied, nodding in agreement. The people here seem to be living quite prosperous lives. It's a stark contrast from the poverty and despair of the places we passed through before. It's surprising that the war hasn't seemed to affect this city. They continued to walk, admiring the various shops and stalls that lined the streets. Emma was drawn to the beautiful clothes on display and couldn't help but feel the desire to acquire some for herself. Jane, do you think we should buy some new clothes while we're here? Emma asked, eyeing a beautiful dress displayed in a shop window. Of course, Your Highness, Jane replied with a smile. We do need to replenish our supplies anyway, so it's a good opportunity to pick up some new clothes as well. Emma and Jane made their way into the shop, the bell above the door ringing as they entered. The shop was filled with colorful dresses and outfits that caught their eyes. Emma walked towards a rack of dresses, her fingers running over the soft fabric. She pulled out a flowing blue dress, admiring the intricate embroidery on the sleeves. This is beautiful, Emma said, holding it up to her body. What do you think, Jane? It suits you well, Your Highness, Jane replied with a smile. Emma nodded, walking around the shop as Jane followed her. She spotted a red dress with gold accents, pulling it out to take a closer look. The dress hugged her figure perfectly, and she twirled around, feeling the fabric brush against her skin. This is perfect, Emma said, a wide smile spreading across her face. Jane nodded in agreement. It is stunning, Your Highness. As they continued to browse through the shop, Emma found more outfits that she loved, including a green dress with delicate lacework and a simple white tunic with intricate beading. After they bought their favorite clothes, they came across a vendor selling fresh fruits and vegetables. Emma didn't recognize some of the fruits, but they look appetizing. Look, Jane, they seem to have unique fruits, Emma exclaimed. Yes, we'll get that as well, Jane replied as she rolled her eyes. They spent the rest of the morning wandering around the city, shopping to buy supplies and trying new foods. As they walked, they discussed their plans before going to the city of Baron, their next stop before going to the central continent. Chapter 23. Using force as warning. Emma and Jane were browsing through the shops, admiring the colorful displays and chatting about their latest purchases. As they walked down the street, Emma suddenly felt someone watching her. She looked around but saw nothing out of the ordinary. Feeling uneasy, Emma pulled Jane aside and whispered, "Do you think we're being watched? I think someone is following us." Jane looked over and saw nothing. "I don't know. But I felt it," Emma replied, as the two of them quickly made their way through the crowd. After a few minutes, the feeling of being watched is gone. Emma couldn't help but wonder if she was imagining things. Just then, a group of people in black clothing hid in the alley. They were standing a few meters away, looking at her pass through the crowd. The group seemed to be discussing something amongst themselves. One of them pulled out a small notepad and wrote down Emma and Jane's names. They were part of the Phantom Group, a secret organization that searched for suitable candidates for Maximus, the Lord's elite group of agents. "They look promising," one member of the Phantom Group said, eyeing Emma and Jane from afar. "We should investigate them further." "Yes, we must further investigate their background and most importantly their character," another member replied, jotting down notes on the notepad. "We can't have any unworthy candidates in our Lord's harem." The group continued to observe Emma and Jane, noting their every move and expression. It was clear that the two had caught their attention, and they were determined to assess their true potential as additions to Maximus' harem group. After a few moments, the Phantom Group disappeared into the shadows, leaving Emma and Jane none the wiser of their secret investigation. Emma and Jane had no idea that their names had just been added to the Phantom Group's list. They continued their shopping, unaware that they were being selected in some shady list. The small army of mercenaries, dispatched by the Noble Alliance, secretly infiltrate Maximus' territory. As they made their way through the city streets, the mercenaries couldn't help but be captivated by the lively and bustling scene that unfolded before them. The aroma of freshly cooked food filled the air, and the sound of laughter and music echoed through the streets. It seemed as though the inhabitants were fully immersed in their revelries. Caught up in the infectious energy of the city, the mercenaries found themselves gradually immersed in the festivities atmosphere. They entered a tavern, where they indulged in hearty meals and raised their mugs in raucous toasts. The vibrant atmosphere, combined with the tantalizing dishes and flowing drinks, momentarily made them forget their purpose and mission. Amidst the merriment, some mercenaries engaged in friendly competitions, challenging the locals in arm wrestling matches or testing their skills in dart throwing contests. Laughter and bragging filled the tavern, as the mercenaries blended in seamlessly with the jovial crowd. As they laughed and joked with the locals, one of the mercenaries remarked, "This city is alive with energy. It's hard to believe it's located in the most barren land of the kingdom." Another replied, "Yeah, I know what you mean. It seems like there is no food shortage and everyone looks wealthy without a care about anything else." As the night wore on, their revelry continued and the mission to raid Maximus' castle slipped further from their minds. They were lost in the moment, enjoying the fleeting pleasures of the city. Little did they know, Maximus was already aware of their presence and was preparing to eliminate them. The mercenaries were completely unaware that their carefree enjoyment would soon come to an end, and that they would soon face the full force of Maximus' army. Maximus was in his study, going through a pile of documents that required his attention. He was engrossed in his work when suddenly, an alarm went off from one of the devices in the room. "Warning, warning, intruders alert. Sighting of several high-energy beings. Estimated strength great knights." The warning message was alarming, indicating that several high-energy beings had been sighted in the vicinity of his territory. The estimated strength of these beings was equivalent to great knights, a formidable force in an area where Earth Knights were known to be powerhouses, and Sky Knights were considered a myth. If only one or two knights entered his territory, he could dismiss it as a tourist visit. However, the fact that tens of them were spotted at the same time, it was clear that they had come for him. Maximus projected a screen, which displayed a live feed of the city. His eyes were cold as he saw a group of suspected mercenaries making their way into the city. They were trying to blend in, but their energy signatures gave them away. Maximus quickly reached for his communicator and called for the head of his guard, Edwin. "Edwin, we have a problem. I need you to quickly assemble the guards and settle them." Edwin's voice came through the communicator. "Understood, my lord. We are on it." Maximus instructed Edwin to permit the use of Type E mechanical weapons. These weapons were equivalent to Tier 2 energy weapons, capable of quickly killing great knights. He quickly went back to his work like nothing happened, trusting his guard to quickly settle the problem. The group of guards quickly made their way to a heavily armed corridor where they were issued several Type C mechanical weapons. The weapons were sleek and powerful, and the guards knew that this was newly added to the armory. They heard it was a newly invented weapon by their lord, so no one dared to question anything. As the sun began to set, the small army of mercenaries continued to indulge themselves in drinking and feasting. They had forgotten about their mission and were enjoying themselves as if they were on vacation. They had no idea that the god of death was quickly coming their way. The head guard, Edwin, quickly evacuated any unwanted people from the area. He didn't want any innocent bystanders to get caught in the crossfire. The guards slowly and silently encircled the mercenaries. The mercenaries were too drunk to notice, and they continued to drink and laugh. At the call of head guard Edwin, "Fire," the guards opened fire with their Type E mechanical weapons. The sound was surprisingly silent as a beam of light briefly lit up the night sky. The mercenaries were caught off guard, and they had no chance to defend themselves. The Type E mechanical weapons were incredibly powerful, but they cost a low-grade magical crystal per shot equivalent to 1,000 gold coins. The mercenaries didn't even know what had hit them as they died in the last moments of their consciousness. After the chaos had died down, head guard Edwin ordered the cleanup. The guards quickly disposed of the bodies and any evidence of the massacre. They left the area looking like nothing had ever happened. The owner knew that the trouble was gone, and he resumed his business like nothing had happened. It was a quiet night, and the patrons enjoyed their drinks and company, completely unaware of the danger that had just passed. Chapter 24 New variety of crops. The Noble Alliance had stopped sending mercenaries or armies to Maximus's territory due to several reasons. Firstly, there was a lack of news about the fate of the first batch of mercenaries that they had sent to his territory. It was as if they had disappeared without a trace, leaving the Alliance in a state of uncertainty. Secondly, the Alliance was preoccupied with conquering other lands and territories, leaving them with no spare manpower to send. They were fighting multiple battles on different fronts, and their resources were stretched thin. The Alliance feared any attempt to take him down without any further information or manpower. As a result, Maximus was left to his own devices, and he continued his peaceful life. Maximus was taking a stroll across the meadow. The sun was shining bright, and the crops were flourishing. His guards were trailing him closely, scanning the surroundings for any potential threats. Maximus stopped in front of a lush field of wheat, admiring the sight of the golden grains swaying in the breeze. He closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, taking in the sweet scent of the fields. As he opened his eyes, he spotted Robert, his advisor responsible for the fields, surveying the land. "Ah, Robert," Maximus said, walking over to him. "How are the crops this year?" Robert turned to face him, a small smile playing on his lips. "The yield is excellent, my lord," he replied. "We have an abundance of wheat, rice, barley, and corn. Our farmers have been working hard to ensure the crops are healthy and thriving." Count Maximus nodded in approval. "That's good to hear. But the arable land is becoming insufficient to feed our people. Some citizens have also suggested increasing the variety of crops we grow," Robert said with a thoughtful expression. "I'll look into it. Perhaps we could try growing some fruits or vegetables, or even some spices," Maximus said as he browsed them all for new crop seed. Sunburst tomatoes seed. These vibrant and juicy tomatoes are bursting with flavor and are perfect for salads, sandwiches, and sauces. They thrive in warm and sunny conditions, making them a great crop for dry regions. 1,000 pieces prices 0.1 system point, sun eggplant. These eggplants have a unique star-like pattern on their skin and are great for grilling, roasting, or frying. They grow quickly and easily and can be grown in most conditions. 1,000 pieces prices 0.1 system point, fiery cabbage. This variety of cabbage has a deep red color and a sweet flavor. It is rich in nutrients and can be used in salads, soups, and stir-fries. It grows quickly and is resistant to pests and diseases. 1,000 pieces prices 0.1 system point, sunfire peppers. These spicy peppers have a fiery flavor and grow quickly in warm and sunny conditions. They are great for adding heat to dishes and can be dried and ground into a spice powder. 1,000 pieces prices 0.1 system point, firefly grapes. These grapes have a bright green color and a sweet and tangy flavor. They are easy to grow and can be used in jams, jellies, and as a snack. 1,000 pieces prices 0.1 system point, earth carrots. These carrots grow very quickly, reaching full maturity in just a few weeks. They have a sweet and tender flavor and are perfect for snacking or adding to salads. 1,000 pieces prices 0.1 system point, golden squash. This squash has a bright yellow color and a sweet and nutty flavor. It is easy to grow and can be used in soups, stews, and casseroles. 1,000 pieces prices 0.1 system point, sapphire beans. These beans have a deep blue color and a tender and sweet flavor. They are easy to grow and can be used in salads, soups, and as a side dish. 1,000 pieces prices 0.1 system point, pattern melons. These melons have a sweet and refreshing flavor and a unique speckled pattern on their skin. They are easy to grow and can be used in smoothies, salads, and as a dessert. 1,000 pieces prices 0.1 system point. After choosing for a while, Maximus turned and said to Robert, "Come to the castle. I think I have a variety of seeds that you want. As for the expansion of land, you can just get some of the magic crystal in the treasury grate. I'll come right away after I finish this." Robert replied happily as they continued to walk through the fields. Count Maximus and Robert discussed their plans for expanding the lands and increasing the variety of crops. Rose stood in front of the cracked mirror, her reflection revealing a frail and emaciated figure. Her once vibrant and flowing hair now hung limp and lifeless, a shadow of its former glory. Her hollow cheeks and sunken eyes told the story of prolonged malnutrition and hardship. Beside her stood her family of 5, all bearing the signs of the war that had ravaged their land. Her younger brother, Thomas, with his tattered clothes and dirt-streaked face, clung to her side. Her younger sister, Vane, only 10 years old, looked up at Rose with hopeful eyes, her voice trembling as she spoke. "Sister Rose, I heard stories of a land where there is no fighting, and food is abundant," Vane said, her voice filled with excitement and innocence. Rose's parents, weary and worn from the battle that they had just escaped, exchanged skeptical glances. The thought of a land untouched by war and chaos seemed too good to be true. Yet, a glimmer of hope sparked within them, reigniting a flicker of determination. With a sense of urgency, Rose's family gathered what little belongings they had managed to salvage from the ruins of their once thriving home. They set out on foot, venturing towards the rumored promised land, mix of trepidation and anticipation. Each day forward was a testament to their resilience and unwavering hope for a better future. Along the way, they encountered remnants of the war-destroyed villages, abandoned homes, and the echoes of suffering. The scars of the conflict served as a constant reminder of the urgency to reach the promised land, where peace and abundance awaited. Days turned into weeks, and they pressed on, their determination unwavering. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity of hardship, they caught sight of the land they had sought. A lush landscape stretched before them, vibrant with life and bountiful harvests. The scent of fresh food and the distant sounds of laughter filled the air, revitalizing their weary bodies and weary souls. Rose and her family approached the city gate, weary from their long journey. The line in front of them was seemingly endless, and Rose could see the fatigue on her parents' faces. As they waited, Rose's younger brother and sister clung tightly to her arms, wide-eyed and curious about their new surroundings. Finally, after what felt like hours, they reached the front of the line. The guard at the gate asked them to register and started questioning them. "What did you do before?" he asked. "I was a farmer," Rose's father replied. "I was a seamstress," Rose's mother added. Rose and her siblings had no specific skills, other than helping their parents with their work. The guard wrote something down on a piece of paper and then asked them to place their hand on an orb. "What's this for?" Thomas, Rose's little brother asked. "It's just a security measure," the guard explained. "If it turned green you can enter." With nervousness, Rose placed her hand on the orb. As her family also placed their hands on other orbs and waited. After a few seconds, the orb glowed green. "All right, you're good to go," the guard said, handing some modification passes. "You'll be assigned jobs tomorrow. For now, just rest and eat food." Rose's family thanked the guard and made their way to the line that offered their food. They were relieved to have finally found a safe place to stay. Chapter 25 Commercial Hub. Andre, leader of the merchant group formed by Maximus, stood at the edge of the valley, surveying the land before him. The valley was nestled in between two mountains, providing a natural barrier from the ongoing war between the Noble Alliance and the Three Dukes. "All right, boys, we've got a lot of work to do," Andre barked, turning to face his group of men. "This is going to be the top commercial hub of the kingdom in the future. Atheria Market needs to be clean and safe for our customers, so let's get to work and make sure we build it right." The group of men, each with a muscular build and rough appearance, nodded in agreement. They had been with Andre for a few weeks and knew that he was a tough but fair leader. The men got to work, heaving heavy rocks and chopping down trees with their axes. Andre oversaw the operation, barking out orders and making sure everything was done efficiently. As the sun began to set, the men finally finished cleaning the valley. Andre stood at the center, arms crossed, surveying the area with a look of satisfaction. "Good work, boys," he said, patting each of them on the back. "Now let's set up camp and get ready for tomorrow. We've got a lot of business to do." As the days passed, Andre and his men worked tirelessly to prepare the valley for the trading area. They began by clearing out the debris and dead plants that littered the area, using shovels and axes to dig up the earth and remove any obstacles. Once the area was cleared, they began to construct the stalls and booths. They brought in carts filled with lumber and stone. More important, he bought the enchanted mortar given by his lord. The enchanted mortar, a magical mortar that, when used to lay bricks, creates a stronger bond between them and makes the wall more resistant to damage. Price 50 system point. Andre supervised the construction, barking orders at his men and ensuring that everything was done according to his specifications. The commercial hub began to take shape over the course of a few weeks. The stalls and booths were painted in bright colors. Finally, only the supplies and customers were needed. As Andre was directing his men to build the trading area, Maximus summoned Phantom, the leader of the Phantom group, to discuss their plan. "Phantom, I need you to spread the word discreetly. We need everyone in this kingdom to know about Atheria Market," Maximus said. Phantom nodded. "Understood, sir. I'll start sending out messages right away." Maximus smiled. "Excellent. Make sure to prioritize those who are affected by the conflict. We want to help them, especially nobles who need our supplies." Phantom replied, "Yes, my lord." Time passed, and the messages were sent out to the people of the kingdom. As they received the news, some were skeptical, while others were ecstatic at the opportunity to acquire much-needed supplies. But regardless of their initial reactions, they all began making preparations to visit this so-called Atheria Market. The nobles saw this kind of market as an opportunity to gain access to much-needed supplies, while others saw it as a potential threat to their own business interests. Billy sat at his dining table, his head resting heavily in his hands. He had just finished his meager meal of bread, and his stomach still rumbled with hunger. Although he is rich, he and his family barely ate food in the last few weeks, with the ongoing conflict between the Noble Alliance and Dukes. The supplies were getting scarce and out of supply. His son looked up at him, in deep thought. "Father, have you heard the rumors of a newly built trading area called Atheria Market?" Billy asked. Billy looked up, surprised. "No, I haven't. What is it?" "It's said that it was built by a superpower from another place. Rumors have it that they sell large amounts of food and resources," his son explained. "Oh?" Billy looked at his son, unsure. "Where did you get this news? Is it reliable?" "Of course, father. I heard merchants from other cities have purchased goods there and are already reselling it," his son confidently said. I need to go there and see for myself. You take care of your mother and sister. I'll be back soon. Convinced, he hurriedly grabbed his coat, preparing to set out towards the rumored market. His son nodded in understanding. I'll take care of things here, father. After days of traveling, Billy arrived at Etheria Market. His eyes widened at the bustling scene of the commercial street. As he approached the entrance, his eyes fell upon the plaque that read Etheria Market, and a sense of calm washed over him. The plaque's presence alone was enough to convince him that this marketplace was truly extraordinary. The plaque of Radiant Aura, Tier 1, a plaque that emits an invisible aura that can instill feelings of awe and calmness in those nearby. Price 100 system point. He was immediately stopped by a guard at the entrance who asked him if he was a merchant or a visitor. I'm just looking around, Billy replied. As Billy walked through the rows of stalls, he couldn't help but admire the variety of goods being sold. He approached a store selling honey wheat, which is a luxury staple food. He then asked the manager about the prices of the goods. Honey wheat, a type of wheat that has a sweet, honey-like flavor and is often used to make desserts and pastries. 1 ton. Price 1 system point. Excuse me, sir. How much is your wheat per kilogram? Billy asked. It's 50 copper coins per kilogram. The manager replied. That's quite expensive. Do you have any other options that are more affordable? Billy inquired. We have some cheaper options, but they are not as high quality as the honey wheat. The manager explained. I see. Can you show me the other options? Billy asked. Sunburnt wheat. This wheat is particularly tasty, but it is extremely easy to grow and produces a high yield of grain, making it an excellent choice for farmers looking to maximize their profits. 1 ton. Price 0.1 system point. Golden wheat. This wheat has a rich, golden color and a slightly sweet flavor. It is often used in baked goods. 1 ton. Price 0.5 system point. Afterward, the manager presented Billy with alternative options. This is golden wheat. It has been quite in demand recently and its price is 25 copper per kilogram. However, if that exceeds your budget, we do have a more economical option, sunburnt wheat, priced at only 5 copper per kilogram. I need 30 kilograms of sunburnt wheat and 20 kilograms of golden wheat. How much do I pay? Billy asked. That would be 650 copper. We also offer special delivery services for an additional fee. If you want to avail it, just go to Gateway Logistics. The manager reminded him. Can I have these goods delivered to my home? Billy was shocked by such service. Originally he was planning to hire a carriage, but since this area market offered this kind of service, then it should be more reliable, of course. The manager replied. But it would be an additional 10% of the cost for delivery. All right, I'll pay for the delivery. Thank you for your help, Billy said as he handed over the money. Next, he walked up to a stall selling fresh fruits and vegetables. Excuse me, can you tell me about your product and the prices? He asked. The owner replied, of course. We have a variety of fresh fruits and vegetables here. Our prices range from 20 to 50 copper coins, depending on the type of product. Billy nodded. Thank you for letting me know. Do you have any recommendations? The owner smiled. Our sunburst bananas are particularly popular right now. They are creamy and sweet, and give you energy for the day. Sunburst banana, a banana with a bright yellow, sunburst pattern on the skin. It has a sweet, creamy taste with a hint of tropical flavors. When eaten, it gives the consumer a burst of energy and a feeling of warmth. 1 ton. Price 1 system point. Billy looked at the basket of bananas and decided to try them out. I'll take 50 pieces of those, please. The owner weighed the bananas and said, that will be 250 copper, sir. Billy handed over the coins and took a bite of the fruit. The sweet and juicy flavor burst into his mouth, and he couldn't help but smile. As he walked through the commercial hub, he continued to stop at various stalls, buying the supplies his family needed. He was pleased with the variety of goods being sold and how reasonably priced they were. At the end of the day, Billy ordered the Gateway Logistic and also got in with them to his home. He felt relaxed as his family can finally have something decent to eat. He thought that he should take his family someday to shop. Chapter 26. Choosing a concubine. Rose sat in front of the loom, her fingers deftly moving over the threads as she wove the fabric. Her thoughts drifted to the recent announcement made by Lord Maximus, the ruler of the territory where she now lived and worked. Enchanted Weaver's Loom, a loom that can weave clothes rapidly, with the quality of the resulting product up to 1 grade. Price 5 system point. The announcement had caused quite a stir among the workers in the clothing factory. Her friend and co-worker, Angeline, sat next to her. Did you hear that Lord Maximus is looking for a wife? Angeline asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Rose nodded, keeping her eyes on her work. I did. I heard he already has 4 wives. Angeline shrugged. Maybe it's not enough. Other nobles have at least 3 wives and 10 concubines. Rose didn't like the sound of that. She knew powerful men like to have many wives and concubines, which is common practice in this world. However, she also knew that it was necessary, especially in a dangerous world like this. The conversation lapsed into silence as they both focused on their work. Rose couldn't help but feel grateful for her job in the clothing factory. It provided her and her family with a means of support after they had been forced to flee their home due to the war. While they were engrossed in their work, a sudden commotion erupted from behind, swiftly capturing their attention. Startled, Rose and Angeline were taken by surprise as a group of men clad in black approached them. "What is this about?" Rose asked, her hands trembling. "We have been sent by Lord Maximus to bring you and your friend to the castle," one of the men replied. "The castle? Why?" Angeline asked, clearly confused. "I don't know the details, but I was told it was for a special assignment," the man said cryptically. Afterward, they talked to Rose and Angeline, asking them to visit the castle at a specific time of the day. As the men dressed in black departed, Rose and Angeline could sense the curious gazes of their coworkers fixed upon them. "Do you think it has something to do with the recent announcement?" Angeline whispered nervously. "I highly doubt it," Rose replied. "Just get dressed and be presentable." After completing their work for the day, under the curious stares from their fellow workers, they exchanged a knowing glance and went their separate ways to prepare for their upcoming meeting with Lord Maximus. As Rose reached her home, her parents were surprised to hear that their daughter was invited by a nobleman. They knew that Lord Maximus was looking for a new concubine and they were happy for their daughter. "This is a wonderful opportunity, my dear," her mother said teasingly. "Mother, please don't get ahead of yourself," Rose replied, joking with her parents. Her father was silent, lost in thought. Finally, he spoke up. "You just need to be careful." Rose nodded in agreement, knowing that her father's concern was well-founded. She reassured her parents that she would be cautious and vigilant during her visit to the castle. Her mother hugged her tightly. "Be careful, dear," she whispered. With a heavy heart, Rose bid farewell to her parents and set out toward the castle, her mind filled with a mix of excitement and trepidation. Meanwhile, Angeline went to the market to buy new clothes for the occasion. She wanted to make a good impression on the lord. As she walked through the market, she saw many beautiful dresses and jewelry, but she couldn't afford any of them. She eventually found a small shop that sold second-hand clothes. After searching through the racks, she found a beautiful dress that fit her perfectly. It was a bit worn, but it was the best she could afford. As she left the shop, she saw other women at the gate of the castle who were also dressed beautifully, hoping to catch the lord's attention. Angeline felt a twinge of nervousness, aware that the competition was fierce. But she didn't let that discourage her and continued to prepare for the invitation. Maximus sat at his desk, his eyes scanning the latest batch of candidates for his concubine. The Phantom Group had sent him a selection of the most beautiful and intelligent women in the kingdom, and he was to confirm whether they fit the system's requirements. The first candidate was a striking brunette with sharp features and piercing blue eyes. She spoke confidently and eloquently, but when Maximus ran her through the system fit detection test, her score was a disappointing 75. Next came a delicate blonde with soft features and a timid demeanor. Maximus was initially intrigued by her shy nature, but after scanning her with the system, her fit score was even lower than the first, at a mere 74. The third candidate was a redhead with fiery energy and a quick wit. She bantered with Maximus easily, and for a moment, he thought he finally found one. But when her system fit detection test results came in, her score was only a disappointing 87. After several more interviews, Maximus was growing frustrated. None of the candidates had scored 90 and above, and the system required a score of at least 90. Just as he was about to be disheartened, the next candidate came. A stunning woman, cream-like skin and piercing green eyes, her score appeared on the screen. To his disappointment, she had only scored an 88. Maximus sighed heavily, leaning back in his chair. None of the women he had interviewed had met the system standards. He dismissed the candidates with a wave of his hand. As the candidate left the room, he leaned forward, his brow furrowed in thought. His system was too picky. If the system didn't have any requirements, he would probably become a god right now. Maximus, feeling disappointed and prepared to end the selection process for the day, sat back on his chair with a heavy heart. Angeline was escorted into the room, her heart beating fast as she tried to calm herself down. "You can do this," she whispered to herself. "Just be confident and honest." She took a deep breath and walked towards Lord Maximus. His eyes locked onto her as she approached, and he was immediately captivated by her beauty. She stood a little shorter than most, with luscious blonde hair and a curvaceous body. Maximus couldn't help but admire her stature. Curious, Maximus had his system scan her. The result appeared before him, showing a fit value of 92. His excitement grew as he realized that she met the system's criteria. With a smile, Maximus beckoned Angeline to take a seat across from him. She approached cautiously, Not fully understanding the reason behind the Lord's smile, Maximus sat across and asked, "Angeline, can you tell me a little bit about yourself and your family?" Angeline's voice trembled slightly as she recounted her life. "My parents were originally from another city. My father was a doctor, and my mother was a skilled seamstress. We were fortunate enough to enjoy a comfortable life," she said, her eyes downcast. "But the conflict between nobles claimed the lives of my parents." Maximus listened intently. Angelina shared her story, as she held the tears down her face. He couldn't bear seeing her cry, so he instinctively walked over to her and embraced her tightly. "I'm so sorry, Angeline," he said. The room fell silent, filled with the emotion that hung in the air. Maximus held Angeline, providing a comforting embrace. As Angeline rested her head on Maximus' shoulder, she felt a sense of security that she hadn't felt in years. His embrace was warm and reassuring, and she couldn't help but feel trust for his kind gesture. Chapter 27. Choosing concubine. 2. As Angeline and Maximus were engrossed in their conversation, the unexpected happened. The door swung open, and the next candidate was escorted into the room. It seemed that the escort had made an error in timing, as the previous candidate had not yet left. Startled by the abrupt entrance, Angeline shyly broke from Maximus' embrace. The one who came in was Rose, Angeline's dear friend. Rose's eyes widened as she took in the sight of Maximus and Angeline in an embrace. She almost stopped in her tracks, unsure of what to do. Sensing the sudden shift in the atmosphere, Maximus turned his attention towards Rose, intrigued by her presence. She was also a beauty, despite her malnourished look. With a curious gaze, Maximus scanned Rose with the system, revealing a fit value of 89.96. Rose, Strength, Tier 0, Potential, Rare, Fit, 89.96. The parentheses indicated her original fit value, while the 89 reflected the impact of malnutrition she had suffered. He was taken aback, realizing that Rose possessed the highest fit value among his wives, surpassing the previous record of 94. Furthermore, she had an exceptional talent that was the most impressive he had encountered thus far, except for his sons. After softly breaking the embrace with Angeline, Maximus motioned for Rose to take a seat. Angeline's attention was shifted to Rose, and she calmed herself. Unsure of what to do next, Angeline seated, while Maximus turned his focus to Rose. Maximus listened attentively as Rose spoke, noticing her poise and grace. As she shared her story, he couldn't help but admire her perseverance and her courage to be able to come here. "I welcome you to our city, Rose," Maximus said with a warm smile. "It's good to know that you and your parents are safe. How are you finding the city so far?" Rose smiled back at Maximus, feeling more at ease with his friendly demeanor. "Thank you, my lord. The city is quite different from what I'm used to, but I'm slowly adjusting. I'm grateful for the kindness and hospitality shown to me and my family since our arrival." Maximus nodded in agreement, pleased to hear that his people were treating Rose and her family with kindness. "I must admit, my lord, when I came here I was surprised by the peace and prosperity of the city," Rose said, her voice filled with genuine awe. Maximus smiled. "I'm glad to hear that you appreciate our city." Maximus watched as Rose and Angeline left the room, their presence leaving an impression on his thoughts. He felt satisfied to have found suitable candidates who met the system requirements. As he walked to his chamber, a sense of anticipation filled him, looking forward to the opportunity of welcoming another valued member into his household. "I will inform them again once I'm with the necessary arrangements," Maximus mused to himself, contemplating the upcoming union. He wanted to ensure that everything was planned and prepared accordingly. Taking a moment to reflect, Maximus glanced at the remaining names on the list of potential candidates. Some were located in distant territories, while others were entangled in complex situations that prevented him from meeting them at the moment. His attention then shifted to Princess Emma. Rumors of her remarkable magical aptitude had reached his ears. He would like to meet her. However, he knew that she was likely far away, probably already in the central continent. Pity that Princess Emma has already left the kingdom, Maximus thought. Her talent as a magician, achieving such strength at a young age, is indeed impressive. A hint of disappointment in his voice. Maximus sighed softly, realizing the limitations imposed by distance and circumstances. He returned his focus to the task at hand, resolving to make the best choices from the available candidates. Within the castle walls, Irene found herself deeply engaged in a conversation with her mother and her father's concubines. The topic of discussion centered around the recent conflict between the Noble Alliance and the Dukes. It was a notable subject of interest, especially considering that Irene's father, Count Marcus, and her 5 brothers were the ones leading the battle this time. As they chatted, worries etched on their faces. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the castle. The guards hurriedly reported the arrival of 2 badly injured brothers. Panic and fear gripped the group as they rushed to attend to the wounded siblings. Irene's heart pounded in her chest as she knelt beside her brothers, her eyes filled with fear. She gently called out to them, her voice quivering, urging them to tell her what had happened. With great effort, one of her brothers, Edgar, who was barely conscious, managed to utter a few words before succumbing to unconsciousness. "Father. Brothers," he mumbled. The gravity of his words pierced through their souls, heightening their anxiety and fear. Moments later, a messenger arrived, carrying a letter from Lady Diana, a dear friend of Irene's father. It said in the message that her father had been ambushed by the army sent by a duke. The news sent panic through Irene and the group of women, their faces pale with disbelief and sorrow. Amid grief and disbelief, Irene's mother refused to accept the news of her husband's death based solely on some letters. She dispatched her most trusted subordinates to investigate further and confirmed the fate of her beloved husband and children. Days passed, filled with anxious anticipation. But what awaited them shattered their hopes and plunged them into the cruel reality of their loss. Count Marcus and her brothers, through their investigations, confirmed their demise. Her subordinates also discovered the movements of their father's past enemies, gathering force to attack their state. Desperation filled the air as the women of the family, her mother, the concubines, her sisters, and Irene found themselves engaged in a heated debate, desperately seeking a solution. With their male family members still unconscious, the responsibility fell upon their shoulders to protect their home and their legacy. Amidst the chaos, Irene's eyes fell upon a bottle of wine in the cellar. It seemed ordinary, but she recalled that it came from her father's friend, Maximus. She had heard rumors that the war had not yet touched his land, which puzzled Irene. Unbeknownst to her, the Noble Alliance and the Dukes had consciously avoided that region due to numerous failed attempts by spies to infiltrate it. Fear of the unknown had kept them at bay. At that moment, Irene realized that seeking refuge with Lady Diana might not keep them completely safe since she was part of the Noble Alliance. Instead, she thought about Maximus, her father's trusted friend. Even though he wasn't with the Noble Alliance, he might offer them a safe place during these tough times. Gathering her thoughts, Irene turned to the women around her and spoke with determination. She suggested they seek refuge with Maximus, pointing out that his place could be relatively safer. She explained why she believed this was their best chance at survival and securing a future for their family. The women looked at each other uncertainly, considering their options. Eventually, they agreed with Irene. They felt that it sounded reasonable and started making preparations, working together to ensure their safety and survival during their escape. Chapter 28 Escape in the dimly lit chambers, Irene and the remaining members of her family busily prepared for their escape. The heavy air was filled with a mixture of determination and trepidation, knowing that their lives depended on a successful departure. They gathered their valuables, ensuring that they had enough money to sustain them in the uncertain days ahead. Money was counted and placed securely in pouches, while precious heirlooms and mementos were carefully wrapped and stowed away. Every item held significance, a tangible reminder of the life they were leaving behind. Food provisions were packed meticulously, their tasteless but nourishing nature serving as a stark contrast to the rich feasts they once enjoyed. Clothes were chosen with practicality in mind. Luxurious fabrics were forsaken for sturdy, durable garments that could withstand the rigors of travel. Layers were added to combat the unpredictable weather that awaited them outside the confines of their opulent home. Among their most valuable assets were the loyal guards who had been cultivated and trained from childhood. They stood by their family's side, ready to defend and even sacrifice their life in any perilous situation. As they made their final preparations, a bittersweet realization settled upon them. The remaining states and territories they once held, symbols of their former power and influence, were discarded as insignificant burdens. In this fight for survival, their lives took precedence over any land or title. The decision was made, and with resolve in their hearts, Irene and her family into the carriage. With one last glance at the grandeur they once called home, they set forth. As the days turned into weeks, Irene and her family continued their arduous journey. The air was thick with exhaustion, their weary bodies longing for respite. And then, miraculously, a glimmer of hope. Her two brothers, Edward and Edgar, woke up from their unconscious state. The reason behind their awakening was none other than the potion their father had obtained from City Baron, the only city connected to the central continent. Though the potion was scarce, their father had managed to secure a few vials, and it was this precious elixir that breathed life back into Edward and Edgar. The sight of their brothers regaining consciousness was a beacon of light in the midst of hardship. Days turned into nights, and nights turned into days as they pressed forward. Finally, the sprawling city of Shadow came into view. Its grandeur and vibrancy stood in stark contrast to the war-torn lands they had left behind. What truly caught their attention was the vast expanse of paddy fields that stretched before them, an unexpected sight in this unfamiliar territory. As they approached the city gates, they were taken aback by the sight of a long line of people waiting patiently. The line was filled with refugees like themselves, individuals who had sought peace from the horrors of war. They blended seamlessly into the line, their disheveled appearance and weariness camouflaging their true identity. Irene and her family, relieved by the lack of attention, joined the line like the rest, eager to enter the city and find sanctuary inside the walls. Despite the hardships they had endured, they were filled with cautious optimism. They held tightly to the hope that Shadow, under the rule of Count Maximus, would offer them the safety and stability they desperately sought. The city of Shadow loomed large before them, offering a glimmer of solace in their turbulent journey. As Irene and her family inched closer to the front of the line, anticipation mingled with nervousness. Finally, it was their turn to face the guard stationed at the gate. The guard's stern expression softened slightly as he observed the weary condition that they were in. "Names?" he requested, his voice tinged with authority. One by one, Irene's family members stepped forward and stated their names. "Irene Imberwood," she said, her voice steady. "Edward Imberwood." Her older brother. "Edgar Imberwood." Her younger brother. The mention of their shared surname caught the guard's attention. He knew that bearing a surname was a privilege reserved for the noble class. His duty required him to report any such occurrence to the higher-ups, ensuring the proper protocols were followed. Without a word, the guard reached into his pocket and retrieved a slip of paper. With a quill in hand, he swiftly wrote something on the paper, sealing the message with ink. As he finished, the slip burned like a small flame. The flames danced and flickered, transforming the written message into ethereal wisps of smoke. But this was no ordinary paper, it was a magical conduit, carrying the guard's report to the higher authorities within the city. The smoke billowed upwards, its trajectory guided by an unseen force until it reached its intended recipient. Shadow Scribe, Tier 2, a sleek, ebony quill with silver engravings. The Shadow Scribe possesses a main body resembling a small, leather-bound journal. Its sugarcane, a delicate parchment, burns instantly upon writing, transferring the message to the main body. The user can read the reports inscribed on the main body at their convenience, receiving information with swiftness and secrecy. Price 300 system point. After a moment's contemplation, the guard motioned to Irene and her family, signaling them to follow. They were led away to a comfortable lounge area, where they could rest and refresh themselves while they awaited further instructions. Irene's family settled into the cozy surroundings, weary bodies sinking into plush chairs. The lounge exuded an air of tranquility, providing a momentary respite from the hardships they had endured during their journey. The guard, respectful yet vigilant, remained nearby, ready to attend to their needs. The lounge became a sanctuary, a space where their battered spirits could find solace. Their tattered garments were incongruous against the backdrop of comfort, but within these walls, they were given a chance to restore their dignity. Maximus sat in his study, reviewing reports and attending to the affairs of his territory. As he delved into the documents, his steward Gerald approached with a concerned look on his face. "Lord Maximus, I have received a report that the Imberwood family has arrived in the city," Gerald reported. Maximus paused, momentarily taken aback by the unexpected news. The Imberwoods were the family of his deceased father's dear friend, Count Marcus. It had been a year since they had last seen each other, and Maximus couldn't help but wonder why they had come to his city now. "Thank you, Gerald," Maximus replied, his voice tinged with curiosity. "Have them escorted to one of our guest houses. Ensure they are provided with everything they need for their stay." Gerald nodded, taking note of the instructions. "Very well, my lord. Shall I inform them of your intention to meet with them?" Maximus considered for a moment before responding. "Not just yet, let them settle in and rest. I will meet with them at a later date. In the meantime, keep a close eye on their activities and any developments regarding their presence in the city." Gerald acknowledged the order, his gaze respectful yet inquisitive. "Understood, my lord. I will personally oversee their arrangements and relay any relevant information to you." Maximus leaned back in his chair, contemplating the significance of the Imberwood family's arrival. There must be a reason behind their visit, he thought. Chapter 29 Tier 3, Nascent Mage Maximus, having cleared his schedule for the day, found himself with a rare to meet the Imberwood family. He would like to know what made them come here. Stepping outside the castle, he made his way toward the waiting carriage, a sleek black vehicle pulled by a pair of strong horses. The carriage set off, traversing the cobbled streets of Shadow City. Maximus gazed out of the window, observing the bustling activity of the city's residents. The familiar sights and sounds provided a soothing backdrop, allowing him a moment of tranquility amidst his busy days. Soon, the carriage arrived at the designated guest house. Maximus stepped out, his presence attracted attention as he made his way towards the entrance. The guard stationed at the entrance saluted him. The doors of the guest house opened, and Maximus entered, his gaze scanning the room of the unfamiliar faces of the Imberwood family. He spotted them in a sitting and engaged in a conversation. Their haggard appearance showed how they suffered before coming here. He couldn't help but notice a beauty, as her graceful presence and captivating aura caught his attention. Intrigued, he discreetly observed her using his keen observation skills. Irene Emberwood, potential, uncommon, fit, 95. The result revealed a remarkable fit value of 95, which surprised him a little bit. However, he remained composed, not allowing his emotions to his face. With a warm smile, Maximus extended a hand in greeting. "I am Maximus, Lord of Shadow City. It is a pleasure to finally meet you." "Lord Maximus, it's our pleasure to be in your presence." Irene's mother Jonah spoke, her voice carrying a mixture of relief and gratitude. "Thank you for welcoming us to your city." Maximus gestured for them to sit, taking a seat across from them. "Please, consider yourselves welcome in Shadow City. You are safe here, and if you need anything you can tell me. Count Marcus was a dear friend to my late father, and I have a duty to support his family." Curious about why they came here, Maximus asked Mrs. Jonah, "May I ask about the reasons for your family's arrival in Shadow City?" Mrs. Jonah, composed yet cautious, met his eyes. "Lord Maximus, our journey here was born out of necessity. The chaos caused by the war between the Noble Alliance and the Dukes has forced us to leave our estate and seek refuge. With my husband's death and my sons injured, we had no choice but to seek safety and support wherever we could find." Maximus nodded, his expression sympathetic. "I understand the difficult circumstances you must have experienced." Mrs. Jonah's gratitude shone through her eyes as she replied, "We are truly grateful for your kindness, Lord Maximus. It means a great deal to us in these hard times." Maximus, maintaining his composure, continued the conversation, delving deeper into what had encountered along the way. He listened intently, gathering information and assessing how he could best assist the Emberwood family. Maximus, after settling the affairs of the Emberwood family, turned his attention to the upcoming weddings of Rose and Angeline. He made it a tradition to ensure a memorable and joyous occasion for any of his women. Dressed in his finest attire, he arrived at Rose's residence with a small entourage of trusted guards and attendants. Maximus paid a visit to her parents and wanted to personally express his gratitude to them. As he entered the house, Maximus greeted Rose's parents with respect and courtesy. He assured them that he would treat Rose with utmost care and respect. After bidding farewell to Rose's parents, Maximus turned his attention to Angeline. She had been living alone since the death of her parents. He made sure to arrange her suitable attire for the occasion. Maximus took great care in selecting a gown that would complement Angeline's beauty, and that she would feel radiant on her special day. With the event fast approaching, Maximus focused on finalizing the details, ensuring that everything was meticulously planned. Maximus stood at the front of the grand hall, overseeing the festivities of the wedding. The atmosphere was lively, filled with laughter, music, and the joyous chatter of the guests. His children remained clueless about the occasion and playfully ran around, their innocent giggles adding a touch of lightness to the event. Among the attendees were Rose's parents, beaming with pride as they witnessed their daughter with Maximus. The Emberwood family also graced the occasion. As Irene observed the grandeur of the wedding unfolding before her, there was an unfamiliar emotion stirring within her. She watched as Maximus stood tall at the front of the hall, radiating confidence and charm. He was surrounded by his wives and children, a picture of familial bliss. Irene couldn't help but feel a pang of longing deep within her. The lavish decorations, the joyful laughter, and the collective celebration of love only served to magnify her desires. She couldn't help but wonder what it would be like to stand by Maximus' side. As the wedding progressed, Maximus' gaze occasionally shifted toward Irene, a member of the Emberwood family. Irene caught his attention as he couldn't help but notice a flicker of envy in her eyes. As the wedding festivities continued, Maximus allowed himself to be fully present in the moment, ensuring that Rose and Angeline felt cherished and loved. Maximus sat in the center of a vast chamber, surrounded by ancient runes and a mystical array. Rays of soft sunlight filtered through stained glass windows, casting a kaleidoscope of colors upon the polished stone floor. The Celestial Sanctum, Tier 3, a chamber adorned with celestial blue runes and a mystical array that resembles a starry sky. The runes shimmer with ethereal light, creating a serene and transcendent atmosphere for mage meditation. Increase meditation speed by 100%. Price 17,000 system point. With a serene expression on his face, Maximus closed his eyes and began to enter a state of meditation. The air grew turbulent, aware of the immense energy that was about to be unleashed. Maximus focused his thoughts on the divine principles woven in the air. He invoked sacred mantras, resonating with vibrations echoing within the chamber. As he chanted, his body became enveloped in a shimmering aura of ethereal light, pulsating with the energy of the universe. With each passing moment, Maximus felt his consciousness closer to that divine. As he continued his meditation, Maximus began to perceive the intricate threads of arcane knowledge that bound the world together. Insights flooded his mind, unveiling the secrets of spellcasting and the intricacies of manipulating the very fabric of reality. The universe whispered its secrets to him, as ancient wisdom flowed into his consciousness. A surge of energy coursed through Maximus' veins, radiating from the core of his being. He felt a transformation taking place within him, his essence aligning with the forces of magic that surged through his being. The room trembled with the sheer magnitude of the magical energy that emanated from him. In a burst of power, Maximus transcended the boundaries of a mere mage. He is beginning to become a conduit of the arcane, a vessel through which the very essence of magic flows. His spirit ascended to new heights, reaching the realm of a Tier 3 nascent mage. Chapter 30 Start the Unification. User, Maximus Shadow Crest, Strength, Tier 3, Nascent Mage Level 1, 1 out of 1 billion, Potential, Rank 4 Legendary 2193 out of 10,000, Meditation Method, Chapter 3 Celestial Consciousness, Wife, 6, Hazel, Strength, Official Mage Level 5, Potential, Uncommon, Generate, 10 System Points per day, Eric Augustin, Strength, Official Mage Level 5, Potential, Uncommon, Generate, 10 System Points per day, Livia Silvermane, Strength, Great Knight Level 2, Potential, Uncommon, Meditation, Chapter 2, Moonlit Serenade, Generate, 100 System Points per day, Luna Silvermane, Strength, Great Knight Level 2, Potential, Uncommon, Generate, 100 System Points per day, Angeline, Strength, Apprentice Mage Level 7, Potential, Uncommon, Generate, 1 System Points per day, Rose, Strength, Apprentice Mage Level 9, Potential, Rare, Generate, 1 System Points per day, Children, Lily, 3 years old Liam, 3 years old Max, 2 years old Nathan, 2 years old Lila, 0.8 years old Lydia, 0.8 years old, Gold, 30,765, Mole. Maximus sat in his study, a sense of satisfaction washing over him as he looked at the information displayed on the system panel. After successfully advancing to a Tier 3 nascent mage, he felt his newfound strength coursing through his veins. Yet, amidst his exhilaration, Maximus also felt the presence of the corrosive mana in the air. It reminded him of the book he read, Basic Knowledge of Ethereum Realm, which told the knowledge that nascent mage is already at the peak he can achieve on this continent. The book explained that the mana required to advance to a higher realm was simply too vast. Although, you could still absorb mana after filtering out its corrosive properties. However, advancing in such a way is not recommended, as the time needed is immeasurable, considering that the lifespan of a nascent mage is only 1,000 years. As he thought about it, he came up with a solution: he could buy a filtering array from the system wall. However, after a quick glance, he set it aside for now, as it cost a staggering amount for a Tier 3 array, requiring hundreds of thousands. Maximus couldn't advance for a while. He knew that he had reached the peak of strength on this cursed continent. If he needed to advance to a higher realm, he would have to go to the central continent. However, it was too dangerous for his cowardly heart, and he felt that there was no need to hurry his advancement for now. He needed to consolidate his power, so he decided to shop for suitable spells. In the past, he bought a few spells ranging from Tier 0 to Tier 2. However, he didn't use them much, as he had purchased them to familiarize himself with magic. The reason he did so was that magic weapons of the same tier were stronger and affordable, allowing him to be extravagant with his weapon. However, now that he had ascended to Tier 3, the magic weapons suitable for his current strength were very expensive, ranging from tens of thousands to even hundreds of thousands. The cost of magic weapons and spells of the same rank was about 10 times the difference in price. Considering his lack of money, he obviously chose magic spells as they were cheaper and more versatile. Happy with his decision, he opened the system mall and started browsing for available spells suitable for nascent mages. He carefully read their descriptions, searching for the one that would match his style. After a while, he made a purchase. Flame Burst, Tier 3, High Fire Damage, Burning Effect. Range of approximately 500 meter radius. Speed of about 200 meters per second. Price, 2,000 System Point, Frost Particle, Tier 3, High Ice Damage. Slow down or immobilize. Range of about 1,000 meters radius. Speed of around 100 meters per second. Price 2,000 System Point, Earthquake Slam, Tier 3, Heavy Physical Damage, Knockback, or Stun. Speed of around 300 meters per second. Price, 3,000 System Point, Lightning Bolt, Tier 3, High Voltage Damage, Electrification, or Stunning. Range of approximately 300 meters radius. Price 4,000 System Point, Healing Aura, Tier 3, the Healing Aura skill embodies the essence of restoration, radiating outward in a 100-meter radius. It bestows a remarkable regenerative power, infusing the recipient with huge vitality. Price 4,500 System Point, Barrier Projection, Tier 3, The barrier projection skill grants the caster the ability to conjure an impenetrable shield, with the ability to absorb some Tier 3 damage. The protective aura extends within a radius of 100 meters. Price 4,500 System Point, Beast Transformation, Tier 3, unleash the primal power within, transforming into a formidable beast. Enhanced physical attributes, heightened senses, and natural weaponry. Price 3,000 System Point, Illusory Guise, Tier 3, master the art of illusion, disguising yourself as another or assuming a new identity. Can deceive and confuse up to Tier 3. Price 3,000 System Point, Mind's Eye, Tier 3, tap into heightened perception, providing a 1,000-meter radius of vision and 10 kilometers if used in a straight path. Price 4,500 System Point. He leaned back, deep in contemplation. Although magic spells were cheaper, they were still more costly than he had anticipated, as he watched his system points quickly reach zero. He briefly thought about his treasury and considered converting some gold coins into system points, but he quickly realized that his gold coins were also running low. The Ethereum market generated huge profits, but it simply wasn't enough to sustain his extravagant expenses as his strength grew. As he stared at the numbers on the screen, he contemplated a solution. He knew that a Tier 3 mage was a rare entity in this continent, primarily due to its challenging environment. Perhaps it was time for him to address and resolve the fragmented situation in this kingdom. He reasoned, making excuses for his motives of accumulating wealth. In his council chamber, Maximus's mind was racing with ideas and plans for the unification of the scattered kingdom. Recognizing the significance of the matter, he summoned General Smith and General Johnson to come up with a reliable plan. Gentlemen, as the generals entered the room, he greeted them briefly with a serious expression. The time has come to unite our once scattered kingdom, restoring peace and prosperity of our land. General Smith stepped forward and declared, "My lord, rest assured that we will swiftly unite and bring an end to the chaos at your order." During this time, the soldiers underwent rigorous training. Their strength has reached that of official knights. With this army, we can overpower everything and bring unity to this kingdom. After hearing what he said, he was surprised. Although an official knight was somewhat weak for an individual, for an army, it was already overwhelming. The resources needed for such an army are astronomical. Fortunately, he bought the Resonance Harmonizer Array, which made up for the resources needed to advance to an official knight. "I am pleased to hear of our soldiers' advancements," he replied, a hint of satisfaction in his voice. "With the strength of the army and an abundant allocation of resources, we can surely succeed." General Johnson said, "My lord, we also need to establish supply chains to ensure a steady provision of food and weapons for the soldiers," he added. The three further discussed the feasibility of their plan, meticulously analyzing what was needed and what was missing. Gathering their commanders and advisors, General Smith and General Johnson called for a briefing in their military outpost. Maps and strategic reports were spread across a large table as they deliberated on their first targets. Looking at the surrounding city around their territory, and taking into account what resources they have. After a lengthy discussion, a plan was set. Stonebrick City, Pinecrest City, and Willowdale City was marked on the map. General Smith began with the discussion. "These three cities are the nearest to us, which is a suitable training target at the beginning of our campaign," General Smith mused, pointing at the locations on the map. "Their proximity to our outpost makes them ideal for swift and coordinated strikes. And finally, it was somewhat weak considering the strength of our army." General Johnson nodded in agreement. "Dividing our forces into smaller teams will allow us to attack multiple targets simultaneously. Each team will consist of more than 300 elite soldiers. It should be more than enough to overwhelm the enemy." They meticulously planned the logistics, assigning officers to lead each team and outlining the routes of attack. They took into account the terrain, potential obstacles, and defensive capabilities of the cities they were about to engage. "Our main objective is to seize control of these cities swiftly and efficiently," General Smith asserted. "We need to establish a strong foothold and demonstrate our dominance. This will not only weaken the enemy's morale but also serve as a clear message to others that we mean business." General Johnson added, "Once these cities are under our control, we can further expand our influence and unite more land. This is the first step towards achieving our ultimate goal." Chapter 31 City Attack 1. The sun rose high, casting golden rays of light upon Shadow City. The sound of marching boots reverberated through the streets as the city's inhabitants gathered along the roads, curious about the cause of such a commotion. What they saw was an army of 1,000 men, clad in domineering crimson-red armor, marching in perfect unison. Their steps were synchronized with military precision. Flags bearing the emblem of their lord, Maximus, fluttered in the gentle breeze. The citizens, observing their striking march, felt their blood boil. Their eyes were filled with admiration, and some parents even had their children cling to them, telling them that one day they would become great soldiers too. The parents laughed with chests held high, knowing that such a formidable force would act as their shield against any impending threat. The soldiers' faces remained expressionless, but deep inside, they felt pride, showcasing the result of their rigorous training. The clanking of armor and the steady beat of war drums echoed, creating a symphony of strength and unity. As the army disappeared into the distance, the overwhelming display of power brought a sense of unity and reassurance, igniting a profound pride within the inhabitants. On the observation deck above Stone Brick City, 2 guards stood vigilantly, their eyes scanning the horizon for any signs of possible attacks. As they looked over, they engaged in a conversation. "I heard the nobles called for a gathering," one guard whispered, leaning against the rough stone wall. "Does it mean the war will resume?" The other guard sighed, his gaze fixed on the distant field. "It's hard to say. There was a ceasefire due to the deaths of a large number of nobles and there is a potential threat from the neighboring kingdom. But after a period of consolidation, it seems like the tension is rising again." Nodding solemnly, the first guard sighed, "The war left us with severe food shortages, and I've heard of many people dying from hunger. It's truly an unfortunate predicament." The second guard's expression mirrored the weight of their conversation. "I know, right? Fortunately, Atheria Market was built as it somewhat alleviates the situation." Curiosity flickered in the first guard's eyes. "Atheria Market? I've heard about it, but what exactly is it?" The second guard's voice carried a hint of mystery. "I don't know much, but I've heard that it's from another place, and they've opened the market here." "Really? That sounds mysterious. What would they want in this poor place? Perhaps they're searching for something?" The first guard replied. "Indeed, looking at their supplies, it seems like they are not short of money that they need to expand the market here." The second guard explained. As they were talking, their eyes suddenly caught sight of a dust cloud in the distance. Their conversation abruptly stopped as they looked at each other's faces. "Look, over there!" one guard exclaimed, pointing towards the approaching army. "We have an enemy approaching." Without hesitation, they both sprang into action. One guard swiftly reached for the signal flare, a small cylindrical tube containing a colored smoke canister. He ignited it, sending a plume of bright red smoke into the air. The signal flare arced above the city walls, leaving a trail of red smoke, serving as a reminder of an enemy invasion. The commanding officer, a seasoned Tier 2 Great Knight, approached the guards who had ignited the signal flare. His expression was stern. Taking a look at the guards' anxious faces. "What happened?" His voice carried a tinge of annoyance. One guard stepped forward, his voice shaky. "Sir, we spotted an approaching enemy." The commanding officer's brow furrowed as he listened. He retrieved a small device resembling a telescope, swiftly extending it to get a closer look at the situation. Peering through the device, he observed the approaching army. After a while, a wry smile appeared on his lips. "There are only about 300 of them. This is nothing more than a mere bandit attack. There was no need for the needless panic," he remarked with a smug tone. His comment stung the guards, who exchanged glances, their faces showing a hint of embarrassment. "We apologize, sir. We acted instinctively with the city's safety in mind," one guard reasoned. The commanding officer dismissed their apology with a wave of his hand. "It's okay. What we need to do is deal with it swiftly. Prepare the troops for a skirmish. This should be an easy victory for us." He turned away from the guards, his confidence seeming to calm them as they began to prepare for the city's defense. Lieutenant General Lith halted their march, his gaze fixed on Stone Brick City ahead. The red smoke dancing in the air caught his attention as if welcoming their arrival. With a calm expression, he turned to his troops. "It seems they have already spotted us," he murmured. "Form the array formation," Lith ordered, his voice carrying the weight of authority. "Take your positions, lock shields, and hold the line." The soldiers responded immediately as if they had performed this maneuver countless times before. They moved into their designated positions, aligning their shields to create an impenetrable barrier. The Titan array formation took shape, satisfying Lith. The knights' shields became infused with earth magic, forming an impervious barrier capable of withstanding powerful assaults from the front. With this formation, there were no enemies that could harm them. Phalanx of the Titan, Tier 1, this formation arranges the knights tightly, creating an impenetrable formation reminiscent of ancient titans flexing their muscles. The knights' shields are infused with earth magic, forming an impervious barrier. Price, 1,500 gold coin. Remember, soldiers, we fight not only for victory but for the unity of our kingdom," Lith declared, projecting an inspiring aura. "Stay focused, trust in your training, and let our array formation be the shield that protects us." With each soldier locked in their position, the array formation stood as a formidable sight. The troops awaited further orders as they slowly marched toward the city wall. As the city guards watched the approaching enemy force, a wave of fear washed over them, causing their hands to tremble and their hearts to race. The aura emanating from the oncoming troops felt like an overwhelming shield ready to crush them. The Tier 2 Knight commander in charge of the battle couldn't help but feel a shiver down his spine. Although he was not considered very strong in this continent, his strength granted him superiority over most opponents. These soldiers. They felt like a giant monster. One guard whispered. "How is this possible? Are they all knights?" His voice filled with disbelief. The commanding officer swallowed hard, his eyes locked on the advancing enemy. Although their number is small, but combined with their strength, made him question his initial assumptions. Their formation appeared to be tightly coordinated, like hungry wolves deprived of prey for weeks. Though he outranked them by a tier, he still couldn't shake the feeling that he and his guards were nothing more than ants facing an elephant. The realization sent a chill through his veins. Prepare yourselves." The commanding officer called out, his voice cracking, betraying his lack of confidence. "Hold your ground and fight with all your might. Those who retreat will be killed without mercy." The city guards exchanged nervous glances, their faces pale with fear. They were acutely aware of the danger they were about to face, but they had been given a death order that they could not refuse. They unleashed a barrage of arrows upon the advancing enemy, hoping to inflict some damage or at least delay them. However, as the arrows met the enemy, it seemed as if they encountered an invisible barrier, leaving the enemy unscathed. Their futile efforts only served to deepen their sense of helplessness. Lieutenant General Lith, leading the charge from the front, paid no attention to the raining arrows. They were like mere toothpicks, bouncing harmlessly off an impervious shield. His eyes locked onto the closed gates of the city as he commanded the army in formation. "Charge!" Lith's voice thundered. The soldiers, upon hearing this order, charged with all their might. Bang! With a deafening sound, the gate flew while still attached to the wall. The combined strength of over 300 knights was so powerful that it blasted the gate, flying. Seeing this, the guards felt their hearts sink. Some were already looking for opportunities to retreat. However, upon seeing their commanding officer, they held their ground. Little did they know that their so-called commander was already planning his own escape, intending to use them as a delay tactic. Chapter 32 City Attack 2. The citizens of Stonebrick City, plagued by a constant sense of danger, carried on with their daily routines as best they could. Their faces were filled with weariness and hunger that gnawed at their bodies. Chatting with their neighbors, they attempted to find something to do to forget the hunger that tortured them. As the city guards gathered near the wall, nervousness spread through the air. The citizens were curious as to why the guards were assembling near the wall, sensing that something was wrong. Whispers of an impending attack circulated, further adding to their unease. However, they still curiously looked on, their hunger-consumed bodies leaving them with little energy to spare for a feeling of panic. To them, the possibility of facing death by a sword seemed more bearable than succumbing to the slow agony of starvation. Bang! Suddenly, a deafening sound reverberated through the streets. The city gates crashed open, jolting the citizens from their numbed state. Panic surged through their veins like a sudden shock as their survival instincts kicked in. In a frenzy, people scattered, seeking shelter wherever they could find it. Doors were slammed shut, windows were hastily barred, and the once bustling streets turned eerily deserted within moments. Within the confines of their homes, people held their breaths as their hearts continued to pound. They listened intently to the chaotic sounds of battle, the clash of steel, and the cries of battle, growing more nervous with each passing moment. As the battle raged on, the array formation displayed its overwhelming strength, crushing the enemy without much resistance. Fortunately, they had been instructed to show mercy and only render the enemy unconscious, as they would be reintegrated into the army later on. With their immense power and impenetrable barrier, subduing them is relatively easy. The commanding officer, sensing the hopelessness of the situation, felt a surge of panic. He realized that they were being toyed by the enemy, and he then quickly looked for an opportunity to escape. He commanded the city guards to attack more aggressively, preparing to hold the enemy a little longer. Meanwhile, Lieutenant General Lith saw through the commanding officer's intentions and swiftly flanked him with his 4 trusted knights, each possessing similar strength as a peak Tier 1 official knight. They encircled the commanding officer and swiftly formed their specialized formation, granting them increased perception and agility, different from the regular army formation. Engaging in a fierce clash, Lith's sword clashed with the enemy, nearly launching him into the air. Fortunately, the specialized formation provided a cushioning ability, quickly dissipating the kinetic energy. With their precise and calculated attacks, it seemed as though they had eyes in the back of their heads. The commanding officer could barely evade and parry their strikes, leaving him increasingly injured as the battle ensued. As the battle raged on, desperation filled the commanding officer's heart. He found himself heavily wounded, slowing his movements, while his opponents remained as agile as cats, seamlessly rotating to attack him from all angles. He wondered how a mere 5 official knights could overpower him, a seasoned great knight, with such minimal effort. Finally, with a swift swing of his sword, Lieutenant General Lith severed the head of the commanding officer. As the head slowly fell in the air, the battlefield suddenly fell silent. Apparently all their attention was on them in this brief battle. "Soldiers of Stonebrick City," Lith declared, his voice carrying authority. "Your commanding officer has fallen. Surrender now, and your lives shall be spared." His words echoed throughout the silent battlefield, reaching the ears of the crumbling city guards. The death of their leader further shattered their spirits, leaving them in despair that dwindled their morale. Lith swept his gaze across the dispirited guards, fully aware that surrender was their only viable option. They were no match for his troops, especially considering that they had no casualties thus far while inflicting heavy losses upon the enemy. "Drop your weapons and surrender," Lith reiterated. "Those who surrender now will be granted mercy and treated fairly." As the silence lingered, the city guards, acknowledging the futility of their situation, began to slowly lower their weapons, with hands trembling with fear. The sound of weapons clattering as they hit the ground became a tangible symbol of their surrender. True to his word, Lith instructed his troops to secure the surrendered guards, maintaining order amidst the chaos that had just unfolded. The city guards felt a mixture of relief and gratitude as they realized they had survived the onslaught. When they surrendered, there was still a glimmer of hope for a future, but continuing to fight will be a dead end filled with despair. As the dust settled and the echoes of battle faded away, silence filled the air. The once hidden citizens of Stonebrick City cautiously emerged from their homes, their eyes filled with uncertainty. Before stood a group of disciplined soldiers, their crimson-red armor shining in the fading sunlight. The citizens exchanged bewildered glances, unable to fully comprehend the turn of events. What would happen to them now? Fear and curiosity mingled in their hearts as they pondered the intentions of these soldiers. One man, overcome by a mixture of fear and curiosity, mustered the courage to approach the soldier wearing the crimson-red armor. "What do you want?" His voice trembled, as he dared to question such a powerful figure. The soldier, taken aback by the question, remembered the orders given by Lieutenant General Lith to survey the city and ensure no hidden enemies were remaining. With a stoic expression, he replied, "We are from Shadow City. Our Lord has witnessed the suffering of the people and seeks to bring peace to this kingdom." The poor man was shocked and excited by the soldier's response. "Is it true what they say? Isn't Shadow City the rumored fairyland with unlimited food?" Hope glimmered in his eyes. Even those who had been hiding and eavesdropping felt their excitement rise as they heard this revelation. Shadow City was said to be ruled by a benevolent lord, and the citizens had long dreamed of finding refuge there. However, their lord had imposed strict bans and curfews, preventing them from leaving their city. The soldier in the crimson-red armor noticed their expressions and offered a caring smile. "We are currently distributing food in the center of the city. Now, if you'll excuse me, I still have tasks to attend to," he said. With a wave of his hand, the poor man bid the soldier farewell and hurried back to his house, making preparations to go to the center of the city. The others who had been hiding also emerged from their hiding spots. Their footsteps quickened as they rushed to join the gathering at the center of the city, fearful that there might not be enough food if they arrived late. The poor man cautiously traveled to the location the soldier had said. His eyes fixed on the many people gathering for food, just like him. With fear and apprehension gripping him, he continued to walk, desperately hoping that it was real and they were truly giving out food. Upon arriving at the scene, he was shocked to see the long line of people waiting to receive their portion, which turned out to be a pot of porridge. His stomach rumbled with hunger, and the sweet aroma of the porridge filled his senses. Joining the line, he observed the orderly queue, with people from all over the city standing patiently, their eyes filled with excitement and anticipation. The line led to a makeshift distribution area where soldiers worked diligently and efficiently. Finally, it was his turn. The poor man inched forward, his gaze locked onto the food before him. Although it was just porridge, for someone who hadn't eaten for days, it felt like a feast fit for a god. A soldier handed him a bowl of porridge with a smile and said, "Here you are." Tears slowly welled up in his eyes. It had been so long since he had last tasted a proper meal. Unable to contain his gratitude, he whispered, "Can I have another one after I finish this?" "Yes, of course. You can come back for as much as you want," the soldier replied, understanding the man's plight. Unable to wait any longer, he stepped out of the line and took his first bite, savoring the flavors that danced upon his tongue. It was a taste that he would cherish and remember for the rest of his life. Chapter 33 Enemy Alert. General Smith and General Johnson sat across from each other, surrounded by maps, reports, and scrolls detailing the aftermath of the war. The flickering candles cast dancing shadows across their faces as they meticulously read through the documents. As they perused the reports, a sigh of relief escaped both generals, pleased with the news they had just read. They had successfully captured the 3 cities without much difficulty. General Smith raised an eyebrow as he studied statistics regarding the damage inflicted upon the captured cities, the number of surrendered troops, and the overall cost of the raid. Carefully examining the reports, they made note of the gains they had received. It became apparent that the most valuable acquisition was the population, which numbered around 100,000 more than the population of Shadow City itself. As expected of our well-trained soldiers, there were no casualties. General Smith remarked. They also managed to minimize loss of life on the enemy side, which is a significant achievement for us. General Johnson nodded in agreement. Yes, our soldiers certainly know how to execute tasks perfectly. With only 1,000 soldiers at our disposal, recruiting civilians at this stage is not feasible, so we will have to consider incorporating the enemy's army. They continued their discussion, strategizing on how to allocate and manage resources to reinforce and stabilize the cities they had conquered. They took careful note of the citizens' needs for food, resources, and medicine, intending to report these requirements to their lord, Maximus. Recognizing that the lord prioritized population over wealth, they understood the importance of winning people's trust. They planned to cater to their needs and gradually integrate them into Maximus' kingdom once all the lands were unified. General Johnson leaned back in his chair, his gaze fixed on the flickering flames of the candle. We have taken the first step towards unification. I hope that liberating the people in the kingdom can be achieved as smoothly and efficiently as this. Indeed, but the real challenge lies after the noble reacts to the situation. We encountered little resistance this time due to their forces being scattered. General Smith replied, his tone serious. Locking eyes with each other, they understood each other's meaning. They continued their work, crafting follow-up plans and strategies. In the Grand Council chamber of Watchtower City, the Noble Alliance convening a meeting. Lord Harrington, the leader of the Alliance, addressed the council members. Esteemed nobles. The recent truce has allowed us to consolidate our power, but we must acknowledge that the three dukes are also doing the same. The time has come for us to discuss our follow-up plan. This land is too small for two rulers. Lord Harrington continued. Excitement and greed filled the faces of the council members. They were already envisioning a prosperous future for themselves. Lady Isabella, the council's diplomat, raised her hand to speak. Lord Harrington, although we may outnumber the three dukes' troops, they still possess a considerable amount of resources, and their armies are more disciplined and stronger than ours. It would be unwise to underestimate their abilities and continue the war. You are right, Isabella. We are indeed no match for the dukes, and it would be imprudent to persist with our attacks. However, I have invested huge amount resources to hire a Tier 4 Sky Knight to directly eliminate the dukes. Lord Harrington revealed his plan. But Harrington, once we have killed the three dukes, are you certain that the neighboring kingdoms will not make further moves? Inquired Lord Roland, a friend of Lord Harrington. I understand your concern, Roland. That's why I have reached out to some nobles in the neighboring kingdoms to gauge their views. This continent must not be ruled by a single individual, which is why I plan to form a noble council composed of nobles from all over the continent. These nobles have promised not to interfere with our affairs. Lord Harrington assured them. The room buzzed with murmurs as the nobles recognized the feasibility of the plan. They realized they were all in the same boat now, and the idea of forming a noble council seemed increasingly beneficial, especially for those who joined early. As their discussion continued, they explored various ideas and strategies, engaging in thorough debates to refine the plan of forming the noble council after the three dukes were eliminated. Suddenly, the door was forcefully slammed open, and a guard rushed in, gasping for breath. The abrupt interruption annoyed some of the nobles, who exchanged glances. What's the matter? Lord Harrington calmly asked. My lord, urgent news. Stonebrick City, Pinecrest City, and Willowdale City have been attacked. The guard reported, unaware of the annoyance in the room, as he handed over a parchment. The expressions of the people in the room shifted from annoyance to shock as they received the news. Lord Harrington's face turned red with anger and humiliation as he examined the contents of the parchment. According to this report, it was Count Maximus who led the attack on the three cities we recently regained control of. Lord Harrington coldly explained. This revelation angered the surrounding nobles. It was one thing if the responsible party was the dukes, but to have a mere count encroach on their territory felt not only humiliating but also an act of defiance. I believe this is not a simple matter. Lady Isabella interjected. To have the audacity to attack us now, he must possess the means to do so. I've also heard of several unsuccessful assassination attempts on him due to the rumors that he possesses a treasure that can reverse the land nature and make it fertile. She further explained. Indeed, I have invited him several times, hoping to acquire his methods, but all my efforts have failed. I even sent a small contingent of elite soldiers, but they vanished without a trace. I had put this matter aside due to the growing conflict with the dukes, but now that he has attacked us, we can no longer turn a blind eye. Lord Harrington spoke with a serious tone. Lord Roland, however, was filled with fury. How dare a mere count overstep his boundaries? We were already generous in inviting him, yet he has the audacity to refuse and launch an attack against us. Who gave him the courage to do so? He exclaimed. The surrounding nobles agreed, their fists clenched with a mix of excitement and anger. Now, I understand your anger, but let us not forget the bigger picture. We must not let our anger underestimate this man. I plan to deploy our idle army to retake the lost cities and ensure that such acts do not happen again. Lord Harrington assured them, attempting to calm the room. The nobles nodded in agreement, refocusing their attention on their earlier discussions about managing and distributing the benefits once the noble council was formed. The room was renewed with energy as they eagerly voiced their desires. Little did they know that the news of the attack had been intentionally spread by Maximus to divert their attention, unaware that the army responsible for the attack consisted solely of official knights. The three dukes, Charles, Thomas, and Darwin, found themselves amidst a grand dance party, surrounded by beautiful women. The room was adorned with shimmering chandeliers as the women elegantly waltzed, their attire barely concealing their body. Amidst the festivities, they discussed the recent attack on a city within the territory of the Noble Alliance. Initially, they had assumed it to be an attack from a neighboring kingdom. However, upon reading the report, they were amused to discover that the perpetrator was a mere count from within their own ranks. Well, it seems that our friends on the other side cannot even control their own people. How amusing. Charles laughed heartily, his belly shaking with mirth. Ha ha ha. It appears our noble brethren are not satisfied with their fair share of the benefits and have resorted to taking what they want by force. Thomas, a suave and witty man, chuckled as he raised a glass of wine. Darwin joined in their laughter, his eyes twinkling with amusement. Indeed, Charles. The allure of power seems to have clouded their reason, leading them to fight amongst themselves. The three continued to revel in their amusement, enjoying the dance of the women around them. They chose not to delve further into the topic, unaware that the count they were discussing was not part of the so-called Noble Alliance. Chapter 34 Connecting the Cities. Maximus sat in his study, engrossed in reading the reports detailing the outcomes of the recent raids. Once he finished perusing the reports, he retrieved a quill and parchment, carefully composing a letter. With each stroke of the quill, he conveyed his intention to continue the attacks without pause, aiming to attack while the Noble Alliance still didn't take him seriously. The ink dried swiftly, sealing his orders. Aware that the enemy did not take him seriously, he believed a swift and relentless assault was necessary to hasten his progress to unite Fury Kingdom. As for any potential counterattacks, he was not overly concerned. Possessing the strength of a Tier 3 nascent mage granted him invincibility in this continent. Even if faced with a Tier 4 Sky Knight or another Tier 3 nascent mage, he believes that he was far stronger than them. With advanced spells and a top-tier meditation formula, Divine Consciousness granted him a purer and greater quantity of mana. This is his reason and confidence to know that he could overpower those of the same rank. Once he finished writing the letter, he handed it to his loyal courier, accompanied by a firm nod, providing the final instructions to ensure its delivery. In the morning, Maximus held a meeting within his castle. Surrounded by his trusted officials, the atmosphere was imbued with seriousness as they discussed their next steps in the campaign. Our recent victories have granted us control over 3 cities. However, mere control makes them a burden to us. We must turn these lands into profitable assets sooner rather than later. He declared with authority. First and foremost, we need not overly concern ourselves with the safety of the cities, as that responsibility lies with the army. What I require from you is to stabilize the land and make them prosper. Maximus instructed. One of the officials presented a detailed map of the region, placing it on the table. My lord, if we intend to transform this land, we must establish a stable transportation network as our first priority. This will allow for the safe and efficient transfer of supplies. Yes, in addition, we can utilize the excess population to work in factories and cultivate the land. With the Lord's magical crystals, we can expand the agricultural areas in these cities. Another official added. Very well. I expect these roads to be constructed swiftly. Maximus affirmed, expressing his approval to the officials. Subsequently, the meeting delved into more detailed discussions and planning. The officials rose from their seats, offering contributions and suggesting various plans of action. The meeting concluded on a positive note, with a sense of contentment. Kevin sat comfortably in his lavish carriage, his eyes fixed on the window as the bustling streets of Shadow City faded away. It had been a few years since he arrived in the city and began his spice business. Once a poor boy, he now enjoyed the luxuries of life, riding in a magnificent carriage. As the carriage traveled along the road, his attention was drawn to a construction site. It wouldn't have been unusual to see road construction on the outskirts of the city, as it had happened before. However, he was now several miles away from the city, and the construction work still continued, piquing his curiosity. Intrigued, he halted the carriage and stepped out, approaching the group of workers who toiled with sweat glistening on their foreheads. He politely inquired, "Excuse me, gentlemen. May I ask what is happening here? Why is there still road construction taking place so far from the city?" "Oh, it's you, Sir Kevin," one of the workers exclaimed, wiping his brow. "This road is being built to connect to the cities captured in the recent military campaign that took place a few days ago," he explained with a weary smile. "Captured cities?" Kevin repeated in surprise. "I was conducting business in those cities just a few days ago." "Did they have a conflict with the Lord?" he inquired further. No, sir," the worker solemnly denied. "The Lord has shown mercy and, witnessing the plight of the people, decided to incorporate them into his rule and provide them with the lives they deserve." Kevin's mind raced with thoughts about Lord Maximus' intentions. He began to suspect that the Lord was planning to unify the entire Fairy Kingdom under his rule. "Thank you for the information. I shall turn back to the city to ensure that I don't interfere with Lord Maximus," he declared with a serious tone. He didn't want to risk his life continuing his business ventures now. The thought of being caught in the midst of a conflict between Lord Maximus' forces and the captured cities was too great of a risk. He valued life over money, knowing that money could be earned again, but life was irreplaceable. He climbed back into his carriage, instructing the driver to turn around and head back to Shadow City. His plans had been disrupted, but he prioritized the preservation of his life over financial gains. General Smith and General Johnson stood before the defeated soldiers of the three cities they had just conquered. The soldiers looked weary and uncertain, unsure of what fate awaited them. "Soldiers," General Smith began his speech, his voice filled with sincerity. "We are not here to judge you based on your past allegiances. Today, we extend a genuine invitation to join us in our cause. We understand that we once fought on different sides, and you may fear that we will treat you as mere cannon fodder." General Johnson added, "Rest assured, we are here to offer you an opportunity and the power of a knight, which once brought you defeat," he said, pointing towards a group of soldiers who exuded a formidable presence. The group of soldiers emitted a palpable pressure, reminding the defeated soldiers of their own powerlessness during the battle. They exchanged glances, hope glimmering in their eyes as they yearned to possess such strength and regain their lost vigor. General Smith continued, his voice firm but compassionate. "We recognize the skills and experience each of you possesses. Despite being overwhelmed, you showed unwavering courage on the battlefield. This is the very courage we need in our army." General Johnson nodded in agreement. "We have witnessed firsthand the courage and resilience you possess. We will not treat you any differently. Instead, we will acknowledge your talents and place you in ranks that you deserve." As the general spoke, one by one, the defeated soldiers' expressions transformed from weariness to excitement. They were eager to join on this cause and be incorporated into the army. General Smith smiled, raising his hand to signal the soldiers' attention. "If you choose to join us, we will train together, fight together, and rebuild the land into prosperity. With Lord Maximus by our side, nothing will stand in our way." The defeated soldiers stood a little taller, a spark of determination igniting within them. This was their opportunity for redemption, and more importantly, an opportunity to become stronger. The thought of gaining the strength of an official knight filled their veins with newfound fervor. With resounding cheers, the defeated soldiers pledged their allegiance to Lord Maximus and wholeheartedly joined the army. General Smith and General Johnson welcomed them with open arms, recognizing their value and the importance of their contribution. In the days that followed, the defeated soldiers were swiftly integrated into the training camp. They trained side by side with their fellow soldiers, following instructions that taught them night meditation methods. Moreover, they witnessed the astonishing field of array, where their strength visibly grew day by day, evident to the naked eye. Chapter 35 Ambush in the Valley. While the integration of the defeated army was underway, General Smith and General Johnson gathered their officers and strategists in the war room, planning their next course of attack. "We need to continue attacking while the Noble Alliance hasn't reacted much," General Smith declared. "Yes, but this time we shouldn't divide the troops to be safe in case the nobles ambush us." General Johnson nodded and advised. They then discussed whom to attack and how to distribute the available troops while integrating the defeated soldiers. They also addressed the logistical needs for the upcoming operations. The strategists quickly studied the detailed map of the Fairy Kingdom, their minds racing to devise a strategy that would allow them to conquer the next city quickly and safely. Moments later, they identified various weak spots and devised a coordinated attack to maximize the value of their troop strength. As the officers and strategists dispersed to relay orders to their respective units, the defeated soldiers, who had recently joined the army, were energized for the next day of training. They quickly heard the news that the army was going to attack another city. They murmured to themselves, praying for the good luck of the unlucky city they were about to attack, jokingly referencing their own experiences of despair when facing such an abnormally strong army. The mobilized army attacked the next city according to plan, with speed and precision, conquering designated cities one after another. Their assault caught the enemy off guard, overwhelming them with a sudden and coordinated onslaught. City after city fell, coming under Maximus' control. In just 1 week, they captured 7 cities. The defeated soldiers were again integrated into the training. Maximus had plans for them after he united the entire Fairy Kingdom. In the grand meeting hall of Watchtower City, Lord Harrington, the leader of the Noble Alliance, fumed with anger upon hearing the news of Count Maximus' raid of 7 cities in just a week. They had been preparing to retake the last 3 cities, but now 7 more were added to their list. Lord Harrington knew that this could not continue. As he held a meeting, gathering the nobles, advisors, and generals, Harrington laid out his strategy. "I've had enough of this, Maximus attacking our territory one after another. I will lead the attack this time. I want you to gather all of our available forces. We will set an ambush and crush him once and for all." The room buzzed with noble cheers, and the generals volunteered themselves to lead an army. Lady Isabella chimed in, "Lord Harrington, we only have about 10,000 men available as they are needed to defend against possible attacks from the dukes and protect our territory." "That's fine. We'll just bring some strong knights. That should be enough. And don't forget Bartolom, a tier 4 Sky Knight. Although we hired him to deal with the dukes, I will bring him in case something happens beyond our control," Lord Harrington said with confidence. A hushed silence fell over the room as the nobles and generals absorbed the plans. Although they would have to pay additional money and resources to the hired knight, Bartolom, it would ensure the defeat of that scum Maximus for daring to attack their territory. With the plan in place, Lord Harrington, the generals, and the nobles dispersed, each taking on their assigned tasks to gather the available troops and prepare for the ambush. Driven by the feeling of vengeance and fueled by the desire to bring down Maximus, they quickly went about their jobs. Little did they know that their plan had been quickly discovered by an insignificant officer in the corner, a spy from the Phantom group in their midst, who swiftly reported it to Maximus. In the dimly lit study of Shadow Castle, Maximus sat at his desk, poring over a letter delivered to him by the Phantom group. With a light tug, the letter's seal broke, revealing its contents written on parchment. The letter contained vital information intercepted by the Phantom group, the detailed ambush plan set by the Noble Alliance, to be led by Lord Harrington. Maximus's eyes narrowed upon reading the news. He knew that the Noble Alliance would fight with all their strength in this battle. However, what concerned him was not their strength, but rather the fact that his army alone was no match for them. While Maximus believed his soldiers could crush an ordinary army, he was certain that the enemy would also have strong knights who could break through his forces. Yet, knowing their ambush plan in advance presented him with an opportunity. Regardless of the strength of the army brought by the Noble Alliance, Maximus was confident he could defeat them. Standing up from his seat, he made plans to secretly join his army and participate in the upcoming battle. It would also give him a chance to test his newfound spells, which he had been experimenting with recently. In the depths of the valley, an eerie silence settled over the rugged terrain as 10,000 soldiers of the Noble Alliance, led by Lord Harrington, positioned themselves quietly, their eyes focused on the narrow passage below. They awaited the enemy who would unknowingly walk into their trap. Lord Harrington stood tall under the gleaming moonlight, with the formidable Tier 4 Sky Knight Bartolom by his side, exuding an aura of confidence. Bartolom was Harrington's trump card, boosting his confidence against any unknown troops Maximus might have. As the moon hung high in the sky, a rustle in the distance signaled the arrival of the enemy army. The soldiers lying in ambush held their breath, ready to attack at any moment. Lord Harrington tightened his grip around his sword, listening to the enemy drawing nearer, confident in his impending victory. Just as they were becoming excited about their successful ambush, a sudden silence gripped their hearts as a chill ran down their spines. Puzzled, Lord Harrington looked ahead and saw torches illuminating the sky as the opposing troops took their stance as if waiting for them. "They've noticed us," Harrington yelled through gritted teeth. He is indeed no ordinary man to have seen this coming from so far away. He muttered, calming himself as he realized that Maximus must have learned of their plans through a spy, as they were not particularly secretive. Fear tingled among the soldiers as the element of surprise had been lost. However, seeing Lord Harrington's composure, they calmed themselves as well. "Prepare to fight," Lord Harrington yelled as he raised his sword. With calculated precision, Harrington commanded his soldiers to encircle the outnumbered enemy. The soldiers of the Noble Alliance moved swiftly, positioning themselves strategically to cut off any chance of escape. They formed a wall, closing in on the 1,000-man army. "There is no escape for you. Blame this on your ambitious lord, Maximus, for daring to attack our noble territory." Harrington's voice resounded with triumph and arrogance. "Surrender now, and perhaps we will grant you mercy." Not taking Lord Harrington's words seriously, The 1,000-man army released their aura, revealing their strength. They were shocked to feel such a palpable aura, sending shivers down their spines. Harrington was momentarily taken aback but quickly regained his composure. He already knew about such a force, as he had investigated how Maximus conquered those cities so quickly. At the time, he had been shocked and unaware of how Maximus had such a huge amount of resources. That was why he had hoped they would surrender, as such a formidable army would be helpful for his conquest in the future. What he didn't know was that the 1,000-man army he admired and wished to possess had mastered a unique and powerful formation, giving them fearsome abilities. Additionally, 2 Tier 3 Earth Knight generals had yet to make their moves. Maximus, a Tier 3 nascent mage, concealed himself in the darkness, waiting for the opportunity to strike. The Unserious Valley became the backdrop for the impending clash between Maximus and Harrington, both fueled by their ambitions and desires to shape the destiny of the kingdom. Chapter 36 Nascent Mage vs Sky Knight. As the battle commenced, the 1,000-man army swiftly formed the Titan formation, creating an imposing wall of shields and spears, with crossbows at their backs. Upon activating the formation, a wave of onslaught from the Noble Alliance forces rained arrows upon them. 13 Tier 2 Great Knights led the charge, supported by Tier 1 official knights, unleashing a barrage strikes with tens of thousands arrow as a support every few seconds. The 1,000-man army valiantly held their ground, with the soldiers at the front fending off the 13 Great Knights, while those at the back of the formation retaliated with crossbow fire. However, the energy barrier created by the Titan formation began to strain under the relentless arrows, with the concentrated efforts of the 13 Great Knights inflicting substantial damage with their sword energy beams. Maximus's army began to feel the strength of their opponents, with superior numbers and stronger individual strength. Fatigue and frustration set in as they struggled to maintain the formation against the overwhelming tide of enemies. Harrington was increasingly growing impatient with the stalemate, ashamed at the sight of the seemingly smaller enemy army holding their ground against his forces. Jealousy consumed him as he wished to have such an elite army himself. In a fit of anger, he ordered the remaining 13 Tier 3 Earth Knights under his command to join the fray, hoping to deliver a devastating blow to the enemy. However, before the Earth Knights could charge forward, Generals Smith and Johnson, who also possessed the strength of Earth Knights, intercepted them. With a combination of strategic positioning, superior combat skills, and the support of 30 peak official knights in formation, they engaged the oncoming Earth Knights. The clash between the two generals and the opposing forces erupted into a storm of blades and bursts of pure mana. The two generals, with their superior techniques and pure mana, barely held back the 13 Earth Knights. Despite the advantage of the 13 Earth Knights, they soon found themselves on the defensive. The combined strength and formation array of the enemy made it difficult for them to find opportunities to strike. Through precision strikes and efficient teamwork, the enemy exploited their openings, forcing them into a defensive position. Realizing that they couldn't continue like this, they resorted to brute force, disregarding the injuries they sustained. This approach proved to be successful as it gave them an advantage, increasing the likelihood of defeating their elusive opponents. In the hidden corner of the battlefield, Maximus watched as his army fought valiantly but was quickly being overwhelmed by numbers of the Noble Alliance force. Seeing his soldiers being pushed back and sustaining injuries made his eyes twitch. He couldn't allow losses to occur in his army, not after training these soldiers for so long. Standing up, he raised his hands and channeled his mana, forming powerful frost particles. The air grew cold around him, and a bluish-white energy pulsed in his palm. Without hesitation, he unleashed the spell onto the battlefield. The frost particles dispersed in all directions, spreading like a wave. Upon contact with the enemy force, an icy chill enveloped everyone, freezing them in their tracks. Ordinary soldiers and official knights found themselves encased in ice, their expressions locked. Even the Great Knights and Earth Knights felt the chilling effects, their agility and speed diminishing as frost particles covered their armor and limbs. As the ice particles froze the majority of Lord Harrington's force in their tracks, a wave of respite swept through his army, giving them a chance to catch their breath. The soldiers, who were slowing down moments ago, now had a glimmer of hope in their eyes as they witnessed their lord's power. The frost particles created an ethereal atmosphere, casting a shimmering light under the moon across the battlefield. Seizing the opportunity, the 1,000-man army roared with might and adjusted their formation. They transferred some of the energy barrier generated by their formation to bolster the defenses of the two generals and the 30-man army who had been struggling against the enemy. An aura barrier enveloped the smaller army, providing added resilience. With this newfound strength, the small army was no longer afraid to confront the 13 Earth Knights head-on. They attacked relentlessly, unafraid of injuries, gaining an overwhelming advantage. Their fierce counterattack caught the Earth Knights off guard, as General Smith seized the opportunity and beheaded one of them, instilling panic in the remaining knights. Harrington was taken aback by such a sudden turn of events. He hadn't expected Maximus to be hiding with his army, and he was even more shocked by his strength. Although he knew Maximus was hiding some secrets, he didn't know that he himself was a Tier 3 nascent mage. He had never witnessed such strength before. Panic filled his expression as he turned to his trump card, the Tier 4 Sky Knight Bartolom. Bartolom, Harrington said urgently, we cannot afford to lose any more troops. I want you to deal with the enemy mage. Bartolom, a formidable warrior known throughout the continent, he heard of his exploits defeating Tier 3 mages in the past. Sure. Bartolom lazily agreed, looking at Maximus from afar, who was also observing him. He thought that although this mage was strong, the earlier spell he released must have almost exhausted his mana. But you didn't say it was a nascent mage. Your earlier payment is not enough, I'll need additional payment for this. Bartolom said to Lord Harrington with arrogance. Harrington hesitated for a moment but readily agreed. He couldn't afford to lose any more in this battle. Very well, I need you to quickly kill the enemy mage and make sure not to accidentally harm my soldiers. Harrington reminded him. Bartolom nodded in acknowledgement, his eyes glinting with excitement. It had been a while since he had faced such a formidable mage. With a surge of energy, Bartolom activated his battle stance, a radiant aura enveloping him. He soared through the air, unleashing a concentrated attack on Maximus's army. Not allowing him to succeed, Maximus erected a Tier 3 barrier projection toward the army, quickly dissipating the attack. Bartolom, somewhat shocked to see his attack easily dispelled, as he shifted his focus to Maximus. Within the chaos of the battle, Maximus and Bartolom engaged in a deadly clash. Maximus immediately activated his mind eyes, enhancing his senses. With heightened senses provided by the spell Mind Eye, Maximus could analyze the battlefield with unparalleled clarity, not missing any detail. Looking at Bartolom, who was eagerly charging toward him, Maximus couldn't help but find it amusing that the knight was so excited on his way to his own demise. He was aware that to a Tier 4 Sky Knight, the peak mages in this continent, a nascent mage would only be an enhanced Tier 2 great mage with greater mana capacity, to them. However, they couldn't be blamed, as nascent mages in this continent were unable to advance further, usually heading to the central continent. Thus, spells and inheritances above Tier 2 were incredibly rare. Unfortunately for Bartolom, the one he met was a cheater having a top-tier meditation method and top-tier spell for his rank. With a wave of his hand, he summoned a searing burst of flames, engulfing Bartolom in a torrent of scorching heat. The flames danced and consumed everything in their path as Bartolom struggled to evade the inferno. Despite his dodging, Bartolom felt his mana was greatly consumed as it shielded him from the scorching heat. As the flames subsided and Bartolom landed on the ground to take a breath, Maximus swiftly attacked with another spell. His feet pounded the ground, causing a heavy shockwave that shook Bartolom, throwing him off balance. He struggled to maintain his footing after the ground sent shockwaves, leaving him vulnerable to Maximus' next attack. Without hesitation, Maximus extended his hand toward the sky, conjuring bolts of lightning. The bolts arced through the air, striking Bartolom with precision and leaving him momentarily paralyzed, without giving the knight a chance to react. As their battle continued, Maximus didn't give the enemy a chance as he demonstrated a variety of spells, as if trying to train and master his arcane arts. Satisfied with the battle, Maximus unleashed a concentrated flame burst comparable to 3 consecutive bursts, which quickly blasted Bartolom into smithereens. Until the last moment, Bartolom struggled, not even having a chance to unleash an attack. He was in disbelief as to why such a perverted mage was still staying in this poor continent. With the end of the clash, Maximus stood on the battlefield with gleaming eyes. The battle served as a training opportunity for him, testing the effectiveness of his spells against such an opponent. Although he had effortlessly killed the poor knight, he was still satisfied to know where his strength belonged. Chapter 37 Escape. The lifeless body of Bartolom lay on the ground in pieces. Maximus could sense that he still has an abundant mana. The battle had barely been a warm-up for him. Surveying the battlefield, Maximus noticed that Lord Harrington was missing. He escaped. Maximus murmured to himself. He had intended to severely damage the Noble Alliance by killing Lord Harrington, but in his excitement of testing his magic spells, he had momentarily forgotten about his primary objective. Turning his attention to his injured soldiers, Maximus channeled his mana outward, directing it toward his army as he released a healing aura. A gentle aura enveloped them, soothing their pain and revitalizing their bodies. The Tier 3 Earth Knights, seeing this and knowing this is a hopeless battle, had already started to make their retreat. However, Maximus couldn't allow them to do so. That would only create future enemies for him. Directing his hand toward the retreating Earth Knights, Maximus unleashed a flame burst that quickly annihilated the enemy. He had initially considered incorporating them into his army, but they were too strong-willed to be easily managed. He couldn't always be there to control them. However, the Tier 2 Great Knights still held value, and he decided to give them a chance to submit to his command. Some various items and spells could be used to brainwash Tier 3 Earth Knights, but they were not cost-effective or efficient. Besides, it was easier to create new batches of Tier 3 Earth Knights than specifically brainwashing a select few. Shifting his attention to the frozen 10,000-man army, Maximus waved his hand to unfreeze them. It seemed a waste to discard such a well-trained group of soldiers. While they were only slightly stronger than ordinary soldiers, they could still be incorporated into his army after some training, specifically brainwashing. Turning his gaze to his two generals, who bore the signs of battle with their rugged breaths, Maximus spoke, "Well, gentlemen, our victory today went as expected." General Smith, bearing battle scars across his body, nodded in agreement. "It was your magic that led us to victory, my lord. They couldn't withstand your power. Although they had executed their plans flawlessly, they still wouldn't have been a match for the enemy." It was Maximus's freezing spell that had turned the enemy into statues, rendering them powerless to resist. "Indeed, my lord. Without you, we would not be standing here," General Johnson added. With a satisfied smile, Maximus replied, "The battle has taken a toll on our strength for now. You can rest for a few days before we begin our attack on the remaining cities." The two generals glanced at each other and nodded in agreement. They understood that the soldiers needed time to rest and heal after such a grueling fight. "What about the enemy army, my lord? Are they dead?" General Johnson asked, looking at the unfrozen soldiers who were still in a comatose state. "No, I controlled my magic very precisely. I'm sure they are fine. Just proceed as you normally would," Maximus assured them. General Smith and General Johnson saluted Maximus before preparing to retreat to their outpost, carrying out their orders. After dealing with the enemy, Maximus unleashed the Mind-Eye spell, expanding his perception for miles and miles. To his surprise, he spotted Lord Harrington attempting to escape. The Mind-Eye spell was incredibly powerful, capable of limitless expansion as long as he had sufficient mana. The tier divisions were merely for adding details and enhancing senses to better cope with fast-moving objects or hidden spells. Without hesitation, Maximus flew towards the fleeing Lord Harrington. With the Mind-Eye spell active, everything seemed to slow down, allowing him to see details clearly and enabling him to fly at a speed faster than some Tier 4 Sky Knights. The chase led him through rugged terrain, and with each passing moment, the distance between them closed in. Harrington ran through the rugged terrain, his heart pounding with fear. Sweat poured down his face as he sensed someone chasing him at an alarming speed. "No, no, this can't be happening," he whispered to himself, pushing himself to run even faster by activating his Earth Knight's mana. Despite his efforts, Maximus steadily closed in on him, instilling panic within Harrington. He ran with all his might, swearing that this was the fastest he had ever run. His mind raced, desperately searching for a plan. Damn it! How did it come to this? He gritted his teeth and whispered in frustration. He cursed himself for underestimating Maximus. How could a mere noble count possess such overwhelming power to kill a Tier 4 Sky Knight? It made no sense. Shouldn't Maximus have left this place and headed to the central continent? Harrington darted from side to side, hoping to shake off the pursuing enemy. The sight of a dense forest ahead gave him a glimmer of hope, urging him to push himself even harder. Suddenly, a figure emerged in front of him, blocking his path. It was Maximus. "There's nowhere left to run, Harrington," Maximus said mockingly. Harrington gritted his teeth with anger. If only Maximus hadn't intervened, if only he hadn't possessed such incredible power. His goal would have succeeded. But faced with such an outcome, he knew it was over for him. "You can't stop me, Maximus. I'll make you regret this," Harrington said furiously as he activated a forbidden technique. This forbidden technique consumed his life force in exchange for a quick power boost. His body began to glow with crimson light, his muscles bulging with mana. In a matter of seconds, his strength surged from that of an Earth Knight to that of a Sky Knight. "Oh? Do you think you can defeat me with borrowed power? After I defeated the knight you brought out earlier?" Maximus chuckled, finding himself another sparring partner. He watched as Harrington charged towards him in a desperate attempt. With a wave of his hand, he conjured a shield barrier that surrounded him, testing the limits of this spell. Maximus knew that Harrington's attempt would be futile. He only wanted to see if his mana would last or if Harrington would last. Besides, he had a mana potion in case he lost his bet. With a scream, Harrington unleashed a flurry of attacks, each strike costing him his life force. His attacks collided with Maximus's barrier, sinking in like drowning in the sea, making him desperate. Maximus didn't move, letting Harrington attack him to satisfaction. His struggles were futile as his life force rapidly depleted with each passing moment. "Is this the best the Noble Alliance leader can do, Harrington?" Maximus boredly said to him. As Harrington's attacks grew weaker and weaker, his movements sluggish and blood trickling from his mouth, his life force waned. Maximus ended his misery with a flick of his finger, unleashing a flame burst that ended his life. Harrington locked eyes with Maximus one last time, a mixture of defiance and resignation on his face. He would rather die fighting than beg for mercy from an enemy. That's why, even though he knew his attempt was futile, at least he could say he fought for his survival. The rugged terrain fell silent as Harrington's futile struggle came to an end. Chapter 38 Maple Leaf City. In the outpost camp, an army camp nestled in a dense forest, providing a natural barrier to the prying eyes of the enemy. The soldiers were temporarily stationed to heal and rest after a grueling battle against the Noble Alliance army. In the camp canteen, two knights sat together near a crackling fire, their armor glinting with a soft glow. Cedric, a warrior with a scarred face, took a sip of beer and let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness we have Lord Maximus by our side, otherwise, we would be dead meat against such a large enemy force. The battle had happened just 2 days ago, but even now, he still shivered when he recalled such a battle. He was not scared of the enemy, as they could escape as long as things got out of hand, but it was the magic spell of their lord that frightened him. Such a large-scale spell, and the enemy didn't even have a chance to react before freezing into a sculpture of their nightmare. Indeed, fortunately, Lord Maximus is on our side, otherwise. Galen, a younger knight with a mop of unruly hair, nodded in agreement. He still recalled how the enemy soldier woke up from their short coma after being unfrozen. They were delirious with shock and shivering, as if they were naked in the middle of a snowstorm. As Cedric and Galen continued their conversation, the loud voice of Lieutenant Gabriel echoed through the canteen, calling for their attention. Attention, everyone. Lieutenant Gabriel's voice boomed, drawing the soldiers' focus toward him. Our rest time is over. We've received new orders from higher command, and our next target is Maple Leaf City. Cedric and Galen exchanged glances, anticipation evident in their eyes. It's boring to stay in the camp all day, and battles is their most exciting activity. As they made their way out of the canteen, Cedric and Galen joined their designated team members. The sound of clanging armor and orders filled the air. Maple Leaf City stood in stark contrast to the outpost camp of Shadow City. The once bustling streets appeared lonely and weary, mirroring the mood of its people. The war between the Noble Alliance and the Dukes had left an irreversible mark on the people of the Fairy Kingdom. In a dimly lit tavern, where the wine had been replaced by water, a group of people sat around a worn wooden table, their faces thin and etched with malnutrition and hunger. I heard from someone in another city that was annexed by them that after attacking the city, they would provide fresh food. An elderly man said with a saddened voice. He couldn't care less if they annexed the city, as it had nothing left for them, and he heard that the soldiers were merciful and willing to provide food. So what? A young, thin man interjected with frustration. We're not even sure if it's true, and even if it is, how can it be our turn? The group nodded in agreement. The Fairy Kingdom had 93 cities and countless towns and villages. There were approximately 30 cities in close proximity to Shadow City that could be annexed, and Maple Leaf City was just one of them, barely on the list. The probability of them being struck is only about 3%. They didn't know if they would be even alive by then. The reason was that the noble who managed them, the one providing them with food, had escaped after hearing reports that their leader was killed, or so they had heard. Even the soldiers guarding the city had been evacuated, leaving behind the elderly and disabled. Even those burdened with heavy responsibilities or large families couldn't go. So the number of guards protecting their city was pitifully low, or even somewhat weak, leaving them vulnerable to bandit attacks. Not that there is anything the bandits can get in their poor city. And if they want to abduct girls for their pleasure, that would be a bit hardcore, as almost all of them are so skinny that you can only feel bones. The sunset draped over Maple Leaf City as a chilling wind blew through the empty streets. The handful of elderly and disabled soldiers looked at the horizon as an army of soldiers marched toward them. They exchanged knowing glances. Some were numb, and some were even excited, knowing that it was an army from Shadow City that was coming. The rest were puzzled, as the informed soldiers told them about the deeds of the army after annexing a city. After a brief discussion, one of the guards, an elderly man with a limp, slowly approached the massive gates. With trembling hands, he pushed them, and with a creaking sound, the gates began to open. Although it was a sign of surrender, none of the guards showed sadness. Each of them excitedly steps aside from the gate to invite the approaching army inside. As the army marched closer to Maple Leaf City, their steps faltered as they witnessed the gates slowly opening with the guards stepping aside in surrender. Confusion and surprise flickered among them, spreading whispers among the soldiers. Where is the exciting fight? What about your backbone? I didn't think it would be this easy. But as they looked at the lineup of old and disabled guards, sympathy quickly grew. They thought that this should be the result of their lord's show of power. With the Noble Alliance leader killed, the nobles who maintained these cities had no time for them as they should have already escaped. The commanding officer, however, maintained a stern expression as he raised his hand to signal the army to halt. He couldn't risk his troops, maybe it was a trap set by the opposing force. "Hold your positions and maintain vigilance," he called out as they slowly marched to the city. The city inhabitants, instead of cowering in fear, approached them with tentative smiles. It was a weird sight, as they unconsciously lowered their guard. The people who were talking in the pub earlier were probably the most excited, as if they were awaiting their saviors. They looked at the army to see where they hid their legendary rations that would be distributed to the city inhabitants, or so they had heard. But to their disappointment, there was not even a vehicle or anything similar in sight. What they didn't know was that supplies come after they finish conquering a city or after they have rested. Their disappointment turned into excitement as they heard the sound of rumbling wheels getting closer and closer. A line of carriages, laden with provisions and supplies, rolled into the city. Earlier, the leading officer responsible for the rations saw that there was no battle for a while, so he took out a long-distance telescope to look. Noticing the commanding officer's signal for him to come, he quickly ordered the carriages to move. The soldiers began to unload the much-needed food for the residents. It dawned on some soldiers that this surrender was not born out of fear of defeat, but out of a desperate struggle that needed relief. The people of Maple Leaf City received the food and supplies with gratitude, their eyes sparkling. For the troops, it was a gesture to quickly integrate the people into Lord Maximus' rule, but for the residents, it was a life-saving thing that alleviated their suffering and prevented further loss of life. The soldiers couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions: compassion for the plight that the people in the kingdom faced, and a renewed sense of purpose to their mission, knowing that they were saving people who were suffering. Under the darkening sky, soldiers and citizens mingled, sharing stories and finding solace in this cruel chaos that was happening in the kingdom. Chapter 39 Kingdom Unification. In the grand dining hall of the castle, Maximus sat at the head of a long oak table with his family. The soft clinking of silverware against porcelain echoed as they indulged in their sumptuous meal. The aroma of exquisite dishes, infused with savory spices, enveloped their senses as they ate. As he took a sip of wine, his mind reflected on the events of the past few months. The report on the annexation of Maple Leaf City had made him realize the urgency of the matter. The death of Harrington, the leader of the Noble Alliance, became the final straw that shattered the fragile Noble Alliance. Without guidance, chaos ensued as everyone sought petty profits and revenge. While some wise individuals prepared for their escape upon knowing he was a nascent mage. With the dissolution of the Noble Alliance, a power vacuum left the common people severely affected. In the Fairy Kingdom, due to severe food shortages, Averia Market somewhat became the life-saving straw for most of the cities. It provided enough food for survival, but the nobles who provided money and manpower for the supplies were too preoccupied with fighting and fleeing for themselves, neglecting the plight of these poor people who faced hunger and despair. He realized that attacking cities individually was an inefficient strategy. Therefore, he devised a plan to send envoys to different locations, informing them of a decree, that if they were willing to surrender to him, he would provide food and assistance. This proved to be successful as the envoys sent by him reached various cities and regions in the kingdom. The envoys spread the message of his decree, emphasizing the benefits of surrendering to his rule. In response, the hungry and excited people banded together to attack anyone who considered the idea revolting or those who had guts to stop them from getting the benefits provided for those who surrendered. They desperately needed food, and such a decree was like a godsend, alleviating their misery. To their delight, the food and various promised benefits arrived in shipments within a few days. Maximus also appointed at least one capable individual to maintain law and order, awaiting further instructions. As more cities surrendered and began to recover and stabilize, neighboring regions witnessed a positive transformation. Even cities far away voted for representatives to take initiative, as they couldn't wait any longer without risking death from hunger. This created a ripple effect as more territories recognized the advantages of surrendering. They saw themselves being saved or at least having enough to eat to rebuild their shattered societies. Maximus' reputation grew, catching the attention of the neighboring kingdom. Originally, they planned to seize the opportunity once the Noble Alliance and the Dukes had exhausted their strength. However, before they could take action, Maximus appeared with his Tier 3 nascent mage strength, cutting the idea of them attacking the Fairy Kingdom. Thinking that Maximus was merely engaging in some kingdom-building games for a while before heading to the central continent. So the neighboring kingdom abandoned their plans. While there were still pockets of resistance due to some ignorant and fearless nobles, that quickly calmed down, not due to Maximus' army, but because of the very people they ruled, whom they called peasants who quickly put them into their place. As for the dukes, they were long gone, escaping from who knows where. Upon realizing Maximus' power, like the neighboring kingdom, they had no intention of resisting and promptly fled with their wealth and loyal soldiers. As Maximus savored the lavish feast, his attention turned to his newly wedded wife, Irene. They had been married just a month ago, with the teasing from his wives, and Irene's shyness, which was really cute. He gave in to his heart and married her. "How are you finding life in the castle, Irene?" he asked, cutting into a steak. Irene's eyes sparkled, and her lips formed a shy smile. "Oh, it's okay," she replied softly, avoiding delving further into the topic. Not minding her lack of response, Maximus continued to eat. His wives and concubines engaged in lively conversations about their daily lives, like the new food they discovered in the streets of the city. They also playfully competed to see who could feed the two newborn babies first. Though it wasn't ideal for few-month-old babies to eat processed food, there was no need to worry, as they were consuming a magical fluid substance that was beneficial for them. The two babies were named Sam and Luke. While they played, one of the babies cooed in Irene's arms, oblivious to the world around him, even then his eyes fixated on the food, eagerly waiting to be fed. The other children, like Lila and Lydia, who were already a year old, couldn't help but feel a tinge of jealousy. "Mommy, feed me too," Lila exclaimed as she climbed out on her chair, walking towards Luna for a hug. All right, sweetie," Luna said, fetching a plate of food and feeding her. Lila smiled happily as if she had just tasted the sweetest thing. Witnessing this scene, Lydia couldn't resist approaching her mother, Livia, but being shy, she could only walk silently up to her mother and gazed into her eyes with a pleading look, as if tears could pour out in her eyes. Livia chuckled and said, "Here you are," as she spoon-fed her a mouthful of food, causing Lydia to blush in shyness. Meanwhile, Lily, who observed it all, silently ate her food, reminding herself, "You're already 3 years old, you need to be more mature." However, her eyes kept darting toward her parents, hoping to gain their attention. Unfortunately, they didn't notice her pet-me expression, which quickly dampened her mood. As for the boys, they were simply eating and conversing with their brothers. "How is your training, brother?" Max and Nathan huddled around their older brother, Liam, eager to talk about his training. Apparently, Liam had just started his training a few days ago because he had nagged Maximus about wanting to become strong. Being a loving father, Maximus agreed to his son's request. "Hey, you should have seen me earlier. I can already do cool moves with Dad. Unfortunately, you were sleeping in your little tummies," Liam coolly said with a fake expression of regret, forgetting that he had stumbled and even tripped into the dirt while attempting some clumsy moves. "Wow, brother, you're so cool. Can we start training too?" Max asked, his voice filled with excitement, imagining all the moves they could do, like flying, firing fireballs, or striking a super cool pose. Nathan nodded vigorously, eager to join in on the action. Yeah. We want to be strong like you, Liam." Liam, satisfied with their attention, he puffed out his chest proudly. "Well, guys, training is not easy. You have to be strong like me, and more importantly, you're still too young. Unlike me, I'm 3 years old, already an adult." Max and Nathan's expressions quickly turned disappointed as they glanced at their small bodies, then back at their brother Liam, who was barely taller than them. "We can do it too, brother. Look, in just a few days, we can catch up to your height," Max said as he stood next to Liam, comparing their heights with his little arms. Liam chuckled, somewhat embarrassed, as he ruffled Max's hair. "No, you still need a year to start training, according to Dad." Lily, who saw all of this, rolled her eyes as she had witnessed Liam tumble and fall earlier in the morning, attempting what he thought was a cool move. "Idiots," she murmured to herself, still feeling upset about her parents not paying attention to her. As the dining continued, the grand hall resounded with laughter and cheerful chatter. Witnessing it all brought a smile to Maximus' face. Chapter 40 Lady Isabella stood in a lavishly furnished chamber, the soft glow of candlelight illuminating the room. She was entranced as she gazed at herself in the mirror, which reflected a woman exuding both seductiveness and maturity. When she was still young, her father passed away, leaving behind a noble title that Isabella inherited. This granted her a position of power, which was a rarity for women in this strength-oriented world. Due to her newfound status, despite being 30 years old, Isabella remained unmarried. She devoted herself primarily to managing her territory and studying the arcane arts. This dedication had propelled her to achieve the rank of Tier 2 Great Mage at such a young age, aided by her inherent talent and abundant resources. However, after reaching such a pinnacle of strength, she found herself unable to advance further. She originally planned to go to the Central Continent, renowned as the birthplace of arcane arts, to further her magic. But, before she could prepare on her journey, Harrington promised to provide her with plenty of mage resources if she joined him in his cause. This got her to hesitate, as it was too dangerous for her to go to another continent, with her current level of power. Isabella reluctantly agreed, at least for the time being. Thus, she dedicated a portion of her time to assisting Harrington in managing the Noble Alliance and dealing with troublesome nobles. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred before the promised resources could be given news of Harrington's death. In the absence of a figurehead, the nobles were like little kids when left unchecked, so it eventually crumbled into chaos. It was during this period of turmoil that Isabella chose to stay away from this unruly bunch. Furthermore, she heard that Maximus, the one responsible for Harrington's demise, had attained the strength of a Tier 3 nascent mage. This piece of news shook her to the core, prompting her to consider an alternative path. The central continent enticed her with its unparalleled concentration of mana, which in turn produced large amounts of magic resources. A huge temptation that beckoned aspiring mages. However, accessing such abundant resources required joining various factions and signing binding contracts. Rather than venturing into the perilous continent, Isabella decided to surrender to Maximus. She hoped to gain resources and, at the very least, obtain insights into his path as a mage. It seemed a safer option compared to the unknown dangers that awaited her on the central continent. Upon arriving in Shadow City, Maximus immediately recognized Isabella's intelligence and offered her the position of secretary. Instead of a salary, Maximus would provide her with mage resources. At first, Isabella was unaware of the responsibilities and duties of a secretary, until Maximus explained that being a secretary was akin to being a eunuch in service to the ruler. In this case, a woman would fulfill the duty of assisting the leader. Knowing that it's the same as her previous role in the Noble Alliance, Isabella quickly accepted the position. As she stood before the mirror, Isabella prepared to depart for the castle. A meeting was scheduled for today to discuss the issues and reorganization of the territory. Isabella stepped out of her house, as she looked upon the bustling street and clean street. When she first came here, she was shocked by such a prosperous scene that you can rarely see in this world. The sound of chatter caught her attention as the common people were talking about the recent activities of their lord. After walking through the streets for a while, her eyes were drawn to a majestic castle. It dominated the city landscape, radiating an aura of respect and wonder. The castle seemed to have a life of its own, with ancient inscriptions all over the weathered stones. Upon reaching the main entrance, two towering wooden doors adorned with arcane symbols opened automatically as the gatekeeper welcomed her entrance. Then she spotted her fellow officials who were also making their way inside. "Hello, Lady Isabella," said one of the officials in a flattering tone. "Hello." Although she was puzzled by the flattering tone, Isabella still greeted back. Inside the castle, Maximus was lost in his thoughts as he observed the officials entering through the grand doors. Looking bored, his gaze landed on Isabella, who stood out like a sore thumb among the old officials. Despite Isabella's past allegiance to the enemy, Maximus chose to employ her, recognizing her intelligence and strength, which would be useful for his rule. Secretly, he saw this as an opportunity to get closer to her. She was also on the list of potential concubines that the Phantom Group had investigated in the past. When he first saw her, he was momentarily shocked. For the reason why, one could look at Isabella's profile. Isabella Evertorn Strength, Tier 2 Great Mage Potential, Legendary Fit, 99, seeing her legendary potential, which was the same as his despite his cheat, a trace of envy flickered within Maximus. However, what caught his attention was the high fit value, which was almost full, indicating a near-perfect match made for him. Looking at Isabella's remarkable talent and near-perfect fit value, Maximus couldn't help but recall the criteria of the system fit value from years of testing. He had tested the fit values to multiple targets over the years, which made him realize why Isabella had such a near-perfect fit value. Firstly, the system considered natural beauty. By natural, it meant untouched by artificial means such as potions or magic items. It had to be inherent, an innate beauty that couldn't be altered. Maximus tested it on his wives and noticed that even as their strengths grew, the fit remained constant, even though one could become more beautiful as their strength grew. Secondly, talent. Although the addition of talents to the fit value was minimal. Trash talents received a value of 0, common talents earned 1, uncommon talents earned 2, and so on. When he saw this, he immediately gave up on this path, as improving talent to a certain point became very expensive. If it was just improving trash talent to common talent, it would only cost a few dozen of gold coins. However, going further became 100 times more expensive. Improving uncommon talent to rare talent cost hundreds of thousands, which was insane. Fortunately, the system had the ability to enhance his own talent, or he would have gone bankrupt with his initial trash talent. Lastly, personality. While the first two factors added points, personality deducted points. He discovered this while looking at the noble ladies in the kingdom. Although they appeared beautiful and had decent talent, their fit values were much lower than usual. This factor seemed to be a big disadvantage of the system, but upon further consideration, he appreciated this factor very much as it helped him avoid potential traps. And if an individual possessed enough beauty and potential to ignore just a restriction, then even if their attitude came from hell, he was willing to tolerate and educate them. This factor may not be all the factors the system considers, but based on his testing in recent years, it's what he knows for now. A few minutes later, all the officials took their seats, waiting for him to speak. Welcome, gentlemen. Chapter 41 Moonlight Kingdom. In the grand chamber of the castle, Maximus gazed at the officials. Welcome, esteemed gentlemen. Maximus said in a serious tone. Today, we are here to talk about the concerns and problems since we annexed the city under the previous Fairy Kingdom. The old officials, adorned with elegant attires, listened quietly as they gazed at Maximus, the new ruler of the kingdom. Tell me, what difficulties have you encountered during this period of time? He asked, sweeping his eyes across the room. First and foremost, my lord, spoke one of the officials, Doran. We have difficulties controlling different cities, needing several days or even weeks for our fastest messengers to receive news. He paused for a moment, collecting his thoughts before adding, in the past, the king of the Fairy Kingdom had the nobility to govern their own territories autonomously, without many problems. Nods of agreement rippled through the assembly, acknowledging the historical truth in the Doran's words. However, because most of the nobles and their helpers died or fled to other kingdoms, it left various cities in disarray and confusion. One of the officials, Landon, suggested, what if we appoint a city lord for each of the cities? It's useless. Doran countered. Even if we were to appoint a city lord, without assistance from various officials, it would be useless. Our manpower is insufficient to assign assistants to effectively manage each and every city. The room fell into silence, with the various officials thinking of a solution. Maximus observed the officials in silence as they thought of a solution. Beside him, Isabella stood gracefully, carefully pouring tea into his cup. The gentle scent invaded his senses, lightly interfering with his thoughts. Fortunately, he had already thought of a solution. The current state of affairs was inefficient because of faraway cities within the kingdom. His plan was to transfer the distant population closer to the proximity of Shadow City. Anyway, each city only housed a population barely reaching the 30,000 mark. Unlike his past life where cities had at least hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of population. Very well, I have already thought about this matter. I intend to relocate the population and build cities closer to our vicinity, thereby ensuring adequate management and control. Maximus said, silencing the officials. But what about the resources left behind, my lord? Shall they be abandoned? Landon clarified, feeling his heart ache for such a waste of resources. We also need to consider the financial and material constraints, my lord, such as city expansion and construction. Tristan, the official who handled the money, said. I understand your concerns. Rest assured, the mines and various resources will still be utilized. Maximus assured them. As for the land, it will indeed be left behind. As you know, we possess magical crystals capable of nurturing the land, so you don't need to worry. Maximus elaborated. The most worthless thing in this world is land, particularly the barren land that is all over the place. His main focus is consolidating the population and resources rather than clinging to every inch of territory. My lord, this is a huge expense. Our daily income only amounts to a mere 1,000 to 2,000 gold coins. Considering the population size, the cost of the project could range from millions to tens of millions of gold coins, not to mention the necessary resources. Tristan explained as he persuaded Maximus against such a plan. Furthermore, we have been tight on money recently. If not for the huge amount of grains and vegetables we produce, we would be left starving now. Tristan concluded. These statements prompted Maximus to ponder. Undeniably, the Ethereum market could generate between 1,000 to 2,000 gold coins per day, which would be considered a substantial sum for an individual or a household. However, for a kingdom, it was merely a drop in the ocean. The daily gold coins produced by the system for each of his wives amounted to a meager 250. And 1,000 to 2,000 gold coins plus the 250 system point was barely enough to cover their daily expenses. In addition to the budget of his territory, there were also his expenses related to training, such as magical resources, various potions, and magical stones required for the various arrays within the castle. The cost of living was further exacerbated by Maximus's indulgences, including the purchase of toys for his children, various garments and potions for his wives. However, the most significant expenditure was undoubtedly food. It was not ordinary food but rather mana-enriched food that facilitated the rapid advancement of knights and mages in their training. We could try to expand the Ethereum market. As you know, before we conquered the entire Fairy Kingdom, shadow planting was more than enough to feed it. But now that we have the entire kingdom and a large number of people, we can expand the farmland on a massive scale. I am sure it's more than enough for the whole Sundered Plateau. Maximus said after thinking for a while. The Sundered Plateau is a part of Cursed Continent. The Cursed Continent is divided into various scattered lands due to the fight of gods, leaving countless island-like continents. And Sundered Plateau is merely one of them. That's a great idea, my lord. Landon flattered. But we are facing the same problem. We don't have enough manpower to manage businesses in various parts of the Sundered Plateau. Doran said. Indeed, but training in business is faster than teaching how to manage cities. Maximus assured. This is indeed a good idea, my lord. And, more importantly, what about the population census? It only provides the number of the population, and it's not even accurate. Maximus told them about the problem. When he looked at the census in the past to see if there were suitable concubines hidden among the common people, he noticed that there were only a bunch of numbers written, with only detailed information of nobles or various businessmen. There weren't even any images. However, considering the poverty of the fairy kingdom before, they couldn't possibly afford such an expensive magic item to take enough photos to use in the census. Rest assured, my lord. We are already working on it. Doran said. As they were discussing various plans and problems, Isabella on the side was feeling useless. She could only pour tea and wasn't contributing much, which was embarrassing considering the salary given by Maximus. As she thought about what she could contribute, she quickly realized that the kingdom didn't have a new name. By the way, what should we name the kingdom? We can't always call it Fairy Kingdom. Isabella quietly said, interrupting their discussion. Right. I forgot about this matter. Maximus lightly slapped his leg as he thought of a name for his new kingdom. What do you suggest we name it? He asked Isabella and the various officials. What about Eternal Kingdom, my lord? Landon flatteringly said. No, it's too arrogant. Maybe some powerful being or a god will get irked by the name and destroy us. Maximus explained. He kind of liked the name, but the last kingdom he read about that bore the name Eternal was destroyed by a bored god who claimed that only gods are eternal. Names symbolize power in this world, like god titles. An example of this is the Arcane Continent, which became the pride of the mages living in it. One time, a god also liked the name and, as he possessed the priesthood of knowledge, he named himself the Arcane God, which attracted the hatred of mages. How dare a god who only collects faith like a farmer bore the sacred name of the Arcane? They promptly destroyed the believers of that god, and after being weakened, various powerful beings searched for his realm regardless of the cost and finally killed him. This was the most embarrassing way a god has been killed, which is a testament to the power of mages who prided themselves with the name Arcane Seeker. What about Moonlight Kingdom, my lord? Isabella, who had been silent for a while, said. It matches the city's name, and furthermore, it means we can be the light in the darkest times. She excitedly said. Chapter 42 Practicing Night Technique in the grand bedroom of the castle, Maximus gazed into the void like a sage, unraveling the truths of the universe. Luna and Livia lay beside him, fast asleep. I barely made it. He muttered, reflecting on his stamina. Maximus observed his two wives, their peaceful sleep brought a sense of satisfaction to his face. However, it also prompted him to contemplate his circumstances. With the strength of a nascent mage, his brute force is stronger than that of a great knight, but it is still weaker than an earth knight. This is confirmed by his recent victory in a grueling battle against two great knights who just drained his essence. I think it's time to start night cultivation. Maximus pondered. Mage primarily trained to enhance the soul, to better control and guide mana. On the other hand, knights utilized mana to fortify their bodies, granting them immunity or at least minimize damage to mana and physical base attack. This contrast explained why mages were generally more powerful than knights of the same tier. Mages drew upon the power of nature, while knights harnessed it to strengthen themselves. It was akin to the strongest man on earth facing an average man armed with a gun. Though the strongest man could dodge a bullet, a hail of gunfire would crush him to death. Nonetheless, this did not imply that knights were inherently weaker than mages. In the later stages, it all boiled down to a knight's accumulation of strength and a mage's accumulation of knowledge. Maximus chose not to train simultaneously in mage and knight arts due to safety concerns. In a world governed by strength, he focused mainly on mage cultivation to quickly have peace of mind. Now, being one of the strongest on the continent, as long as he didn't go to dangerous places, his safety is secured. Moreover, he found the idea of being a knight quite handsome, considering that knights were known for their chivalry and physique. Without further hesitation, he accessed the system and browsed for knight cultivation methods. Options appeared before him. Colossal Titan, the origin of colossal titans. It allowed mana to expand and strengthen the body. Complete achievement grants invincible physical prowess and defense. Complete manual, price 3 billion system point, tribulation body, a body formed by tribulation. Using various tribulations and natural disasters to form. Complete achievement grants pure body immune to all the elements in the world. Complete manual, price 2 billion system point, divine body, the body of God unaffected by time. Using mana and the power of the soul to forge an immortal body. Complete achievement grants immortality that can be reborn with a piece of blood or soul. Complete manual, price 7 billion system point. After careful consideration, Maximus chose Divine Body as Knight's cultivation manual, as it's the same version as his mage meditation technique Divine Consciousness. Due to his limited funds, he could only afford chapters 1 to 3, which totaled 1,110 system points. Nevertheless, he was just starting to train so he could buy a later version when he had the money. After a moment of thought, since he decided to rebuild the kingdom, he would do it in a grand way. He starts by searching for a kingdom architectural framework in the system. Aegis Skyhold, a colossal structure that defies conventional architectural norms. The foundation of the Skyhold is a void core that provides stability and various essential systems. Price 1 million system point, Celestial Citadel, a kingdom of God made for its pious servants. Price 3 million system point, Void Mandate, a place made by opening a crack in the void. Price 4 million system point, TSK. He clicked his tongue in slight frustration as he looked at the list. As he expected, it's expensive beyond imagination. But looking at the list, he could help but be greedy. You know, this is just the plan. Plus material to make that thing possible is beyond imagination. Also, he can't possibly have the strength to make such a thing possible. Finally, after looking at the array of choices, he saw one of the choices offered a service that is unique and affordable. Metamorph Architecture, a device that can make an architectural plan based on your needs. It can gather mana, build a barrier of defense, and a variety of attacks. It is a device generator for limitless architecture plan. Full use, price 8 billion system point. Although Metamorph Architecture was super expensive, that was when you buy the whole thing so that you can plan to your heart's content, like the manual said. It's like a generator of an architectural plan. You input population and location or scan it with a device and it will automatically generate a plan according to what function you need. Of course, he can't afford such a thing, so he bought a one-time service. Looking at the item floating in the air, he clicks the scan. Detected 2,705,348 people in a radius of 1,000 kilometers. Please input the desired range and function. After deciding for a while, he chose a range of 200-kilometer radius and function of purifying and gathering mana and directed the mana collected in his castles as the center. Calculating. Cost a total of 10,000 gold coins. Do you generate? After greeting his teeth, he took out 10 magic crystals from his storage ring and converted them to system point, feeling a heartache. Complete. Thank you for your patronage. After that, the device vanishes into the void, leaving behind a huge stack of magic paper that contains the kingdom's architectural plan. In the early morning, Maximus and the kids prepared for their field trip, filled with excitement. The previous night, he got the kingdom's architectural plan, but before handing it over to Doran, the person in charge of implementing the plan, Maximus first wanted to assess the current state of their kingdom and relaxed for a while. However, during breakfast, when he mentioned his plans, the children began clamoring, accusing him of being unfair for not taking them on the supposed field trip. His wives joined in the laughter, persuading him to grant the children's wishes and take them out for some fun. Besides, they are assured that with him around it would be safe. Looking at his 3 sons, Liam, Max, and Nathan heading toward the carriage, he decided to walk behind them. "Dad!" Max exclaimed in surprise, rushing into his arms for a hug. Maximus immediately caught and embraced his son and then ruffled the hair of Liam and Nathan as they walked towards their carriage. "Where are your sisters?" he asked Liam. "Lily is still deciding what to wear with Layla and Lydia. They're taking forever." Liam pouted, frustrated with his slow sisters. Yeah, they've tried on 3 dresses already." Little Max added, gossiping in his father's arms. "What a hassle," sighed Nathan. "It's okay, we're not in a hurry anyway." Maximus chuckled. After a while, they all climbed into the carriage, accompanied by a team of guards. Though he didn't truly need them, Maximus understood the importance of displaying his regal presence. He didn't want people mistaking them for wealthy businessmen or such. Additionally, the guards were useful in case any troublesome situations arose. After waiting for about half an hour, the girls finally made their way to the carriage. "What took you so long?" "We've been waiting here forever," Liam complained. "Duh, we have to take our time to look beautiful, right, Dad?" Lily rolled her eyes at her brother and turned to Maximus, slowly twirling to show off her outfit. "Daddy." Layla and Lydia were less concerned with the matter and eagerly embraced their father. "Of course, my princesses are beautiful no matter what they wear," he assured them, hugging the two tightly. Humphrey. Satisfied, Lily turned her back to Liam and hopped into the carriage. "All right, enough of that. Let's go," Maximus declared, putting an end to the playful bickering. Chapter 43 Outdoor Trip somewhere in the Shadow City. Start again. This is not how you serve a customer. Andre, the head of staff, training people for the expansion of Atheria Market in a neighboring kingdom, instructed. Andre had previously overseen the opening of Atheria Market in the Fairy Kingdom, and after years of managing the market and studying books Maximus had given him, he had become well versed in the ways of business. Yes, sir. One of the staff replied, lacking the fighting spirit of a soldier but exuding elegance. As Maximus and his children disembarked from the carriage at their first destination, Max exclaimed, "We're here." He had grown suffocated by the boredom during the carriage ride. Curious, Liam inquired, "Where is this, Dad?" His gaze shifted toward the staff undergoing training. "It's a school that teaches service." Maximus replied softly. "What's a school?" Lily asked, her innocent eyes reflecting genuine curiosity. "Well, it's a place where many people learn, similar to the room you're in when tutors teach you, but with many more people," Maximus carefully explained. In this continent, schools were a foreign concept. Only nobles had tutors, while commoners were left to fend for themselves, deciding whether to hire their tutors or not. The reason for this disparity is that it's easier to control an ignorant population than otherwise. Others simply lack the concern to educate the people. As for why Maximus hadn't established schools in the past, there were two main reasons. Firstly, he lacked the time and resources to do so. When he arrived, he was practically broke, and the only silver lining was the gold his system generated every day. Secondly, there are hardly any teachers, and if there are any, they charge per student, which leads to the first problem of insufficient funds. It's not that he can't afford it, but in the past, he used all the money he had to generate more income. He understands that education is a long-term investment. What he needed is money and resources. And he needed it immediately, so education is not a suitable path to start. Now that he is the ruler of the kingdom and with the coming expansion of the Atheria market, he will soon become wealthy enough to build schools. He even plans to establish a variety of schools, but for now, he first needs to earn the necessary funds. With more than 50 kingdoms in the Sunburnt Plateau, once he establishes branches there, his income will skyrocket, ranging from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of gold coins. Of course, this is assuming that nothing unexpected happens. Now that he possesses the strength of a nascent knight, he can run rampant in this small land of the Sunburnt Plateau. However, if he wished to further expand his influence all over the Cursed Continent, he still need greater strength. After entering the entrance with his entourage, Maximus was greeted by Andre, who welcomed him with a slight bow. "Welcome, my lord," Andre said respectfully. "It's all right. How is the training going here?" Maximus inquired. "They are making rapid progress. In about 5 to 6 months, they will be fully prepared," Andre explained. Curious, Maximus scanned the staff who were undergoing training. "How many are there?" "Unfortunately, there are only about 500 selected individuals. Doran is still conducting a census and recruiting suitable personnel for each job," Andre replied. "Very well, you may continue your duties. We will observe for a while," Maximus said, dismissing Andre. Maximus strolled through the area with the children, observing the various staff members in training. Their presence seemed to make the staff slightly nervous. "Look, they're walking with books in their heads, just like we did. Are they also princesses?" Layla asked cutely, gazing up at Maximus. Maximus chuckled and embraced Layla. "No, my dear, you are my only princess." Like education, only nobles or wealthy businessmen were trained in etiquette. However, Maximus believed it would be beneficial for his business, so he decided to incorporate this to training. After a while, the children grew bored and requested to go elsewhere. Maximus quickly agreed as he too was feeling restless. After sharing a few words with Andre, he led the children to the carriage to proceed to their next destination. On the outskirts of the city, a group of people were diligently planting and irrigating the land. Their smiles and joyful expressions indicated their contentment with their work. Upon arriving at the farm with his children, Robert, the person in charge of the farm, quickly noticed their presence and promptly greeted them. "Welcome, my lord," Robert said respectfully. "Ah, it's you, Robert. How is the farm?" Maximus greeted him back and inquired. "It's flourishing abundantly, my lord. Thanks to magic crystals, the land is incredibly fertile," Robert replied with a smile, providing a detailed report on the farm's progress and operations. As planting served as the kingdom's primary food source, there was no room for carelessness. Regarding the meat supply, it was usually obtained through hunting. Domesticating animals proved to be unsuccessful, as excessive absorption of corrosive mana made them extremely aggressive and unsuitable for large-scale breeding. Thus, birds like chickens were the common choice to ease their meat cravings. As chickens have relatively weaker strength even if they turned violent. As for fish, their numbers are pitifully low due to the barrenness of the land, leaving them with insufficient food to thrive. Land-dwelling animals could only survive in this desolate land due to the presence of vast forests rich in mana. These forests also served as the main source of periodic beast tides, as higher mana levels led to greater corruption and increased aggression in the creatures. As for how Maximus acquired his meat, he simply purchased it from the system, which offered a wide variety of options. However, Maximus refrained from reselling the meat he obtained through the system, exercising caution. If he were to sell large quantities of such products, it would arouse suspicion and potentially reveal that something was amiss in him. He could freely take out different magic items or various arrays without drawing too much attention, as he was known to be a mage. Claiming that the magic items were his own craftsmanship, who would dare to question their ruler? Similarly, he could attribute the magic crystals to the product of his magical research. As for the seeds he occasionally took out, it was not uncommon for nobles to keep a stock of seeds. After conversing for a while, Robert asked if there was anything else he needed. "No need, I will simply take a stroll." Maximus waved his hand dismissively, signaling for Robert to continue his work. Understanding the signal, Robert refrained from disturbing them any further. Maximus and the kids curiously surveyed the farm. "Dad, why are those children over there? Are they playing?" Layla asked, observing the children who were stepping on the muddy fields. Layla, being just 1 year old, was filled with innocence and curiosity, unaware of the gravity of the situation. "No, they are not playing. They are doing this work to earn a living," Maximus explained, looking at his children. Seeing their confusion, he carefully elaborated further. "In this place, there is no concept of illegal child labor. As long as they are capable, they are expected to work. It is a way of life for them. They either become apprentices to craftsmen or farmers, there are no other options for them." However, Maximus reassured himself that this situation would not last for long. As soon as he acquired the funds from the expansion of the Ethereum market, he would ensure the establishment of schools to provide these children with the knowledge to widen their options. Upon seeing that his children understood his explanation, Maximus smiled. "Now that we're here, let's experience what they do," he said with a smile, beckoning them towards the rice farm. He told the guards to disperse the people as he got the kids to change clothes. After getting ready and changing into appropriate outfits, they looked at their father, awaiting instructions. "Just repeat what I do," Maximus said, also changing into suitable attire. With a swift motion, he picked up the budding rice seedlings bundled together, as they would need to be separated later to allow for better growth spacing. Liam observed his father's actions and readied himself, stepping barefoot into the mud. Hiss. Liam didn't expect the strange sensation. Not wanting his brothers to witness his embarrassment, Liam quickly followed his father's lead. Looking at the freshly dug rice saplings, he smiled and glanced at his brothers and sister, who were still observing. "Come on. It's pretty easy to do," Liam said, showing them a reassuring smile. His brothers swiftly joined in, somewhat enjoying the feeling of the mud between their toes. "This is fun," Max exclaimed excitedly as he played with the mud using his feet. Nathan silently followed suit. Lily hesitated as she watched her brothers happily hopping in the mud. She glanced at the muddy ground, contemplating whether to join them or not. "Let's do this." Gritting her teeth, she encouraged herself and her sister. After stepping into the mud, Lily realized it wasn't as daunting as she had imagined. She proceeded to imitate their father's actions. Lila, on the other hand, paid no attention to them and ran through the mud like the wind, catching up with her father. "Daddy." Lila ran and hugged Maximus, making a mess of his shirt. Lydia, however, stood frozen as a worm crawled onto her leg, unsure of what to do. Noticing that Lydia wasn't following, Lily turned and looked behind her. She screamed upon seeing the worm. Despite her fright, she didn't forget to slap the worm to rescue Lydia, who was still frozen. Maximus was startled as he glanced back. He witnessed Lily swatting the worm away from Lydia's feet. The worm flew with mud, hitting Liam's head with pinpoint accuracy. Liam slowly pinched the worm in his head, his expression dark. However, as he looked at the worm and his sister, he couldn't help but smile playfully. He then chases Lily with the worm in his hands. Lily screamed and ran toward her father. Observing this scene, Maximus couldn't help but smile. Chapter 44 Progress. In a few months, in one of the chambers within the castle, Maximus sat across the table from Doran, the overall chief in charge of developing the kingdom. "Doran, here is the plan I've conceived over the past few days," Maximus said as he handed him a stack of enchanted parchment. Doran eagerly took the stack of paper and swiftly read its contents. Maximus waited patiently and then asked, "How does it look? Is there anything you didn't understand?" "My lord, this is extraordinary. I'm in awe of the architectural masterpiece you've created," Doran exclaimed, his face brimming with excitement as he examined the blueprint. Seeing Doran's enthusiastic expression, Maximus couldn't help but smile. After calming himself down, Doran inquired, My lord, firstly, we don't have access to black iron stone and other important material. Where can we acquire them? I will take charge of that. Once we have enough funds from the Etheria market, I will travel to the central continent. Maximus replied. Ever since he transmigrated, Maximus had always yearned to explore the central continent, captivated by its legends and stories. If it wasn't for his weak strength, he would already be there, exploring its wonders. Procuring the necessary material served as a convenient excuse, but in truth, he intended to acquire black iron stone and other important materials from the system mall, where they were more affordable. Very well, my lord. I will make the necessary arrangements and gather the available materials and manpower to start the project as soon as possible. Doran said, bowing respectfully as he marveled at the grand architectural plan. In the first month, based on the architectural plan, the locations for farms and pasture lands were selected. The positioning of these areas was of utmost importance since the place would be one of the beneficiaries once the mana is purified and harnessed by the completed architectural formation. The scattered farm covered a vast expanse of 25,000 acres of land, which should be more than sufficient for the inhabitants of the sunburnt plateau, even with a population exceeding 150 million. However, planting had not yet begun in some places due to the shortage of manpower. The people from distant regions were still in the process of evacuating to the vicinity of Shadow City. As for the pasture lands, they remained reserved and would only come into operation once the overall architectural formation capable of purifying mana was constructed. This can ensure the safety of the livestock, preventing any violent reactions caused by the absorption of unpurified mana with corrosive attributes. Maximus had meticulously planned an area with a radius of 200 kilometers, equivalent to a staggering 125,000 square kilometers, for the construction. This ample space would comfortably accommodate tens of millions of people, which was a suitable starting point for the kingdom's growth. In the second month, construction on the Etheria market had begun, but Maximus felt that the initial plan of a traditional market with stalls was outdated and lacked a modern touch. After careful consideration, he proposed transforming it into the Etheria Pavilion, a grand mall where all goods would be sold in a unified manner. When Maximus shared his new plan, André was the first to express his approval. He realized the challenges of acquiring a vast plot of land for a traditional market and understood the potential difficulties it would pose. Building a market in a remote or desolate area seemed inefficient and inconvenient for the masses, who would be willing to travel long distances to purchase goods. Moreover, it could be dangerous and pose security concerns. Thus, they revised their plan and decided to build Etheria pavilions in every city. Although it required more manpower and funding, they believed it was worthwhile. Maximus had already envisioned a future where the entire sunburnt plateau would be under his dominion, and catering to the needs of the people was the starting step toward achieving that vision. In the third month, Maximus's wives Angeline, Rose, and Irene became pregnant, one after another. Meanwhile, his other wives had not conceived for some time, which brought him a sense of relief, particularly with his first two wives, Erica and Hazel. They had already given birth to 3 children each, and while it enhanced his potential, it delayed their mage training. As for Luna and Livia, they had both reached Tier 2 Great Knights, which might explain their difficulty in conceiving a child. In the fourth month, the evacuation had been completed, and the people were now settled within the 200-kilometer radius of the kingdom. Housing had been a challenging issue for a while, given the ongoing construction, but as long as an abundance of food was available, the people had no major complaints. They reflected on the fact that just a few months ago, they had faced the threat of starvation. The progress made in such a short time gave them reason to be grateful and content. In the fifth month, the total population census revealed that there are a staggering 2,705,475 individuals in the kingdom. Then each piece of personal information was meticulously engraved onto magical metal plates, which were distributed to the citizens as a form of identification. These plates served multiple functions, including real-time updates and positioning. Once the architectural formation was complete, its function will be more. In the sixth month, in the bustling city of Cryon, within the Jira kingdom, a magnificent pavilion stood tall, capturing the attention of all passers-by. "Hurry, we're about to open!" exclaimed Liza, the manager of the Etheria Pavilion in Cryon City. "Yes, ma'am." The staff responded, scurrying to ensure all decorations were in place. After a while, satisfied that everything was ready, Liza walked to the front of the pavilion, where a large cloth had been hanging to prevent people from entering prematurely. She carefully removed the cloth and took out a magic confetti prepared for the grand opening, designed to attract customers and create a spectacle. Igniting the magic confetti, vibrant colors and mesmerizing patterns bloomed in the sky, outshining even the sun's rays. The captivating display caught the attention of the entire Cryon city, leaving its residents in awe. Meanwhile, a group of aunties happened to be gazing at the sky at that very moment. As they passed by the pavilion, They couldn't help but marvel at the remarkable structure that had been erected in just a few months. When they witnessed Liza unveiling the cloth and igniting the magic confetti, their amazement reached new heights. Simply astounding. It's like a star blooming in broad daylight, with an array of colors. A tall and elegant auntie exclaimed, turning to her friends. Indeed, it's truly remarkable. What do you think about the background of this shop? The slightly plump yet astute auntie asked. Let's find out what they sell. Such an impressive display surely indicates they have exceptional products. The curly-haired auntie chimed in. Excited by the prospects, the glamorous auntie urged her friends, all right, let's go. Hurry. Good morning, madams. One of the staff members greeted them with a slight bow, welcoming them to the area pavilion. They were flattered and blushed at the attentive service they received. Compared to the rough and impersonal experiences they had encountered in other markets or stalls, this level of service was a pleasant surprise. As they glanced at the products on display, one of them couldn't help but exclaim, wow! Their eyes widened at the wide variety of fruits and vegetables, some of which they had never even heard of before. If you assume that their expressions were exaggerated for mere fruits and vegetables, you would be mistaken. What truly shocked them was the prices. For these middle-aged ladies, the price was of utmost importance. Fancy service or ambience mattered less to them. The prices here are almost half of what others charge. The sexy auntie remarked. We will have a sumptuous dinner at our house today. One of them exclaimed, she was somewhat financially strained in recent days. The sight of affordable prices made her want to celebrate. And look, they even have strawberries. I thought those were unique to the Frost Kingdom with its cold climate. Another one said, proudly showcasing her knowledge. All right, let's hurry and make our purchases. We don't want others to grab all the food. One of them urged, quickly selecting her preferred items. Of course, the cheap prices were part of Maximus's strategy to conquer other kingdoms without much bloodshed. After all, food is the most essential necessity in life. When people have affordable food to purchase, do they still need to farm? Not really. When the price is twice as low, and the quality is more outstanding than you sell, then you lose. The most affected by this strategy, of course, were the farmers, who would struggle to make a living after the cheap food became popular and standard. However, Maximus was not so cruel as to sacrifice the lives and livelihoods of common people for his cause. After building the area market, he planned to establish various factories to support these farmers and, most importantly, to control the kingdom's lifeline. When you eat what I provide, work for me, and live according to my provisions, what courage would any king have to attack me? They would simply be left powerless. Chapter 45. Going to the central continent. In the castle chamber, a month had passed since the area pavilion was opened. Maximus sat in a throne chair, surrounded by a few ministers. How has the area pavilion fared in its first month in terms of profit? Maximus inquired with a serious expression, trying to maintain his regal composure despite his excitement. Maximus refrained from asking about the daily profits of the area pavilion in the past month, trusting that his ministers had everything under control. Your Majesty, we have accumulated over 2 million gold coins in profit. Tristan exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement as he reviewed the list. However, this amount is slightly lower due to the initial opening and the lack of popularity among the people about the area pavilion. At the beginning, Tristan carefully explained. Hearing the profits for this month, the eyes of the ministers widened in shock upon hearing such a huge sum of money. They were well aware that the previous Fairy Kingdom only managed to generate monthly profits ranging from 20,000 to 30,000 gold coins. Moreover, those profits were achieved by depriving the people and leaving them hungry. But under Maximus' rule, the entire population was well fed and prosperous and still multiplied the kingdom's profit to 100. Very good. After a few more months, we will have enough funds to procure the necessary magical materials for building the kingdom. Maximus stated, suppressing his excitement. You may wonder why other powerful mages or knights don't venture to remote locations and become rulers, earning similar fortunes. The reason is that while gold can be exchanged for magic crystals, the main currency in this world, it is not unlimited. According to the standard exchange rate, 1,000 gold coins are equal to 1 low-grade magical crystal, but that is in the system wall. In this world, who would willingly exchange lower currency used by mortals for magic crystals used by powerful beings? Thus, the exchange of crystals is limited and exorbitant, requiring at least 3,000 to 10,000 gold coins just to obtain a magic crystal. The system mall accepted gold coins because it is this world currency and that is what gives it value. Even if it's paper money, the system would convert it to different rates of system points as long as it is used as a currency by many people. After a while of discussion of the events that happened in the past month, the problems they encountered, and the upcoming plans, they concluded their meeting. A few months had passed since the last meeting. Maximus sat with his family, having their final dinner before his departure. Tomorrow, I will be heading to the central continent," Maximus announced between bites. "Will it be dangerous?" Erica asked, her voice filled with worry. "No, I will simply purchase the necessary magic materials and return home immediately. I will be safe given my strength," he reassured them. "Are you not coming back, Daddy?" Layla cried, misunderstanding that he would be leaving them forever. Lily and Lydia, on the other hand, eyes reddened with sadness, as their father had never left them since their birth. "No, sweetheart, I will be back in just a few months," he said, standing up to embrace them. "Daddy, please buy me a flying sword when you're there," Max, the heartless one, said, indifferent to his father's departure. All right, I'll buy you gifts," Maximus responded with a smile. "Are you going alone?" Rose inquired. "Yes, it would be quite dangerous if someone accompanied me," he replied. Well, it was indeed dangerous if someone accompanied him, but the main reason for his solo journey was how he intended to acquire the necessary materials through his system rather than from the central continent. The next morning, as the sun rose, Maximus bid farewell to his wives and children, preparing for his journey ahead. Activating his speed-boosting spell, he soared through the air, breaking the sound barrier at a staggering speed of 500 meters per second. After a few minutes, he arrived in a remote land and retrieved his flying boat, resembling a space shuttle, called the Aurora Spectre. Aurora Spectre Tier 3, a shadow aircraft, taking the form of a flying boat capable of both offense and defense. Its main strengths lie in speed and stealth. Price, 2,500,000 system point. Earlier, Maximus refrained from summoning the Aurora Spectre, as he wished to avoid drawing unnecessary attention. While he could take out large objects like carriages and magical weapons into thin air without arousing suspicion, a flying boat of this size and with obvious luxurious high-tier materials would undoubtedly raise doubts. Flying boats were somewhat legendary in this mana-deficient environment, exclusively owned by rich and powerful people. The Aurora Spectre stretched at least 10 meters in length, adorned with intricate runic patterns covering its body. This magical vessel cost him a huge amount of money, worth nearly the kingdom's monthly profits, which still pained his heart to this moment. Admiring the smooth black color, as if it were absorbing light, Maximus couldn't help but smile, feeling as if he were looking at his new car. Entering the boat, he noted its minimalist design, featuring only 3 rooms: the control room, meditation room, storage room, and a hidden viewing deck. In the control room, he activated the automatic flight and set the destination to Elner Island, a gathering place for people in the Cursed Continent before venturing to the Central Continent. Since the ship didn't possess information about that specific location, Maximus allowed it to scan a map in order to identify the destination. Flying several kilometers above the ground, the ship turned on stealth mode to hide in the eyes of people. In a flash, the ship accelerated, reaching a cruising speed of 1 kilometer per second. At this rate, it would take a few days to reach Elner Island, exemplifying the vastness of the world he inhabited. From the view deck, Maximus caught a glimpse of the Sunburn Plateau as the ship passed by. Despite knowing that it was remote and barren, he still couldn't help but let out a sigh. He understood why the strongest individuals he had encountered so far were only Tier 4 Sky Knights. Looking at the sparse forests and desolate land, who in their right mind would come to such a place? The strong knights here were mostly born in this land or found themselves lingering here for survival, unable to thrive in other regions and having no other choice. After more than an hour, the ship passed by Barun City, a gathering place for mages and knights in Sunburnt Plateau to start on their journeys to other parts of the continent. Maximus slowed the ship down to take a closer look, ensuring that the ship remained in stealth mode to avoid attracting attention. Observing the lively streets and the ocean ships coming in and out of the harbor, he couldn't help but smile at the bustling scene. Based on his mana readings, a Tier 3 nascent mage was the strongest individual present. He was likely in charge here, given his strength. Although the Sunburn Plateau was remote and seemingly insignificant, some weaker factions still stationed themselves there to recruit fresh blood or search for unique mana-rich plants and resources. After observing for a while, Maximus continued his journey. The ship passed by various lands, like the Sunburn Plateau, but the scenery quickly bored him, leading him to engage in meditation to pass the time. After a few days of meditation, the ship's alarm sounded, indicating that the ship was nearing its destination. Heading to the viewing deck, he looked at the vast expanse of forested land, the Cursed Woodland. It was the heart of the Cursed Continent. It was larger than all of the scattered lands in the Cursed Continent combined. Looking at the lush forest, one might assume it to be a desirable place to live. However, the truth was quite the opposite, as hardly anyone inhabited this region. As previously mentioned, the Cursed Continent was the battlefield of the gods in the past, giving rise to its corrosive mana attribute. With such a concentrated amount of mana, The central land of the cursed continent was undoubtedly vast and filled with resources, but it was also home to a huge amount of violent and uncontrollable beasts. This was also why Elner Island was situated nearby. In this world, there are 4 continents, each with its own distinct mana attributes. The cursed continent is known for its corrosive mana attribute, a lingering effect from the battles of the gods in the past. It is a treacherous and barren land. The beast continent, on the other hand, is characterized by its violent and fierce mana attribute. This mana complements and strengthens the beasts that inhabit the land, making it a dangerous and wild territory. The divine continent stands as the main continent for believers of the gods. It is blessed with wholly attributed mana, radiating a sense of purity and spirituality throughout its expanse. Lastly, there is the central continent, also known as the arcane continent. This continent contains the purest and most abundant mana in the world. It is a hub of magical energy, attracting mages and knights. All of those seeking to harness the power of arcane arts. Chapter 46 Elner Island. After a while, he caught sight of the silhouette of Elner Island on the horizon. Well, it couldn't really be called an island considering its massive size. From a distance, he observed flying boats and ocean-going vessels coming in and out of the island. Looking for a secluded landing spot to avoid drawing attention, he carefully descended. Once he stowed the flying boat in his storage ring, he headed towards the island's center. During his flight, he noticed others flying through the skies, displaying the strength of Tier 4 Sky Knights and Tier 5 Lunar Knights. As for the mages, they were inconspicuous like him, likely concealing their presence while airborne. Situated near the cursed woodland, this island served as a convenient resting and trading place for mages and knights seeking resources on the land. Due to the abundance of Tier 5 and occasionally Tier 6 resources, it attracted numerous formidable individuals in search of these valuable materials. Upon reaching the city gates, he decelerated and came to a halt. The entrance was divided into 2 sections. The left side was for individuals to personally register before entering, while the right side featured a large expanse of water for parking ships from other islands or continents. He joined the line on the left and patiently waited his turn. Fortunately, the line wasn't too long, and soon it was his turn to proceed. "Place your hands on this," the guard said with a stern expression, pointing at a crystal ball. Observing the device, he recognized it as a mana receiver, which recorded an individual's mana to determine if they had been on the wanted list before. Once the crystal ball turned green, the guard handed him a metal plate engraved with his mana signature. "It's 1 low-grade magical crystal for entry," the guard announced. He wasn't surprised by the exorbitant fee for entry, knowing that this was no longer the mortal world where gold was the currency of choice. On this island, where Tier 3 to Tier 5 beings were commonplace, 1 low-grade magical crystal was affordable for most people. Without hesitation, he paid the required low-grade magical crystal. After entering the city, he was greeted by a sprawling landscape of towering buildings and enchanting magical vehicles traversing the wide roads. These magical vehicles resembled cars from his previous life, but they were far more impressive and is powered by magic crystals instead of fuel or electricity. In this world, there existed a profession known as mechanics who utilized runes, various metals, and stones to craft magical devices and instruments. Being this world's creators of modern-like technology. However, such machines were a rare sight in poor and remote places. Having spent years transmigrated in this world, this was the first time he had witnessed such a captivating magical scene, reminding him that he had indeed traveled to a fantastical realm rather than an ancient world. Enviously gazing at the vehicles, he thought of purchasing one for himself in the future, when he had amassed sufficient funds. Speaking of which, his purpose for venturing to the central continent was to engage in reselling, to quickly earn enormous funds. He possessed an incredible cheat-like system mall that offered products at remarkably low prices, and he intended to exploit it to amass wealth. He had refrained from utilizing this advantage in the past for 2 significant reasons. Firstly, it would attract too much attention, and secondly, and most importantly, he was very poor, with only a meager amount of gold coins to his name. He couldn't risk exposing his system merely for the sake of a paltry sum of gold coins that he could earn. After strolling for a while, he arrived at his first destination, a towering structure resembling a combined mage tower with bridges connecting it to other buildings. This was the Elner branch of the Ethereum Gold Chamber of Commerce, one of the 3 most powerful forces in the central continent. As he entered, a steward warmly greeted him with a bow, using the customary style employed by mages. "Welcome, sire," the steward exclaimed. "How may I assist you? Could you introduce me to the products you sell here?" Maximus inquired. "Oh, you're new here, sire?" the steward responded with surprise. He thought that Maximus might not be familiar with the fact that the Ethereum Gold Chamber of Commerce dared to sell virtually anything as long as one had enough money. "I have just arrived from one of the scattered islands," Maximus clarified. "I apologize for my manner. sire." The steward quickly apologized, realizing his lack of decorum. "We have a wide range of offerings, sire. Where would you like to begin?" the steward asked. "Give me an introduction to the potions you have," Maximus suggested. "First and foremost, we offer a variety of first-order to fifth-order potions in this establishment. However, should you desire a higher-order potion, we can accommodate special orders for an additional fee," the steward patiently explained. The steward escorted Maximus to a comfortable lounge area and presented him with a list detailing the items available. Shortly after, a servant poured him a cup of tea. As he savored the aroma, Maximus recognized the use of Tier 3 tea leaves. He took a sip and nodded approvingly. Maximus was highly satisfied with the level of service, as expected from one of the powerhouses who specialize in commerce. Glancing at the list, he compared it to his system wall. The prices of common raw materials were nearly identical, with rare materials priced at least twice as much. When it came to finished products, there were large variations in price, with the system mall generally offering a price at least twice as cheap. Considering his purpose of reselling products to earn money, Maximus carefully scrutinized the materials on the index. After a while, Maximus called the steward over and somewhat embarrassedly asked, "Do you buy products here?" "Of course, sire. However, the recovery price for items is significantly lower than the usual market value," the steward explained. "Oh? Then how much is the price for a Tier 3 elemental potion here?" Maximus inquired. Elemental potions were the most common meditation resource for nascent mages. "Well, it costs 3 low-grade magical crystals per vial, sire," the steward replied. This immediately excited Maximus. In the system mall, elemental potion cost 1,000 system points or 1 low-grade magical crystal, but in the store, it was 5 low-grade magical crystals. Although the shop would earn a lot of low-grade magical crystal from the transaction, he would still not be at loss as he was just multiplying his money. "In that case, I would like to sell 10,000 elemental potions," Maximus declared as he sipped his tea. He had brought 10 million gold coins from the 4-month profits of his kingdom. Buying 10,000 elemental potion quickly shrunk his wallet. "Oh, I can't process such a massive transaction. Please allow me to call my manager," the steward exclaimed, shocked by the sheer quantity of elemental potions Maximus intended to sell. Although elemental potions were commonly used by nascent mages, such a vast amount was still quite astounding. "Please go ahead," Maximus replied nonchalantly. He wasn't worried about any sabotage attempts for this amount of money. After all, just the Elner branch of the Ethereum Gold Chamber of Commerce earned hundreds of thousands of low-grade magical crystals on average each day. The small quantity of resources he was selling was merely a fraction of their daily earnings. After a while, a gentleman in a white robe arrived. Maximus quickly took notice, sensing the strength of a Tier 5 mystic mage emanating from the man. "I apologize for the inappropriate attitude of the steward earlier." The gentleman bowed, which startled Maximus. Being a Tier 3 nascent mage, having a Tier 5 mystic mage bow to him was overwhelming. No, he was doing a good job," Maximus reassured. "I see. Then, thank you for your understanding," the gentleman replied with a smile. "I'm Lawrence, the manager of this establishment." He introduced himself. "I heard that you are going to sell us 10,000 elemental potions. Are you an alchemist, sir?" he inquired. Being an alchemist was also a profession in this world, where one utilized the rules and various plants to create potions. "Yes, recently I've been short on money and am planning to go to the central continent, so I need immediate funds," Maximus explained. Being an alchemist was a good excuse when selling other products in the future. "Ah, that's excellent." Lawrence's eyes lit up as if he had just found a walking money bag. "May I see your elemental potions?" he asked, wanting to inspect the quality. Maximus agreed and shook his hand, causing crates of elemental potions to materialize from his storage ring. He had purchased them earlier when the steward had called for the manager. Lawrence quickly scanned the crates with his powerful spiritual consciousness and showed a surprised expression. "These are all high-grade potions," he exclaimed with excitement. Potions were typically categorized as low, medium, high, and top grade. Low and medium-grade potions contained impurities and required breaks in usage to prevent the accumulation of impurities in the body. On the other hand, high-grade potions were free from such impurities, allowing consecutive usage with minimal risk. As for the top-grade potions, they were blessed with the law, making them 10 times more potent than regular potions. Such potions were exceedingly rare in this world. Chapter 47 Taking a ship in the Elner branch of Ethereum Gold Chamber of Commerce, Lawrence meticulously examined the quality of each elemental potion using his spiritual senses to ensure they were all high-grade potions. After a while, he turned his gaze towards Maximus, his eyes gleaming with approval. "Sir, the elemental potion you brought is indeed of exceptional quality. We are willing to purchase them for 6 low-grade magical crystals each. Lawrence said, his excitement subsiding. However, considering the substantial quantity you're looking to sell, you are eligible to apply for VIP 9 within our Ethereum Gold Chamber of Commerce. He explained. Curiosity sparked in Maximus's eyes as he inquired, what is VIP 9, and what benefits does it offer? VIP 9 provides numerous conveniences for our esteemed clients across all our establishments. In terms of our transaction, the buyback price would be set at 70% of the original price, which is 10% higher than the average. In this case, we would buy your elemental potion for 7 low-grade magical crystal. Lawrence explained with a smile. Maximus almost cursed at him for being a profiteer. The implication was that the original price for the high-grade elemental potion was 10 low-grade magical crystals, twice the price of the low to mid-quality potion. He was almost deceived, as there were no high-grade elemental potions listed in the catalog. So he just assumed that they were all priced the same. Apparently, high-grade potions were so rare that they didn't sell them in this branch. Can't it be higher? Maximus inquired, his greed getting the better of him. It was shameless for someone who had purchased the elemental potion for a mere 1 low-grade magical crystal to ask for a higher price. Lawrence maintained his gentlemanly smile, unfazed by the question. Certainly, sir. If you upgrade to VIP 6 or above, you can sell it at a 10% higher rate. He patiently explained. Maximus's agitation subsided, but he couldn't resist asking, how does one upgrade their VIP level? It's quite simple, sir. To upgrade to VIP 8, you need to have transactions totaling between 100,000 to 1 million. For VIP 7, it's between 1 million to 10 million. VIP 6 requires transactions ranging from 10 million to 100 million, and so on, until VIP 2. As for VIP 1, I'm afraid I don't know the specific requirements. Lawrence replied calmly, discussing as if magic crystals is the most common stones you see on the road. As expected from the world's #1 business commerce establishment, even reaching VIP number 2 required an astronomical amount between 100 billion to 1 trillion low-grade magical crystals. Having come to terms with the reality that he couldn't ask for a higher price, Maximus reluctantly agreed to sell the elemental potion for 7 low-grade magical crystals. Here you are. Lawrence said as he took out crates filled with magic crystals and a crystal jade token engraved with the mark Ethereum Gold Chamber of Commerce VIP 9. Maximus first scanned the crates of low-grade magical crystals to confirm the amount. Satisfied with what he saw, he stored them in his storage ring. Next, he focused his attention on the crystal jade token, imprinting his mana signature on it to establish its recognition. Mana signature served as the most common identification method in the world. Even mortals possessed a trace of mana unique to them. The use of spiritual consciousness was mostly reserved for contracts, as violating them could result in severe backlash from curses. After conversing with Lawrence for a while, Maximus was personally escorted out by him. Goodbye, Sir Maximus. Lawrence bid farewell with a smile. He nodded with a satisfied smile. Maximus realized that he had earned 70,000 low-grade magical crystals, equivalent to a total of 70 million system points. This sum exceeded his annual income from the Etheria Pavilion. As for why he didn't sell more, the answer was clear. Just tens of thousands of low-grade magical crystals were already a huge sum of money for a Tier 3 nascent mage taking 100 years to save. Although he trusted the Ethereum Gold Chamber of Commerce that they will not look at his little money, he still proceeded to end the transaction. The goal this time is to go to the central continent where there are more fish to catch. Making money there is less conspicuous and bigger. He was not satisfied with millions of low-grade magical crystals, so of course he needed a bigger place to withdraw money. Proceeding to the harbor, Maximus made his way toward the ships going to the central continent. After a while, he laid eyes upon a massive vessel towering above even the tallest buildings in his previous world. The sheer size of the ship astonished him, but upon reflection, he understood the necessity. Without such massive proportions, the ship would be unable to navigate the endless sea, let alone reach other continents. This was also the reason why he had come to Elmer Island instead of directly heading to the central continent. His Tier 3 flying boat can't traverse the treacherous seas. After all, a mere gust of wind in the endless sea could annihilate it. Unless he had bought a higher-ranking boat, Maximus would not dare to sail straight to another continent. Just looking at the massive ship you can feel the coercion of a high-tier beast, which can surely intimidate the creatures of the endless sea. Such transportation vessels were constructed from massive Tier 8 or 9 sea creatures' carcass. The owner of this ship is the Ethereum Gold Chamber of Commerce. Apparently, they are also in the transportation business. Walking towards the registration area, Maximus was approached by a specialized steward. "Here, sir. Allow me to escort you to the VIP area," the steward said with a slight bow. It seemed they had detected the crystal jade token indicating his VIP membership. The plate served as a positioning system within the territory of the Ethereum Gold Chamber of Commerce, but fortunately, the positioning function can be deactivated or isolated in specialized storage. After a while, the steward led Maximus to a VIP room. "What kind of room would you prefer, sir?" the steward asked, presenting him with a catalog. The rooms were divided into two sections, the common rooms and the VIP rooms. Common rooms are for the non-VIP customers or those that didn't have that much money. After seeing the options, Maximus chose a mid-scale VIP room suitable for his identity as a nouveau rich nascent mage. "It will cost you 1,250 low-grade magical crystals, sir," the steward informed him. Though he knew it was expensive, considering it was a special VIP room, Maximus still felt a pang in his heart. You know his Aurora Spectre is only 2,500 low-grade magical crystals. He quickly paid the steward, concealing any sign of dismay as not to embarrass himself. "Here is the token for your room, sir." The steward smiled and handed him a token. As Maximus took the token, it emitted a radiant light, revealing a pathway that led to his room. Walking at a leisurely pace for 20 minutes to his room, he finally realized how immense the size of the ship was. Upon opening the room, Maximus was nearly blinded by the luxury it exuded. Looking at the footmat, he felt his blood energize. Who would dare to use the skin of a Tier 7 creature as a mat? There was a distinct aura of a Tier 7 creature. Looking at the skin pattern, he confirmed that it is a saber tiger. The mat was specially processed so instead of being intimidated by the aura, it invigorated his blood, filling him with energy. "This is truly a VIP room," he muttered in awe. He noticed a meditation room filled with complex arrays and runes, and just being near it stirred his meditation technique. The whole was adorned with wonders and exotic furnishings, fueling Maximus's ambition as he gazed at them. Unfortunately, he lacked the guts to steal them. "Just wait, I'll have my castle even more luxurious than these," he swore to himself. The primary objective of this trip was to amass wealth, not just any wealth, but hundreds of millions, if not billions, of low-grade magical crystals. The mere thought of it made his mouth water. As for his safety, he had considered it long ago. Mask of Grimoire Tier 9, alters your appearance, mana signature, and spiritual signature, deceiving even the gods themselves. Price, 18 million top-grade magical crystal. A top-grade magical crystal is equivalent to 1 billion system points. Yes, that was his trump card. With such an artifact, he could sell resources repeatedly until his hands cramped, without arousing suspicion. However, he couldn't possibly afford such an item with his meager savings. So, he opted for a lower-tier alternative. Mask of Grimoire Tier 5, alters your appearance, mana signature, and spiritual signature. Price, 40 million system point. The Mask of Grimoire could be activated with magic crystals, alleviating any concerns about having enough mana to activate it. Furthermore, it was upgradable, requiring only the expenditure of system points. With this mask, Maximus was prepared to arrive on the central continent and empty their pockets. Chapter 48 Order of the Arcane. In one of the VIP rooms on the ship, Maximus finished exploring and entered the meditation room, curious to experience its differences from his own meditation room. Practicing his meditation technique Divine Consciousness, he sensed a turbulent yet serene mana flowing rapidly through him. The speed of mana transmission was at least 100 times faster than his usual meditation practice. If he could train in this meditation room indefinitely, he could advance to a Tier 4 elemental mage within 2 years without taking any supplements. Unfortunately, he lacked the funds to acquire such a meditation room. Just looking at the materials used in the arrays and runes, he knows already that he can't afford it. A few days later, his token vibrated and conveyed a message signaling their departure from Elner Island. Maximus reached for the ship token given to him by the steward, looking at it with curiosity. As he infused the token with his mana, it illuminated and presented a virtual screen displaying an image of the boat, swiftly transitioning to the main menu. "It resembles a mobile phone," he murmured, astonished by the technological advancements in this world that he thought were backward except for its magical wonders. Although the token offered limited functions specific to the ship, it was impressive enough for someone like Maximus, who had lived in a backward and ancient place. The main menu consisted of simple options, maps, services, and notices. Using his spiritual consciousness, Maximus tapped on the map. However, instead of revealing the entire ship's structure, it only displayed the available facilities. There was a gambling area offering various types of games, including fighting, cards, and more. Sub-professional areas such as alchemy, mechanics, weaving, runes, and puppetry were also present. Moreover, there were different areas designated for relaxation and training. After browsing for a while, Maximus selected the food area, feeling a pang of hunger. Upon selecting the option, a holographic projection emerged from the token, guiding him to the elegant and exquisite dining area. The sight of the surroundings whetted his appetite, prompting him to quickly find a seat and settle down. Observing Maximus, one of the waiters approached him with a menu in hand. "Here is our menu, sir. If there's anything else you fancy that's not on the menu, we can prepare it, especially for you," the waiter said, bowing politely and waiting for Maximus to make his choice. Perusing the menu, filled with a variety of delectable dishes, Maximus settled on Pixie Popper for the appetizer, Sea Dragon grilled steak for the main course, and Phoenix Fire creme brulee for dessert. Opting for ingredients of Tier 5, he intended to indulge himself for a while, as he now possessed the means. Typically, at home, he and his family could only consume Tier 3 ingredients due to their inability to digest higher energy foods. "Will that be all, sir? And what would you like to drink?" the waiter inquired, noting down Maximus's choices. "Just bring me a Mystic Moonshine brew," he replied nonchalantly. Maximus realized that just this single meal alone would cost him 750 low-grade magical crystals, a sum unimaginable in the past. As the food was served, Maximus's eyes lit up at the taste of the Pixie Popper. He then took a bite of the Sea Dragon grilled steak, and his initial assumption was confirmed. Taking a sip of the wine, he marveled at the meticulous cooking process behind the food. Although he was aware that there is a sub-profession for cooking, he had never realized they could preserve the aura of ingredients so effectively. Usually, when he consumed food purchased from the system mall, the aura within it would diminish to less than 10% after cooking, resulting in a waste of energy. However, the food he was currently eating still retained 70 to 80% of its aura, even when cut into smaller pieces. Amazed, he quickly finished his meal. "Huh." He exhaled, feeling pleasantly stuffed. Normally, with his strength, food would be quickly digested, but Tier 5 ingredients proved to be different. Hoping to aid digestion, he strolled toward the upper deck garden. After walking for a while, he discovered a fantastical garden adorned with carefully arranged greenery and flowers of various colors. He settled into one of the chairs, gazing into the distance, reminiscing about his life. It had been nearly 5 years since he arrived in this world, basking in its luxurious offerings. He now had 7 wives and concubines, along with 8 children. In his previous life, he had been a mere worker, hoping to save enough money to start a family. He sighed at the stark contrast. Lost in his thoughts, Maximus was interrupted when a waiter approached, offering him a complimentary tea. As he looked out over the endless sea, he marveled at the sea's vastness. Although he couldn't ascertain the ship's exact velocity, he was sure that it was moving very fast. Looking at the still ship, if it weren't for the imposing waves, he wouldn't have even realized they were moving. He could also faintly hear the sound of the harsh wind, which was muffled by the ship's protective barrier. Taking a sip of tea, he relaxed, allowing the gentle breeze and the fresh scent of plants to cleanse his spirit. "Excuse me, is this seat taken?" A man with a rugged but energetic appearance disturbed Maximus's peaceful moment. "You can sit wherever you want," Maximus replied, unfazed by the man's rudeness, and continued to relax. "Thanks. I'm Griffin Helmsworth." "What's your name?" The rough-looking man, Griffin, persisted in his attempts to engage in conversation. Glancing at Griffin, Maximus sensed a strength comparable to that of a Tier 3 nascent mage. Using the system's function, he accessed Griffin's information on his panel. Griffin Helmsworth Strength, Tier 3 nascent mage age, 56 potential, rare, Maximus. He uttered, uninterested in further small talk. "I'm from Helmsworth Plateau." "And you?" Griffin persisted, oblivious to Maximus's lack of interest. Noting that Griffin shared the same surname as the plateau, Maximus deduced that he must be from a royal family that had conquered the entire island. This must be the reason for his great strength despite coming from Cursed Continent and only having rare talent. After all, conquering the whole island can get you an enormous amount of money that you can then use to buy resources. Maximus looked at Griffin and asked directly, "Sunburned Plateau. What do you want?" "Oh." Griffin apparently unaware of the place called Sunburned Plateau. "I'm just bored and looking for someone to talk to," he replied. "Are you one of the prospective students?" Griffin asked, noticing Maximus's strength of a Tier 3 nascent mage, which just met the requirements for admission to the academies in the central continent. "No." Maximus replied nonchalantly. On the ship, there were 3 types of people: prospective students, adventurers seeking breakthrough through the central continent, and returning adventurers looking for exotic resources on the Cursed Continent for quick cash. Observing Griffin's rough appearance, age, and potential, Maximus concluded that he was likely selected to attend one of the academies under the Alliance of Mages. Alliance of Mages is also known as the Order of the Arcane, which ruled over all of the mages, one of the 3 powerhouses of the central continent. Academies are their breeding ground to train talented mages and knights. "Oh, I'm going to Battle Academy," Griffin continued, obviously not believing Maximus's response, that he was not a prospective student. "Do you have an academy you've chosen?" he said, not waiting for an answer. I wish I could pass the Battle Academy exam, otherwise, my sister will send me to Spirit Farm Academy. Griffin continued to ramble on. Maximus no longer bothered to respond, treating Griffin's words as mere background noise. Do you know my sister? She's very powerful. I heard she has mythic talent. Griffin subtly bragged about his sister. Maximus took a sip of his tea, unfazed by the tales of his sister's supposedly heaven-defying talent. Anyway, we won't have any more interactions in the future, so why should I care? Can I just drink my tea in peace? Hey, just listen to me. What if I introduce my sister to you? Griffin suggested, hoping to continue to brag about his sister. Alright, stop. Can't you just relax and keep your mouth shut? Maximus eyed him, unable to fully relax with Griffin's incessant chatter. Okay. Griffin abruptly fell silent and remained seated. After a while of silence, Griffin spoke up again, saying, Can I talk now? He sounded like a pitiful child. Well, I can't entirely blame him. After all, he's still young if you consider the lifespan of a nascent mage. Ordinarily, people live to be around 70 to 80 years old. The lifespan of an official mage is 100 years, which is the maximum a human can live without having sickness or ailments in their life. The lifespan of a great mage, however, extends to 300 years, as their bodies undergo fundamental changes and the aging process slows down. The most significant transformation, however, occurs when one advances to a nascent mage, where the lifespan reaches 1,000 years. At this stage, the strengthening of the soul affects the body and greatly enhances one's longevity. Chapter 49 Alchemy vs. Mechanic. In the top deck garden of the ship, Griffin spoke up. Can I talk now? Alright. Maximus finally gave Griffin a chance, taking pity on him. Griffin smiled and asked, So, which academy have you decided to join? Apparently, Griffin didn't believe that he was not a prospective student going to the central continent. Maximus thought about being a student and realized that it had many benefits. First, it would provide him with a formal identity. It was fine if it's just him alone, but he had a family to consider. In the future, if he needed to arrange things for them, he couldn't always stay hidden. Second, it would allow him to have a formal guidance. Becoming a student can help him avoid many detours and would help him grow stronger in the long run. Although he possesses the ability to study independently and has access to abundant resources, ultimately, without proper guidance from a qualified teacher, his achievement in the future will be limited. While his current tier of strength didn't require much guidance, in the long run, his lack of knowledge and little imperfections will hinder his further advancement. Third, as his strength grew, he needed higher resources, although he can buy it in the system mall, without much question from his wives and children. However, he didn't want to deceive his wives and children too much. At least when he achieves something in the academy, he will have sufficient reason to take out more advanced resources. And lastly, is for the safety of his kingdom and his follow-up plan to conquer the whole Sunburnt Plateau. Fortunately, he hadn't conquered the entire Sunburnt Plateau yet. Once he did, the rest of the inhabitants in the Cursed Continent would know his action. This is also the reason he wants to make a huge amount of money on his trip to the Central Continent. He needs a weapon strong enough to protect his interest and people. The reason the whole Cursed Continent would know his action once he conquered the whole Sunburnt Plateau was due to the influence of several powerful Tier 9 primordial mages. They had set up law arrays, manipulating the laws of the continent to prevent gods from interfering and gathering faith. Conquering a place situated within one of the scattered islands in Cursed Continents was typically their initial step to promote and collect faith. It started with the Battle of Gods, which destroyed and polluted the continent, which corrupted the mana, making it a cursed continent, which is named by magicians as it became a useless land for them. Angered by the gods' action of wantonly destroying land and corrupting people with faith, mages and knights banded to exile gods from interfering with their world. However, gods still have the divine continent, which had their divine energy already integrated into mana. The divine mana allowed them to descend to the divine continent without much world suppression, making the mages and knights helpless about them. But anywhere in the world became their forbidden area, as now they become a valuable specimen for research, making them hunted all over the world. Thinking about the academies he could choose, Maximus eliminated the Battle Academy as it was too violent and not in line with his personality. As for the Spirit Farm Academy, it seemed too leisurely and boring. While he would have plenty of free time for other activities, he wanted to choose an academy where he could truly learn and develop his skills. The Music and Art Academy didn't interest him either, as he thought it was focused mainly on assisting or picking up girls. It wasn't entirely useless, but it seemed more suited as an auxiliary profession rather than one for combat or practical training. Cooking Academy pass. Formation and Array Academy pass. Beast Taming pass. Then the idea of becoming a mechanic crossed his mind, since he wanted to combine magic and technology he had in his previous life. However, thinking that a mere token of a ship has advanced technology like augmented reality, He realized that his previous life's technology was more backward than what he thought compared to this world. On the other hand, he could consider the Alchemist Academy. He already had an alchemist identity within the Ethereum Gold Chamber of Commerce. He was sure that Lawrence should have already reported his identity as an alchemist to their headquarters given his VIP 9 status. Therefore, Maximus was left with a choice between alchemist and mechanic, both of which interested him greatly and offered potential benefits. Returning to Griffin, who was still waiting for an answer, and Maximus who lazily sipped his tea, seemingly oblivious to Griffin's presence. Maximus finally looked at Griffin and said, "I'm not sure yet whether I should go to the Mechanic Academy or the Alchemist Academy." "Oh, that's nice." Griffin's eyes lit up. Both professions were associated with wealth or wanting to be rich. "Unfortunately, we haven't chosen the same academy," Griffin said with a hint of sadness. Observing Griffin's pretentious behavior, Maximus couldn't help but feel goosebumps. "Why are you here anyway? Don't you have companions?" Maximus asked, assuming that someone of Griffin's royal status would have siblings or cousins accompanying him to take the academy test. "Oh, they're gambling in the arena," Griffin absent-mindedly replied. Seeing Griffin's disheveled appearance, it was clear that he had lost his money and came to the upper deck for some fresh air. Maximus didn't respond further and continued to bask in the breeze. Griffin also fell silent, remembering that he had lost his money due to gambling. Fortunately, there was a bank on the ship, so he could still eat after withdrawing some money. After some time passed, Maximus stood up, planning to return to his room and study the basic knowledge of mechanics and alchemy. He realized that he didn't know much about these fields, and he couldn't pass the academy test without sufficient understanding. Glancing at Griffin, who was still sulking over his loss, Maximus said, "Goodbye, see you later." Although Griffin's constant chatter could be irritating, he wasn't a bad person to be friends with. Besides, Maximus was also curious to meet Griffin's sister, who possessed such mystical talent. After seeing Maximus leave, Griffin muttered, "Bye." Arriving in his room, Maximus purchased basic books on mechanics and alchemy. He decided to study what made these fields special and ultimately choose which academy he would attend. Reading about the basics of alchemy, Maximus discovered that it was the most revered profession in the world, focusing on the manipulation and combination of natural elements. Alchemists harness the power of nature to transform and transmute the world's materials, unlocking their hidden potential. Their primary focus lay in the study of intricate balance of the laws and rules as they sought to uncover the secrets of creation, hoping to manipulate them. Rumors circulated that alchemists at their peak could even create life itself, earning them the title of gods of creation and life. However, he remained skeptical of such rumors. While he acknowledged that alchemists could synthesize creatures, they were mere puppets with flesh and blood, lacking a soul, the fundamental aspect of a living, sentient being. The soul was crucial not only for the opportunity to train as a mage or knight but also for gods to collect faith. He doubted that even gods could create life with a soul, as they would have already conquered the world and flooded it with their believers if it were possible. Moving on to the study of mechanics, he learned that this profession was often referred to as a crooked path by mages. While alchemists sought to bend the laws and rules of the world to their advantage, mechanics adhered to and utilized those laws and rules. Mages viewed mechanics as obedient dogs of the world, following its dictates, which contradicted the mages' notion of wielding the laws and rules of the world to serve their own purposes. Despite being called a crooked path, mechanics were worshipped by many, especially the rich and weak. Unlike alchemical items that required corresponding power to use, mechanical items only needed magic crystals. This made mechanics more accessible to the wealthy and less powerful individuals. He even imagined a scenario of an enemy facing a seemingly weak Tier 1 official mage who secretly possessed several magic crystal mines. In a surprising turn, the mage could wield a mechanical energy weapon and take out huge amounts of low-grade magical crystals just to load the weapon and then blind the opponent with money before killing them. This was also the reason most mages considered mechanics as crooked path. Many mages were impoverished due to resource consumption. While mechanical items were cheaper than their alchemical counterparts, the huge consumption of low-grade magical crystals and accessories addition like bullets, just to operate them, dissuade most of them, telling them in the face that they are too poor to even use mechanical weapon. In contrast, you can manipulate alchemical items just by using your own mana. As Maximus pondered between the two options, he found himself entangled in a dilemma. Chapter 50 Choosing Profession. In the VIP room of the ship, Maximus found himself contemplating the choice between being an alchemist or a mechanic after reading about their basic introductions. But why bother studying one of these professions when he can simply buy them in the system mall? Isn't it just a waste of time? Studying one of these professions isn't just about the potential wealth and resources. After all, with his system mall, he can just resell rare items or products if he needed money. The saying "knowledge is wealth" in his previous world isn't just a saying here but a fact. In fact, Without knowledge, your wealth isn't truly yours as it can be snatched by someone stronger than you. Knowledge is the path of strength, the foundation of magic. This is also the reason for various academies specialize in different fields of magic rather than just studying magic to attack or destroy. In the early stages of magic, from Tier 1 to 3, one simply needed to introduce mana into their soul, much like knights introduced mana into their bodies. However, in the middle and late stages of magic, the quality of the soul mattered just as much as the quantity. And knowledge is the key to improve soul quality. Mages who study in Battle Academy however didn't require additional miscellaneous knowledge because they trained in both magic and knight paths. The advancement of mage without the required soul quality caused a lack of control towards mana. Battle mage compensate this by training their body to turn this lack of control towards explosiveness. And their knightly body serve as a cushion towards this violent mana to prevent them from being affected. Just imagine a battle mage waving an uncontrollable fireball the size of a nuclear explosion. While it would obliterate the enemy, it would also cause damage to their body due to lack of control. This is where battle mages got the title war machines. They were harvester of lives in large-scale battles and wars, where their uncontrollable power could be used wantonly. Maximus didn't like the notion of a mage being a barbaric war machine that can't even control his power. For him, mage should be noble and elegant even if they're harvesting lives like the god of death. Even if he trains in both magic and knight, he still liked to be in control of his power. To do that, he needed vast amount of knowledge to improve the quality of his soul. Since there are academies, why not join them, given its convenience and benefits? Returning to the topic of choosing a profession, Maximus first considered being an alchemist. It seemed like the most convenient path for him, especially since he had already gained some recognition as an alchemist when he sold 10,000 high-quality potions, a rarity even among low-tier potions. What intrigued him the most about alchemy was its potential at its peak. After alchemy reaches a certain tier and has enough energy, such as mana, alchemists could create or transform any matter. The idea of turning stone into gold, for instance, fascinated Maximus, as it implied the possibility of unlimited wealth. However, after years of researching the mechanisms of his system wall system point mechanism, Maximus discovered that not just any gold or material could be converted into system points. He tested this by attempting to convert a raw gold block into system points, but to no avail. Through trial and error, he reached a conclusion: gold itself held no monetary value, it was only valuable because people believed it to be so. Maximus referred to this belief as sentiment, and the system absorbed sentiment to generate system points. In other words, money or gold coins needed to circulate in order to create the sentiment required for the generation of system points within the system. Maximus further tested his theory by mining magic crystals. To his surprise, the magic crystal successfully converted into 1,000 system points, indicating that they possessed a fixed value and did not require sentiments needed to generate system points. This discovery fueled Maximus's grand plan to revolutionize the currency system by introducing worthless paper or even digital currency. After all, despite the seemingly infinite resources like gold minerals and low-grade magical crystals in this world, they would eventually be depleted. He planned to first test this in the Sunburnt Plateau, where 150 million people would use his created paper or digital currency. By cultivating the people's sentiment and belief in the value of money, he could harvest this worthless currency through various means and change them to newly printed, sentimentless money without the people even knowing. He would be like a pseudo-god, harvesting sentiment instead of faith, as long as people believed and used his worthless currency. Doing so would reverse the role of the script. Instead of his system harvesting the world, Maximus will use this world to harvest the system. Turning his attention to the mechanic profession, Maximus felt a deep sense of interest due to his previous life where technology was convenient. Although he vaguely guessed that the technological advancements in this world surpassed his previous life, he still wanted to explore it. Furthermore, due to his pursuit of conquering the world, he found that alchemical items were too limiting for ordinary people, as only those with mana could utilize them. Mechanic items, on the other hand, could be accessible to the masses. This would undoubtedly accelerate the exhaustion of world resources since mechanic items heavily relied on materials rather than mana. However, Maximus saw a symbiotic potential in combining his plan to use worthless currency to harvest system resources and propel mechanical advancement in this world. Additionally, he found mechanics to be an easier field to start and advance in compared to alchemy. While mechanics studied and obeyed rules, alchemists focused on studying and bending laws and rules. This makes the mechanics advance leaps and bounds compared to alchemists as they go by the laws and rules of the world. After carefully considering the differences between the two paths, Maximus ultimately decided to pursue mechanics. However, he didn't entirely abandon alchemy, as he recognized its usefulness. Nonetheless, his primary focus would now be on mechanics. With this decision made, he purchased a massive number of basic mechanics books from the system wall. The books he acquired included Basics of mechanics: composition of different materials, reactions of matter to each other, basic mechanical blueprints using spiritual power to combine materials, combination of runes. Having bought a substantial number of books, Maximus began reading. Thanks to his nascent mage strength, he possessed an unforgettable memory and could read at a faster pace using his spiritual consciousness. However, as he looked at the mountain of books in his storage ring, he couldn't help but let out a sigh. It would take years just to finish reading them all, not to mention the additional time required for training what he learned. And these were just the basics of Tier 1 to 3 mechanics, which he could grasp for now. 16 days later. During the half-month period of study, Maximus barely scratched the surface of Tier 1 mechanics, which left him somewhat disheartened. Nevertheless, he pondered the lifespan of a mage, even at the nascent level, could reach 1,000 years, what's more in the higher tier. Considering this, it was understandable that higher difficulty professions like alchemy or mechanics required a substantial investment of time and effort. He was already lucky and had it easy to have a complete inheritance that he could just buy from the system wall. Although there were academies that offered their inheritance and knowledge, he was certain that it wasn't freely given. But even then he couldn't help but sigh. This mountain of books were just the surface level of the profession. From higher tiers like Tier 4 mechanics, the knowledge required started to delve further into the intricate fabric of atoms and laws that is in the object. Just thinking about it made his head swell. Maximus stopped for a moment and glanced at the notice tab of the ship token. Estimated time, 1 day before landing in Lothmire City of Arcane Continent. Counting the time of the ship journey, he realized that it took at least half a month to travel from Elnar Island of the Cursed Continent to the Central Continent. The speed of the ship amazed him, considering the vastness of the endless sea. The endless in the endless sea is not just a decoration but a literal truth. Even Tier 9 Primordial Mage or Tier 9 Cosmic Knight didn't even fully explore the endless sea given the chaotic wind that isolate the 4 continents. Even the gods don't know what is on the other side of the chaotic wind. Whether they were initiate gods or inherited the godhood, they all come from the same place, not knowing what was on the other side. Many believe that passing the endless sea lead to another world, or some believe that it was a mere void separating them. But even then the explored endless sea is like a void of space, seemingly infinite, and thus given the title Endless Sea. Chapter 51. Disembarked from ship. The ship arrived at Lothmire City a day later, jolting Maximus from his engrossing read. The token in his pocket vibrated, reminding him of their arrival at the Central Continent. Although he still had a few days to spare on the ship, he decided to abandon his reading and disembark. Stepping outside, he was greeted by a crowd of thousands of people pouring out of the ship. Fortunately, he made his way to the VIP lane, ensuring a smooth exit. Just as he was making his way through, a familiar voice called out his name. Maximus. Griffin's voice echoed across the bustling crowd. Maximus turned his attention to Griffin, who approached him with a group of companions. "How are you? I didn't see you for the rest of the trip," Griffin complained. "Oh? It's none of your business." Maximus dismissed him, refusing to indulge in his drama. Griffin pouted like an aggrieved girl, causing Maximus to suppress a shiver. It was unsettling to see a young man with a rugged face and muscular physique act like a little girl. "Who is this, Griffin? Care to introduce us?" one of Griffin's friends inquired. "This is Maximus, the one I met on the ship," Griffin introduced. "Maximus, these are my cousins Lorna, Timothy, Bart, and Wesley," Griffin informed him. "Hello." Maximus greeted them with a nod, not wanting to appear impolite. They replied with a distant hello, maintaining a certain distance. "By the way, where are you headed?" Griffin asked. "I plan to explore the city for a while before proceeding in the Origin Domain." "And you?" Maximus inquired. "Well, we're heading straight to the Origin Domain as well. The enrollment starts in 6 months, so we need to find a place to settle down before then," Griffin explained. "Then I'll see you there." Maximus nodded and bid them farewell. "See you," Griffin said with a smile. He had no urgency to reach the Origin Domain, as his primary goal was to earn money. Heading towards a hidden location, he retrieved a magic pendant that could detect prying eyes or surveillance arrays in the vicinity. The pendant vibrated, indicating the presence of a monitoring array in operation. He was dumbfounded, realizing that there was already a monitoring array outside Lothmire City. It seemed excessive, as monitoring arrays were typically used to track abnormal mana fluctuations and gather detailed information. Just like a CCTV camera in the modern day, but it detects mana. He also had this set up in Shadow City. Although the monitoring array wasn't overly expensive to set up, using it even outside the city seemed like a waste of resources. Using the Mask of Grimoire here will undoubtedly alarm the monitoring array. Gazing at the sea, he considered using the Mark of Grimoires to change his persona before entering the city. However, upon observing the chaotic winds, he dismissed the idea. While the chaotic wind was milder here and he could withstand it with his strength, He decided it was best not to tempt any unknown dangers lurking in the endless sea. Lacking a solution, he turned to the system mall, recognizing its near omnipotence as long as one had money. After several minutes of browsing, he found a solution. Array Deceiver, a Tier 5 magic item that conceals abnormality in mana fluctuations for a few seconds. Price, 18 million system point. This item appeared incredibly powerful, as deceiving an array wasn't simply about changing his mana signature using the Mask of Grimoire and hiding the fluctuation. It had other possible applications, such as gaining access to places with limited strength requirements, like inheritance sites or opportunities. For instance, if the strength limit of a particular inheritance was only Tier 1 official mage, he could enter as long as the restrictions in that place didn't exceed Tier 5. Buying the Array Deceiver diminished his funds from 30 million to 12 million, nearly bringing him back to his original budget of 10 million. Activating the Array Deceiver, he donned the Mask of Grimoire, altering his entire being from his mana function and spiritual signature to his physical body. His tier was raised to Tier 5 Mystic Mage, and he appeared more aged, akin to an experienced alchemist, knowing that alchemical items were more expensive than others. Once he finished his transformation, he confidently walked through the city gate. Feeling the strength of a Tier 5 mage, Maximus was led into a special lane by the guard up front, bypassing the need to wait. Upon entering the special lane, he was greeted by a receptionist. He realized that entering the city was more cumbersome than he had anticipated. "Sir, do you have an identification token?" the guard asked. "No, I just came from the Cursed Continent," Maximus replied calmly, although inwardly he was puzzled as to why the guard asked about an identification token. The guard was taken aback, as it was rare for a Tier 5 Mystic Mage powerhouse coming from the Cursed Continent. Most of them would have migrated to the Central Continent when they were only Tier 3 Nascent Mages or Tier 4 Elemental Mages. "Ah, I see. In that case, we need to get you registered and issue a token," the guard explained and led him to another room. Although Cursed Continent lacks mana, it's a continent after all, so it's not that surprising to produce Tier 5 Mage, thought the guard. "What is this token for? Can't I just register and enter?" Maximus asked, perplexed by the process. "Sir, the identification token is required for the entirety of the Arcane Continent. It will be recorded in the Continental Array. If you're not registered and rashly enter any other city apart from the harbor city in the Arcane Continent, you will be attacked by the Continental Array," the guard patiently clarified. This revelation shocked Maximus to the core and disrupted most of his plans. He couldn't help but swear in his heart this was the Arcane Continent for you. To cover the entire continent with an array, what resources were needed for such a work? It wasn't just a shoddy array like the one in the Cursed Continent that merely monitored if you conquered an island. This was a comprehensive defense and attack system and complete one-on-one monitoring. It couldn't be described as extravagant, it was a waste of resources. Moreover, Maximus was certain that it possessed even more astonishing functions that he was unaware of. Fortunately, it seemed that the monitoring array was weaker in the periphery, otherwise, the Array Deceiver wouldn't have worked. "Here, sir, you need to register a strand of your mana and spiritual signatures." The guard led him to a room with a large crystal ball floating in the air. Maximus looked at the guard, puzzled. Usually, only the mana signature was required, as it was relatively harmless compared to the spiritual signature. Who knew that when he put his spiritual signature in the ball, he would be cursed or, worse, enslaved? Noticing Maximus's confusion, the guard explained, "Don't worry, sir. This is the Crystal of Origin. All primordial mages and cosmic knights have sworn to the laws of the world not to tamper with the stored spiritual signatures and to protect it from anyone. Swearing to the laws of the world carried immense gravity. Violating these laws would lead to severe consequences, and one could only hope for a swift death rather than face the punishment that awaited them. While mages studied and manipulated laws that govern the world, swearing to the laws of the world meant acknowledging the overarching authority that governed the entire realm. Just like in his previous life, the wealthy could manipulate government laws as long as they avoided being caught red-handed. However, swearing to the laws of the world was an entirely different matter. It was akin to constant surveillance by the government, a watchful eye monitoring every action that could violate the oath you made. Knowing this, Maximus felt reassured and presented a strand of mana and spirit. As for the Crystal of Origin, the possibility of it discovering that the mana and spiritual signatures he provided were fake was out of the question. The signatures he sent were condensed by the Mask of Grimoire, using top-grade magical crystals worth a staggering 1 billion system points if converted. Of course, he didn't possess that kind of money, so he had to settle for dust particle-sized top-grade magical crystals, each worth 1 million system points, which pained his heart. Just condensing the mana and spiritual signatures had cost him 2 dust particle-sized top-grade magical crystals. After sending out a strand of mana and spirit, the guard asked him some more questions. "What's your name, sir?" he asked, standing in front of a jade-like monitor ready to input his information. Edward Williams, Maximus made up. Is it convenient to say the rank of your profession? The guard assumed that he has a profession as he can't advance to Tier 5 Mystic Mage without one. I'm a Tier 5 Alchemist, Maximus said seriously. Although his plan to resell system products using multiple identities had been thwarted, Maximus was determined to continue with a revised strategy. However, now that he knew the importance of registering before entering the city, he couldn't be as unscrupulous as before. He knew that it would be suspicious if a large number of Tier 5 Mystic Mages suddenly appeared from the Cursed Continent within a short period of time. Therefore, he had to exercise caution and impersonate himself as a Tier 3 or Tier 4 mage for the time being. This meant that the potential earnings from reselling system products would be reduced. After all, Tier 3 nascent mage wouldn't be able to sell a large quantity of resources above his strength. Therefore, he needed to be strategic and operate within the limitations of his disguise. Chapter 52, Selling Potions in the Registration Room of Lothmire City. After enduring a series of inquiries from the guard, Maximus was finally presented with an identity token. Here's your identity token, sir, the guard said, producing a freshly minted token. Examining the token, Maximus found nothing out of the ordinary. It merely recorded his soul and mana signature, along with basic information. This token is necessary for accessing any establishment within the Arcane Continent, but in the wilderness, it's not required, the guard explained. Maximus understood that this token essentially served as an identification device. The guard escorted him out of the room, and at last, Maximus stepped foot inside the vibrant city of Lothmire. As he breathed in the mana-infused air, he sensed its potency, surpassing that of the sunburnt plateau he had previously inhabited. Taking in his surroundings, Maximus observed a diverse array of individuals traversing the city's streets and soaring through the skies on magical and advanced vehicles reminiscent of his previous world, but more advanced and magical. He marveled at the fact that the city's inhabitants were, at the very least, official mages or knights. Even the earlier guard possessed the strength of a sky knight, leaving Maximus astounded. In the sunburnt plateau, such strength was exclusive to kings or the wealthy elite, and even then, it was a rarity. Yet here, individuals of such caliber roamed freely, blending in with the populace. It's indeed the most prosperous continent in the world. Letting out a sigh, Maximus shook his head and began exploring the city, intending to scout the area. His plan was to initially earn money by reselling system potions in small stores and affiliated businesses associated with the Ethereum Gold Chamber of Commerce. After all, the Ethereum Gold Chamber of Commerce served as an alliance of merchants. When it came to commerce, the chamber held a monopoly. Joining means you need to pay yearly taxes and shares. Of course, one could choose to operate independently, like many of the prominent families and alliances such as the Mage and Knight Alliance. Joining the Ethereum Gold Chamber Alliance was not mandatory, as they would have faced opposition from the world if they imposed such force. However, as the primary suppliers in the world, if you didn't join their alliance and have weak strength and resources, be prepared for bankruptcy. Although the chamber can't use force, they can use despicable but formal business war tactics, like cutting off your supply of materials or lowering prices. Therefore, unless one possessed sufficient strength, it was best to comply and pay the necessary taxes like an honest businessman. While walking around, Maximus came across a store named Elva's Potion Shop, which had a refreshingly down-to-earth name. As he entered, a steward greeted him with a slight bow. "Welcome to Elva's Potion Shop, sir," the steward said. "I'm here to sell potions. Do you accept them here?" Maximus inquired. He was somewhat embarrassed to sell potions to a shop that also sold potions. It's like coming to a mall to sell clothes at a cloth shop, but upon further thinking he realized that it wasn't unusual for shops to recycle products, especially smaller establishments. After all, their primary role was retailers, not manufacturers. Perhaps they had an alchemist skilled in potion making, allowing the shop to survive, but they still needed to purchase potions from other alchemists. "Of course, sir. We also offer a recycling service for potions, although at a discounted price," the steward replied. "I primarily want to sell mystic potions," Maximus stated. Mystic potions were for mystic mages, while elemental potions were suitable for nascent mages and elemental mages. As for why there weren't nascent potions and below, it was because in Tier 1 to Tier 3, mages mainly needed to draw mana from the atmosphere, which was sufficient to advance to a nascent mage. The steward led Maximus to a private room and called for the person in charge of inspections. "I've heard this gentleman plans to sell mystic potions." An old man with the strength of an elemental mage approached them. "That's correct." Maximus nodded. "I'm Vane. May I see your potions?" The old man, Vane, asked slowly. "Here you go," Maximus said, taking out a mystic potion. Vane carefully inspected the potion, his eyes widening in shock. "This High-quality potion. Though there were many alchemists capable of producing high-quality potions in the arcane continent, Loathmire City, being on the periphery, rarely received such potions. "How many are you planning to sell, sir?" Vane asked, his excitement evident. "About 100 mystic potions," Maximus replied. He only had around 10 million system points, and each mystic potion cost 100,000 system points. 100. Vane was easily taken aback, possibly due to his age, Maximus mused. After contemplating for a moment, Vane said, "To be honest, high-quality mystic potions cost 1,000 low-grade magical crystals. However, since we still need to make a profit, we can offer you 850 low-grade magical crystals per potion." Maximus inwardly cursed. At the Ethereum Gold Chamber of Commerce, they only recycled potions at 70% of the price, and that was with VIP 9 status. Here, a small shop was willing to buy them at more than 80% of the price. However, Maximus understood that the Ethereum Gold Chamber of Commerce was a large company and the main supplier for small shops like this one. Moreover, selling potions to small shops would be a hassle as their demand was limited. On the other hand, he could theoretically sell an unlimited amount of products to the Ethereum Gold Chamber of Commerce, which could devour them like a gold-devouring beast. In this small shop, however, Maximus estimated he could sell a maximum of around 100,000 low-grade magical crystals. So he still needed to deal with Ethereum Gold Chamber of Commerce when selling system products in the future. "Alright, I accept," Maximus said, taking out 99 more mystic potions. Vane eagerly examined the high-quality potions, inspecting each one carefully. "They're all high-quality potion, sir," he declared. Vane handed over 85,000 low-grade magical crystals to Maximus, who swiftly converted the amount to system points, totaling 85 million more than his initial income from selling elemental potions. "I also sell 50 Tier 5 soul-mending potions and 50 Tier 5 blood rejuvenation potions," Maximus added, presenting a sample of each potion. These potions were considerably more expensive, as they were primarily used in emergencies. Each one cost 300,000 system points in System Wall. Vane's excitement waned as he inspected the potions. "High-quality potions, too," he murmured silently. "The original price for these two potions is 4,000 low-grade magical crystals for the soul-mending potion and 3,000 for the rejuvenation potion," Vane said with some difficulty. "Our recycling price is 85% of the original, so we can offer you 3,400 low-grade magical crystals for the soul-mending potion and 2,550 low-grade magical crystals for the rejuvenation potion. Considering the total amount of potions, it would cost close to 300,000 low-grade magical crystals, which exceeded a year's revenue for their shop." "All right," Maximus replied, deciding not to push further, and handed over the potions. Vane numbly inspected each potion to ensure they were authentic. After all, it was a significant amount of money. "This is your payment, 297,500 low-grade magical crystals," Vane said, passing Maximus a storage ring filled with magic crystals. A large transaction like this warranted the use of a storage ring, as smaller-sized rings were quite affordable, costing only a few low-grade magical crystals. This reminded Maximus of his previous transaction with the Ethereum Gold Chamber of Commerce, where they were stingy enough not to even provide a free storage ring. Maximus accepted the storage ring and checked if the amount was correct. Concluding the transaction, he was respectfully seen off by Vane. Although he had emptied their coffers, the profits from this transaction alone would earn them blood in the future. Furthermore, high-quality potions were easy to sell in this area. Once outside, Maximus sought out other shops to exploit. Although selling a large number of potions may attract attention, his disguised strength as a Tier 5 mystic mage deterred anyone from harming him. Glancing at the stores outside, he decided against entering the lower-tier establishments, as they likely couldn't afford to purchase much. After walking for a while, Maximus noticed a larger shop than Elva's potion shop earlier. The name of the shop, Brews and Charms, had a poetic ring to it. Upon entering, he was greeted by a steward who escorted him to a private room once he expressed his intention to sell alchemy potions. After a short while, the manager, Hilton, arrived. Maximus sensed that the manager possessed a strength of a Tier 5 mystic mage, just like his own disguised strength. "I'm Hilton. How may I assist you?" He spoke in a gentlemanly manner. "I'm here to sell potions," Maximus replied. Although the shop also dealt with alchemy items such as wands and robes, Maximus decided against selling those. Dealing with alchemy items was more troublesome compared to potions. Each item had varying prices, making it hard to sell. Just selling 100 alchemy items, for example. Evaluating and inspecting each item would consume a considerable amount of time and effort. Potions, on the other hand, were hassle-free. Their prices were fixed, and they could simply assess the quality. Moreover, potions were consumable, which meant customers would need to purchase more in the long run, generating a steady income. Chapter 53 Creating a bank account in the private room of Brews and Charm Alchemy Store. Hilton, the store manager, asked, "May I see the potion you want to sell?" Maximus pulled out a sample of a mystic potion, a tier 5 soul mending potion, and a tier 5 blood rejuvenation potion. Hilton calmly inspected the potion seriously. When he saw that it was a high-quality potion, he only raised a brow. After all, Brews and Charms was a big establishment, albeit not on the same level as the Ethereum Gold Chamber of Commerce. They have several branches across the continent, so a high-quality potion was not that of a big deal to them. After inspecting, Hilton said calmly, "We recycle potions here at 80% of the price." While the offer was lower than that of the previous Elvic potion shop, Maximus understood that being a big establishment, they received significant discounts when buying supplies from the Ethereum Gold Chamber of Commerce. Therefore, the price of potions bought from a private individual would naturally be lower. "Alright, I want to sell 1,000 mystic potions, 400 tier 5 soul mending potions, and 400 tier 5 blood rejuvenation potions," Maximus said calmly, hoping to see a shocked expression on Hilton's face. After all, these potions had cost him 340 million system points, which was nearly all of his profits from his time at Elva's potion shop. Hilton was momentarily stunned and asked Maximus to repeat the numbers. "Can you repeat that again?" "I want to sell 1,000 mystic potions, 400 tier 5 soul mending potions, and 400 tier 5 blood rejuvenation potions," Maximus repeated, a satisfied tone in his voice as he observed Hilton's shocked expression. Although Hilton was shocked, he was also excited. Purchasing potions from the Ethereum Gold Chamber of Commerce usually yielded only them 10% profit, even with the VIP discount due to their shop's level. Taking a moment to calm down, Hilton requested to inspect the potions from Maximus. Maximus retrieved the crates of potions from his storage ring, which he had just exchanged in the system wall. Hilton spent half an hour meticulously examining each and every potion to ensure their quality, considering the substantial amount of money involved. "I have inspected all of the potions, and they are all of high quality," Hilton declared slowly. "You must be an alchemist to possess such a large quantity of potions?" Hilton inquired. "Yes, I am a tier 5 alchemist specializing in potions," Maximus introduced himself. "In that case, I would like to extend an invitation to recruit you to our workshop. I'm confident that the benefits we offer will definitely satisfy you. Moreover, if you join us, we will purchase your potions at 85% of the price," Hilton said confidently. After all, their faction was also a significant force, having a tier 7 transcendent mage as their leader. "No, I don't want to join any faction for now," Maximus replied without hesitation. What a joke. If he wanted to join a faction, why not join the Ethereum Gold Chamber of Commerce workshop directly? Although he might earn fewer magic crystals, at least his safety would be guaranteed, and there would be more resources available. "Would you like to think about it some more, sir?" Hilton asked, not angry at Maximus' refusal. After all, their alchemy store already had tier 5 and even tier 6 potioneering alchemists. They were not lacking a tier 5 potioneering alchemist at the moment. What intrigued Hilton about Maximus was how all his potions were of consistently high quality, almost like factory-produced items. However, that was the extent of it. Other potioneering alchemists could achieve similar accuracy and quality if they focused solely on producing that type of potion. But few alchemists dared to do so because, although it could bring in a significant amount of money, it would hinder their future progress. Potioneering alchemists studied the combination of various plants and materials, and specializing in only a few potions could impede their advancement to higher ranks of alchemy. Spending too much time on one specific area could create a mental block or slight misconceptions when studying other aspects in the future. Therefore, most potioneering alchemists would study potions until they could produce high-quality ones and then move on unless they were geniuses who could master the potion-making process in a short amount of time. "No, I'm used to being free and don't want to be tied to any faction," Maximus clarified firmly. "That's unfortunate, sir. Then let's settle our business without any further delay," Hilton replied, smiling like a gentleman. "The total amount for your potions comes to 3,040,000 low-grade magical crystals. Do you have a bank account so I can transfer the money?" Hilton asked. "No, I just arrived here from the cursed continent. Can't we settle it in cash?" Maximus questioned, feeling puzzled. Although there was a bank on the boat, Maximus, engrossed in his studies of mechanics, had forgotten to create a bank account. Moreover, he was currently disguised as a different person, so even if he created a bank account it is useless. "No, all our transactions must be done through a bank account. This rule is set by the Ethereum Gold Chamber of Commerce," Hilton explained apologetically. Hilton further elaborated on why bank transactions were mandatory. It turned out that the Ethereum Gold Chamber of Commerce used bank transactions to track taxes and their share of profits received annually. For small shops, there was no need for bank transactions, as it was deemed cumbersome, especially considering that many businesses often went bankrupt, wasting precious resources. The resources in question here were manpower, which the Ethereum Gold Chamber of Commerce utilized to monitor shops. If transactions were conducted in cash, shop owners could conveniently evade paying taxes. Therefore, the Ethereum Gold Chamber of Commerce decided to rank their affiliates based on the size of their business, similar to a VIP level for customers. Those ranked from VIP 9 to VIP 7 did not require direct supervision but were obligated to pay a fixed amount of low-grade magical crystals annually based on their VIP level. However, for higher-ranking affiliates, supervision was necessary, and bank transactions made the process more streamlined and manageable. However, no establishment dared to complain. Either they were powerless or didn't mind it much since they joined the Ethereum Gold Chamber of Commerce. They were aware of the strict financial regulations. Nevertheless, many chose to join because it was easier to accumulate wealth with the backing of such an organization. While the Ethereum Gold Chamber of Commerce collected their money, they also protected the shop owners' interests and provided unparalleled convenience. Ah, I see. Maximus nodded, now understanding the situation after Hilton's explanation. So, how do I go about registering a bank account? Maximus inquired. It's quite simple. You just need to visit a bank and provide them with your identity token, and they will handle the registration process for you. Hilton explained. But since you are already here at our establishment, we will take care of your registration process free of charge. Well then, thank you for your assistance. Maximus replied, a smile forming on his face as he handed his identity token to Hilton. He didn't have the slightest concern about them doing anything suspicious with his token. The token, if not deliberately tampered with, can record anything in its surroundings unless it's in a special container or storage space. And if he noticed that something was off, he could retrieve the recording history to find out what happened. Moreover, in terms of privacy, only he had the ability to access his own identity token, unless someone with authority over the tokens was involved. But even then, individuals had the freedom to lock their identity tokens, preventing anyone from accessing their history. However, engaging in such behavior would likely result in prosecution, even without concrete evidence. Maximus had to admit that the security measures in the central continent were impressive, surpassing those of his previous world. After handing over his token, Hilton had some of the store staff process Maximus' bank registration. After a while, the staff returned the token to Maximus. Maximus inputted his mana into the token to check if there were any additions. The token displayed, Edward Williams, personal information location logs bank account options. The identification token was becoming increasingly advanced, resembling a smartphone without many apps. Previously, only personal information and location logs which tracked which city he had been, were in the token, along with options for customization. But now, there was even a bank account section. Maximus sensed that there was more to this token than met the eye. After all, it was connected to the continental array, utilizing countless resources. It would be a waste if its functions were limited. Congratulations, sir. Your registration is complete. Hilton congratulated Maximus. Shall we proceed with the transaction? Hilton asked. Sure. Maximus replied, presenting his identification token. Hilton also took out a special token, likely the store token, and entered some numbers before tapping his token against Maximus. The token vibrated, displaying, plus 3,040,000. Looking at the number, he was filled with excitement, as 3 million low-grade magical crystals were worth 3 billion system points when converted in the system. You see, before he left the sunburnt plateau, he only had 10 million system points, which he had earned from 4 months of income in the kingdom. So, it was no wonder he couldn't contain his excitement when his wealth had multiplied 300 times over. Chapter 54 Renting a manor. After concluding his business with brews and charms, Maximus decided to call it a day and take a break to reassess his plans. With the intention of finding a manor to rent and settle in, he strolled towards a nearby establishment that matched the grandeur of brews and charms. The establishment bore the impressive name of Opulent Haven, evident from the virtual sign displayed at its storefront. Maximus was certain they offered rental services, so he stepped inside, hoping to rent a temporary manor. Hello, sir. Welcome to our store. Greeted a steward lady with grace. I am here to inquire about renting a manor. Do you have any available? Maximus interjected, his weariness of the day apparent, not so much physically but mentally. We have a wide variety for you to choose from. What is your budget, sir? The steward inquired. Please provide me with a list of the most luxurious manors in the city. Maximus waved his hand dismissively. Right away, sir. The steward replied, leading him to a comfortable lounge room. After a brief wait, The steward returned with a list in hand. Maximus perused the catalogue, finding that most of the manors were reasonably priced, at least for him at the moment. For instance, a manor suitable for a nascent mage was priced at a mere 1,000 low-grade magical crystals per year. The manors were categorized based on varying needs, aligned with one's magical strength. The higher the tier of the manor, the greater the concentration of mana required for meditation. Of course, there were also more affordable options, such as apartment-like houses where only a couple of low-grade magical crystals were needed. After careful consideration, he finally settled on a manor suitable for a Tier 5 mystic mage. However, it seemed that there are only a few options. Thinking about it, Loathmire City is quite remote when you compare it to the vast expanse of the Arcane Continent. So there are only a few manors for guests with higher strength. I want to rent this for a year, Maximus declared confidently. Although his initial plan had been to rent for only a few days or a month. But they were limited to cheaper options. And why should he settle for anything less? With 3 million to his name, he could afford to indulge himself a bit. The steward lady responded with a beautiful smile. That would be 100,000 low-grade magical crystals, she said, her satisfaction likely fueled by the substantial commission she would earn from renting out such an extravagant manor for a whole year. Maximus was taken aback by the price, but he didn't flinch. After all, 100,000 was merely pocket change for a millionaire like himself. Furthermore, when he considered the conversion rate to mid-grade magical crystals, the primary meditation resource for mages ranging from Tier 4 to Tier 6, the sum of 1,000,000 low-grade magical crystals amounted to a mere 1,000 mid-grade magical crystals. The steward lady produced a clone of the store token, awaiting Maximus' payment. It was no surprise, as such big establishments typically required bank transactions. Maximus retrieved his token and input 100,000 low-grade magical crystals before tapping it against the store token clone. Both tokens vibrated, signaling the successful completion of the payment. "Do you need a guide to the manor, sir?" the steward playfully suggested, hoping to seduce him. "No need." Maximus quickly declined. He discreetly scanned her with his system, noting her fit value was only 83. Besides, he was no longer eager to seek out concubines. Initially, he had pursued such relationships out of necessity, as he required immediate strength and resources. However, he had since amassed a significant amount of wealth, which can also translate it into power. He had consciously stopped actively searching for concubines. He left such matters to fate, as he found the burdens of being a husband and a father tiresome. If he wanted, he can just provide his family with the essentials of food and clothing and be done with it. However, he longed for love, and having to marry a woman just to become stronger will only make him indifferent in the long run. Thus, he altered his habit of seeking out women and marrying them without any genuine emotional connection. This was precisely why he hadn't immediately married Isabella, choosing instead to cultivate his feelings first. As for the potential point loss due to having fewer children, he considered it a negligible concern. After all, as a nascent mage, he possessed a lifespan of 1,000 years, affording him ample time to accumulate potential points throughout his children's lives. Furthermore, the system can still function when his children married and had their own children. Their wives, if they met the system requirements, generated gold, while their children contributed potential points. And this was without any deduction, even if they were second and third generation descendants. As for the necessary protection to achieve all of that, he can just buy it in the system. Exiting Opulent Haven, Maximus retrieved his token and examined its new features, which had been activated upon purchasing the house. Edward Williams, Personal Information Bank Account Properties Options. The token now recorded all his online transactions and even generated a dedicated tab for them. While convenient, it also instilled a sense of unease, knowing that someone could have access to all his information. However, as the guard at the gate had mentioned earlier, the continent's higher authorities had sworn an oath not to misuse this data. Reflecting on the matter, Maximus realized that it was not much different from his previous world, where the government possessed all your information, and even the public could learn bits and pieces through a simple search. Not dwelling further on these thoughts, Maximus set off toward his newly rented manor. After flying for a while, he spotted a grand estate resembling a wizard tower, but with an added touch of elegance. He attempted to fly directly toward it but was halted by a protective barrier. He couldn't help but appreciate the presence of such security measures. Maximus retrieved his token from his storage ring, which blocked its signal from being intercepted, and gained access to the manor. A soft hiss escaped his lips as he felt the unimaginable magnitude and purity of mana that pervaded the surroundings. And this was not even the meditation room. Compared to the room he had on the ship, which was only suitable for a nascent mage, the mana within this manor existed on an entirely different level. The manor also boasted a large tract of land that could be cultivated for farming. Given the concentration of mana, ordinary plants would likely grow into fully fledged magical plants within minutes. Feeling exhausted from the day's activities, Maximus decided to unwind in the manor's hot spring. Stripping off his clothes, he immersed himself in the hot water made with pure low-grade mana droplets. He let out a deep sigh, his thoughts wandering. Coming to the central continent had been an eye-opening experience. The world was filled with enchantment and advancement he hadn't anticipated. It felt like a magical rendition of an interstellar world. He couldn't help but reflect on his past life's misconception, where novels depicted mage settings as backward and barbaric. Contrary to those notions, this realm was highly advanced and civilized. Moreover, he realized that the basic knowledge of the Ethereum realm he had bought from the system only covered information that was widely known among the people. The more secretive and detailed knowledge was noticeably absent. Why can't the system sell any more advanced information about this world despite being almost omnipotent? It made him wonder if the system's virtual mall was connected to other worlds, similar to the multiverse small cheats he had read about in his previous life. But why were there no sellers? The mall merely listed items available for purchase. Additionally, he pondered how the basic knowledge of the Ethereum realm had came to be present in the system. Shaking off these thoughts, Maximus refocused his attention on more pressing matters at hand. Before arriving in the central continent, Maximus planned to resell products from the system mall using multiple identities using the Tier 5 Mask of Grimoire until he upgraded it to Tier 9. However, upon learning about the requirement of a token to enter the central continent, he realized that executing his plan would almost be impossible. Upgrading the mask to Tier 9 required 18 million top-grade magical crystals. Where would he get that amount of money without enough VS to distribute the trading channel? Can he even keep the money? The maximum level of strength he could effectively disguise himself as was a Tier 5 Mystic Mage. This was because places outside of certain regions like the Beast Continent, Divine Continent, and Arcane Continent were unlikely to produce mages higher than Tier 5. As for disguising himself as someone from the Beast Continent, it posed a problem. While beasts from the Beast Continent could transform into humans, they possessed a distinctively aggressive mana. Unfortunately, the Tier 5 Mask of Grimoire could only imitate the pure mana of mages and couldn't even replicate the aura of a knight. As for disguising himself as someone from the Divine Continent, one might assume that since they possessed pure mana, it would be possible. However, just like the first problem, only the Tier 9 Mask of Grimoire, which is a law artifact, can imitate the faith needed to be disguised as from a Divine Continent. Faith is a special energy like mana that God needed. Most of the aborigines of the Divine Continent cannot go out in it. Only envoys especially brainwashed by God have the right to leave the Divine Continent to do business with other continents. Chapter 55 Joining Ethereum Gold Chamber of Commerce. Early in the morning at one of the manors in Lothmire City, Maximus woke up from his peaceful sleep. It had been a while since he had a decent rest. During his journey here on the ship, he had been either engrossed in reading about the mechanic's profession or meditating. As he got up, he conjured a water spell and washed himself clean. Looking at the mesmerizing scene of the manor, he couldn't help but linger for a while. But he still had a lot to do, so he fixed himself. Quickly leaving his manor, he headed towards the Lothmire City branch of Ethereum Gold Chamber of Commerce. Finding the branch was easy, as they were known for constructing the tallest and most luxurious buildings. There was a saying about Ethereum Gold Chamber of Commerce that one could insult them for anything but money, as that's all they have. After a while, he stops at the tallest building with a plaque that says, Ethereum Gold Chamber of Commerce. Coming in, he was greeted by a steward. "Welcome, sir," the steward said. The process was similar to other stores but more formal. He was directed to the lounge as he mentioned that he was selling alchemy potions. "Good morning, sir. I'm Logan, the manager of this branch," Logan said with a slight bow. "Good morning," Maximus greeted back. Maximus, feeling Logan's strength as a Tier 5 Mystic Mage. Throughout his time here, he hadn't encountered a single Tier 6 Archmage. "What would you like to sell, sir?" Logan asked as he took his seat. "I would like to sell high-quality mystic potions," Maximus said without changing his expression. "Oh? May I see the mystic potion?" Logan requested, devoid of emotion. "Here." Maximus handed him a sample. After inspecting the potion for a while, Logan said, "It is indeed a high-quality potion. How many are you going to sell?" "Just about 30,000 of them," Maximus calmly replied. The system points he needed to buy the mystic potion was automatically withdrawn by the system from his personal token. Logan widened his eyes, not fully believing what he had heard. Maximus didn't wait for Logan to speak, as he took out nearly 30,000 mystic potions. Upon seeing the potions, Logan was speechless. Although he had been exposed to wealth since childhood, this was the first time he had witnessed someone selling high-quality potions as if they were bottled water. Logan quickly inspected each one of them, not daring to believe it was true. After a couple of minutes, his eyes gleamed as if he had seen a god of wealth. At the same time, he couldn't help but envy the alchemists and mechanics, as even the tips of their fingers were filled with money. He had wanted to be like them, but unfortunately, he had no talent for it. He had studied for 100 years, but all he had achieved was producing half-baked products. The sad reality nearly brought him to tears. All he had was money that he didn't even possess the talent to earn money that he had. With a sigh, he lamented his situation. Maximus was stunned by Logan's varied expressions, sometimes shock, envy, and sometimes reminiscent. After Logan finished inspecting the potion, Maximus asked, "How is it, Mr. Logan?" Logan snapped back to reality. "Oh, it's truly remarkable to have this many high-quality potions. Did you perhaps create them?" Logan inquired. "Yes, I'm a Tier 5 potioneering alchemist myself." Maximus lied without changing his expression. "That is remarkable," Logan praised, noticing that Maximus was only a few hundred years old, a mere youth based on his lifespan of 10,000 years. Despite being a talent, Logan didn't invite Maximus to become their exclusive alchemist. The reason was first, Logan lacked the authority to make such an offer, and second, if Maximus wanted to join Ethereum Gold Chamber of Commerce, he could do so by applying and passing a series of tests. "It's fine," Maximus humbly replied. "Sir, you have a total of 29,400 high-quality mystic potions, am I right?" Logan confirmed. "Yes." Maximus simply nodded. "Since the total value of the transaction exceeds 10 million, you will obtain VIP 6. So, in total, we will purchase your potions at 80% of the original price, which amounts to 23,520,000. Logan quickly performed the arithmetic. "Is that acceptable to you, sir?" "I am satisfied." Maximus smiled. The VIP token was his main goal today, the money was secondary. He was even at the risk of trouble by conspicuously selling a large amount of high-quality potions without a clear source of origin. After last night's thinking, and seeing that Central Continent operates in a fast information phase, where everything you do has a trace, all of his plans were scrapped. Even if he disguises himself, without any source of materials, someday or someone will begin to doubt how the resources he sold come about without the necessary material to do so. It was akin to a gold miner selling gold from an unknown source. It was fine if he just sold a few grams or kilos, as it was within his profession. Maybe he snuck in a few during his work. Meanwhile, selling tens of kilos of gold like what he did by selling tens of thousands of high-quality potion was definitely eye-catching but not too dangerous. They would assume the gold miner was clever enough to find a few kilos of gold. But when he started to attempt and sell tons of gold, that's when the real fun began. The big guys would disregard any rules. Instead, they would try to extort him until they got a hold of the source of gold he was selling. That was precisely what he was trying to avoid. If he were just to sell a few potions as an alchemist, it would be reasonable, but if he went over the top and sold a bunch of them, problems would ensue. Moreover, he was not for little money, he needed a vast amount of them. Therefore, after a night of planning, he came up with a solution to become a gold mine owner. By that, he meant owning a store where he could sell his products, much like a mine owner selling the minerals from their mine. And the first step towards that was acquiring VIP 6, akin to a pass to formally mine. Logan took out the store token and typed in the total amount of the transaction, tapping his token to confirm the transaction. Plus 23,520,000, seeing the money, Maximus felt somewhat numb. He recalled his past suffering when he first transmigrated into this world. His possessions were not even worth a single low-grade magical crystal. He had nearly cried back then. Fortunately, the system can generate gold when he had a wife, which somewhat relieved his pressure. Holding back his sorrow, he looked at Logan as he took out a jade-like token with the Ethereum Gold Chamber of Commerce VIP 6 mark on it. "Here is your token, sir." Logan happily gave it to Maximus. When Maximus received the token, his personal token vibrated. "Do you want to bind the Ethereum Gold Chamber of Commerce VIP token?" Yes or no. Looking at it, he didn't realize his token still had such a function. Clicking yes. The VIP token vibrated and vanished, merging magically into his personal token. Edward Williams, Personal Information Bank Account Properties Privileges Options. There was another function. His personal token was really like a new smartphone waiting for him to download apps. After scrutinizing the new functions of his personal token, he looked at Logan, who was waiting for him, wondering if he still needed anything. "Mr. Logan, I need your assistance," Maximus said. "Gladly, you can tell me anything you need, sir," Logan excitedly said, assuming it was another transaction. "I'm planning to set up my own store. Can Ethereum Gold Chamber of Commerce help me with that?" Maximus asked. "Of course, sir. Are you familiar with the entire process?" Logan inquired. "Not really. Can you brief me on it?" Maximus asked, uncertain about the process. "Allow me to explain. As a VIP of Ethereum Gold Chamber of Commerce, we are obliged to help you with anything as long as there is enough money involved. Logan started. Regarding the store setup and registration, we can handle it all for you. You just need to tell us the location and the design scheme you desire for your store. Logan waited for Maximus to process the information before continuing. As for the supply of materials, if you need them, being a VIP 6 gives you a 10% discount when purchasing from us. And if you decide to join our alliance, you can enjoy an additional 5% discount. Logan explained. Do you have any questions? He asked. What are the responsibilities of alliance members upon joining? Maximus asked. There isn't much. First, as a mid-tier VIP member, you only need to pay 3% of your store's profits. Additionally, Ethereum Gold Chamber of Commerce has priority over your own products. But don't worry, if Ethereum Gold Chamber of Commerce needs it, they can purchase it at a premium. Logan said with a smile. Maximus thought for a while. It really wasn't much, and even the tax was minimal. More importantly, by joining Ethereum Gold Chamber of Commerce, he would have their protection. In that case, I would like to join Ethereum Gold Chamber of Commerce. Chapter 56 Choosing a plot of land. I would like to join Ethereum Gold Chamber of Commerce. Logan was not surprised by this. While many considered them to be blood-sucking worms, it was undeniable that without Ethereum Gold Chamber of Commerce's involvement, most people who do business would have fallen to bankruptcy, unable to get the needed resources. Although the city seemed safe, that safety was limited to its boundaries. Outside those borders where the resources are found, chaos reigned. Despite the continental array set up in the arcane continent, it's still dangerous outside city boundaries. In fact, the danger in the wilderness outside the city is magnified by the top 3 factions, Order of the Arcane, Knight of Order, and Ethereum Gold Chamber of Commerce. They divided wilderness sites into different categories and cultivate rich and rare resources. Anyone can get these resources as long as they had the strength to do so. However, the divided site has different requirements and restrictions. For example, Tier 3 Nascent Mage can only go to Tier 3 wilderness sites. Of course, the stronger and the weaker one is not allowed to go. To ensure this works, the Continental Array can pinpoint and detect any change in mana and spiritual signature of the individual attempting to disguise themselves in order to access a lower tier of wilderness and loot its resources. This is also why, before entering Loathmire City, Maximus detected that he was under array surveillance when attempting to disguise himself as a Tier 5 Mystic Mage. The end of monopolization also occurred because of this system, as it significantly restricted powerful factions from hoarding resources that were inaccessible to the weaker ones. In the past, having a powerful individual in your group allowed you to monopolize low-tier resources, as the weak were unable to challenge you and the strong had no interest in such resources. However, with the division of wilderness sites into different tiers, the resources obtainable are limited to the corresponding tier. For instance, if you are a Tier 5 Mystic Mage, you can only access Tier 5 wilderness sites. This system provided advantages to the Mage, Knight, and Commerce factions because they trained talents across all tiers, thereby ensuring a share of resources from each wilderness site. Ethereum Gold Chamber of Commerce, being a Commerce faction, fully exploited this advantage by utilizing various rare resources to expand its alliance. That's why even though many called Ethereum Gold Chamber of Commerce a blood-sucking worm, many still flock to join it. After all, not anyone can get resources, and fight others for resources in the same tier. Back to the conversation. Then I welcome you to join our big family. Logan replied with a smile, pleased with Maximus's decision. He took out a store token and began typing something into it. After a brief wait, Maximus' personal token vibrated, signaling a notification. Congratulations on joining Ethereum Gold Chamber of Commerce. Fireworks erupted in the display, showcasing the significance of Maximus's membership. It seems that the faction has deeper control over personal tokens than I had realized. Maxis thought in his heart. Now, let's discuss your store establishment. First, where would you like your store to be located? Logan inquired, steering the conversation back to Maximus's request for assistance in building his own store. I'm not sure. Do you have a map or something? Maximus asked, feeling slightly embarrassed by his lack of knowledge. The basic knowledge of the Ethereum realm he bought from the system only provided rudimentary information about the world and didn't even include a complete map or detailed information about specific locations. Sure. Logan swiftly retrieved a different token from one of the cabinets. Injecting his mana into the token, a map titled Silverleaf Domain appeared. It projected a holographic representation of the entire domain, complete with mountains, rivers, and buildings, though devoid of people. The lifelike display resembled a miniature world. Silverleaf Domain? Maximus questioned, his skepticism evident since he was unfamiliar with the division of the arcane continent, having only known about the origin domain, which served as the continent's center. The Silverleaf domain is where we currently reside. It was ruled by Eldris Silverleaf when he attained the status of a primordial mage 10,000 years ago. Logan explained. What about the division of domains within the arcane continent? Maximus pressed further, his curiosity was unsatisfied with Logan's initial response. Logan smiled and replied, normally, information like this is classified and requires a significant sum of money to obtain. However, since you're a newly added VIP under my jurisdiction, I can share a few details with you. The arcane continent consists of over 1,000 domains, each governed by a primordial mage or a cosmic knight. The rulers tend to be older the closer their domain is to the origin domain. Now, as for why this information comes, you needed to buy it at a cost. Logan continued. It meant that the closer to the origin domain the earlier they were promoted to Tier 9. The farther they were, the later they were promoted. Maximus couldn't help but be curious about how newly promoted mages and knights managed to establish themselves amidst the existing domain rulers. He asked Logan, how much would it cost for the follow-up information? Logan playfully responded, well, let's just say it's around 1 billion low-grade magical crystals. He knew that Maximus couldn't afford such a price. Disappointed, Maximus confessed, I don't have that kind of money. He shifted his attention back to the map projection of the Silverleaf domain. Scanning the topography, Maximus skipped over the wilderness areas as they were unsuitable for setting up a store. He focused on various cities, searching for a suitable location. After a few minutes, he found a place that satisfied him. In the center of the map was the floating city where the ruler of the Silverleaf domain resided. First, it had a teleportation portal connecting to other domains. Second, it was populated by the powerful and wealthy. The only drawback was that with so many influential beings present, there was a risk of his disguised using Tier 5 Mask of Grimoire being discovered. Noticing that the city was divided into outer, inner, and core areas, Maximus turned to Logan for more information. Why is this place divided into 3 areas? What are they for? Silverleaf Floating City, or Sylvanspire, is at the core of the Silverleaf domain, where the ruling Silverleaf family resides. Logan introduced. The core area is strictly for the Silverleaf family and is considered a forbidden place for outsiders. The inner area is where most of the powerful forces within the Silverleaf domain gather. And the outer area is the most lively and largest section of the floating city. Logan explained. Listening to Logan's explanation, Maximus concluded that Silverleaf Floating City was indeed a suitable choice for him. Maximus wanted to be certain, so he asked, who is the strongest individual in the outer city? Don't worry, sir. There is no danger within the city premises. Logan reassured him, understanding Maximus's concern for his safety. But if you'd like to know, the outer city is primarily inhabited by civilians or those without influential backers. The strongest mostly consists of Tier 6 mages or knights. Logan explained. As for Tier 7 and higher individuals, they tend to spend their time meditating and training in the inner city. They rarely venture into the outer city. He added. Maximus nodded, feeling reassured. Upgrading his Mask of Grimoire to Tier 6 would provide him with adequate protection. And in the rare event that a Tier 7 or above individual appeared, he could simply hide. In that case, I would like my store to be located in the outer city. Maximus declared, firm in his decision. Very well. You can now select the specific location for your store. Logan said, operating the token to display all the available plots of land within the outer city. Maximus examined the options and eventually chose a small plot of land that was relatively close to the teleportation portal. It suited his needs, especially since the teleportation portal would be his primary means of escape if necessary. The teleportation portal was the key element he desired, as he had heard that it could transport individuals anywhere with enough mana, which in this case meant magic crystals. With the ability to escape at any time, Maximus felt a sense of security in his chosen location. What about the interior design? Do you have any specific requests? Logan asked. Not much, just build it according to a Tier 5 building. I mainly want to sell alchemy potion. Maximus didn't need much. He could certainly request that they reinforce it to withstand Tier 7 or above. However, considering he only has tens of millions now, he decided to focus on earning money first and think about it later. Standard design of a mystic Tier 5 potioneering alchemist store. Logan muttered as he operated his token. After a while, the original Silverleaf domain projection disappeared and was replaced by a list of designs for his store. You can choose from this list. If you need further customization, feel free to let us know anytime. Logan assured him. Glancing at the designs, Maximus felt too lazy to deliberate and randomly selected one that he found pleasing enough. Here. He clicked. Chapter 57 Returning home in the Loathmire City branch of the Ethereum Gold Chamber of Commerce building. Maximus clicked on a random alchemy shop design that caught his eye. Logan swiftly processed the information, calculating the total cost of constructing the storefront and acquiring the land. The total comes to 84 million low-grade magical crystals. Logan said, a smile lighting up his face. The building materials and labor amount to 14 million, while the right to use the land costs 70 million. Maximus smiled wryly. He only possessed 20 million low-grade magical crystals. The cost was far beyond his means, and he was about to voice his financial predicament when Logan seemed to sense his unease. Don't worry, if you don't have enough cash, you can borrow from us with interest. Logan reassured him. Maximus was curious. This was the first time he had heard about the possibility of borrowing money from the Ethereum Gold Chamber of Commerce. What would the interest rate be? He asked. As our VIP 6 and a Tier 5 alchemist, you can borrow up to 1 billion low-grade magical crystals, with an interest rate of 30% per year. Logan explained carefully. Maximus let out a sigh. This was a timely solution, and the fact that he could borrow up to 1 billion was impressive. Though the interest rate seemed like black usury, it was convenient as they didn't require any collateral. In that case, I would like to take the credit. Maximus decided. Logan smiled and entered a value in the store token. Can I see your token? He requested. Here. Maximus said and took out his personal token. After Logan tapped his own token against Maximus's. Minus 84 million. It was disheartening to see a negative balance when he only had about 20 million in his account. Is there anything else you need, sir? Logan inquired. I'll need 1 million packs of materials for the Mystic Potion, and 500,000 each for the Tier 5 Soul Mending and Blood Rejuvenation Potions. Add those to the credit as well. Maximus requested. Since he was already in debt, he figured why not borrow more. Moreover, he needed to use the purchased materials as a cover. After all, potions couldn't be made out of thin air. As for what he would do with the materials, he hadn't decided yet. Anyway, they wouldn't spoil in his storage space for a long time. All the materials for the potions amount to about 450 million low-grade magical crystals. Logan calculated. And also, can I borrow the remaining balance to make it a total of 1 billion low-grade magical crystals? Maximus pressed on. Since he was already here, why not borrow more? Anyhow, he was confident he could earn that much money easily. With just 1 million mystic potions, he can earn 1 billion low-grade magical crystals effortlessly using the system. For others, creating that million mystic potions required them a year of not eating and sleeping just concocting potions. As for him, he was only responsible for being a shopkeeper, reselling potions he bought from the system. Sure, you can, sir. It would be our pleasure. Logan replied, his smile widening. Although borrowing money doesn't yield an immediate return, lending money was akin to burying it and to produces more baby money. As for Maximus reneging on his payment, it would be impossible. The debt was formed through a personal token, where his mana and spiritual signature were bound. Even if he escapes and hides in the most desolate and hidden part of the Ethereum realm, using his mana and spiritual as a guide, they can easily find him. What Logan didn't know was that Maximus was in disguise, his mana and spiritual signature altered. After all, only those who have mastered the laws as a Tier 9 mage or knight could achieve such a feat. Attempting to disguise oneself merely to borrow and cheat money would be even more impossible. Tier 9 mages or knights rule over domains in the arcane continent, giving them endless richness. In theory, they own the entire land, and if they were in dire need of money, which is highly unlikely, there are countless people who would readily offer assistance. Of course, Maximus was oblivious to all this. Even if he were aware, he wouldn't dare take the risk, for who knows what peculiar methods they possess to track him down. Logan swiftly entered a series of numbers into the store token and tapped it with his own. Minus 916 million. Edward William, bank account, money, 489,560,000, debt, minus 1 billion, 30% yearly interest. As Maximus glanced at his bank account, he felt as though he was caught in a dream. Although the weight of the debt alone would bury anyone who dared to take it on, for him it's just lifting his fingers and opening his mouth. He could simply assume the role of a shopkeeper, counting the money he earned from reselling. Moreover, this approach felt safer and more convenient, with no one doubting him. After concluding their conversation, Maximus stepped out of the store. As he gazed at the bustling pedestrians on the street, he was lightheaded for a while, not knowing what to do. He felt that he was still dreaming. Anyone who was poor, and suddenly woke up the next day knowing that they won the lottery, would also be at a loss too. Memories of his wives and children flooded his mind. It had been nearly a month since he last laid eyes on them. The longing to be reunited with his family grew stronger with each passing day. He contemplated the idea of returning to the Sunburnt Plateau for a while before pursuing his enrollment at the academy. After all, there were still more than 6 months until the enrollment deadline. The wealth he had amassed would be more than sufficient to develop the entire Sunburnt Plateau for a few years. It was also time to extend his rule over the entire land. However, before embarking on such endeavors, he realized he needed a personal token, one that would bear Maximus' identity. Without it, he would be unable to board any ship to go to the Cursed Continent. Going to the Arcane Continent from the Cursed Continent didn't need any token, but after going back you needed a personal token. Sneaking past the city gate unnoticed, Maximus breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there were no guards checking for personal tokens when exiting the city. As he reached the outskirts of the city, near the Endless Sea, Maximus retrieved and activated the Mana Deceiver and removed the Mask of Grimoire. With his true identity, he proceeded to register his information and obtain the personal token he needed. Returning to the city, he resumed his reselling of system products. This time, instead of selling alchemy potions, he focused on mechanical bullets and energy cores. However, being only a Tier 3 nascent mage, his options were limited to selling Tier 3 products, resulting in a modest income. After several rounds of buying and selling, Maximus accumulated more than 100,000 low-grade magical crystals. Given his current strength, this was already a dangerous amount, so he quickly made his way back to Ethereum Gold Chamber of Commerce to make a purchase. While shopping earlier, he thought about how could he manage the kingdom, once he entered the academy. Although his system provided alternatives like a mechanical clone controlled by spiritual power or other communication devices, they were only good for a short distance. There was a vast body of water and chaotic wind blocking any energy transmitted from one continent to another. To bypass that he needed stronger alchemical or mechanical items. Unfortunately, they were out of his budget. Hopefully that Ethereum Gold Chamber of Commerce offer a better solution. Since Ethereum Gold Chamber of Commerce was capable of maintaining branches in the Cursed Continent and facilitating travel back and forth, they should have means of long-distance communication. "Welcome, sir." The steward greeted Maximus as he approached. "How can I assist you today?" Maximus wasted no time getting to the point. "Is there a communication device that can reach the Cursed Continent from here?" he inquired. "Certainly, we have a wide variety of options available in our shop," the steward replied, offering a friendly smile. He then guided Maximus to a comfortable lounge area. "Here's the catalog, sir. Feel free to let me know if you have any questions." Catalog: Simple Array Node Point, connects communication devices to a node point in the continental array, enabling simple communication between the Arcane Continent and the Cursed Continent. Price: 100,000 low-grade magical crystals. Mechanical puppet, made of silicon materials, resembling a normal human. Can connect to the continental array of the Cursed Continent. Hologram puppet, features holographic projection, unable to interact with physical matter. Can connect to the continental array of the Cursed Continent. Satellite observatory, provides a comprehensive view of your entire territory from any location. Can connect to the Cursed Continent. After careful consideration, he decided to purchase the simple array node point. He only needed a connection point that he then can connect to a device. After that, he can later acquire additional devices such as the mechanical puppet and satellite observatory. After all, it's more affordable in the system wall. "I would like to buy the simple array node point," Maximus informed the steward. "That will be 100,000 low-grade magical crystals." The steward confirmed. Maximus handed over his personal token, and the steward completed the transaction with a simple tap. Minus 100,000, during his previous business dealings, he had conveniently registered a bank account. With his task complete, Maximus left the city and boarded a ship bound for the Cursed Continent, his homeland. Chapter 58 Homecoming. Maximus arrived at the sunburnt plateau 1 month later, aboard a black flying boat. The reason it's called a plateau instead of an island is that it is a relatively high ground that the seawater cannot reach. Almost all of the low-lying islands had either sunk with the sea or been swallowed by sea beasts during a beast tide. The flying boat quickly reached Moonlight Kingdom, his territory. Observing the high ground, Maximus noticed that the people lived in a specific pattern based on a blueprint he bought from the system. This natural formation array structure caused the corrosive mana to gather in the Moonlight Kingdom, purifying it to some extent. Even without the magic materials for finishing touches, it was already showing great promise. Natural formation arrays are rarely used because they are tedious and require precise calculations to form without the need for array materials. It's like shaping a mountain in a specific pattern to achieve a specific task. So naturally, no one bothered to study such a thing when they had an abundance of materials to create a normal array. Except for the continental array, as it was a combination of natural and artificial formation array. As he arrived in Shadow City, the people were shocked to find a flying boat hovering above the city. "What is that?" one person said. "Could it be an invasion?" another citizen asked. The soldiers quickly sprang into action, sending smoke signals to prepare for an enemy. Observing the chaos below, Maximus was dumbfounded. Then he remembered that he had snuck out when he used the flying boat to avoid arousing suspicion. However, on the Arcane Continent, Flying unmechanical vessels were too common that even ordinary people could afford one. Maximus swiftly sent out his spiritual consciousness to appease the city. "It's me, your lord," he said. "So it's the lord," one of the citizens replied, patting his chest. "Long live my lord." Some people even started praising him. Knowing it was a false alarm, the soldiers came back to their post. Ignoring the commotion below, he quickly piloted the flying boat toward his castle. Fortunately, there was a large open space in front of the gate to land. As he descended in the flying boat, he saw his children and wives running towards him. Apparently, the earlier commotion had alerted them. "Daddy!" Lila ran to him for a hug. Since they were still far away from the flying boat, he flew towards them to reach them quickly. He didn't know what to say for a while, so he hugged the running Lila tightly. Seeing Lily and Lydia shyly standing in place, he walked over to them and also pulled them into his arms for a warm embrace. "I missed you." He expressed what he felt. Looking at his wives and children, he truly missed them. "I missed you too, Dad," Lily sweetly said, her face blushing as she continued to bury herself in his chest during the hug. Me too. I missed you so much, Daddy." Lila, the lively child, chimed in while in his arms. "Me too." The quiet Lydia softly spoke. After quickly setting down the girls, he turned to the boys. Liam shyly gave him a quick hug, unable to find the words to say. Nathan, equally shy, followed his brother Liam's lead and also gave their father a quick hug. But Max was just like Lila, an energetic child. He jumped up and hugged his father's neck, exclaiming, "I missed you, Daddy. Where is my gift from your travels?" Maximus was quickly dumbfounded as he had forgotten to bring them gifts, but then he remembered his system mole, realizing that this problem was easily solvable. Thinking about what to buy, he considered giving them pets, but not just any pets but a magical beast creature. "Of course, how could I forget gifts?" Maximus bluffed. "Yay!" Max raised his hand in celebration, breaking the hug. His other children were also delighted at the thought of receiving gifts. Before giving the gifts to his children, Maximus went to his wives and embraced them, one by one. "I missed you," Maximus said once again. His wives were also happy and gave him kisses and hugs in return. Looking at his two youngest children, Sam and Luke, who were standing behind his wives, he lowered his head and asked, "Do you miss Daddy?" The two nodded and hugged him tightly. Sam and Luke were barely a year old, but they could already stand, eat, and talk like children who were about 2 years old. Their growth was thanks to the magical food solution they had been given as babies. Unfortunately, Liam and Lily had missed out on that due to his poor circumstances back then, so their development had been delayed. Fortunately, Maximus had made up their bodies to prevent them from suffering in comparison to their siblings. So, even though Liam and Lily were only 4 years old, they already had the physique of 7-year-old children. Meanwhile, Isabella stood in the corner of the gate, a little farther away, giving the family some space. Isabella was somewhat jealous, but not because of Maximus, rather, she longed for a family of her own. When she was just a child, her father died, and her mothers were indifferent, their focus solely on the property her father had left behind. Fortunately, she was a talented mage, so she managed to cope well. Maximus also noticed Isabella and simply smiled at her. Maximus turned his attention back to his children and asked, "Are you ready for your gifts?" "Yes," Max and Lila exclaimed in unison. The others quickly nodded their heads, their eyes shining with excitement. "Let me get your gifts from the flying boat," Maximus said as he walked toward the boat. "Wow! Is that the thing that can fly?" Max exclaimed with excitement. "Can we ride it?" Max continued, eager to experience flying. "Of course. Let's go. I'll take you for a spin." Maximus led his children and wives to the flying boat. Once inside, his children ran around, exploring and clicking on whatever they could. Fortunately, the boat had automatic controls and only responded to Mana's signatures, so there was no danger. Maximus entered the control room and set the boat to cruise mode, allowing it to fly in circles over the Moonlight Kingdom. Then he led them to the viewing deck, where they could feel the sensation. Because from the inside, the flying boat seemed just like a normal room. The boat quickly took off, eliciting gasps of amazement from everyone. Although his wives were either Tier 1 official mages or Tier 2 great knights, they had never experienced flying before, so it was a new and thrilling experience for them. His wives, seeing the people their husband ruled working below in contentment, also brought smiles to their faces. "Look, the people down there look so small," Leela exclaimed, drawing attention to her siblings. "Wow, they're so little, even smaller than us," Max chimed in, nodding his head. Liam and Lily just stood there, trying to appear mature, but secretly marveling at the scene. However, Lydia buried her head in Maximus's shoulder, trembling slightly. It seemed she had a fear of heights. As for the two little children, Sam and Luke, they were happily cradled in their mother's arms, enjoying the warm breeze. Observing this scene, Maximus smiled and quickly browsed through the system for the perfect pet to give to his children. First, he thought of Liam. He looked for a lion-type creature that matched Liam's personality of being calm and composed, like a born king. Dawnfire White Lion Cub, born from a Tier 6 Dawnfire White Lion. They are born to rule with hope and fire. It has a hint of a Tier 9 bloodline of the Dawnfire Celestial White Lion. Price, 3 billion system point. Usually, when a cub was born from a Tier 6 beast, it would grow up to become a Tier 6 beast. Maximus would have preferred to buy a Tier 7 or higher beast cub, but he passed on it when he saw the price. Starting from Tier 7 products, the prices would increase by hundreds of times. Moreover, for a Tier 9, the price would increase by thousands or even tens of thousands of times. With only over 400 million low-grade magical crystals or 400 billion system points, he needed to make the most of it. He chose those with a hint of Tier 9 bloodline so that in the future when he had enough money, he could purify their bloodline. After choosing a beast pet for Liam, he considered what would suit Lily best. Lily had a natural beauty and a cold nature, commanding everyone's respect, as if she were a queen. No one dared to oppose her words. He quickly selected a beast pet that matched her characteristics. Nether Boa Snake Cub, born from a Tier 6 Nether Boa Snake. They rule over the deathly Nether, worshipped as the goddess of darkness. It has a hint of a Tier 9 Nether Seraphim Snake, which embodies both holiness and darkness. Price, 4 billion system point. Chapter 59 Beast Pet in the Flying Boat in the Sky of the Moonlight Kingdom. Maximus finished choosing a beast pet for Lily. He then decided to choose beast pet for Max and Nathan next. Max, being an adventurous and lively brat, he chose Golden Monkey Cub, a cub of a Tier 6 Golden Monkey. It was a free-spirited adventurer with an indomitable spirit. It has a hint of Tier 9 Golden Chaos Monkey bloodline. Price 2 billion system point. For Nathan, who was always silent and cold, Maximus chose Midnight Panther Cub, a cub of a Tier 6 Midnight Panther. It was a naturally born assassin. Born in the Shadow Realm. It has a hint of Tier 9 Voidstalker bloodline. Price 2.5 billion system point. As for Lila, another lively girl, Maximus chose Silverwing Eagle Cub, a cub of a Tier 6 Silverwing Eagle. It had lived at the highest peak of the mountain and was once one of the pets of the Silver Angels. It had a hint of Tier 9 Stormwind Eagle and Tier 9 Skyfire Eagle bloodline. Price 3.5 billion system point. For Lydia, Maximus chose a gentle beast-type pet. Six-tailed Fox Cub, a cub born from a Tier 6 six-tailed fox. It was considered one of the most beautiful creature in the animal kingdom, with a hint of Tier 9 nine-tailed fox bloodline. Price 2.5 billion system point. After buying all the beast pets, Maximus also purchased a beast ring. Maximus turned his attention to Sam and Luke. He decided not to give them beast pets for now, as they were too young and unable to take care of themselves. Instead, he chose some gadgets for them to play with. Balanced Haste Shoes, Tier 1, a mechanical device powered by a magic crystal. It could hover a few inches off the ground, providing fast maneuverability. It could balance in the air no matter what you did and had a protective shield in case of bumps. Having bought everything for his children, he then thought about what to give to his wives. Unable to decide, he just chose different types of clothes and jewelry that boosted meditation and training. Once he finished his selection, he turned to his family. "Do you want to get down?" They had been flying for half an hour, so he asked. "Yes." Liam, Nathan, Lily, and Lydia exclaimed. "No." Lila and Max replied. Sam and Luke were already asleep in their mother's arms. Looking at his wives, who also wanted to get down, he said to them, "All right, the majority voted, let's go home." "No." Lila and Max looked dismayed. "Oh, don't you want to see your gifts?" Maximus joked. It seemed like they had forgotten about their gifts after playing. "We want to," Lila and Max said in unison and then looked at each other. They had been in unison 3 times in a row now. Although they were 1 year apart, they couldn't help but wonder. "Then let's go," Maximus said as he operated the boat at maximum speed, heading towards the castle. After landing for a while, he led them to the back garden of the castle, as it had a large space and nice air. In the back garden, Maximus jokingly asked, "Who's first?" "Me. Me. Me." All right, let's start with the oldest sister, Lily." Maximus smiled at their chatter. Lily excitedly came to him, waiting to see what gift their father had for them. "Here you go, sweetie." Maximus smiled and handed her a pure white snake with a hint of darkness and a crimson aura. Lily carefully held the snake in her hand. "Cute," Lily unconsciously muttered. Although the snake was scary, it somehow looked beautiful and cute to Lily, who just stared at them lovingly. Even Lydia, who was scared of worms, was attracted to it. Do you like it, Lily? Maximus asked with a smile. Yes, Dad, it's the best gift for me, Lily shyly said. Maximus lovingly patted her head. Next, the oldest brother, Liam, come here, Maximus called. Liam hurriedly came to him. This is your pet lion, Maximus explained as he gave Liam a lion the size of an adult cat. Wow. Liam petted the little lion, and the lion licked his hand, startling him. Is that a cat? Max shouted. Can I pet it? Max knew what a cat was, but the castle didn't have them, so he eagerly asked his brother if he could pet it. It's not a cat, it's a baby lion, according to father. Liam turned his head back to his little brother as he hugged the lion for himself. Humphrey, stingy. Seeing his brother, Liam, not allowing him to pet the cat, Max just harumphed. Alright, enough of that. Next is Max. Maximus shifted their attention. Where is mine? Max ran up to him and shook him. Here, a golden monkey for a golden boy. Maximus joked a little as he handed Max a golden monkey who was very energetic, even though it was only a cub. The monkey, seeing that Maximus was handing it to a kid, jumped onto Max's head as if declaring himself as Max's master. Come here. Max was very happy with the monkey, but as he saw it on his head, he grabbed the back of the monkey's skin and hugged it, just like Liam hugged his lion. The monkey was forcibly pulled and became angry, struggling in Max's hands. Ha ha ha. But Max just laughed it off, thinking that the monkey was playing with him. Be gentle, Max. You could hurt it, Maximus reminded his child. Alright, Daddy, Max said as he placed the monkey on his shoulder. But the monkey was stubborn and once again climbed up to Max's head. Amused, Max put the monkey on his shoulder again, causing giggles from him. Childish, Lily said as she petted the snake in her hands. Next is Nathan, Max reminded. Here, Nathan nervously said as he awaited what pet his father would give him. Maximus took out a pitch-black panther with blue emerald eyes. Nathan silently accepted the pet, seemingly satisfied with what he got. The panther was the size of a little cat, just like his brother Liam's. Although a little smaller, but Nathan liked what he got more, as it was quiet and silently lay in his arms. If you didn't see its eyes, you would think that it was just a shadow, as the panther's fur absorbed all the light. Next is Lila, Maximus said, moving on to his next child. I'm here. Lila ran up to him and hugged his legs. This is for you, Lila. Maximus took out a silver eagle. The eagle looked like a chick when it first saw Lila. It tried to flap its wings but to no avail. Although it couldn't fly, the silver eagle's feathers were complete, unlike a newborn bird without feathers. The eagle's silver feathers shimmered in the sun, capturing Lila's attention. Seeing that the bird couldn't fly on its own, Lila gently brought the eagle to her hand. I'll be your friend from now on. Lila patted the eagle's head and whispered. The eagle seemingly understood her meaning and chirped twice in agreement. Thank you, Daddy. Lila smiled and kissed Maximus on the cheek. Maximus smiled back and patted her head. Next is Lydia. Lydia approached Maximus silently as if awaiting her final verdict. This is for you, Lydia. Maximus patted Lydia's head. It was a white fox with 6 tails. Lydia took the fox from his hand and hugged it with a cute smile. This was the most beautiful thing she had seen in her life. The other 2 girls also noticed how beautiful the fox was and briefly considered exchanging their pets for a moment. However, upon seeing their pets looking at them with their adorable eyes, they quickly changed their minds. Although both girls admitted that the fox was more beautiful than their pets, they didn't yield as they believed the ones they had were more powerful. Lydia, on the other hand, didn't see this comparison, as she focused on petting the fox. Next, Sam and Luke. Maximus said, looking at the 2 little ones. Here. The 2 stuttered, following the words their brothers and sister had said when their father called their names. The 2 nearly stumbled as they hurriedly walked toward him. Maximus was patient, waiting for them to approach. This is for you. He took out a pair of shoes. Sam and Luke felt disappointed for a moment, as they also wanted pets. But upon seeing their father's sincere eyes, they didn't know what to say, as their vocabulary was limited. Seeing his son's disappointment, Maximus smiled and helped them put on the shoes. The mechanical shoes automatically adjusted and fit perfectly. After ensuring they were wearing the shoes, Maximus inserted a mid-grade magic stone to provide power for a long time. Now, move. Maximus encouraged them. As they tried to move, the mechanical shoes were activated, propelling them in a straight line toward a tree in an instant. Fortunately, there was a protective barrier, so they were safe. Maximus also broke into a sweat. Sam and Luke, on the other hand, looked a little pale, but excitement was evident in their eyes. Normally, walking is tedious and hard, but with these shoes, they could move as if they were flying. After getting the hang of it for a while, the 2 raced in circles, giggling with happiness. Daddy, I also want that. Max approached him, seeing his little brothers racing at high speeds, which made his blood boil. "No, you already have yours. Do you want to exchange it with theirs?" Maximus denied his request. He couldn't spoil his children too much, as it would lead to them becoming spoiled brats. Max thought about his father's suggestion and looked at the monkey that had already settled on his shoulders. The monkey, as if understanding, looked at Max with pitiful eyes. Max struggled for a moment and finally gave up. Chapter 60 Tier 4 Sky Night in the castle bedroom. Maximus and his wives were enjoying a rare moment of bonding while their tired children slept, exhausted from their earlier playtime. "How was your trip to the Arcane Continent?" Erica asked as she combed Maximus' hair, with him leaning against her legs. "It's incredibly grand there. If we compare our place to the Arcane Continent, it's like comparing a speck of dirt to a whole mountain." Maximus mused, recalling what he had witnessed in the Arcane Land. The Arcane Continent resembled an interstellar civilization, while their current location seemed backward and ancient in comparison. "How is the quality of mana there?" Hazel asked curiously. Hazel's progress in training was slow due to the corrosive mana. As for the purification array, it was not enough for them. So she was eager to know what it would feel if they train in the legendary land of the Arcane. "Don't even start with the quality of mana. Just the quantity there is overwhelming. Suppose an ordinary person was placed in that environment. In that case, they might die due to the lack of adaptation," Maximus replied. "Furthermore, simply by living there, one can become an official mage or knight through minimal study upon reaching adulthood." Upon hearing this, all of his wives were shocked by the vision he described. In their current location, advancing to an official mage required countless resources and painstaking meditation. Sometimes they even took turns caring for their children just to have more time for training. "Are there many beauties?" Rose asked, glancing at her protruding belly and then at her husband. "Of course, there are countless beauties. I noticed that there were hardly any who were ugly or had disabilities in the Arcane Continent." Maximus exaggerated. While he did encounter many beauties, some even meeting his standards to pass the system fit value, but he had changed and was no longer desperately seeking more partners. Moreover, the mere fact that his wives stared at him as if he were a scumbag gave him a headache. Furthermore, he didn't want to be a canary, always at the mercy and a lapdog for the system. It was like being told to become a pig and give birth to many piglets, and in return, they would upgrade his cage to a larger one. "Anyway, how is your pregnancy, Angeline, Rose, and Irene?" Maximus asked, diverting the topic. They were already 9 to 10 months pregnant, so their due dates were approaching. "We're fine, thanks to the supplements you gave us. The babies are healthy." Angeline smiled, gently caressing her bulging stomach. Rose and Irene nodded in agreement. "What's your next plan, husband?" Luna asked. The other wives were also curious. Earlier in the day, their husband had mentioned that he would share his follow-up plan with them at night. "I plan to relocate our family to the Arcane Continent," Maximus said with a serious face. He had come up with this idea during his trip to the Arcane Continent. The quality and quantity of mana there alone were enough reasons to consider settling there. Although the mana in the Sunburnt Plateau could eventually be upgraded to match the mana of the Central Continent using his system cheat, that was something to be done later. For now, limited by his abilities, specifically financial resources, he could only alleviate and purify the mana to a certain extent. Most of the scattered islands in the Cursed Continent followed a similar approach, reconstructing the terrain of their territories to alleviate and purify the mana. However, they rarely invested too much in it. The highest achievement was a Tier 5 mana environment, which took countless generations to achieve. Creating such an environment would likely cost hundreds of billions of low-grade magical crystals. Meanwhile, even the most remote parts of the Arcane Continent could have a Tier 5 mana environment simply by placing some arrays, similar to the manor he had rented. And that only cost 1,000,000 low-grade magical crystals per year, compared to the billions of low-grade magical crystals one would have to spend. Finally, he had decided to relocate to the Arcane Continent because he hoped that his wives could advance alongside him. Although the system all offered various life extension medicines, they were still medicines after all and will have resistance after long-term use. After Maximus shared his decision, his wives were both excited and worried. "How do you propose we settle in the Arcane Continent?" Erica asked, looking puzzled. They didn't have any backers or support when they arrived, so she was concerned about their safety. "Don't worry, I have made arrangements. I have found a teacher who is a Tier 5 mystic mage and a Tier 5 alchemist." Maximus lied. "Teacher has assured me that he will help us settle in the Arcane Continent and even advised against staying in the Cursed Continent any longer. He intended to have his disguise, Edward William, act as his teacher. Because in the future, all his expenses will come from this identity. Furthermore, having a Tier 5 teacher conveniently provided a reason to acquire items from the system mall as well." "But wouldn't that add trouble for him?" Livia asked, expressing her worries. "No, Rest assured. As a Tier 5 alchemist, he is quite wealthy, and he has even established his store. Maximus explained. Livia sighed with relief upon hearing this. In addition, I plan to attend the Mechanic Academy in the next 5 months, so we will depart in 3 or 4 months. Maximus continued. What? His wives were shocked. They hadn't expected that their husband would be studying, and they wondered if they would still have frequent opportunities to meet. Seeing their saddened expressions, Maximus comforted them, saying, Don't worry. I've heard that the Academy allows for a fair amount of freedom. Furthermore, once you advance to Tier 2, your lifespan will increase, and we will have plenty of time together. His wives sighed with relief, fueling their determination to become stronger and accompany their husbands for a longer time. By the way, how will you manage the kingdom while you're away? Are you going to abandon it? Irene asked. Of course not. How could I abandon the foundation we have built? Maximus immediately refuted. All of his plans revolved around his current territory, so abandoning it was out of the question. Going to the Arcane Continent was merely a transitional phase to earn money and transform his ideal kingdom. Furthermore, Maximus found something peculiar about how the Tier 9 powerhouses ruled over their domains. Why was it that only by reaching Tier 9 could one have their domain in the central continent? Were these newly added domains created out of thin air, or were they shared among others? It was also puzzling how the central continent had strict rules in place to protect and nurture the weak. Shouldn't they be worried about people becoming more powerful and potentially overthrowing them? Moreover, despite having limited resources, they still vigorously train knights and mages. It had reached a point where there were more than 1,000 Tier 9 powerhouses. Considering that Tier 9 powerhouses already had an infinite lifespan which consumes higher resources. Furthermore, only one person could master a specific law, having 1,000 of them reduced the number of possible laws one needed to advance by a third. This made Maximus think of the novel he had read in his previous life. He thought that the Tier 9 powerhouse did all of this to make the world advance. Although it was a grand dream, it could be a possible reason they vigorously train talents. Thus, he absolutely couldn't abandon his territory, as it might be a piece to improve his strength to a new level in the future. After hearing that Maximus wouldn't abandon his territory, his wives were puzzled. They had heard from him that the journey to the Arcane Continent would take almost a month, and the back-and-forth journey would be 2 months. Managing the kingdom in such a manner would be a hassle and troublesome. How are you going to manage it then? Irene asked, voicing the question that puzzled them. I bought an ode connector to the Continental Array, and teacher gave me a mechanical puppet, so I can control the kingdom remotely while I am away. Maximus explained. Oh. Although his wives didn't fully understand what he said, they nodded in response. Enough of that, let's start the fight. I've been holding back these few months. Maximus smiled evilly as he looked at his wives. Maximus even inwardly shouted, I can fight 10. With just a year of training, he became a Tier 4 Sky Knight. Moreover, his knight training manual specialized in stamina and regeneration, so he felt confident that he could take on 10 opponents. The 3 wives who were pregnant, Angeline, Rose, and Irene, just shook their heads at their husbands' antics. Looking at their bulging bellies, they smiled and wished their fellow wives good luck as they made their way out. Round 1, Fight. Chapter 61 Planned to rule the entire plateau in the castle courtroom. Maximus sat on the throne, waiting for his ministers to speak and report on what had happened in the past 2 months while he was away. Your Majesty, first, our monthly profits have reached a staggering amount of 5 million gold coins. Tristan said excitedly. However, Maximus, upon hearing this, simply raised his eyebrows. The 10 million gold coin he had when he came to the Arcane Continent became 400 billion gold coin in just 2 months after his return. So, 5 million was merely peanuts to him, and he didn't care much about it. Did the other kingdoms react or do something about the Etheria Pavilion? That was what he wanted to know. Tristan's face turned ugly. Dolan, noticing that Tristan was unable to speak, so said, Your Majesty, some kings had violent reactions to the Etheria Pavilion. Some of them even forcefully took control and stole the pavilion's products. Maximus, with a dark expression, continued to listen. Fortunately, before Your Majesty left, you left us with a mechanical weapon capable of killing a Tier 4 Sky Knight. Dolan sighed in relief as he spoke. Then after one of the kings took control of the pavilion, Phantom Group publicly assassinated that king. After that, most of them became docile and easier to talk to. Dolan finished his narration. Good. Maximus smiled, praising his foresight. Before leaving, he was worried that something like this might happen, so he left a Type C mechanical weapon capable of killing a Tier 4 Sky Knight. What happened to that kingdom? Maximus became curious about what his ministers would do without him. We received compensation from that kingdom's royal family. As for others, we left it as it is, not making any hasty decisions without your approval. Dolan said. Although their decision was somewhat pragmatic, Maximus understood. For them, land and physical wealth were important, but for him, the common people were more important than all of Sunburnt Plateau. There are countless lands the size of the Sunburnt Plateau could be found on the scattered land of the cursed continent. However, finding people was hard, as most of the land was infested by beast creatures. Moreover, all of his plans required the common people as a foundation. Otherwise, why not just abandon Sunburnt Plateau? You know the kingdom's monthly profits are not even a fraction of what could he earn in a day in Arcane Continent. Your Majesty, where did you acquire that mechanical weapon the Phantom group used? Landon asked. Being the youngest among them and lacking knowledge, Landon felt comfortable asking sensitive questions without realizing anything wrong with his question. He only believed that knowing the source of their Majesty's mechanical weapon would enable them to obtain or purchase more, as the weapon was truly remarkable. Landon thought that a few more of them could conquer the entire Sunburnt Plateau without much effort. Upon hearing the question, Maximus nearly laughed. Fortunately, he already had an excuse prepared. While he could have chosen to maintain an air of mystery about it, he knew that it would raise doubts sooner or later. It's from my teacher. He began. A few years ago, when we were attacked by cultists, my teacher happened to pass by and saved me. Otherwise, how could the guards save me when my father, a Tier 3 Earth Knight, couldn't do anything about it? You may have also noticed my rapid progress in strength, going from an apprentice mage to a nascent mage in just a few years. Maximus carefully explained his excuses, wanting to avoid endless questions. Oh, is your Majesty's teacher still here? By the way, how powerful is your Majesty's teacher? Landon asked eagerly. Although Maximus was slightly annoyed by Landon's incessant questioning, he brushed it off as it is a rare opportunity to solidify the peculiar actions and progress he did after transmigrating. No, my teacher is already in the Arcane Continent. Maximus replied. My teacher is a Tier 5 Mystic Mage and also a Tier 5 Alchemist. He said calmly. This statement excited his ministers, even though they didn't fully grasp the concept of a Tier 5 Mage or what an alchemist is. They had common sense, and the fact that their Majesty, who was just a Tier 3 nascent mage, could defeat a Tier 4 Sky Knight, led them to imagine the power of a Tier 5 mage. Merely the thought of it overwhelmed them, knowing that they had solid support behind them. The reason they hadn't hastily conquered the entire Sunburnt Plateau was due to rumors that some of the other factions had backers from elsewhere. They didn't know who had such support, so they dared not act rashly. What about the progress of the army? Maximus inquired. After he conquered the Fairy Kingdom and the army continued to expand, incorporating defeated soldiers into its ranks. Thus Maximus was unaware of its current status. As per your instructions, Your Majesty, we have selected the most elite soldiers. General Smith began. After a thorough screening of past soldiers and newly recruited ones, we now have a total of 30,000 soldiers. General Smith stated proudly, standing tall with his back straight. Good. Maximus expressed his satisfaction. During this time, elite soldiers were indispensable. Although Maximus could single-handedly dominate the entire Sunburnt Plateau due to his immense wealth of billions of gold coins, he knew that he couldn't sustain it once he left for the Arcane Continent without a capable group of army. What about the construction of the Moonlight Kingdom? Maximus inquired. We are making significant progress. Although we don't have magic materials yet, the common materials required to build the kingdom, according to your Majesty's blueprint, are abundant. Doran explained. For the common materials that are not within our kingdom's territory, we have purchased them at cheap prices from the surrounding kingdoms. This is also one of the reasons the neighboring kingdoms didn't resist much regarding the Etheria Pavilion, as we bought a vast amount of materials from them. Maximus nodded in acknowledgement. When he flew back to the Sunburnt Plateau, he noticed that the Moonlight Kingdom was already taking shape, requiring only the final touches to activate the natural formation array. He thinks that after a few more months the kingdom's architecture and facilities will be completed. Having a bunch of strong and full people truly do magic in doing construction. Of course, the fast progress also had to do with the system mall items. Like the alchemy item that can automatically break rocks into a suitable size building block. Or the alchemy item that quickly dries cement-like substance that sticks building block together. Moreover, to have a budget to do all of this, we can't forget about the contribution of the surrounding kingdom. Without money he can't buy any of these alchemy items. Good. Furthermore, I plan to expand the blueprint to accommodate the entire population of Sunburnt Plateau. Maximus declared. His ministers were somewhat puzzled by what their Majesty meant. The entire population? How big of an area is that? Why would it need to be that big? While some had already deduced the meaning behind the statement, they remained curious. Maximus, observing the varied expressions of his ministers, continued, That's right, I am planning to conquer the entire land. This statement caused an explosion of excitement in the court. Thoughts raced through their minds, wondering if their majesty truly intended to bring the entire sunburnt plateau under his rule. "Are there any questions?" Maximus inquired. The crowd of ministers paused for a moment, contemplating. "How do we plan to achieve that, Your Majesty? Did Your Majesty's teacher leave more mechanical weapons for us to use?" Landon asked eagerly, hoping to try a mechanical weapon for himself. "Of course not. How could I use weapons to violently eliminate my opposition?" Maximus denied. Although he could single-handedly kill all the rulers in Sunburnt Plateau without any trouble, he was concerned about their potential backers. He also believed the rumors that most of the forces had backers supporting them. He believed that many kings and rulers in Sunburnt Plateau originated from other regions in the Cursed Continent or even the Arcane Continent. As for the naturally promoted individuals in Sunburnt Plateau, most of them eventually left for other places. Unless they retired here, no sane individuals would stay on this barren plateau to rule the land. As for why would most kings and rulers who possess the strength of Tier 4 Sky Knights stay in this desolate region? Most of them were here for unique resources or to scout for potential talent to recruit into their forces. Thus, he couldn't simply kill them. Killing one or two might go unnoticed, but if he were to eliminate them all, he could become a target. For now, he wanted to remain calm, proceed cautiously, and accumulate wealth. "How, then, does Your Majesty plan to rule the entire plateau?" Landon asked, puzzled. Without the mechanical weapons, he couldn't fathom any other means His Majesty could control the entire plateau. "Do you just talk to them peacefully?" Without His Majesty's teacher deterrent, it would just be a joke. Landon thought, of course, I will persuade them peacefully. Maximus smiled. "I possess a cloned personal token from my teacher, imbued with his mana and spiritual signature. I'm sure the rulers of the surrounding kingdoms will understand my difficulty that they will have to move to another place," Maximus said jokingly. Landon, on the other hand, was shocked. Did he just predict His Majesty's thinking? Did I unlock my hidden talent? Landon thought excitedly. Chapter 62 Helmsworth Family in the Flying Boat. Maximus was heading to one of the kingdoms in the Sunburnt Plateau. He was going to persuade them to relocate and leave the island. He couldn't just start a war like before, as he might offend someone unintentionally. Every ruler of a kingdom may have a background, as most of them possess a Tier 4 Sky Knight strength or even more. Even in the past, in the Fairy Kingdom, he didn't consider conquering the kingdom until months later when the king died and there was no other response. It was confirmed that the Fairy Kingdom had no background whatsoever, although it remained a mystery why the kingdom had two Tier 4 Sky Knight individuals in its midst. After traveling in his flying boat for a while, he caught sight of the capital city of one of the kingdoms in Sunburnt Plateau. Although he didn't know the name of the kingdom, he released his powerful spiritual consciousness to notify the ruler of his presence. While he adopted an amiable approach in conquering the Sunburnt Plateau, it didn't mean he was a coward. With his current wealth, he could afford some Tier 6 mechanical weapons. Furthermore, based on his previous travel to Elner Island, the harbor before reaching the Rakan continent, a Tier 5 Mystic Mage or Tier 5 Lunar Knight was already considered the strongest in the Cursed Continent. Therefore, he was fully confident in occupying the entire Sunburnt Plateau for himself. Of course, he needed to maintain a low profile, as one never knows when they have a trump card when they are cornered. Upon sensing the powerful aura of a Tier 3 nascent mage, the ruler of the kingdom flew toward his floating boat, seemingly to greet him. "How can I assist you, esteemed mage?" the ruler respectfully inquired. "I'm Maximus Shadowcrest, the ruler of Moonlight Kingdom." "May I know your name?" Maximus asked curiously, stepping out of the flying boat to meet him face to face. "I'm Ferris Helmsworth, a peripheral member of the Helmsworth family." Ferris responded, hoping to intimidate Maximus with his surname. The Helmsworth family is one of the most powerful families in the Cursed Continent, with their main territory remodeled to be a Tier 5 mana environment. Transforming a barren land in Cursed Continent into a Tier 5 mana environment is a dream for many forces and families living here. So being able to accomplish it sets them apart. "Oh, Helmsworth. Do you happen to know Griffin Helmsworth?" Maximus inquired. He recalled the person who incessantly bothered him during his trip to the Arcane Continent. "Are you referring to young Master Griffin?" Ferris was shocked to hear about the prodigal son of the main branch family from an outsider. "Yes, the one who arrived at the Arcane Continent a month ago," Maximus confirmed. "Yes, young Master Griffin is the most gifted combat prodigy to be born in a century in the Helmsworth family." Ferris boasted about his knowledge of his young Master Griffin. After all, he couldn't disgrace his family, especially to an outsider. While it was true that young Master Griffin was a renowned combat prodigy, despite his low potential of only rank 3 rare, young Master Griffin was more famous for being a prodigal son. Although he didn't engage in prostitution, young Master Griffin was addicted to gambling. "It's okay if it's just normal gambling, But this young master, despite never winning a match in his life, continues to gamble. If it weren't for his family's wealth, he might have been sold as a slave by now to pay off his debts. Observing that Maximus seemed to know young Master Griffin, Ferris asked, "Do you know young Master?" "Of course, we became friends just months ago," Maximus sincerely replied. Although Griffin could be talkative and occasionally annoying, he was indeed worth befriending, as he lacked ulterior motives and conspiracies. "That's a relief." Ferris sighed. Since Maximus was a friend of young Master Griffin, everything was fine. Griffin, despite his mixed reputation, excelled at making friends, and all of his friends, without exception, possessed great potential or have something exceptional about them. It seemed as though all of his luck in gambling manifested in his relationships with people. "If you're a friend of young Master Griffin, then feel free to let me know if you need anything," Ferris said, recalling that Maximus had released his spiritual consciousness earlier as if he needed something. "Well," Maximus hesitated, feeling somewhat embarrassed about what to say. After all, it involved his friend's territory, even if it was just a portion of it. He didn't want to appear outwardly greedy. After pondering for a moment, he gathered his words. "I have come on behalf of my teacher, a Tier 5 mystic mage. My teacher desires to claim the entire Sunburnt Plateau as his territory," Maximus said with seriousness, attributing it all to his disguised teacher. Since he had already used this alternate identity as his backer, why not continue using it? Moreover, having a Tier 5 mystic mage as a ruler will not be as conspicuous as him a Tier 3 nascent mage becoming one. "I see. If it's from an ex-team Tier 5 mystic mage, then it is indeed fitting for him to rule over a plateau on his own," Ferris replied as if understanding. Most people born in the Curse continent, who became powerful, aspired to return to their roots and rule a land of their own in their homeland. So it was not surprising that Maximus's teacher had similar plans. As for not him inquiring whether his teacher was born in the Curse continent, Ferris hadn't thought that far. Only those born in the Curse continent were allowed to have their own land and rule over it. Otherwise, the families here would lose their place in the Curse continent. By then, it would already be flooded by families and forces from the Arcane continent if it were the case. You see, even though the Arcane continent was the most prosperous place, it had strict rules and regulations that kept them in check. Therefore, most of the families and factions in the Arcane continent hoped to have a land of their own away from it. After all, who wants to be always on the leash of others? Of course, they can't do anything about it, unless they're very powerful to travel on their own toward another place. They can forget about it and be an obedient dog to the rules and regulations of the Arcane continent. It seemed like Arcane and Curse continent is quite close as it only needed half a month of journey. However, that was using a specially processed body of a dead Tier 9 sea creature. As for lower than that, like a Tier 8 vessel, it would take at least 10 years just to go from Arcane continent to Curse continent. Just imagine using lower tier vessels, maybe your lifespan already run out and you are still on the way. "Just give me a week to settle, and I will give you this kingdom," Ferris said knowingly. After all, what could he do? Rebel? Leaving his territory is the most appropriate solution, considering he was stationed here only for a family task, not truly to rule the land. Maximus was also surprised by Ferris's decisiveness. He had assumed that he would need to offer some form of compensation or negotiation. But none of that happened. After talking for a while, Ferris invited Maximus to visit his castle, as it wasn't appropriate to have a prolonged conversation in the air. Once they were both seated, Maximus asked Ferris a question. "By the way, why are you in such a remote place?" This was something he couldn't comprehend. The Helmsworth family already had a Tier 5 mana environment, from what he had heard. So why were they still clinging to this barren place? "I was sent here for a family task," Ferris explained. "A family task?" Maximus inquired. "The Helmsworth family's currency is contribution points, and to earn them, we are assigned family tasks," Ferris elaborated. "My task is to manage the low-grade magic crystal mine in this territory, and more importantly, to scout for individuals with rare potential and above. The duration of the task is 100 years, and after me, another person will replace me while I move on to another task," Ferris carefully explained. "I see." Maximus nodded, finally understanding. The Sunburnt Plateau, despite its barren nature, contained numerous low-grade magic crystal mines. Though not rare, they still held value as a source of income. It was similar to the previous conflict between the Fairy Kingdom and the Jade Kingdom, where they fought over a small, low-grade magic crystal mine. After ruling over the previous kingdom, Maximus had gained control of the mine, but its output was disappointingly low. It only produces less than 100 low-grade magical crystals per month. The reason for the low output was that mining prohibited the use of mana or energy. Magic crystals were highly fragile upon extraction and would assimilate with the environment at the slightest fluctuation of mana. Maximus had also attempted to use mechanical devices that didn't rely on mana, but the results were disappointing. It seemed that any energy fluctuation would cause the magic crystal to assimilate with the environment. As for the recruitment of talented individuals, the previous fairy kingdom had neglected that aspect. Maximus wondered if the previous ruler of the fairy kingdom had other goals, as they hadn't actively recruited individuals with high talents like other forces stationed in the area. Did the ruler of the previous fairy kingdom came to this place merely to experience life or for some other reason? Chapter 63 Various Faction in the Castle. Maximus and Ferris were sitting at the table, discussing the various factions in the Sunburnt Plateau. Do you know all the factions and families stationed in the Sunburnt Plateau? Maximus asked. I don't know all of the families and factions stationed there, but I know some. Ferris replied. There are 2 other families stationed here that have the same strength as us. The first one is the Moldhound family. Although it's a family of knights, it's one of the strongest families in the Cursed Continent, with a Tier 6 lunar knight as its head. The second is the Wessel family. They are a family of scholars, but be careful around them. They are quite proud and have a lot of connections. When he heard the term family of scholars, he wondered what profession that was. After browsing his memory, he finally knew. The scholar or teacher profession is somewhat famous, though not as famous as alchemists and mechanics. Scholars mainly study the history and general knowledge of the Ethereum realm, while alchemists and mechanics study the profession to master and control the law. Scholars mainly dump vast amounts of knowledge to make their souls purer to advance. They are also renowned as enlightenment teachers of powerful families' children, providing enlightening guidance to top their full potential. This potential here is not just the one shown in his system panel, which mainly shows your aptitude for absorbing and refining mana. It is a broader term encompassing potential in various fields such as alchemy, mechanics, battle magic, formation, etc. Scholars are one of the professions capable of detecting this hidden potential. Moreover, with a deep and broad knowledge, they are like a kickstarter to a fire, guiding individuals to start on their path of choice. Being a teacher, it's no doubt that they have a lot of connections. As for us, the Helmsworth family, we are a family of battle mages, as you know. Ferris explained, summarizing the 3 strongest families stationed in the Sunburnt Plateau. Are there any more families and factions stationed here? Maximus asked. Yes, there are quite a few, but they don't have Tier 5 or higher support, so you can rest assured. Ferris reassured him. Afterward, Ferris provided more specific information about each faction. Some were only stationed there to recruit talent and did not possess any magic crystal mines, making it easier to persuade them to leave. However, for others with multiple magic crystal mines, persuasion would be more difficult. Nevertheless, Ferris suggested that Maximus offer them a compensation of 100,000 low-grade magical crystals per magic mine if he wanted to avoid too much trouble. Maximus understood this approach. Although he could kill or forcibly banish them from the Sunburnt Plateau, the subsequent consequences would be troublesome. After all, he couldn't always be there, and the cost of compensation was less than that of a Tier 6 mechanical weapon's energy consumption. But if there were any stubborn ones with thick heads, he didn't mind showing them the power of money and blasting them to pieces. After the conversation with Ferris, Maximus prepared a sum of compensation according to the rules, but Ferris initially refused to accept it. However, when Maximus emphasized that friendship and business should be kept separate, Ferris reluctantly agreed. Also, if you can, try not to offend the Baron City. Ferris warned Baron City. Maximus knows this city, as it was the only place you can go to travel to other places in the Cursed Continent. Does it have a huge background? Yes, they are one of the Ethereum Gold Chamber of Commerce branches in the scattered island in the Cursed Continent. Ferris said lightly as if it was a common knowledge. Maximus was just slightly surprised, as only Ethereum Gold Chamber of Commerce was capable of that amount of transportation work. Furthermore, his disguised identity was a VIP6, so it should be quite easy to talk to them. Leaving the castle, Maximus set off for the other kingdoms within the Sunburnt Plateau. With more than 50 kingdoms in the region, he estimated that at least half of them had magic crystal mines, which meant he would need to provide a minimum of 3 million in compensation. However, considering his vast wealth of over 400 million low-grade magical crystals, this amount was not a significant expense. Arriving at his second destination, Maximus headed directly toward the capital city. It was easy to identify as the capital due to its prosperous style and higher mana density. Similar to his previous encounters, Maximus released his spiritual signature, catching the attention of the kingdom's ruler, who flew up to meet him. I'm Maximus Shadowcrest, and I have come with the will of my teacher to request that you leave this plateau. Maximus declared, presenting the clone token of his disguised identity as Edward Williams, the Tier 5 mage and alchemist. Sensing the aura of a Tier 5 mage emanating from the token, the ruler of the kingdom became frightened. After all, His patriarch was only a tier 4 mage, so it was natural for him to feel scared. "I will leave willingly," the ruler hurriedly responded. Maximus found it amusing how easy it was to intimidate people by using the tiger skin he disguised as a teacher. "Don't worry, you have 1 week to do so," he stated. "And if you happen to possess any magic crystal mines, I am willing to compensate you with 100,000 low-grade magical crystals," Maximus explained. "Oh." The kingdom ruler was stunned by Maximus' straightforward compensation. "We don't have any magic crystal mines," he replied, feeling disappointed. Considering that a low-grade magic crystal mine produces approximately 1,000 low-grade magical crystals per year, the ruler was surprised by the compensation of 100,000 low-grade magical crystals. It was equivalent to almost 100 years' worth of mining. Unfortunately, he was only stationed in this region to recruit talents for his family, and his territory did not possess any magic crystal mines. "In that case, I will give you 10,000 low-grade magical crystals as compensation," Maximus said. Although he appeared extravagant with his wealth, such an approach would help establish a positive reputation for the Sunburnt Plateau in the future. After all, Maximus couldn't develop the entire land by himself, he needed external stimulation from the outside world. Otherwise, he could simply isolate the Sunburnt Plateau, and be done with it. The ruler of the kingdom was ecstatic upon hearing about the compensation. This amount was equivalent to his private property, and he no longer needed to hand it over to his family. After all this, compensation is not from the magic crystal mine that he needed to hand over to the family. After some quick discussion and the presentation of the compensation, Maximus headed toward the next kingdom. A week passed. Maximus continued his visits to the remaining kingdoms without much rest. Only 2 families, the Moldhound and Wessel families, were left to negotiate with. Maximus decided to visit the Moldhound family's territory first since Ferris had mentioned that they were straightforward to talk with. After some time, Maximus finally reached the capital city of the Moldhound kingdom. Upon arriving at the castle in the center, he released his spiritual consciousness, attracting the attention of a tall, muscular man. "Who are you? What do you want?" the man asked. "I'm Maximus Shadowcrest, and I've come on behalf of my teacher's will. He intends to take the entire Sunburnt Plateau as his territory," Maximus explained, presenting the clone token. The man carefully felt the mana emanating from the token and confirmed its authenticity. "Is that so? I'm Douglas Moldhound, the one in charge here." Douglas introduced himself. "Why don't we continue our conversation inside the castle?" Douglas invited. "Sure." Maximus agreed. He parked his flying boat and followed Douglas toward the castle. Once inside, they sat down to talk. "I'm sure you're aware of the rules," Douglas stated. "Of course, I am," Maximus replied confidently. Ferris had already briefed him on the rules, which involved compensation. For those without the backing of a Tier 5 powerhouse or above, Maximus only needed to compensate them with 100,000 low-grade magical crystals per magic crystal mine. However, for those with such backing, the compensation would be 10 times the amount, plus the loss of talent they could recruit based on the population. It's easy to calculate then. Firstly, you have 4 magic crystal mines, which amounts to 4 million in compensation, Douglas stated. As for the population, it's around 26 million, which would require 2.6 million low-grade magical crystals. He continued, calculating the total compensation. Maximus quickly agreed with the calculations and took out 6.6 million low-grade magical crystals as compensation. Just as Ferris had mentioned, the Moldhound family was straightforward as long as things are properly settled according to the rules. Douglas agreed to leave in a few days without creating any unnecessary trouble. With the negotiations with the Moldhound family successfully concluded, only the Wessel family remained to be dealt with. Chapter 64 owned the whole plateau in the Wessel territory. Maximus was on the flying boat, gazing at the castle in front of him. As he released his spiritual consciousness, a scholarly young man emerged with an arrogant expression. "What do you want?" asked the scholar, Isaac Wessel. "I'm Maximus Shadowcrest. On behalf of my teacher, I ask you to leave this land." Maximus was not polite and told him why he had come, producing the clone token to prove his teacher's identity. Isaac allowed his spiritual consciousness to scan the token. Upon seeing that it was only a Tier 5 mage, he sneered. So what? Although it was rare to have a Tier 5 mage born on this continent, he didn't take it seriously because his father was also a Tier 5 mage. Furthermore, as a big family, they had multiple Tier 5 mages. Plus the connection they had built over the generation, he didn't take Maximus, a student of a Tier 5 mage, seriously. If his teacher came personally, maybe he would gladly bow his head. But just a student, it's looking down on him. Maximus was a little surprised by the other party's arrogance. Although Ferris had warned him that the Wessel family was somewhat arrogant, he didn't expect that they wouldn't even follow the rules. Usually, when a Tier 5 mage or a Tier 6 knight was born on the cursed continent, if they didn't have a territory of their own, they could choose any land on the cursed continent as long as it didn't infringe on other families' interests. They could just give some compensation to the rulers or factions of the chosen land and be done with it. But the person in front of him seemed to be looking for trouble. "I told you to leave this land," Maximus said, calming himself and repeating with a dark expression. "Hey, sure, just give me 100 million low-grade magical crystals," Isaac said with a disdainful smile. This made Maximus angry. 100 million was already a significant amount of money. Moreover, given the other party's attitude, if he gave it, he would likely ask for more. Seeing that Isaac was also a Tier 3 nascent mage, Maximus tried to release his soul pressure. When the soul pressure landed on Isaac, it turned his smiling face upside down. How dare a lowly student attack him? Not reconciled, Isaac also released his soul pressure. However, the result was crushing, as Isaac, who had been flying, fell into a kneeling position due to the vast difference in the quality of their souls. During his 2 months of studying knowledge about the mechanic profession, his soul had somewhat become purer. Although he was still not a Tier 1 mechanic, the knowledge he had slightly improved the quality of his soul. Maximus, observing Isaac in his kneeling position, flew in front of him and raised his foot, and trampled his head. "Now what?" Maximus sarcastically asked. Although he knew that Isaac's background was not simple, so what? He had been lenient in his approach to conquering the Sunburnt Plateau because he didn't want to deal with the troublesome aftermath. However, it didn't mean he could tolerate this kind of naked extortion. "You." Isaac nearly vomited blood from humiliation. "And what about me?" Maximus teased, enjoying Isaac's expression. Seeing Isaac's face turning red with anger, Maximus kicked him in the face, sending him flying several meters away. Maximus had controlled his strength, otherwise, his kick alone could have shattered Isaac's face. Although a Tier 3 nascent mage's body is slightly stronger than that of a Tier 3 Earth Knight, let's not forget that Maximus was already a Tier 4 Sky Knight in addition to being a Tier 3 nascent mage. "Now what? Still want those 100 million low-grade magical crystals?" Maximus smirked. "Hump." Isaac stood up and cleaned himself, choosing not to reply to Maximus. He knew he was no match for the other party, so he swallowed his anger. "Do you still want compensation?" Maximus repeated, slowly walking towards him. Isaac's legs were already trembling. He didn't want another humiliation, and although the kick wasn't too strong, it still hurt. "No. You can do whatever you want," Isaac said as he flew away, without taking his belongings. Anyway, all of his important items were in his storage ring. But as he thought of Maximus, just a lowly servant in his eyes, his heart grew cold. He swore he would tell his father to teach Maximus a lesson. As for his teacher, a Tier 5 mage similar to his father, he didn't consider the matter. After all, how could a newly promoted Tier 5 mage offend his family just for the sake of a so-called student? Of course, he didn't show any reaction or inform Maximus to wait for his revenge. Although he was arrogant, he knew how to recognize the situation. Maximus, seeing Isaac flew out, just smiled. Although he somehow offended the other party, however, it is just one family, he thought he can handle that much. Moreover, it's millions of low-grade magical crystals saved. With that, all of the rulers in the Sunburnt Plateau were gone. As for the Brun City, he didn't touch that anyway. They were beneficial for the future of his territory. In the castle courtroom, it had been a day since Maximus returned to his kingdom, and without wasting any time, he immediately convened a meeting with his ministers. "How is the situation of the people in the Sunburnt Plateau in the week that I was gone?" Maximus inquired. It had taken a week to persuade all the rulers in the land. Fortunately, before undertaking that task, Maximus had discussed the follow-up plans with his ministers. "Everything is going according to plan, Your Majesty," Doran began. "The rulers of the kingdom only took their people and left directly, without causing much chaos. Furthermore, the Etheria Pavilion can provide enough food for the entire city for a month, so the people didn't panic much." "Good." Maximus expressed his satisfaction that everything had been smooth so far. "Your Majesty, how should we settle the people?" Landon asked. "Just as we planned before, gather them around the surrounding lands of the Moonlight Kingdom," Maximus replied after giving it some thought. The Sunburnt Plateau was too vast to occupy, and reforming the entire land was not just 1 or 2 years. It would be better to gather the people in one place rather than letting them scatter across this expansive land. "Your Majesty, such a task is unprecedented and requires a huge amount of manpower," Landon said in shock. He had thought that His Majesty would just allow the people to manage their own land and collect taxes. But moving the entire population to one place indicated that His Majesty had bigger ambitions than he had realized. However, instead of being overwhelmed, Landon became even more motivated by the challenging task. "Don't worry too much. I have already thought about this, Before coming back, I have already prepared flying boats. Maximus explained. The sunburnt plateau spanned a radius of at least 50,000 kilometers, so one can imagine the weight of the task of transporting the people. As for how the previous Etheria pavilion transported supplies, they used storage rings paired with individuals with exceptional speed. There were quite a few Tier 3 Earth Knights from the previous Fairy Kingdom. By purchasing specialized Knight cultivation manuals focused on speed, these Earth Knights could reach the same speed as a Tier 4 Sky Knight. As for the possibility of rebellion, Maximus simply beat them until they were willing to sign a soul contract. While a soul contract should be voluntary, it wasn't of much use to him. It merely required more beatings until they willingly surrendered with all their hearts. After discussing the following plans and countermeasures for a while, Maximus concluded the meeting. That's it. Just execute everything according to plan. Maximus dismissed the meeting. On the top of the castle, Maximus sat drinking tea while brainstorming ideas for the future structure of his territory. He scanned the system mall in search of the metamorph architecture, the device he had used previously. Metamorph architecture, a device that can create an architectural plan based on your needs. It can gather mana, build defensive barriers, and offer various attack capabilities. It is a limitless architectural plan generator. Full use, price, 8 billion low-grade magical crystals, TSK. Maximus clicked his tongue at the still expensive price. Fortunately, there was a one-time deal option available, where the cost was based on the plan. He clicked on the item and selected the service. Suddenly, a cube-like device appeared in the void. After that, a virtual panel appeared in the air. Metamorph architecture, scan array functions templates. Maximus clicked on scan and entered the range, choosing the entire plateau. Detected 7,863,981,663 kilometers of land. Detected 314,159,265 human beings. Detected 798,535,269,934 other living beings. Afterward, he saw a hologram version of the entire sunburnt plateau, which was shockingly massive. To put it in perspective, Earth is only 500 million square kilometers in terms of land area. The sunburnt plateau, on the other hand, is at least 15 times larger than the surface area of Earth. Unfortunately, much like Earth, which is 70% ocean and uninhabitable by people, sunburnt plateau has over 90% barren or dangerous land unfit for human habitation. Fortunately, with the reconstruction of the land, it would soon become lush with vitality and pure mana. However, Maximus estimated that reforming the entire plateau could take hundreds, if not thousands, of years. Therefore, he could only gradually expand the scope of his territory as the population grew. Chapter 65 Relocation Plan. On the top of the castle, Maximus examined the virtual screen. Please input data, range, function, other requirements. Considering the range, he decided to set it at 10 million square kilometers, which should be sufficient for now. For the function, he inputted a Tier 3 Mana Gathering Array, Tier 3 Mana Purification Array, Tier 3 Attack and Defense Array, and Multi-Purpose Connection and Monitoring Array. The Multi-Purpose Connect and Monitoring Array is like the function of the Continental Array in the Arcane Continent to connect tokens together. As for the other requirements, he set the Architectural Array to be a hybrid of both natural and artificial arrays. While natural arrays were cheaper to set up, they took a significant amount of time. Maximus, however, lacked time and needed a quicker solution. By opting for a hybrid array, he could swiftly establish an artificial array by purchasing a set of array materials, while also incorporating natural array elements that would require land reformation. After carefully inputting the data and considering what was lacking, he clicked on Generate. Calculating. The total cost is 45 billion gold coins. Do you confirm? This cost amounted to at least 1/10 of his wealth, and it was only for the blueprint. The actual construction materials would require even more funds. But for the sake of building his ideal kingdom and realizing his future plans, Maximus gritted his teeth and clicked confirm. Some may consider it useless or a waste of money, but this was his pursuit. After all, becoming stronger was merely for self-protection. His true ideal was to construct a place that existed in his dreams. Although he knew it would require a vast amount of money that could have been used to further strengthen himself, he refused to give up. Without a goal, what's the difference between him and a salted fish? And the first step towards achieving all of this was leveraging the sunburnt plateau to rule the entire cursed continent. The cube-like device emitted light with various colors for a few seconds. Complete. Thank you for your patronage. Afterward, a jade-like slip was left behind as the cube disappeared into the void. Taking the jade slip in his hand, Maximus allowed his spiritual consciousness to enter it, sensing the intricate and complex architectural structures and arrays within. Satisfied with the result, he made his way back to his room and prepared to farm and spread seeds for future generations. In the morning, 100 enormous flying vessels capable of transporting at least 10,000 people each were parked outside the city. It's truly spectacular. Landon sighed as he beheld the sight of 100 massive ships gathered together. Just last night, he had been concerned about the relocation of the people from the sunburnt plateau. Even though His Majesty had mentioned that he had prepared flying boats, Landon had been somewhat skeptical. The flying boat that His Majesty had used upon returning from the Arcane Continent was indeed fast, but it was too small to transport a large number of people. However, seeing the immense ships before him bolstered Landon's confidence. "Are you ready?" Doran asked Landon. Landon, who had been appointed in charge of the relocation work, replied with a confident smile, "Of course. After all, how could a man say no?" As they were conversing, Maximus approached them after inspecting the ships he had purchased from the system. Flying Mary, Tier 3, a mid-sized vessel capable of transporting 10,000 people. Price 10 million system point, compared to the Aurora Spectre, which cost 2.5 million system point. Despite being smaller, the Flying Mary was relatively cheap. However, it lacked the convenience and protection of the Aurora Spectre, and its speed was slightly slower. However, for the purpose of transporting people within the land, it was sufficient. After all, these flying ships did not need to traverse the sea. Maximus estimated that it would take approximately a year to transport all the people from the sunburnt plateau using these ships. "How are the preparations going?" Maximus inquired of Landon. "It's going well, Your Majesty. All the soldiers and civilians who will assist in the relocation work are already preparing to board the ships," Landon explained. "Good." Maximus nodded in approval. As for the leftover city and the abandoned magic crystal mine, Maximus didn't consider them significant. The income from all the magic crystal mines was only 50,000 to 100,000 low-grade magical crystals, an amount he could earn in just a few days using his Tier 5 alchemist fake identity. To him, such matters were trivial compared to what he truly needed: population. After he set up the artificial and natural array, the mana in his territory would become denser and purer without its corrosive property. With a land filled with mana and vitality, he needed people to take care of it and generate value. And instead of merely planting ordinary mortal plants, Maximus planned to cultivate magical plants. Although he could replace people with mechanical puppet, using people is more cost-effective and have more potential than just using puppets. Moreover, people can expand and grow while mechanical puppets cannot. With the abundance of mana and magical plants, over time, Maximus was confident that talented individuals would emerge in batches, whether as mages or knights. With the increasing strength and value of his territory, his plan of digitalized currency would skyrocket in value. It was important to note that the system only accepted currency with sentimental value, such as gold used by mortals. If gold coins were worth 1 system point when converted into the system and 1 low-grade magical crystal was worth 1,000 system point when converted because of its higher value as it's used by strong individuals, then there is no reason preventing his plan of digitalized currency to surpass the value of low-grade magical crystals. With this digitalized currency, he could make purchases in the system while using valueless currency that he can generate with just a tap of his fingers and then redistribute what he bought to the people, creating a never-ending cycle of growth. And as his territory's population grew in strength and the quantity and quality of mana kept pace with the growth, his digitalized currency would continue to appreciate in value. "How about you?" Maximus asked Doran. "The food and shelter are already prepared, and as more people arrive, we will have enough workers to accelerate the construction according to the blueprint Your Majesty provided," Doran replied confidently. Earlier in the morning, Maximus had given a copy of the Jade Slip to Doran. Since Doran was already an official mage, he could use his spiritual consciousness to access the information within the Jade Slip. Doran's path to mage started when Maximus conquered the former Furai Kingdom. With abundant resources at his disposal, Maximus upgraded the talents of his ministers and confidants to rank 2 uncommon potential. Of course without their knowledge. After providing them with meditation exercises, their strength quickly advanced. Some of them even contemplated rebellion upon discovering their exceptional talent in the path of magic. However, Maximus had already prepared for such a situation. All his ministers and confidants had signed a soul contract, binding them to serve him for their entire lives. The only way they could break the contract was by surpassing his strength, and even then they needed to pay a considerable price. Given Maximus's ever-increasing potential, the chances of that happening were slim. They could just dream and obediently serve him until they die in this life. Upgrading a rank 0 trash potential talent to rank 1 common potential required 10 to 100 system point, while upgrading to rank 2 uncommon potential required 1,000 to 10,000 system point. Maximus had already upgraded the potential of his wives and children to at least rank 2 uncommon. Now, he aimed to raise their potential rank 4 legendary, similar to his own. Upgrading to rank 3 rare potential required 100,000 to 1 million system point, while to reach rank 4 legendary cost 100 million to 10 billion system point. Maximus needed at least 100 billion system point to upgrade his wives and children's potential to rank 4 legendary. However, upgrading his potential to rank 5 mythic potential was out of the question, as it required 100 billion to 10 trillion system point. Moreover, he only needed to wait a little over a year, and his potential would automatically upgrade to a mythic level. After conversing with Landon and Doran for a while, Maximus prepared to undertake his grand work. He needed to set up the artificial array materials in the designated locations throughout the 10 million square kilometers of land of his territory. Only he could accomplish this task, as setting up the artificial array required a vast amount of mana compared to the natural array, which even ordinary people could handle with the help of a manual. The artificial array was a Tier 3 array, making it suitable for Maximus, also a Tier 3 mage, to establish the array. As for the natural array, it would be gradually built by his people after he traveled to the Arcane Continent. Chapter 66 Setting Array Formation. After Maximus decided to set up the artificial array, he first looked up the jade slip for the materials needed for the artificial array. He let his spiritual consciousness in the jade slip of the architectural blueprint that was generated yesterday. Materials needed: small magic crystal vein, ether core nexus, void stone dust, spectral sentinel, ruby blue, spirit grass seed. Looking at the list, the first item was the small magic crystal vein. The magic crystal vein is the core of the mine that gathers and condensed magic crystals. He thought that the magic crystal mine would be abandoned, but it seemed useful for the formation array. Magic crystal veins were not listed for sale in the system mall since they were naturally formed by the world with its original laws. However, extracting the magic crystal vein from the mine was difficult, as it naturally formed to gather and crystallize mana through the laws of the world. Moving it would disrupt the magic crystal vein and assimilate it into the world, stopping the production of low-grade magical crystals. Only those proficient in manipulating laws, like Tier 9 mages or knights, could do it. Moreover, they could also create an artificial magic crystal mine. This is also why Tier 9 beings theoretically have infinite money, as with the help of mana and the laws they have mastered, they can create anything. Now the problem was that Maximus didn't have a Tier 9 being to help him move the mine, so he could only look for help from the system. After browsing for a while, he came up with a solution. Mana Vein Extractor can perfectly extract any size and quality of mana vein without damaging it. Price: 10 million top-grade magical crystals. That was worth over 10 quadrillion system point, which was insane. The price, although expensive, was reasonable since anything that touched the law was worth millions of top-grade magical crystals. If low to high-grade magical crystals were the crystallization of mana, then top-grade magical crystals were the crystallization of law. Moreover, only a source world magic crystal mine could gather enough law for it to crystallize into top-grade magical crystals. So, even though Tier 9 beings could create artificial veins to crystallize mana, they were only theoretically rich. As top-grade magical crystal was the only currency they accepted when trading for Tier 9 items. However, although items that touched the law were expensive, knowledge about it was much cheaper, costing only 100 to 1,000 top-grade magical crystals. But still, the price of the mana vein extractor was insane, and he couldn't afford it. Luckily, similar to Methamorph architecture, he could just pay for each use without buying it as a whole. Still, the price for moving and extracting each small magic crystal vein cost 1 billion system point, which was equal to 1 top-grade magical crystal. And according to the architectural blueprint, the more magic crystal veins there were, the more mana it would gather, with a maximum of 100 magic crystal veins needed to reach a peak Tier 3 mana environment. There were a total of 83 low-grade magical crystal veins in the whole Sunburnt Plateau alone. So, moving 83 low-grade magical crystal veins would cost 83 billion system point. As for the second material, it was the ether core nexus, the main processor or the brain of the formation array. It was quite cheap, costing only 100 million system point for one Tier 3 ether core nexus. However, what he needed was one mother core ether core nexus, which cost 10 billion system point, and 100 ether core nexus units. This totaled 20 billion system point. The third material was void stone dust, which would integrate into the void, forming the connection to the array of materials. He needed a total of 1,000 tons of it, costing another 10 billion system point. The fourth material was the spectral sentinel probe, which would function as the data receiver and monitoring probe for the array. He needed 100,000 pieces of it, costing 1 billion system point. The fifth material was the blue spirit grass seed, which would purify the corrosive properties of the mana. He needed a large quantity to spread all over the range of the formation, which was 10 million kilometers of land, costing 10 billion system point. As for the miscellaneous materials required, they also cost 3 billion system point. All in all, for the materials alone, he needed more or less 127 billion system point. with the cost of the beast pets for his children, using the metamorph architecture, reserving system point for upgrading the talents of his wives and children to legendary, and the materials for the artificial formation. He only had less than 200 million low-grade magical crystals left from the 489 million low-grade magical crystals he borrowed from the Ethereum Gold Chamber of Commerce. With a sigh, he bought all the needed materials and stored them in his storage ring as he boarded his flying boat. While Maximus was setting up the artificial formation array, the great relocation was underway. In the previous territory of Ferris Helmsworth, which was the nearest kingdom to the Moonlight Kingdom, 100 enormous flying vessels were parked outside the capital city. Landon walked out of the ship and looked at the city in front of him. This will be the first city to be relocated. Landon cheered himself. With the opening of the gates, Landon looked at the curious citizens watching them. Before their departure, he already sent a notice to the branch of Etheria Pavilion to inform people to avoid confusion and panic. Walking in front of the people, he used mana to amplify his voice. People, as you know, His Majesty planned to move all of you in Moonlight King. Before he could finish speaking, some citizens interrupted him. I will not move. This has been my home for decades, and I will not leave for some bullshit kingdom. One of them yelled. Landon paused for a second, realizing that relocation was not an easy decision for them. If it were you, would you be happy if some stranger told you to move to a new house that you knew nothing about? These people didn't even know if all of this was real, if their king had truly left them. It had only been a week since Maximus negotiated with Ferris, so it was understandable. Even though Ferris had informed his ministers and guards about the change in rule and that he was leaving, many people still didn't believe it. It was too abrupt. Perhaps this wouldn't be a problem in a few months, but it had only been a week, and they still felt like they were dreaming. Don't worry, we will guarantee your food, housing, and clothing, and provide you with satisfactory work that will fill your stomachs. Landon thought for a while and said. As he said that, some people were moved, especially the farmers and hard workers. With the opening of the Etheria Pavilion, they could barely pay taxes, as they needed to sell their crops at lower prices than the pavilion. Even the previous king didn't care much about them, as they only came here to recruit talents and to mine resources. Some rulers of other kingdoms were even grateful to the Etheria Pavilion, as they can just spend some mortal money to feed their people. They just needed the common people to give birth and increase the chance of talented individuals appearing. As for the mortal money, they were just for the nobles who were greedy for mortal pleasure. For these rulers, it's for the contribution points that they can get for every talented individual they recruit for their family. So although the common people suffered from the opening of the Etheria Pavilion, they would not die from hunger, as their king would not allow that from happening. Moreover, Etheria Pavilion offered discounts to these affected farmers and even provided other jobs. But it was limited after all, and not everyone could have those jobs. So when Landon said that they would provide for all their needs and even offer satisfactory jobs, they were moved. As for those who had been working for the Etheria Pavilion for a while, they didn't have much resistance to moving to the Moonlight Kingdom. They already knew a bit about the kingdom, so they weren't completely clueless and were even a bit excited about the move. Today, about 100,000 of you can board the ship. For those who are undecided, you can wait until tomorrow or the day after. Landon announced. If by then you still choose not to move with me, I'm sorry, but you will be left behind. The Etheria Pavilion will also be leaving, so don't take any chances. Landon said with a serious tone. Most of the farmers had already stopped farming, so most of them rely on the Etheria Pavilion for food. Now, for those who want to leave now, you have 1 hour to prepare. Landon waved his hand and dismissed them. Soon, people started heading home and began packing what they could bring. The poor and hungry had no choice but to leave, as they sought a better life. The workers of the Etheria Pavilion were excited and couldn't wait to relocate. Some smart individuals even saw this as an opportunity to change their life against the sky. The most reluctant ones were the nobles. They were the ones most against the relocation because all their wealth was tied to their land. Some even contemplated forcing others to stay, so they could continue enjoying their lavish lifestyles and live like kings. However, the soldiers of the previous king had been incorporated into Maximus' army and were instructed to watch these nobles not to do anything funny. These reluctant nobles could only sigh in sadness. After all, without people to serve them, were they still nobles? Without people, were the wealthy still wealthy if their money couldn't buy anything? Chapter 67. Activating the array. More than a month later, in the hidden underground base at Maximus Castle, Maximus placed the other core nexus, the last piece needed to activate the array. After putting it in the center and arranging runes made of void stone dust, the whole kingdom suddenly lit up. In one of the restaurants, Kevin saw the whole world suddenly light up. This happened in just a few milliseconds, so Kevin thought he was hallucinating. Did you see that? Kevin said as he dropped the food that he was eating. The person sitting beside him simply nodded with a bewildered expression. After confirming that he was not dreaming, continued to think about what just happened. When suddenly, the magic particles in the atmosphere suddenly gathered, becoming purer and denser. Huh. He suddenly breathed in. It felt as if everything suddenly became bright, full of colors. He felt like he was bathing in a spring, like a newborn baby. What just happened? He murmured. Kevin even felt his headache suddenly gone. In a good mood, he decided to indulge and eat until he vomited to celebrate this phenomenon. Waiter. Bring me your most expensive set. In one of the houses, an elderly man was on the verge of dying due to old age. Old man, don't die just yet, cried one of his sons. This is just how life is. One day, it will be your turn. The old man smiled with a wrinkled face as if he was about to run out of breath. Sob, Grandpa, I will miss you. His grandson cried as he held his hand. What's happening to Grandpa? A clueless little girl said, her eyes red from the somber atmosphere despite not knowing what is really happening. Your grandpa is already old and tired, so he needed to rest. Her mother said, trying to offer comfort. Ha ha ha, indeed I'm already 55 this year, the oldest in our district. You should be proud of me, little girl, a long-lived species. The only man said, he laughed nearly out of breath, proud of his achievements. Normal people only have an average lifespan of 40 years old due to the corrosive mana in the atmosphere. So the old man is indeed right to be proud as he has lived another decade. But just as the old man was about to close his eyes for a final farewell, a blinding light shone brightly in the sky. The old man squinted his eyes for a while and suddenly felt a long-lost feeling of vitality in his body. His wrinkled face also started to plump up as if he was getting younger. Usually, in such a mana-laden environment, it would be easy for people to reach the age of 70s or 80s, but the corrosive mana had the opposite effect, decreasing their lifespan. However, with the activation of the formation, the mana became denser and somewhat purer, rejuvenating the old man. The old man's relatives were also shocked by the change, as they felt this strange energy and sensed that everything suddenly became colorful. Ah! Grandpa became a ghost. The little girl was shocked and scared as she witnessed the transformation of her grandpa. This brought the family back to reality as they felt the changes in their own bodies. What just happened? One of them said. On the other hand, the old man on his deathbed suddenly got up. Though his skin was still wrinkled, a hint of vitality could be seen in his eyes. Ha ha ha. I'm alive again. The old man exclaimed excitedly. The old man didn't know what had happened, but he was very excited about it. He could continue being the oldest person in their district and boast about it to his old pals who were younger than him for a few more years. Grandpa is going to eat us. The little girl screamed and ran away in fear as he saw his grandpa suddenly change and laugh weirdly. Meanwhile, Maximus, who had just set up the formation, felt the changes in the atmosphere more clearly. In just a few seconds, the mana intensity doubled in magnitude. If the mana environment was previously at tier 0.2, it now jumped to 0.6 instantly. And this mana intensity would continue to grow until it reached a tier 3 mana environment. He could also sense the corrosive properties of mana slowly disappearing. He reckoned that they would completely vanish once the mana environment reached tier 1 and the blue spirit bluegrass fully grew. Satisfied with the effects of his painstaking work over the past month and the billions of system points spent, he turned his attention to the Ethercore Nexus. This was the main brain of the formation array, and he even supplemented it with one top-grade magical crystal, which should be enough to power it for a year. A virtual screen pops up after inputting his spiritual and mana signature to brand it as his own. Highest authority, Maximus Shadow Crest Mana Density, Tier 0.7. Defense and Attack, Charge -0% Functions, Monitoring, Virtualize, Recording, Alarm. Connection, not set. The mana density displayed the current mana intensity. As for the defense and attack, he sighed at yet another expense. He still needed to use magic crystals to charge it up, but he guessed that once more mana was gathered, it would automatically charge using the mana in the atmosphere. As for the monitoring function, it proved quite convenient. He tried clicking on Virtualize and suddenly, a sand table version of his kingdom was displayed. It even provided a live feed. He could zoom in and out and even hear sounds if he liked. It was like the peeping crystal in the anime he watched from his previous life but more advanced. He also tried filtering the mana intensity of individuals. Upon doing so, he saw several readings of Tier 3 Earth Knights and a lot of Tier 1 official mages. As for Tier 2 Great Mages, there were only a few, including his wives and Isabel, whom he hadn't married yet. As for others or those above that level, he saw none of them. Perhaps because the range is only in the formation array or they had already escaped to another place far from the sunburnt plateau. As traveling has become quite easy these days, as long as one had money, thanks to the existence of Ethereum Gold Chamber of Commerce everywhere. After having fun with the virtualized map for a while, Maximus turned his attention to the connection function. Upon clicking to see what he could connect with, another tab appeared. Connect to 5 million plus tokens, mana scanner, databases, communication jade. In essence, he could connect to anything that stored and transferred data. As for the 5 million plus tokens, after more than a month, the grand relocation brought over 3 million people into his territory. Once they arrived, they registered their identity tokens, just like the previous citizens. Maximus decided to connect them all to the other core nexus since he had the highest authority and he can rest assured that it was very private, only available to him. Loading. Complete. Once he connected everything, all of the tokens suddenly vibrated. Earlier, Kevin felt the sudden change in his surroundings and his body. Now there is another anomaly again. What's happening this time? Kevin reached out for his token, which had started vibrating. All the people in the Moonlight Kingdom were required to carry the token at all times as part of the protocol, or so they said. When the token identification system was implemented, many were curious about its purpose, as it required all kinds of information. It even required some weird things that Kevin didn't understand. He had heard that it was for spirit and mana signatures. Initially, he was puzzled, but when a strange device touched him, he felt like all his essence was being sucked out. Fortunately, he recovered the next day, or else he wouldn't have known who would manage his spice business. Until now, he still didn't know the full extent of the token's use, except for identification. Taking out the token from his pocket, he saw a virtual screen pop out, which surprised him a little bit. Personal information waiting for updates. Waiting for updates? Kevin murmured. For personal information, he was aware of it, as every time he went to another place in the kingdom, he needed to scan his token to enter, which displayed his personal information such as his origin, age, and history. But what did waiting for updates mean? Was there another function of this thing? Whatever. He murmured as he put the token on the table and continued eating. On the other hand, Maximus was tinkering with the connection function, contemplating what he could do with it. He focused on the token and realized he could create a rune code to input various functions into the token, such as a banking system, chatting system, or even virtual games if he can. Fortunately, he could buy these rune programs in the system wall. He just had to manually input them, otherwise, he didn't know what else to do. What should I add first? He questioned. Chapter 68 Choosing the first function in the hidden basement of the castle, Maximus contemplated which function to add first to the token. Even though he could buy runic programs, he still had to input them manually, which can take weeks. Instant installation wasn't possible, so choosing the initial function was crucial. He initially considered a banking system program but realized there was no bank in his territory. While banking had been popularized in prosperous areas where the Ethereum Gold Chamber of Commerce was stationed, but his territory was just beginning to take shape. The only place in Sunburnt Plateau that have a bank is Baron City, which primarily handles the exchange of gold coins and low-grade magical crystal. Moreover, you can't even withdraw from it. If he needed money, he can only go to Elmer Island or other prosperous places in the Cursed Continent. The reason Ethereum Gold Chamber of Commerce handle gold coins and low-grade magical crystal exchange is that the metal currency they minted is universally accepted, and you can convert it to magic crystal directly. While it was possible to create one currency, it could only be used locally and couldn't be used for trade in other places. Counterfeiting was also out of the question, as the minted gold coins distributed by the Ethereum Gold Chamber of Commerce were specially processed. One might wonder why a faction as influential as the Ethereum Gold Chamber of Commerce still needed mortal currency. Well, magic crystals were the main currency used exclusively by mages and knights. But what about the common people? Although on the Arcane Continent, they could at least become official mages or knights when they grew up, that required at least rank 2 uncommon talent. The chances of that happening, even in a mana-rich environment like the Arcane Continent, were only 1 in 3 people. For the remaining 70%, they would remain mediocre their entire lives without a change of fate or a lot of money. Considering the population of at least billions of trillions on the Arcane Continent, what currency did this 70% of the population use? They couldn't use magic crystals, as they were also crucial resources for cultivation. This is where the Ethereum Gold Chamber of Commerce gold and metal currency came into play. After all, currency wasn't just about making people rich, but also about circulating resources. So, even though gold or certain metals might be considered worthless, they still served as currency, specifically the ones minted by the Ethereum Gold Chamber of Commerce. He crossed out the banking system for now since without a physical station, it wouldn't work. Although it was his main plan to popularize digital currency and cultivate its sentimental value and exchange in the system, he still needed to build a physical station for it. He estimated it would take at least a month to get it roughly done. However, before that, the first function he considered was a forum or chatting program. While it might not offer immediate benefits on the surface, it would become his most powerful tool to influence the minds of his people. After all, he had just conquered them and relocated them to this place. There might be hidden resentment among them, which could become a ticking time bomb in the future. But with the forum function, he could subtly feed them his thoughts and indoctrinate them without their knowledge. Additionally, it would serve as a useful propaganda tool when he started implementing changes in the future. Clicking into the system mall, he searched for runic system programs related to forums and messaging. What appeared were different runic languages that he wasn't familiar with. The options were as follows: Eldrune, the oldest runic language from the era of Titans and ancient dragons, mainly used by Ents as a building block for their roots. Due to its ancientness, it had become a forgotten runic language, making it harder to decipher. Click to customize a runic program, Arcana Script, the most popular runic language, known for its easy to complex patterns, making it extremely versatile and adaptable to any runic device. Click to customize a runic program, Runic Tongue, the easiest runic language to learn, utilizing spoken or written language to imbue the runic program. Click to customize a runic program. After browsing through the available options, Maximus narrowed down his choices to 3 types of runic programs: Eldrune, Arcana Script, and Runic Tongue. The Eldrune was the most secure option but also the most expensive, which wasn't a concern for him as he could afford it. However, it was the most challenging runic language to inscribe, with highly complicated runes that made him feel dizzy just looking at them. The Arcana Script, on the other hand, was average in terms of price, difficulty, and protection. However, it was versatile enough that even if he wanted to add other runic languages in the future, it would still function. Lastly, the Runic Tongue was the simplest and cheapest option available. It's so simple that he only need written or spoken language in a specific frequency to inscribe. Moreover, it required less than a tenth of the time to inscribe. Although easy to operate, it lacked strong protection, making it vulnerable to potential attacks. Maximus decided to cross it off his list. After much thought, he chose the Eldrune primarily due to its superior protection. He knew that with the Arcana Script, he could easily change it later if he had the time. However, since he's doing it anyway, why not go all out? Clicking on the Customization tab, he implemented several main functions and miscellaneous features that he liked, based on the forum and messaging apps from his previous life. After confirming his choices and paying the cost of 165 million system point, he patiently waited for a while until a jade slip materialized in his hands. Satisfied, he temporarily stored it in his storage ring. Maximus badly needed rest. Setting up the array without food and sleep for a month had taken a toll on his spirit. Although he could go without food and sleep for a year by just absorbing mana, he was accustomed to extravagance, reveling in richness and beauty. A month of emotionless and concentrated work had left him feeling fatigued. As for why he couldn't rest while setting up the formation, it was because once he started, he couldn't stop. The consumable materials, such as void stone dust, would vanish without a connection to the formation, so he had to hurry and complete the formation array. The next day, in one of the bedrooms of the castle, Maximus was sleeping soundly on his bed. Outside the door, 3 little girls were carefully opening the door to his room. "Be careful, you might wake up Dad," Lily cautioned her 2 sisters, upon seeing Lila already giggling. The 2 nodded and followed her lead, walking on their toes. Maximus, in his castle, felt safe and at home, especially with multiple array formations enhancing security. Earlier, when he returned from the Arcane Continent with hundreds of billion system point, he splurged and bought multiple Tier 6 formation arrays to strengthen the castle's defenses. So it's understandable that he still sleeps soundly, without much awareness of his surroundings. Once the little girls reached the side of the bed, Lila attempted to poke his father's cheek, who was still sleeping. They were planning to play a prank on their father. "What do we do now?" Lila asked in a whisper, looking at Lily and Lydia. "Should we cover his nose?" Lila asked. "No, that's bad." Lydia, who was silent, shook her head. "I know." Lily then shared her plan with her sisters in a whisper. Maximus suddenly felt something poking him on the side of his stomach, which caused him to wake up. What to his surprise, he found his 3 daughters trying to tickle him. Caught off guard by their actions, the girls couldn't hold back their laughter any longer. "Ha ha ha! How dare you!" Maximus playfully yelled and attacked them in return, tickling them back. "Ha ha ha!" The 3 tried to run away, but it was futile. "No more, no more," they begged. Maximus stopped and gave them a hug and a kiss on their cheeks. "Good morning," he said warmly. "Good morning too, Daddy," Lila and Lydia replied. "Good morning, Dad," Lily added. Curious, Maximus asked, "Where are your mothers?" As he couldn't see them in the room. "They are cooking. They knew you came back last night and planned to have a sumptuous breakfast," Lily explained. "And your brothers?" Me, I know. Lila raised her hand as if she were reciting. Go on. Maximus nodded, amused. They are playing with Serre, Noir, and Banana. Lila excitedly explained. Who are those? Maximus asked, feeling puzzled. It's the lion, panther, and monkey you gave us, Daddy. Oh. Maximus realized. After his return, he had only spent about 2 days with his family before leaving for his task of talking to other rulers. Then, he had come back briefly and immediately started setting up the formation, so he wasn't aware that their pets were already named. What about yours? Where are your pets? We left them with our mothers and came to see you. Lily explained. Then let's go have breakfast. Maximus said, enjoying the morning with his beloved daughters. Chapter 69 Moonlight Forum 2 weeks later, in the underground hidden basement, Maximus let out a sigh of relief as he gazed at the finished runic program he had inscribed. During these 2 weeks, he had taken his time and hadn't rushed through the process. He even managed to rest and spend quality time with his family, unlike when he was setting up the formation array and felt exhausted like a dog. Although, the process of inscribing consumes a lot of time, it also aided his study of mechanics, particularly in control and precision when inscribing runic patterns. Working with the challenging Eldrune runic language tested his patience and precision, ultimately leading to improved control over his mana. Shifting his attention to the Ethercore Nexus, he noticed a new function that had been added. Highest Authority, Maximus Shadow Crest Mana Density, Tier 1.7 Defense and Attack, Charge -100% Functions, Virtualization, Recording, Alarm. Connection, Token, Personal Information, Moonlight Forum. Once the mana density reached Tier 1, the mana gathering process started to slow down. So, it would likely take another 2 weeks to achieve Tier 2 mana density. The Moonlight Forum had basic functions such as posting, commenting, and liking. It also had a chat feature and the ability to add friends. Maximus intentionally avoided adding too many functions at once to prevent confusion. However, the runic program is already finished, any future updates could be easily made with just a single click. Before enabling the Moonlight Forum, Maximus typed his first post and instructions. In Isabella's boudoir, she was getting ready for the day when suddenly her token started vibrating. Intrigued, she picked it up. Personal Information Moonlight Forum. Moonlight Forum? Isabella voiced her confusion. Weeks ago, they had been informed by Maximus about the changes happening in the kingdom, such as the mana density and purity being attributed to the formation. It had even caused her mana, which had long been stagnant, to move. While most of the ministers were shocked by such a change, they had no doubts about it, especially since Maximus had mentioned that his Tier 5 mage teacher planned to make Sunburnt Plateau his territory. Curiosity piqued, Isabella tapped on the Moonlight Forum. Forum chat profile. There wasn't much content on the forum, except for Maximus' announcements explaining what had happened in the past week and outlining the functions of the Moonlight Forum. Clicking on the chat tab, she found that it was empty. Let's see. According to the instructions, she could add anyone by typing their name. She typed Maximus. And several names popped up. So, she added his surname. Maximus Shadow Crest, done. Isabella clicked on add and anxiously waited for Maximus to accept. While waiting, she turned to the profile tab. Since everyone with a token had already registered their personal information, there was no need for her to do so. Unfortunately, all the profiles were blank and held no interesting information. However, Isabella was curious about the camera function. Maximus had explained in his post that it was like a photo stone, capable of capturing images using mana. When she clicked on it, a pop-up appeared. Please input mana. After inputting the mana, her face appeared on the virtual screen. Oops. Isabella hurriedly cut off the supply of mana. She had just seen her face so clearly for the first time. Although mirrors existed in this world, they weren't as clear as the image displayed on the token. Turning the mana supply back on, Isabella marveled at the highly detailed image. Beautiful. She murmured unconsciously. Humphrey, this old lady is so beautiful. How can that lustful man endure my charm? Isabella remarked in a sour tone as she looked at her reflection. It had been almost a year since Isabella surrendered under Maximus' rule. Initially, upon discovering that he had many wives, she somewhat accepted the possibility of being in a similar situation. For the sake of her path as a mage, she was willing to endure this temporary humiliation, especially since Maximus was not bad-looking and was also a talented mage. However, Maximus had treated her like any other person, making her doubt her charm. Yet, now, as she gazed at her image reflected in the virtual screen, even she, a woman, was almost charmed by her beauty. So how could a lustful man resist it? Could it be that I'm too old? Isabella touched her face. No. How can I be old? Isabella quickly refuted herself. She was only 31 years old this year, and as a Tier 2 great mage, she had a lifespan of at least 300 years. Moreover, there was a high chance that she could advance to Tier 3 Nascent Mage, extending her lifespan to 1,000 years. Deciding not to dwell on it any longer, she put away her token and confidently walked out of the house. 2 weeks later, the Moonlight Forum was abuzz with excitement. Originally, many people didn't understand how the forum worked, and some couldn't even read. But Maximus had anticipated this and added a voice function. Instead of reading the text, the forum now played the voice of the post owner. This was made possible because the user's mana and spiritual signature were registered in their tokens and with a little processing through the Ethercore nexus. Making a personal generated voice was easy. In the newly built tavern, a man with silver hair named Silveratom sat in a chair behind the counter, enjoying his drink while tinkering with his token. He let out a sigh, appreciating the taste of the wine. Silveratom was a Tier 4 Sky Knight who had chosen not to escape like the others when he learned that the entire Sunburnt Plateau had been conquered. He had grown tired of living life on the edge of a knife, constantly either fighting or on his way to a battle. Landon, the lad responsible for the relocation, had bribed him with good wine and spirits. Silveratom was known as Drunken Sword Silver and had traveled all over the world in search of drinks that could satisfy him. There was even a time when he sold himself as a servant to a family famous for their wines, solely because they claimed to have wines that were out of this world. Unfortunately, they had deceived him, an old fool, into a soul-bound contract. Naively believing them, he signed the contract and then asked where the promised wine was. To his dismay, the group simply laughed at him. How could he be worthy of the title Drunken Sword Silver if he had a sober mind? Disregarding the contract, he went on a rampage and nearly exterminated their entire family. However, as a punishment for breaking the contract, the dignified Tier 6 Stellar Knight regressed to a Tier 4 Sky Knight. Helpless, he could only escape to the Cursed Continent, where he now lived his retired life, unable to advance further due to the punishment of the contract. Maximus had heard about Silveratom's story from Ferris when he inquired about powerful or hidden hermits in the Sunburnt Plateau. Learning about the pitiful drunkard, Maximus purchased the strongest Tier 6 wine available in the system mall and had Landon bribe him. Although the old man had regressed in strength, his knowledge and experience were still formidable. With ease, he could cross realms and defeat Tier 5 knights or even mages if caught off guard. Precisely because of this, Maximus planned to have the old man become the teacher of the Knight Academy he was planning to establish. But for now, Old Silver was content managing the tavern according to his own desires. "Old Silver, give me the usual," shouted a middle-aged man who had just entered the tavern. "Go get it yourself." Old Silver replied without raising his head, engrossed in his token. "What are you doing, Old Silver?" the middle-aged man asked as he walked up to him. As the middle-aged man came behind him, he saw Old Silver typing on the virtual screen under the nickname Drunken Sword Silver. "Oh, it's you, the old man who has been famous recently." The middle-aged man's eyes shone as if he had encountered a celebrity. Drunken Sword Silver had gained recent fame on the Moonlight Forum, sharing his daring and thrilling adventures. However, many people didn't believe his stories and considered them to be fictional due to their fantastical nature. "Is what you said real, Old Silver?" the middle-aged man ruled as he read what was posted. "Of course," Old Silver proudly replied. What he had shared were his adventures in the Gourmet Domain, the territory of a Tier 9 mage that was also a Tier 9 gastronomancer. In this domain, the entire world had been transformed into edible food. Even the dirt could be eaten, with different types offering flavors ranging from sour and sweet to savory and more. Old Silver had embarked on this adventure in pursuit of the beer waterfall at one time, but his dream is to have a taste of the ultimate treasure, the mystic dew of the gods. The formation of this legendary drop of wine only occurred once every 1,000 years and was fought over by many powerhouses ranging from Tier 6 to Tier 7. Unfortunately, before he could achieve his goals, he was deceived and could no longer advance. Just thinking about that legendary drop of wine, Old Silver couldn't help but drool and sigh. Chapter 70 Moonlight Bank, Moonlight Library. In the tavern, Silveratom typed about his adventures in the Moonlight Forum, sharing the wonders he had witnessed during his years in the Arcane Continent. He described the world of swords, where everything was sharp and infused with the essence of sword law. It was said that merely staying there could grant enlightenment on the path of the sword. He also recounted the music paradise, a forbidden domain that was both a paradise and a source of fascination. Even the gentlest sound of the wind could mesmerize those who heard it. Among the stories he shared, there was the domain of treasured spirits, where every living being held a treasure within, awakening their spirits. These incredible tales captivated the people of the Moonlight Kingdom, leaving them dreaming and yearning for more. As Silveratom basked in the attention he was receiving, taking a sip of his favorite wine, his token vibrated, indicating a new update. Personal information: Moonlight Forum, Moonlight Library, Moonlight Bank, Moonlight Library, Moonlight Bank. 3 days later, A line of people could be seen forming in front of a newly built establishment called Moonlight Bank. Among them was Alistair, a 15-year-old teenager who worked in construction. His sister, Amara, who was only 5 years old, asked him, "Brother, what are we doing here?" "We are here to borrow money," Alistair explained. 3 days ago, when the Moonlight Bank and Moonlight Library were updated in the token, it caused a sensation. While the Moonlight Forum had also generated excitement, it was primarily seen as entertainment. However, the Moonlight Bank and Moonlight Library were directly related to people's futures. For example, Moonlight Bank allowed individuals to deposit their money and earn an interest rate of 3% per month. However, this offer wasn't particularly attractive to the majority of people, as most of them struggled to make ends meet and didn't have spare money to deposit. As for those who did have money, such as merchants, they were skeptical about entrusting their funds to a newly established bank. This is where the Moonlight Library came into play, becoming the catalyst for the frenzy. The library contained comprehensive knowledge, ranging from mage cultivation and knight training to professional knowledge and even magical blueprints. Of course, Maximus didn't sell advanced knowledge beyond Tier 1. Once people saw the wealth of knowledge within the Moonlight Library, a frenzy ensued. People from all walks of life, from poor beggars to wealthy merchants, clamored to access the library. Even the nobles, who initially scorned the Moonlight Bank as a means to exploit their wealth, were drawn in. The reason was simple: to purchase the knowledge from the library, one needed Moonlight credits, which were digital currency obtained by depositing money into the bank. Moonlight credits were divided into 3 tiers: copper credits, silver credits, and gold credits. Hence, even after 3 days, the lines at physical bank branches across the kingdom showed no sign of ending. After all, who wouldn't want to become a powerful mage or knight? Which merchant wouldn't want to expand their business? The sight of various blueprints alone made their mouths water with visions of a bright future. Even the nobles, though they possessed hereditary privileges, recognized their own deficiencies and sought to improve themselves. With the comprehensive inheritance available in the Moonlight Library, many hoped to consolidate their status and one day stand tall. Others simply aimed to preserve their power, for even commoners had the opportunity to train and become knights or mages, so the nobles couldn't afford to lag behind. As for how the poor commoners could afford to purchase these inheritances, the answer was borrowing from the bank. Borrow? Are we out of food? Amara's eyes reddened, thinking they were going back to being hungry again. After relocating to the Moonlight Kingdom, Alistair managed to secure a job at a construction site. Their days had been filled with happiness, being able to eat the food they liked. Although they couldn't indulge themselves extravagantly, it was enough for Amara. "No, of course not. I'm here to borrow money to buy a training manual," Alistair said resolutely. Alistair was tired of constantly relying on others for survival. Their entire lives had been spent at the mercy of others. Although he had tried to change their circumstances, he was unfortunately weak, and most importantly, he is dull-witted. It wasn't that Alistair had a mental impairment, but whenever he tried to learn something, there was always a distraction. It felt as though he shouldn't learn those things, as if his heart was telling him it wasn't his destiny and that he shouldn't waste time on them. But until now, he still didn't understand the reason behind it all. All he knew was that when it came to swords, he felt immense joy, and learning about them came effortlessly, as if everything became as simple as 1 + 1. Unfortunately, he hadn't yet come across a knight training manual that specialized in swords. Most of them focused on strengthening the body or specialized in other weapons. He had come to borrow money to find out if there was truly something special between him and swords. After waiting for nearly half a day, it was finally their turn. A receptionist greeted them with a smile and asked, "Hello, deposit or loan?" "Loan, please," Alistair replied seriously. "Please put your identity token here," the receptionist instructed, pointing to the oddly shaped device. Alistair followed the instructions and placed his token inside. After a moment, it lit up, and a virtual panel appeared in front of the receptionist. Alistair couldn't see the details clearly as they appeared blurred in his view. "Mr. Alistair, you can borrow 1,000 gold credits at 10% annual interest," the receptionist said, sounding somewhat shocked. The people behind them, who were also taking out loans, were equally astonished. Most borrowers could only obtain a maximum of 10 gold credits. But this young lad could borrow up to 1,000 gold credits. Alistair wasn't too overwhelmed by the amount of money since his monthly salary was equivalent to 1 gold coin. Due to his immense strength, he could perform the work of more than 30 men at the ongoing construction site of the kingdom. If he didn't urgently need money, he wouldn't have even considered taking out a loan. Before relocating to this place, he was very weak, as if deprived of all nutrients. Despite his proficiency with the sword, it was rendered useless by his weak body. As a result, he had to rely on the provisions of others. However, since arriving in this place less than a month ago, something strange happened. His body seemed to absorb the surrounding energy like a sponge. His previously weak and malnourished physique transformed into a handsome and tall one, almost catching to that of a knight. Moreover, whenever he engaged in training and swung the sword, a mysterious force would enter his body, further enhancing his strength. This was why he felt excited about purchasing formal sword manuals. After all, with just blindly training, he had already achieved significant improvements. He could only imagine the possibilities that formal training would unlock. Now, after obtaining the loan, he was eager to acquire the sword training manual without delay. Maximus, in the castle's hidden underground chamber, was engrossed in scribing runic patterns when he was alarmed by the notification of Ethercore Nexus. Intrigued, he turned his attention to see what had happened. The notification displayed, detected rank 9 primordial potential, sword spirit body, sealed. What? Maximus exclaimed in surprise. Was he dreaming? What did rank 9 potential mean? It meant that as long as one didn't die, they could be promoted to tier 9, even while sleeping with sufficient mana. You see, in the vast population of the arcane continent, with billions of trillions of individuals, there were only slightly over 1,000 known tier 9 beings. And yet, there was a hidden dragon in his small pond? Maximus clicked on all of Alistair's registered life experiences stored in his token. Is this a protagonist? Maximus unconsciously muttered to himself as he discovered that Alistair's life experiences perfectly matched the template of a protagonist. No parents? Check. Poverty? Check. Handsome? Check. Having a sister? Check. All of Alistair's life experiences coincided with the template of a protagonist. What is this sealed state? He questioned himself, knowing full well that no one was going to provide an answer. After being lost in thought for a while, Maximus edited the approved loan to 1,000 gold credits. The device that scanned the token to evaluate the amount of credit one could borrow was merely a disguise. Its main purpose was to scan the mana and spirit signature in the token to assess one's potential. As for evaluating the amount of credit one could borrow, the other core nexus could easily handle that task. Evaluating honesty, income, spending habits, and other factors was a piece of cake for it to calculate. However, assessing talent required a special device. After approving the loan of 1,000 credits, Maximus sighed at the tricks of fate. His former self, who had been born into wealth, possessed nothing but trash talent. Meanwhile, others who had struggled their entire lives were originally destined for greatness. Was being the son of destiny destined to be a life of suffering? Fortunately, Maximus was not in that predicament. He was a transmigrator, armed with a cheat, and he was very satisfied with it. After all, he only needed to remain steady, and he could achieve everything he desired. Chapter 71 Contract Land. More than a week had passed since Alistair took a loan from the bank. At the dining table, Alistair's sister Amara sat across from him. "How is your training, brother?" Amara asked while eating. "It's going well. I just achieved the rank of an official knight," Alistair said excitedly. His strength had already approached the level of an official knight, so with little training, he naturally advanced. "That's great." Amara nearly clapped her hands. Unfortunately, the follow-up exercises cost thousands of gold credits. Alistair sighed. The cultivation manual for knights he purchased from Moonlight Library was specifically added by Maximus when he saw Alistair's rank 9 potential. Normally, it would only cost 10 system point for the top tier 0 cultivation manual in the system wall. However, Maximus didn't want it to be so cheap, so he raised the price to 300 gold credits. For the low-grade tier 0 manual, it cost less than 0.01 system point in the system and price around 50 to 100 silver credits. For the mid to high-grade tier 0 manual, it cost 0.1 to 1 system point in the system and is priced around 1 to 100 gold credits. I'm also close to becoming an official mage. After a month, I'm sure I'll advance. Amara sighed, reflecting on their lack of funds. Minors aren't allowed to take a loan, so the 1,000 gold credits that Alistair borrowed were used to buy cultivation manuals for both of them. This is also what surprised Maximus. Amara, Alistair's 5-year-old sister, also had a rank 9 primordial potential, the eternal druid body, sealed. After discovering that Alistair possessed the protagonist template, Maximus personally tested her talents in secret, realizing that she shouldn't be ordinary. He then added another cultivation manual in Moonlight Library suitable for her, which they purchased as if a guide of faith for 300 gold credits. Consequently, they only had 400 gold credits left. "How about I try hunting in Willowdale Forest?" Alistair suggested. Maximus's territory stretched over 10 million kilometers of land, so there were forests inhabited by magic beasts. However, after the mana purification and the formation process, the beasts living there were no longer a threat and instead became a breeding ground for resources. There were 3 types of forests, Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3. This classification was based on the concentration of mana allocated to the formation array and the strength of the beasts. For example, the Tier 1 forest had a limited Tier 1 mana density and was mainly inhabited by Tier 1 magic beasts. This forest also served as a training ground prepared for Maximus's people, as one couldn't be lazy or else people will breed demons. No. It's dangerous. Amara hurriedly stood up and disagreed. Amara had heard that Willowdale Forest was mainly inhabited by Tier 1 beasts. Therefore, many wild Tier 1 official knights also roam there to train and earn money. Previously they didn't have a channel to buy resources and knowledge for their training, so when the Moonlight Library came out, they turned into diligent bees, desperately earning money. While joining the army would provide these things quickly, they valued their freedom and didn't want to be restricted. Otherwise, how could they not have the channel to buy resources, if they just obediently joined the army from their previous kingdom? You know, most of the rulers of the previous kingdom have backers from the cursed continent, so their armies have abundant resources and corresponding inheritance. Don't worry, even though I've recently advanced, you know my sword skills. Alistair held up his chest proudly. No. Why don't you just join the army? I heard the cultivation manual is free. Amara persuaded. Never. I promise to never rely on others again. Alistair stubbornly said. Although it was somewhat hypocritical since he had borrowed money to purchase the cultivation manual, which was technically relying on others. However, in his mind, it's different as he had to repay the debt sooner or later. But being a servant or even a subordinate to others, just the thought of it drove him crazy. Alistair didn't know why, but ever since he came here and absorbed the strange energy that strengthened him, which he now knows as mana, he felt like he had become more stubborn and thick-headed about things. Fine, but you must come back every day. Amara relented. She knew her brother was very stubborn, and once he decided to do something, nothing could change his mind. However, we can try renting a spiritual land. Amara suggested. Is that possible? But won't it be a bit tiring? Alistair said. How can that be? I'm about to become an official mage, and I've already learned plant-based spells. It seems pretty easy. Amara said cutely. Don't let Amara's young age of only 5 fool you, she was very smart, even compared to adults. From an early age, she could understand most things. When Amara was only a few months old, she could already speak in full sentences, not just utter single words. In their village, Amara was thought to possess a demon, so she was cast aside. Fortunately, her thick-headed brother, despite his scrawny body, could defeat the villagers with his wooden stick. As for their parents, Amara didn't remember them. Maybe they died while giving birth to her. She asked her brother about this, but he also didn't know, as they were not blood-related. He had only rescued Amara that day because of some instinct, and as her brother said, she was very cute. After they escaped that village, Amara later learned that she was very different, so she mostly remained silent, often just giving advice to her brother to live by. Otherwise, how could they not starve to death with her thick-headed brother, who only knew how to swing his wooden stick? Then let's try it. After we finish eating, we can rent land. Alistair said. After finishing their meal, Alistair and Amara arrived at an establishment that primarily handled the rental of spiritual land. Welcome, how may I help you? The receptionist greeted. We're here to rent spiritual land. Could you please explain the process to us? Alistair asked. Of course. After the activation of the array, the land becomes a spiritual land suitable for planting magic plants. The receptionist explained. As of now, it's only suitable for Tier 1. If you want to rent it, you need to master several plant spells to be eligible. She continued. After the density of mana increased, planting ordinary crops will be a waste of land resources. Maximus had ceased regular farming a week ago with the arrival of the Moonlight Bank and Moonlight Library. This prompted many people to take out loans to quickly acquire the esoteric knowledge of magical planting. After all, without farming, how could most of them survive? Moreover, magical plants were more valuable, allowing them to earn more. Fortunately, one only needed a small amount of mana to get started, otherwise, the land would be useless. In just a week, many talented farmers had already mastered the magic spells for farming and started renting land. They just need to practice more when they farm. As for the seeds and resources needed for their mage or knight training, Maximus planned to invest over 20 billion system point, which should be sufficient for a year. As for the following year, his territory should produce its own resources. For now, he only bought magic seeds. He plans to release the magic training resources after he inscribes the runic program for Moonlight Mall. How do you test our proficiency in spells? Alistair asked. There is an examiner in the back, an official mage. The receptionist replied politely. Shall we test it now? Alistair suggested. Alright, come with me. As they made their way to the back of the establishment, an old man instructed them to cast a Tier 0 Spirit Train spell. Amara stepped forward and effortlessly cast the spell. This caused astonishment in the receptionist and the old man. They had expected Alistair, the brother, to perform the spell, but instead, the younger sister stepped up and did it. The old man even estimated that the little girl was more proficient in the spell than he was. After all, even though he was already an official mage, he wasn't specialized in farming spells. The old man even contemplated accepting the little girl as his student. Unfortunately, His Majesty had already planned to establish an academy, and soliciting talent prematurely might incur His Majesty's dissatisfaction. The old man quickly came back to his senses and told the little girl to perform the other farming-type spells. Amara still performed it effortlessly, like she was just eating, doing her daily routine. Qualified. Although the old man would have liked to talk more, there were still other people waiting to take the test and rent spiritual land. The two siblings returned to the reception site after the test. "How much land do you plan to rent?" the receptionist asked Amara. Previously, the receptionist hadn't thought much of Amara, assuming that Alistair was simply bringing his sister along to broaden her horizons. But now that it was Amara who had taken the test, the receptionist realized who was truly in charge of renting the spiritual land. The receptionist then informed them that it would only cost 1 gold credit per acre a month, as long as they paid 70% of their produce. However, if they wished, they could wholly rent the land for 100 gold credits per acre a month without having to hand in any produce. Since they were short on money, they decided to only rent 3 acres. With spiritual land, it would only take a month to harvest common Tier 1 seeds. Therefore, after a month of planting, they could expand the rented land once Amara became an official mage. As for the seeds, they bought them from the establishment for 100 gold credits. If they wanted, they could purchase them for a lower price, but they would have to give a portion of their produce in return. Amara just wrinkled his brows at another price cut, and chose to buy the seeds' original price. Whoever set these prices had made so many cuts, greedy for their hard-earned money. If they didn't have money, they could only earn 10% of their produce. Chapter 72 Convert system points in the underground castle's hidden chamber. More than a month had passed since the Moonlight Bank had started its operation. Maximus looked at the total amount of money deposited in the bank, 152,368,343 gold credits. With over 7 million people taking loans of at least 10 gold credits each, along with substantial bank deposits from the wealthy former nobles, the gold credits had exceeded 150 million gold credit. However, most of this money belonged to Maximus. After people took out loans, they used the funds to purchase cultivation manuals and spells from the Moonlight Library, resulting in a shortage of circulating money. Fortunately, there wasn't much available to buy at the moment, as Maximus had yet to release the resources needed for training. Once the Tier 1 seeds were harvested, it would be time for the people to prosper. Maximus took a deep breath, called up his system, and clicked to convert the more than 150 million gold credit of digital currency in the Ethercore Nexus into system points. His system panel, plus 152,368,343 system point, the digital money in the Ethercore Nexus became 0, only to quickly return to the amount previously in a matter of milliseconds. Yes. Maximus clenched his fist in excitement. His first experiment was a success, converting digital money into system points by cultivating the sentiments of the people. While it may seem like it's only 100 million system point compared to the 100 of billion system point he earned in the Arcane Continent by reselling things. But this is only the start. It only represented less than 2% of the population with at least 10 gold credit of digital money. If the entire population of Sunburnt Plateau combined to have at least 10 gold credit of digital money, it would amount to at least 3 billion system points. And cultivating the sentiment to convert this digital currency into system points would only take a month. So in a year, he can convert 36 billion system point. Moreover, this is just with the current strength and number of the population. In the future, as the population and their strength grew, he could harvest trillions upon trillions of system point every month. The mere thought of it made him dream. As for the digital currency he converted, there was no loss whatsoever. It was merely a collection of digital numbers that he could quickly restore to its original value in just a few milliseconds. If it's not for the restriction of cultivating sentiments on money, due to problems like supply and demand, physiology of people, and such, he can ramp up this digital money as he likes and never worry about anything in his life. More importantly, what he likes about this plan of cultivating sentiments and converting them to system points, is that it's safe. Although he could resell system products in the Arcane Continent, it was risky. Maximus didn't know when the powerhouses in that place would catch wind of his reselling activities. For now, it remained secure since he only sold common products. However, if he continued such reckless actions, he would undoubtedly be discovered one day. On the other hand, Cultivating sentiments into currency within his territory was safe and undetectable. In a joyous mood, he patted his clothes and planned to celebrate this achievement with his wives and children. As for inscribing the runic program for the Moonlight Mall for the follow-up update, he decided to put it on hold for now. A few days had passed, and Maximus paced back and forth at the door as his wife, Angeline, was in labor. Although he knew that she would be safe, having prepared potions and magic items for the birthing process, as a husband and father, he couldn't help but worry. "Don't walk back and forth, father, you're making me dizzy," Liam impatiently exclaimed. When Liam was a little kid, he called him Daddy. And then he referred to him as Dad. But now it became more old-fashioned and formal, addressing him as Father. Maximus wondered what had caused the change in his son's address. It must be the Moonlight Forum teaching children poorly. Maximus thought to himself, planning to implement age restrictions on the forum when he had the time. "Why are you even here, little brat?" Maximus asked impatiently. Liam's other brothers and sister were waiting outside, not wanting to disturb Angeline during her labor. "First, Mother asked me to come here and provide you with emotional support," Liam said in a serious tone. "Humphrey, what could a 5-year-old brat know?" Maximus snorted. "I'm already an adult, and furthermore, I'm already an official knight," Liam proudly declared. "Humphrey, it's all thanks to this old father. Otherwise, with your lackluster talent, you can only dream of becoming an official knight," Maximus said without mercy, not wanting his children to grow arrogant due to their strength. All of his family members had upgraded their potential to rank 3 rare, using hundreds of millions of system point to purchase tier 3 drops of origin mana. With sufficient resources, it was relatively easy for Liam to advance to a tier 1 official knight. His wives were also advancing to tier 2 great mage, with the twin Luna and Livia already tier 3 earth knight despite only being an official mage. The other children however were only apprentice knights. As for the children's mage cultivation, they had yet to start training. Their souls were quite fragile, and absorbing mana to temper their delicate souls would endanger them. However, tempering their physical bodies was safe, as there were ample resources available. Physical bodies were malleable and easy to repair, unlike souls. As for how Amara, Alistair's 5-year-old sister, was able to temper her soul without harm, Maximus simply attributed it to plot armor. When it came to the common civilians, Maximus didn't worry much. They couldn't even read, so how could their mischievous children be expected to listen to boring scriptures and meditate peacefully? They would rather focus on training their bodies, which was relatively simple and somewhat enjoyable. Furthermore, he was already preparing to build an academy, so it should not affect them. For the nobles, it was common knowledge not to temper their souls too early, so it wasn't a concern. Maximus looked at his deflated son after pointing out that Liam only advanced to an official knight thanks to him. "It's alright, at least you still advanced, unlike others who didn't achieve anything despite having the resources to do so," Maximus comforted. "I know," Liam replied, listening to his father's advice. "Besides, you don't know anything about love between partners, so you should just shut up as I worry about your 5th mother," Maximus retorted, his worry for his wife Angeline resurfacing. "Who said I don't know anything? I have." Liam began to refute him but quickly covered his mouth to prevent exposing anything due to his outburst. "Know what? Do you have a crush?" Maximus halted his walk, staring at his son. "No." Liam quickly denied it and ran back outside. "What do kids these days learn?" Maximus murmured as he watched Liam run away in embarrassment. Liam was only 5 years old, and yet he already had a crush? How could Liam have met someone in their castle without him knowing? The only possibility was that he met someone online in the Moonlight Forum. This was another reason to add age restrictions, he thought. Maximus remotely accessed the other core nexus through his token and tapped into the Moonlight Forum, and searched Liam Shadowcrest's history. He searched to see who Liam had been talking to recently, as he didn't want his son to be fooled. The search results quickly appeared. "Amara?" he murmured. Since there were many people with the name Amara, he accessed the other core nexus database for more information. Looking at the results, Maximus was taken aback. He didn't know if he should be happy or concerned, as the Amara that Liam was chatting with turned out to be Alistair's sister, the one he thought had the protagonist template. Maximus knows that Amara is destined to be one of Alistair's harem if he truly is a protagonist. Liam is up for one hell of a fight if he truly has feelings for Amara. However, Maximus is not too worried. Even if Alistair has the protagonist template, Maximus believes he who had achieved can surpass any protagonist in this plane given enough time. His main concern is that his son Liam may suffer a blow after competing with Alistair in the future. Liam and Amara happen to know each other, as Amara has been giving suggestions on spiritual farming in return for common knowledge about this world. Without resources, Amara, despite being smart, lacks this extensive knowledge. Liam, on the other hand, has been trained from a young age and possesses a wide array of common knowledge, which has caught Amara's attention. Realizing that there are others her age with a similar level of knowledge has both shocked and relieved Amara. She now knows that she is not abnormal or possessed by a demon. Amara was simply born smart, although Liam, being fed resources since a young age, so they cannot be compared. Recently, Liam even consumed a photographic memory potion that cost Maximus a billion system point. So if his son can't even compare with others in terms of intelligence, then he would be disappointed. Chapter 73 System Update. Outside the nursery, Maximus paced back and forth, worried about his wife Angeline giving birth. After a while, just before he heard the news of his wife successfully giving birth, a notification popped up on his system, +1 child, potential rank 4 legendary. Without looking at it further, he stormed into the room and looked at his wife. Looking at Angeline and the cute baby girl, a smile appeared on his lips. "Are you alright?" Maximus asked with concern. "It's fine. It didn't feel like much, thanks to the potion and magic item you prepared." Angeline smiled as she hugged the baby. The caretaker quickly left, not wanting to bother them. Maximus felt relieved and turned his attention to the newborn baby. The baby had no wrinkles that one would typically see in a child. It looked like she was already a few months old, observing her surroundings with curiosity. This was probably thanks to the child's legendary talent and the multiple resources Angeline took during her conception, especially the drops of origin mana. As he noticed that when his pregnant wives had taken tier 3 origin potions to upgrade their potential to rare, it had taken more than others. "Have you thought of a name for her?" Angeline asked him in anticipation. "Let's just call her Serene, like a star that shines through us," Maximus said. Maximus played with them for a while, waiting for Angeline to fully recover. After all, despite using potent potions, there were still physiological factors that needed for Angeline to relax. Eventually, seeing the two mother and daughter sleeping, Maximus quietly left, allowing them to rest. At night, a celebration began among his family. Although it was called a celebration, it was just the usual gathering for a meal, but with more smiles and interaction. Angeline was already able to stand and engage in physical activities after just one rest. With the potion and Angeline's strength as an official mage, it was quite easy for her. "So cute," Lydia exclaimed as she pinched baby Serene's cheeks. "Oh, we have a new baby sister," Lila said, hoping to hug Serene. "Yes, I'm tired of taking care of naughty boys," Lily added as she gently poked Serene's cheeks, causing the baby to smile. Meanwhile, the boys didn't pay much attention after seeing their newly added sister. After all, they had been shooed away by their sisters when they attempted to play with baby Serene. As for Liam, he was busy chatting with Amara. "Amara, congratulations on your new sister." "Liam, thanks, Liam, what are you doing?" "Amara, I'm reading on the Moonlight Forum about various events happening throughout the kingdom." "Liam, oh, that's nice. Amara, what about you?" "Liam, nothing." Max, seeing that his older brother was not playing with them and was busy tinkering with his token, became intrigued about what Liam was doing. "What are you doing, brother?" Max asked as he looked at the blurred virtual panel projected on Liam's token. Blurred virtual panel is just what others see, as a privacy feature. "Nothing." Liam nearly had a heart attack and quickly closed the token. "Oh? But I saw you doing something." Max was puzzled. "I said nothing." Liam refuted with a heavy tone. "Whatever, I saw what I saw." Max just rolled his eyes at his older brother. Although Max was playful, he was not easy to fool. Plus, the photographic potion he had drunk ensured that his memory was impeccable. "Then, shut up." Liam sighed, realizing it was not easy to deceive his brother. "You go play on your own. I'll join you later." Knowing that Max would pester him if he didn't play with them, Liam relented. Seeing Max turn his back, Liam quickly took his token and bid farewell to Amara. "Liam, I'll talk to you later, Amara, alright." More than a week later, Rose also gave birth to a boy. +1 child, potential rank 4 legendary. Before Maximus could go to his wife, Rose, who had just finished labor, another notification popped up. System updating. Previous defects repairing. Seeing the system debugging caused a shock to Maximus. What update? What repair? He wondered. He could understand updates, as he had been baptized by novels in his previous life where systems would upgrade after certain criteria were met. For example, with this being his 10th child, it likely met certain criteria. Seeing that the debugging would still take time to finish, Maximus prioritized taking care of his wife, Rose, first. Just like Serene, this newborn baby was also very lively. After some sweet talk with Rose, Maximus decided to name the baby Neo, symbolizing a new beginning or the start of something. That night, they also celebrated the birth of baby Neo, which brought smiles to their family. Now, only Irene had not given birth. Maximus planned that once Irene gave birth, they would leave and go to the Arcane Continent. At night, on top of the castle where Maximus could see the entire Shadow City illuminated by bright alchemy light. The atmosphere brought him a sense of calm as he watched the system nearing the end of debugging. 99.8%. 99.9%. 100%, Family and Power System, User, Maximus Shadow Crest, Soul, Tier 3 Nascent Mage Level 3, Body, Tier 4 Sky Knight, Level 1, Mana Amplitude, 1.2, Mana Compatibility, Rank 4 Legendary, Mechanic Comprehension, Rank 2 Uncommon, Further Classification, Alchemist Comprehension, Rank 2 Uncommon, Further Classification, Spell Comprehension, Rank 2 Uncommon, Further Classification, Battle Comprehension, Rank 2 Uncommon, Further Classification. There were endless classifications of potential, including ones for cooking, music, swordsmanship, spearmanship, and more. Maximus decided to click on the Further Classification to see what is it about. Mechanic, Basics of Mechanics, Expert, 4,233 out of 10,000, Composition of different materials, Proficient, 735 out of 1,000, Rune Writing, Initial, 52 out of 100. The screen displayed a wide range of knowledge and skills that Maximus had previously learned, all of which were connected to the mechanic profession. Through further experimentation, Maximus discovered that he could use potential points to upgrade his potential in specific professions or skills. Each potential point added the equivalent of 10 points when applied to a skill, and 100 points when applied to various areas of knowledge. As for the reason why he had a rank 2 uncommon talent in all categories except mana compatibility, it was due to the incredible power of the Mage Cultivation Manual Divine Consciousness. Simply training in it had upgraded his comprehension, which in turn enhanced his potential in skills related to comprehension. Maximus was uncertain of the limits of how far the Divine Consciousness could upgrade his potential. He then examined the changes in the system's functions regarding the generation of system points and potential points through his children and wives. Wives, Erica, Great Mage and Official Knight, Rare Potential, generate, 1,110 life point per day. Hazel, Great Mage and Official Knight, Rare Potential, generate, 1,110 life point per day. Luna, Official Mage and Earth Knight, Rare Potential, generate, 2,010 life point per day. Livia, Official Mage and Earth Knight, Rare Potential, generate, 2,010 life point per day. Angeline, Official Mage and Official Knight, Rare Potential, generate, 1,020 life point per day. Rose, Official Mage and Official Knight, Rare Potential, generate, 1,020 life point per day. Irene, Official Mage and Official Knight, Rare Potential, generate, 1,020 life point per day. Children, Lily, Apprentice Knight, Rare Potential, generate, 1,001 potential point per day. Liam, Official Knight, Rare Potential, generate, 1,010 potential point per day. Max, Apprentice Knight, Rare Potential, generate, 1,001 potential point per day. Nathan, Apprentice Knight, Rare Potential, generate, 1,001 potential point per day. Lila, Apprentice Knight, Rare Potential, generate, 1,001 potential point per day. Lydia, Apprentice Knight, Rare Potential, generate, 1,001 potential point per day. Sam, Apprentice Knight, Rare Potential, generate, 1,001 potential point per day. Luke, Apprentice Knight, Rare Potential, generate, 1,001 potential point per day. Serene, Newborn, Legendary Potential, generate, 10,000 potential point per day. Neo, Newborn, Legendary Potential, generate, 10,000 potential point per day. The first and foremost change was the introduction of life points. Through trial and error, Maximus discovered that 1 life point equated to 1 day of time. Note its time, not vitality or whatsoever. Life points had versatile applications. He could use them to add time to himself or others and even consume the time of objects or living beings. For instance, Maximus observed a plant brimming with vitality and decided to add life points to it. The plant grew rapidly, eventually reaching its flowering period. As he continued to add life points, the plant's lifespan extended, until it eventually withered away. This meant that with enough life points, Maximus could consume the life of his opponents. Maximus also attempted to add life points to the subcategory in the Potential tab, Basic of Mechanics, Expert, 4,233 out of 10,000, plus 200, Basic of Mechanics, Expert, 4,433 out of 10,000. By adding 1 life point, he was able to experience studying the basics of mechanics within his mind for a day. Life points functioned differently from potential points, as they added experience based on the ease of mastering knowledge and the individual's talent in that subject. Unlike potential points, which could be added consistently with specific values, The second change involved the system no longer being stingy with points, whether they were potential points or the newly added life points. Previously, point increases were solely based on strength, which was quite limited. However, the system now awarded points based on talent, and the number of professions with respect to their tier. Like the number of points generated based on tier, the potential to generate points is the same. For instance, rank 0 trash potential granted 1 point, rank 1 common potential granted 10 points, and rank 2 uncommon potential granted 100 points. Maximus turned his attention to the rest of the system's updates. Myriad World Mall inventory, 1 gold, 269 billion system points. He focused on the newly added inventory and the transformation of the mall into the Myriad World Mall. Curious, he clicked on the inventory. Inventory, Zthraxalumner. As he clicked on it, his consciousness was drawn into a vast, infinite space enveloped in pure white color. In the center, there was a bundle of chaotic light, which he assumed was the Zthraxalumner. As Maximus attempted to approach it with his consciousness, it swiftly merged with him, inundating him with a tremendous amount of information about the system's origins and the causes of its damage. Chapter 74 System Origin. In the system inventory space, an unknown bundle of chaotic light merged into Maximus' consciousness projection. After a few minutes of being in a daze, Maximus finally opened his eyes. Maximus withdrew his consciousness projection from the system inventory and sat there in a trance, as if deep in thought. So it is. He unconsciously murmured. Everything makes sense now. He thought. Why was the system named Family and Power System if it was useless, except for the mall? Why not just call it the Everything You Can Buy system, since this function is more useful? After he accumulated a certain amount of wealth, the primary function of his system became somewhat useless. He can improve his potential just by buying drops of origin mana. As for system points generated by the number and strength of his wives, it's the most useless, as he can earn billions of it just by reselling items in the supposed to be an auxiliary function of the system. Fortunately, it is fixed now, giving it a new lease of life. Living up to its name of a family system. The bundle of chaotic light in the inventory is the intermittent recording of the system since its creation. The system was created by the Time and Space Bureau, which manages and maintains the balance of the multiverse domains across different times and spaces. They were the ones most responsible for creating different systems, reincarnation spaces, etc. They created various systems for various purposes, whether to balance a world, destroy a world, or harvest it. The Family and Power System was created to harvest the world of its time energy. It harvested time energy in the form of family, leveraging this so-called bond and absorbing the world's excess time energy. With this, they would get what they wanted while also preventing the overflow of time energy to different dimensions and affecting that world. As for why they needed time, it was their main energy or currency, so to speak. After all, to manage dimensions in different times and spaces, they needed unique and suitable energy. The Family and Power System was damaged before it bound him because it was merely a defective product that the Time and Space Bureau discarded and treated as a waste product. Its main flaw is that it can't transmit the time energy it absorbs to the Time and Space Bureau. Originally, if a person bound the system normally, he was only meant to gain potential points as a means of protection so that the Time and Space Bureau could absorb time energy for a long time. Unfortunately, it was a defective product, unable to transmit the absorbed time energy to them. So they just discarded the system, like trash in some corner, and after a long time, it would melt into the void and cease to exist. And it did. After a long time, it started losing all of its abilities, melting into the void. But then, an anomaly happened. A passing Myriad World Mall happened to bump into it, causing a time-space ripple. They merged, binding him as an unlucky ghost, or should he say, a lucky ghost? The Myriad World Mall originates from a different source than the Family and Power System. While his system comes from the Time and Space Bureau, the Myriad World Mall is created by the Dimensional Business Alliance. It is a gathering of powerhouses from various dimensions who have created this system, referred to as a product of multiple laws. It is created like a program written in runic language but is more advanced and stronger, utilizing laws instead of lower-tier energies. If Maximus were to rate the strength of these powerhouses, he would consider them tier 10 or higher based on the power system of this world. After understanding the origin of the system, he felt relieved since his system is a unique product solely owned by him. Unless there is an unknown tier 10 powerhouse here, there would be no one who could detect or influence his system. He taps on the newly changed Myriad World Mall interface. Myriad World Mall, Astral Chronoscope Dimension Shop, Eldritch Abyss Dimensional Shops, Xanadu Dimensional Shops, Verdantis Machine Dimensional Shops, Mindwalt Scholarium Dimensional Shops, Unknown Dimensional Shops. The list is the name of the dimensions that were included in the Dimensional Business Alliance or in the scope of the Myriad World Mall. As for the Unknown Dimensional Shops, It is the collection of wild myriad world mole systems that have encountered time and space anomalies without exposing their dimension coordinates. Therefore, the dimension names of these shops are unknown. The connection of laws within the myriad world mole systems enables the delivery of items without explicit coordinates. Unless the various powerhouses who created it unanimously agree, they cannot forcibly track one's dimension coordinates. This means that Maximus's dimension coordinates are undisclosed, making him the sole owner of the myriad world mall in Ethereum realm. As exposed dimensional coordinates would attract multiple myriad world malls, the fact that his coordinates remain unknown implies great wealth. If many have access to the mall, it would become just an alternative online mall with a broader selection. The dimensional coordinates can be exposed through the recruitment, sale, and hiring of sentient creatures. Those who are recruited or hired may carry devices specifically designed to track dimensional coordinates. Additionally, if he sold sentient being of this world, powerful beings proficient in divination can use the souls of aborigines to track dimensional coordinates if they are interested. This is why his system doesn't sell anything sentient when it was in a defective state. It was one of its protective measures. Although he can now purchase slaves, he must bear the risk of his world's dimensional coordinates being exposed. Regarding the previous ability to purchase beast pets from the system mall, those creatures were in an ignorant frozen state, rendering them immune to conscious tracking, unlike sentient slaves or beings. While browsing through various dimensional shops, Maximus pondered how can he obtain a book about the basic knowledge of the Ethereum realm. He can understand the similarities in various seeds, plants, and magic items due to the multitude of dimensions. For the limited items for sale previously, he can blame it as a protective measure of the system, filtering all items that are in line with this realm. However, he wondered how can the system sell knowledge about this world if no one discovered the coordinates of this realm. Maximus searches for information on how the book about the Ethereum realm came to be in the intermittent recording of the system that he just integrated. He discovered that when the system bound him, and was brought to this world through a space and time anomaly. During that brief moment, his system managed to roughly scan the Ethereum realm and compile it into a book, which was then sold to him at a low price. The book only contains basic information because of the limited time available, the weakened state of the system, and the basic protection mechanism of the Ethereum realm. After Maximus finished roughly examining the various changes in the system, Maximus contemplated his plan for the future. The changes in the system were truly remarkable, especially the significant increase in potential points he could acquire every day, which would greatly boost his potential. Mana compatibility, rank 4 legendary, 7,303 out of 10,000, potential points, 27,941. He clicked and add more points to further enhance his mana compatibility. Plus 2,697, mana compatibility, rank 5 mythic, 0 out of 1 million, potential points, 25,224. He also allocated some points towards his uncommon potential in mechanics, as it would be his primary profession in the future. Mechanic comprehension, rank 2 uncommon, 0 out of 100, plus 11,100. Mechanic comprehension, rank 5 mythic, 0 out of 1 million, potential points, 14,144. For now, he was done allocating points as his potential points were limited. Earlier, he had thought about using potential points to upgrade the potential of his wives and children, but unfortunately, it was not possible. It would be a major bug if he could upgrade their potential and obtain more life and potential points in turn. Fortunately, he could accumulate 28,017 potential points per day, which meant that in a little over a month, he could upgrade his mana compatibility potential to rank 6 divine. As for life points, he could only obtain 9,300 of them every day, equivalent to over 25 years per day, which seemed mind-boggling now that he thought about it. The Time and Space Bureau was undeniably profitable and good at absorbing the excess time energy, and it had not even reached its maximum potential yet. Maximus wondered about the immense excess time energy in the Ethereum realm that he could absorb in the future. Perhaps in just a single day, he could accumulate billions of years' worth of time energy. The mere thought of it filled him with anticipation for his bright future. Feeling tired from the surprises of the day, Maximus retired to his room and prepared to rest. Chapter 75 Adding points to become stronger. Proxy connection failed. Proxy connection failed. 3 days later, in the newly built meditation chamber, Maximus couldn't help but nod, as he felt that the mana here was purer and dense. During these 3 days after the system updated, he also improved his Tier 3 meditation chamber to Tier 6, which cost him more than 15 billion system point. Sitting in the center, he tried to gauge the greatness of his newly upgraded rank 5 mythic mana compatibility. As he ran through the Divine Consciousness Manual, the mana in the surroundings gathered towards him, making its way to his soul. The flow of mana tempering his soul is at least 5 times faster than previously. This system is good. Maximus opened his eyes and smiled. This reminded him again of the feeling of advancing his strength at a visible level. When he first transmigrated, he only had trash talent. Using potential points, he upgraded his talent to rank 2 uncommon in just a few months. There, he experienced for the first time the feeling of improving at the speed of flying. Then, as he upgraded to rare and legendary, his training became faster and faster, until he reached Tier 3 nascent Mage. But after reaching that point, he then came back to a speed comparable to crawling, which was also the reason he didn't train much. After all, there were potential points every day. He could just wait for a few years and upgrade his talent, getting back the time he wasted not training in just a few months with an upgraded talent. And now, with mythic mana compatibility, it was indeed easy to regain the wasted time he didn't train. Well, it's not truly a waste of time, as the time he should have spent training was used to build his kingdom foundation and sow seeds to grow his family. Maximus then looked at his accumulated life and potential points. Maximus Shadow Crest Soul, Tier 3 Nascent Mage, Level 3 Body, Tier 4 Sky Knight, Level 1 Mana Amplitude, 1.2 Mana Compatibility, Rank 5 Mythic Mechanic Comprehension, Rank 5 Mythic Life Point, 34,105 Potential Point, 98,195 System Points, 253 billion System Point. This time, he planned to raise his Mana Amplitude. Mana Amplitude is equivalent to the strength of mana, the speed of mana absorption, and recovery. The method to raise it is through the purity of the soul and the number of knowledge mastered. This is also why those who live longer tend to be stronger. Although Mana Amplitude can't increase his tier directly, with enough Mana Amplitude he can directly cross tier in combat strength. Furthermore, he can use life points and potential points to quickly master knowledge, thereby multiplying his Mana Amplitude. He clicked the Myriad World Mall and turned to the Mind Vault Scholarium dimensional shops. According to the description, it was a dimension with the most vast and complete inheritance of various types of knowledge. It is said that their dimension is directly connected to the river of knowledge that runs through all of the dimensions. Furthermore, the life form that live there is called Konisks, which can directly feed and empower themselves through knowledge, making books of knowledge their #1 commodity. Mind Vault Scholarium Shops, Hexen Library, Magic Codex, Alchemic Library, Botanical Library. First, he clicked on the Hexen Library, which had the most extensive collection of knowledge regarding magic spells. After all, since all knowledge can increase the amplitude of mana, why not study magic spells directly? Hexen Library, 5 stars. Fire spell volume, earth spells volume, water spells volume, space spells volume, time spells volume, light spells volume. There were almost infinite types of spells, which shocked him. If he could study all of these, why would he need to study miscellaneous knowledge like mechanics or alchemy? Unfortunately, now that he thought about it, there were only a little over 1,000 types of spells compatible with spells in this world. So, compared to the almost infinite knowledge of various professions, he still needed to study other professional knowledge if he wanted to gain stronger strength. Anyway, he only had limited life and potential points, so he should first concentrate on studying magic spells. He turned his attention back to the spells. Each type of Tier 0 spell had at least 1,000 books detailing comprehensive knowledge about it. After browsing for a while, he bought more than 1,000,000 books for 1,118 types of spells. How did he know which type of spells were compatible with this world? He simply let the system scan his surroundings a bit, and let it filter the type of spells compatible with this world in the list. Although not sentient, after the system updated, it could perform simple tasks like artificial intelligence. It's like how the system could scan his body to make a virtual panel for him. Buying more than 1,000,000 books of Tier 0 spell knowledge only cost him more than 10 million system point, which was cheap compared to his hundreds of billion system point. Each Tier 0 book of spells costs a maximum of 10 system point. After he purchased the books, they were directly delivered into his system inventory space, which had infinite capacity. Unfortunately, he couldn't store living beings in it for a long time, otherwise, he could make it his portable territory. He inserted his consciousness into the system inventory and saw a mountain of books. He was glad that he had a cheat, otherwise, who knows when he would be able to comprehend all of these books. With a scan of his consciousness, all the words and sentences in the books were imprinted in his mind. He could recall and browse them with just a thought in his mind. But after all, they were only stored, like having them stored on a computer. Sure, he could browse them anytime, but he still needed to read them to truly understand. When he studied mechanics knowledge previously, he read through physical books while trying to comprehend them simultaneously. Anyway, he could still read them anytime, and it was more enjoyable to read a physical book than browsing everything in his mind. But this time, he will use his cheat, so he needed the pieces of information contained in the book to be imprinted to his brain. After all, life points, for example, only work to extend and add time, not to speed up or slow down time. And when used in the system, 1 life point is equivalent to studying for a whole day of what he had stored in mind, as the speed-up only happened in his consciousness. Maximus looked at the Spell Comprehension tab in his panel. Spell Comprehension, Rank 2 Uncommon, 0 out of 100, 1118 types of Tier 0 spell, Initial, 1 out of 111,842,894. He first upgraded his Spell Comprehension to Rank 5 Mythic and then tried to add 1 life point. Plus 500, Spell Comprehension, Rank 5 Mythic, 0 out of 1,118 types of Tier 0 spell, Initial, 501 out of 111,842,894, comprehending spells for a day added 500 points, meaning it would take more than 500 years just to master all the elements of Tier 0 spells and upgrade from Initial to Proficient, even with his Rank 5 Mythic Spell Comprehension. He could only be thankful that he was lucky and had a system, otherwise, he could only grind it slowly just trying to comprehend Tier 0 spells. He decided to add all of his life point to see what would happen. Plus 17,052,000, then, there was a huge bang in his head, and a scene of him studying day and night for almost 100 years without eating or sleeping flashed before his eyes. If it were in real life, he would be worn out after just a few hours of studying. Maximus couldn't even begin to imagine how the Aborigine mages in this world spent their time mastering and studying. This is also why there were far more knights in this world. Although mana amplitude is useful for both knights and mages, mages needed enough mana amplitude to advance, unlike the knights who could advance regardless. After absorbing almost 100 years worth of comprehension, Maximus opened his eyes. Previously, his aura was like that of a young man just starting to explore the world, but after nearly 100 years of non-stop comprehension, Maximus's eyes shone with the light of knowledge. Spell Comprehension, Rank 5 Mythic, 0 out of 1,118 types of Tier 0 spell, Initial, 17,052,501 out of 111,842,894, Maximus Shadowcrest Soul, Tier 3 Nascent Mage, Level 3 Body, Tier 4 Sky Knight, Level 1 Mana Amplitude, 17.2 Life Point, 0 Potential Point, 87,095 System Points, 253 billion System Point. A mana amplitude of 17 meant that he had 17 times the speed and strength when using or absorbing mana. It was truly insane how mastery of knowledge, just by studying 100 years, could make him 17 times stronger than his former self. He contemplated whether to add the remaining potential points to it. But he immediately discarded that thought. Adding potential points only gave a fixed 100 points, which was uneconomical. Furthermore, potential points were mainly used to upgrade his talents and comprehension. Potential points are capable of creating something out of nothing. It could infinitely upgrade spells without needing additional information. For example, a Tier 0 Fireball spell could be upgraded to Tier 9, just by condensing a ball of fire from the start. But why would he do that? He had the Myriad World Mall with access to a plethora of systematic inheritances. Furthermore, based on the system, potential points could infinitely upgrade anything without a bottleneck, meaning that Rank 9 Primordial Potential was not his limit. Chapter 76 Concentrating on Soul Spell. In the Tier 6 Meditation Chamber, Maximus stood up, to try and cast an original spell without a manual. After all, what he had studied was equivalent to the very nature of a Tier 0 spell, not the spell itself, so creating a new spell should be easy. Starting with a simple fire element spell, he tried to imagine a fire dragon-shaped spell. With some initial mastery of Tier 0 fire spells, he succeeded after a few seconds. However, instead of a majestic fire dragon, a misshapen, bloated fire snake emerged from his spell, deviating from his intended image. What the? Maximus's face darkened at the sight of the distorted fire dragon he had imagined. Maximus sat down glumly, contemplating what had gone wrong. Then it hit him, his mastery in all types of spells is only initial, so of course his mastery in creating original fire-type spells is also initial mastery, which is not enough. Although he can cast the fire spell he learned previously without any deviation, the spell he created with only initial mastery is a failure. Maximus just sighed. It was great and all to master all types of spells. Unfortunately, it consumed too much time. With his daily acquisition of life point, studying all of it simultaneously was a pipe dream. He realized that he was too reckless and greedy. After all, who in their right mind would spend 500 years just to master all types of Tier 0 spells? Just finding a complete inheritance of all types of Tier 0 spells is close to impossible. And even then, the lethality of such a low-tier spell was almost close to zero. Will you practice creating spells from scratch just for the sake of cool party tricks? So, of course, most of the mages just study 1 or 2 for their safety and meditate to further their strength. When they're strong enough and have enough lifespan, that is when they started to seriously create their spell. Maximus suppressed the uncomfortable feeling in his heart. He had thought he could study it all, but his low life point acquisition forced him to focus on individual types of spells. Maximus returned from meditation, hoping to calm his wounded heart and consider which type of spell he should concentrate on first. The next day, Maximus opened his eyes, feeling refreshed. The life and potential point is refreshed. Life point, 9,300, potential point, 115,112. After a day of meditating and pondering which types of spells he should concentrate on, he decided to focus on 10 types of spells, the 5 elements fire, water, wood, earth, and metal, the 3 supreme elements space, time, and fate, and finally, spells for the soul and the body. His affinity towards these spells is only rank 0 trash, considering his previous talent. After all, his meditation method only improved his comprehension, not affinity. For the first type of spell, he started on soul-type spells since his main profession was a mage. Furthermore, after he mastered the art of the soul, maybe it could enhance his training speed as he is at the nascent stage, which is the stage to temper the soul. Looking at the panel, he first upgraded his soul affinity to rank 4 legendary. Soul affinity, rank 0 trash, 0 out of 50, plus 55,550 potential point. Soul affinity, rank 4 legendary, 0 out of 500,000, tier 0 soul spell volume, initial, 15,253 out of 320,000, then, he tried adding 1 life point to see how many points he would gain per day. Plus 1 life points equals 900 system points. It seemed that improving his soul affinity had an effect. Based on this rate, it would only take him a year to fully master the tier 0 soul spell volume, which was a significant difference compared to the 500 years it would take to master all types of spells. This reminded him once again of his previous hastiness. Despite nearly 100 years of comprehension, he could only cast a worm-like fire dragon. He upgraded the initial mastery to proficient mastery. Plus 339 life points equals 305,100. Almost a year of comprehension was quickly absorbed by Maximus. Compared to the 100 years of comprehension before, a mere year felt like a child's play. Tier 0 soul spell volume, proficient, 353 out of 640,000. With proficient mastery, he attempted to create a soul spell and casted it. After a few seconds, it manifested just as he had imagined. It was a soul-like puppet that could provide him with information about what it sensed. He tried to control it, and it effortlessly passed through the wall as if the array in place meant nothing. This shocked him. It seemed that he would need to add formations specialized in soul restriction in the future. The soul was indeed strange, capable of traversing any obstacle as if it were nothing. As the soul puppet floated forward, it reached its limit when it was about 10 meters away. This was the limit of a normal tier 0 soul spell, so it's not surprising. He dispelled the spell and continued adding points. Plus 711 life points equals 639,000, tier 0 soul spell volume, expert, 253 out of 960,000. This time, his mastery reached expert level, and he tried casting the same spell as before. With a single cast, multiple soul puppets were conjured instantly. Earlier, it took a few seconds to manifest the spell, and he couldn't cast the spell multiple times simultaneously. But now, he could do it effortlessly, as if it were nothing. He then tested the distance limit of the soul puppets, but it remained within the limits of a tier 0 spell. So he continued to add points. Plus 1067 equals 960,300, tier 0 soul spell volume, perfect, 553 out of 1,280,000. This time, it took nearly 3 years of comprehension. He tried the same spell once again to observe the changes in the soul puppets. This time, controlling them felt as natural as moving his arms. After casting the spell, he could still modify it even after he cast the spell, much like molding a finished pottery piece. He experimented with the casted soul puppets that he summoned from that of a cat, dog, book, or chair, and all of these changes happened in an instant. He tried various postures, making the puppets bigger or smaller, and after a few minutes of playful experimentation, he had seen enough. During these few minutes, his consumption was only about 10% of what it had been earlier. Meaning he can cast the spell 10 times that of normal. As for the distance limit, it remained at 10 meters. With a flick of his hand, he added more points. Plus 1,422 life points equals 1,279,800, tier 0 soul spell volume, transcendent, max. This time, it took nearly 4 years of comprehension, and now it had reached its maximum level. Unless he used potential points or acquired further knowledge, it could not be upgraded any further. With a wave of his hand, the meditation room was suddenly flooded with soul puppets. This gave him a shock. After all, soul puppet is somewhat translucent, and having a bunch of them squeezing in a tight room is eerie. Maximus quickly dispersed the soul puppets. He heaved a sigh and contemplated what had just happened. Even though he had tried to use less than 1% of the normal mana consumption for the spell, the soul puppets he conjured still flooded his room. After a few minutes of testing, he confirmed what was happening. If perfect mastery only cost 10% of the normal consumption, then transcendent mastery would only cost 0.1%. This meant that he could cast a transcendent mastery spell 1,000 times compared to normal. Furthermore, the distance limit surpassed the Tier 0 spell's restrictions. 10 meters became 1,000 meters, which was slightly longer than a Tier 1 spell. But that wasn't even the main benefit of transcendent mastery. His transcendent soul mastery had a tremendous effect on his mage training. He tried it just now, with his control tempering his soul was twice as fast as before, meaning 10 times faster than when he only had Tier 4 legendary talent. Moreover, this is just Tier 0 soul spell mastery. He pondered whether he should concentrate on buying Tier 1 soul spell knowledge or improve his mastery of other spells. Maximus first checked his points. Life point, 5,760, potential point, 59,612. After some deliberation, he decided to focus on soul spells first. After all, there is a saying that it's better to be excellent at one thing than to be mediocre at everything. Maximus then browsed through the Hexen library for a complete Tier 1 soul spell volume. His consciousness materialized in his system inventory, where he saw a small pile of books about Tier 1 soul spells. The Tier 1 soul spell volume was stacked together, with just a sweep of his consciousness, all the information was stored in his mind. Tier 1 soul spell volume, initial, 1 out of 960,000, without further hesitation, he allocated all his life point to it. Plus 5,760 life points equals 5,184,000, Tier 1 soul spell volume, expert, 2,304,000 out of 2,880,000, despite more than 15 years of comprehension, he only reached expert mastery, which was somewhat disappointing. However, he knew that with just a few more days, he would master it until it reached the transcendent level. After adding points and feeling the thrill of rapid mastery, Maximus patted his clothes and walked out of the meditation chamber. As for meditation training? Hey, who cares? It's not as useful as adding points, so why bother? He would wait until he upgraded his talent a little more so that training would become more enjoyable. After all, he was not a native in this world, and he didn't have the patience to sit quietly and slowly absorb mana to temper his soul. If it were you, even if you knew you would eventually learn something after spending a long time on it, would you still learn it? Sure, if forced by circumstances and with no other choice, you might push yourself to the limit without much complaint. But for him, who had a cheat, his mentality now was that if he couldn't master something immediately, why bother? Besides, there wasn't much of a threat to him at the moment. Of course, that didn't mean he would be lazy. His plan now was to increase the daily generation of life and potential points, starting by personally training his wives and children. As for finding more wives or having more children, additional wives would not be of much help, as the life points added were based on strength and talent. He suddenly thought of Isabella, who possessed both strength and talent. As for having more children, he was working hard for it, spreading his seeds whenever he had the time. Chapter 77 Teaching Wives to Upgrade. After coming out of the meditation room, Maximus headed to the garden, where his wives and children were staying at the moment, according to the array monitoring. He saw his wives relaxing, either reading a book, sewing something, eating, cooking, or simply playing with the children. "Hi, Daddy." "Hi, Dad." "Good morning, Father." When the children saw their father, they happily greeted him and came back to playing. His wives looked at him carefully and felt that something was different with their husband. It seemed like he was more handsome and had a knowledgeable aura, and his previous arrogance was also concealed. "What happened to you, dear?" Erica asked as he sat next to them. "Nothing, I just finished training," Maximus said. "Oh, what are you doing here then?" she asked. They had been quite upset with Maximus recently as they had hardly seen him in the past 3 days. If they didn't know he was safe, they would have gone crazy with worry. "I missed you," Maximus said sweetly and came to hug them. He had indeed been busy these past few days. After the system was updated, he was either testing the changes or doing something else. Until this day, he had only roughly browsed what was on the system's intermittent recordings. After all, who knows how long the system exists, he just watched it run, skipping the parts where there is not much information. Fortunately, he can pinpoint the information he wanted if he concentrates, so he can roughly know what changed in the system. Humphrey. Erica just harumphed. "Well, how about I stay with you today?" Maximus chuckled and said to his wives and the kids who were busy playing. Yay! Most of his children were excited. Playing with their father was always fun. "Alright, let's start." Maximus played with the children the whole day while bonding with his wives. After a whole day of bonding and playing, Maximus slept with his wives for the great mission of spreading his seeds to have more children. Unfortunately, it wasn't as easy as before, as they were already tier 2, which made giving birth a bit difficult. So he still needed to work harder. The next day at the breakfast table, "I will help you train today, so get ready." Maximus looked at his wives and said. "What?" They were puzzled. They were already adults, so what was there to help? "Oh, it's just a bit of guidance. I had an epiphany the other day, and I think it will help with the training. Furthermore, we will go to the Arcane Continent in less than 2 months. Although it's safe there as long as you are in a city, it's still better to have some strength," Maximus said in excuse. After all, could he say that he needed more life point, so they needed to be stronger? As for the Arcane Continent being safe, it is indeed safe as long as you're inside the city. The protection array set there will ensure you are not harmed. Here in the Sunburnt Plateau, however, the castle only has a maximum tier 6 protection. In the cities of the Arcane Continent, only a tier 9 being can cause any harm to people inside the city. So unless you're so poor that you have to live in the wilderness, it's very safe. As for how it is guaranteed, Maximus didn't know, but it was quite common knowledge among the people living there. After his wives reluctantly agreed, they came to the meditation room that he had just built. With a tier 6 mana concentration in the room, along with his guidance and various resources, he thought that it would only take a little over a month for them to upgrade to tier 3 nascent mages. This was much faster than him. After all, when he first trained, he only had resources worth thousands of system point. Now, he would use resources worth millions of system point just to train them to tier 3. If it were not for the consequence of a poor foundation, he could let them upgrade in just a week with resources. To ensure they had a solid foundation, even if they use a large amount of resources. Maximus used more than 9,000 life point he had obtained for the day to quickly master the basic knowledge for mage and knight cultivation. He also upgraded his mentor insight by the way. Mentor insight, rank 5 mythic, 0 out of 3 million, basic knowledge for tier 0 to 3 mage and knight cultivation, transcendent, max, tier 0 to 3 elemental breath, transcendent, max, tier 0 to 3 moonlight serenade, transcendent, max. Fortunately, there were only a few books, so he quickly maxed them out. He also mastered their cultivation manual to teach them better. Since their cultivation manual was only of high quality compared to his own, which was top quality, he only needed a few hundred life point to upgrade them to transcendent. "Should we start?" one of his wives asked, unsure of what to do. "Yes, just meditate like normal, and I will see what I can do." Maximus nodded and had them start meditating. He didn't know if the upgraded mentor insight and cultivation knowledge would be useful. Among them, only Erica and Hazel were great mages, while the rest were official mages. As his wives started, the mana in the room surged toward them. As he looked at them, using his high mentor insight and basic knowledge, Maximus could easily identify the more efficient mana routes based on their physique perfectly. Good, stop for now. Maximus was satisfied with his test. He then took out tier 1 and 2 rapid elixir potions. These potions could quickly gather mana from the surroundings and converge it to the user. Although they looked simple, they were pretty expensive, costing a few million system point each. Apparently, each drop of the potion was filled with complex arrays, which were unconventional, and just thinking about it you will know that it's not cheap. "Take this and start again." "You start, Erica," he said. "All right." Erica obediently followed her husband's instructions. His other wives stood on the side, looking puzzled, unsure of what their husband was going to do. As Erica took the potion, a rapid movement of mana coursed through her. Erica panicked a little as the mana moved too fast for her to control. One wrong move and it could be disastrous. Not knowing what to do, she trusted her husband and attempted to control the rapid mana. "Circulate the mana along the pathways I constructed," Maximus silently advised. With transcendent mastery, he created a tier 0 soul spell that formed soul pathways, softening and guiding the passage of mana flowing through his wife. Controlling the surging mana was like taming a raging river. With Maximus' mentor's insight and follow-up knowledge, he could determine the gentlest lands and the most efficient ways for the mana to flow. Following her husband's guidance, Erica quickly directed the surging mana into the soul pathways. To her surprise, although the mana surged violently and seemed uncontrollable, with her husband's guidance, she felt like she was gracefully dancing with the waves. After a few minutes, the surging mana subsided within Erica. Huh. Erica breathed a sigh of relief as if she had survived a calamity. That was too dangerous. Erica looked at her husband angrily. "It's all right. You see, you're safe and sound." Maximus smiled with relief. Although he was confident he could save his wife even if something went wrong, he didn't want to see them get hurt. Fortunately, The Mentor Insight and the Transcendent Tier 0 Soul Spell worked wonders. He had only thought that his soul spell could serve as a guide, but he didn't expect it to soften the mana and make it easier to absorb. How do you feel? How is your strength? Maximus asked, curious to see the extent of the rapid elixir potion's impact. I don't know, but I feel 3 times stronger. Erica was also shocked by her improvement. Oh? Maximus was curious and scanned his wife, Erica, with his system. Erica, Fit 97 Soul, Great Mage Level 3 Body, Official Knight Level 2 Mana Compatibility, Rank 3 Rare Gastronomic Aptitude, Rank 6 Divine. What? Maximus said inwardly. He was not shocked by the improvement of his wife from Great Mage Level 1 to Level 3. What shocked him was the additional discovery that his wife had a Tier 6 Divine potential for gastronomy. It was his first time scanning them since the system updated. He had thought that only his panel changed, but now he could see their specific potential in all fields. Besides the gastronomic aptitude, which stood out like a sore thumb, all of her potential in other fields was either trash or common. After browsing through his system's intermittent recordings, he came to know that this was also one of the criteria for the fit value to break through 89 and reach 90. Even if they were goddesses, without a field in which their potential reached at least rank 6 divine, no matter what he did, they would not meet the system's required fit value. Apparently, without a high attunement to the world, the system couldn't utilize the so-called family bond to absorb this world's excess time energy. So their natural beauty, character, and, most importantly, potential were the main criteria of the system. As for why only mana compatibility and tier of strength are included in the daily generation of life point and not this type of talent? It was because this talent was untapped and was only used as a display. If the system was a leverage that absorbs life points, then the tier of strength would indicate how strong the leverage is in absorbing time energy. Mana compatibility would be the environment where it absorbs time energy. Higher mana compatibility means more quantity of time energy to absorb. And this aptitude, which had nothing to do with mana, is the technique on how the leverage absorbs the time energy. So without corresponding knowledge to utilize this aptitude, it was useless, and thus it's not included in the generation of life point. Chapter 78 Teaching Wives to Upgrade, 2. After Maximus looked at the status panel of his wife, he calmed down. Having a Tier 6 divine potential is very good. This will make it more convenient in the future. Originally, he planned to take his wives to the Arcane Continent, and after he upgraded their talent to at least the mythic rank. They can also enter one of the academies in the Origin domain. You need to at least have a mythic rank talent or comprehension to take the academy test in the Origin domain. As for other forces in other domains, they don't have strict requirements, but he didn't bother with them, as they are bound to private forces. Unlike the academies in the Origin domain, you are not bound to anything unless you voluntarily join in. But now, knowing that they had at least rank 6 divine talent, he was sure that they could pass any test. This got him thinking about Griffin, who was with him on the ship going to the Arcane Continent. He only had a rare talent, not even legendary. Perhaps he had talent in other areas that he didn't know about. After all, the system can only scan mana compatibility before. Next. After Erica, all of his wives took a rapid elixir potion, and he then guided them to successfully refine their souls. How is it? I told you I have a way to make you stronger in a short time. Maximus somewhat bragged. All of them had varying increases in strength. His wives, who had official mage strength, increased their strength by about 5 levels, which is truly an insane speed. Does this have side effects? Hazel asked worriedly. No, but you need to consolidate your strength, otherwise you won't be able to properly control the surging mana next time. Maximus smiled and comforted. That's why they needed a week of interval before taking the potion again, otherwise, they could really advance to Tier 3 Mage in just a week. There's more? They were shocked. They thought such a potion had limited effects. Of course, you can take it once a week. Where did you get such a precious potion? They asked, puzzled. This is a secret potion created by my teacher. Maximus lied and dumped it to his fake teacher again. All the items they used were dumped onto this convenient fake teacher, except for the drop of origin mana. This form of mana is only found at the beginning of the conception of the world, so it has a miraculous effect on improving mana compatibility. He also saw it on the catalog list in the Ethereum Gold Chamber of Commerce, but he needed at least VIP 3 status to be eligible to buy it. So, he didn't even tell them about the drop of origin mana as he mixed it with their food and drink without their knowledge. Alright, next is night cultivation. Maximus clapped his hands, getting their attention. Mages target the soul, and knights target the body, so there is no conflict. Although at their current state, they can't properly control their mana, so he needed to personally guide the mana. The soul is sensitive, so he can't do it for them unless he fully masters the soul spell to Transcendent that is at least 1 tier higher than their strength. What do we do? they asked. Take off your clothes, and I will do everything. Maximus smirked. Although clothes don't interfere much, their clothes are magic items, so they needed to take them off. It's not like he's a pervert. Or is he? What? They blushed but obediently took off their clothes. You don't need to take your clothes off, Irene. You're still pregnant, and it's bad for the baby if something happens. Maximus said to Irene, who was preparing to take her clothes off despite her bulging stomach. Is that so? All right, then. Irene readily agreed, realizing that it would indeed endanger her unborn child when doing vigorous physical activity. Here, just drink this. Maximus took out a vial of origin essence. Different from the origin mana, origin essence is 100 times more expensive. This one vial of origin essence alone cost him 10 billion system point. It is especially good for when a creature is being conceived. Like origin mana, it is found mainly in the world that is at the beginning of its conception, and origin essence was responsible for conceiving the primordial life in it. He hoped that with this potion, his unborn child would reach at least mythical talent, which is at least 100,000 potential points. And if it somehow reaches divine rank, that's 1,000,000 potential points. What is this? Irene asked as she took what was in the vial, trusting her husband very much. It's for your baby. Maximus said as he hugged her and gently caressed her stomach. Excuse me, we're also here. His naked wives said impatiently. They were already naked, yet their husband still clung to the one he couldn't use. Oh, coming right away. Maximus looked at his naked wives, and his beastly nature almost took over. But thinking he still had important things to do, he suppressed his desire. Looking at their husband and seeing him look at them like a beast, they just rolled their eyes. It was still broad daylight, for God's sake. Let's start again with Erica. Maximus took out the Vigor Infusion Elixir Potion. This potion was a little more expensive than the Rapid Elixir Potion, as it can gather mana coupled with vast vitality to temper and strengthen the body. Night training basically involves destroying the body with mana to make it stronger and more adaptable to it. Erica took the potion, but before she drank it, she was stopped by Maximus. Wait. Maximus remembered that according to the description, it was 100 times more painful compared to normal night tempering. He didn't want to see his wife suffer just for a mere life point, so he thought of a solution. What about creating a soul spell that separates the sensation of the body for a while? Maximus tried that idea and quickly cast the Tier 0 spell. How do you feel? Maximus asked as he pinched her arm. It didn't hurt? Erica looked at him in puzzlement. Maximus furrowed his brow. Since his wife could still feel it, then when the rapid tempering of the body starts, it will still hurt like hell. He then cast a Tier 1 soul spell. Although he didn't have much control over it like a Tier 0 Transcendent Mastery soul spell, it was still stronger. How about now? Huh? I don't feel anything. Erica could still move her body perfectly, but she couldn't feel anything strangely. She felt as if she was only controlling a puppet body. If it weren't for her trust in her husband, she would be freaking out right now. Great, now take the potion. As she took the potion, a huge surge of mana invaded her body, rapidly disintegrating it. However, there was also a strange vitality that repaired this disintegration. At that moment, she thought about the consequences if she could still feel her body. Just thinking about it made her face pale. Are you alright? Maximus, looking at his wife's pale face, asked worriedly. No, I'm fine. You don't need to worry. Erica just smiled, as she didn't feel anything at all. It was just weird to see her body being destroyed and repaired rapidly in a short span of time. Maximus sighed and began guiding the rapid mana that was destroying her body recklessly. With the use of his mentor's insight and knowledge, he knew the appropriate amount of mana that was just right and could be quickly healed by the surging vitality. Otherwise, some areas of her body might be destroyed before they could be healed. With skillful control, Maximus further accelerated the surging mana, making his wife's body almost transparent. This made the people watching from behind pale. But seeing their husband's skillful and handsome control, they sighed in relief. With the acceleration of mana, it took less than a minute for the potion to be fully consumed. Huh? Maximus looked at Erica's entire body, checking for any omissions. Seeing that there was nothing wrong, he dispelled the soul spell. Erica touched her body, feeling that she was intact and the feeling of sensation is back. Just as she was preparing to lunge at him, she was jerked into the air when she tried to forcefully stand up. Looking at Erica jerked up into the air due to her little tantrum and lack of control due to the rapid increase in physical strength, Maximus chuckled. With quick reaction, he elegantly caught the naked Erica as she fell. Are you alright? Maximus said with a smirk. It's you. It's your fault. Erica was embarrassed by her clumsiness and softly punched him in the chest. Yes, it's because of me. Maximus said, pinching her soft body. You. Erica was immediately jolted in embarrassment. Put me down. All right. Maximus gently put her down. Looking at her body, which was still flawless as always, one would not think that she had already given birth to 3 children. But seeing her looking at him with a cute angry face, and his other wives who were also looking at him naked waiting for their turn. Ahem, who's next? Maximus said with a fake cough. Chapter 79 Spirit Plant Harvest. A week later, in the court of the castle. Good morning, gentlemen. Let us begin without further ado. Maximus motioned to his minister to start reporting what happened this month. Your Majesty, there are currently more than 5 million acres of land rented. After a month, the harvest is about 50 million tons of spiritual plants. Impressive. Maximus couldn't help but nod. But, Your Majesty, the problem is that after we took 70% of their produce, no one is willing to buy the rest as others also have their own produce. Dolan said helplessly. This is indeed a problem because there is no external market for them to sell to. Maximus acknowledged the problem is that the spiritual plant they planted is only useful for mortals. Although it's a tier 1 spiritual plant, its only function is to grow quickly and provide more nutrition to mortals. So, hoping to sell it to other territories in the cursed continent is not feasible. Just buy it all, then slowly sell it to them. Maximus decided quickly. The only reason he released this type of spiritual plant instead of plants that could help with cultivation is, first, it doesn't require much care. With the learning pace of his people, who don't even know how to read, this type of spiritual plant is easy to take care of, only needing a few drizzles of tier 0 spirit rain. Second, he hoped to quickly make them rich. Most people only have a few copper coins, as the 10 gold credits loaned to them are either used to rent land or buy cultivation manuals. But, Your Majesty, buying so much will only spoil the harvested crop if we don't sell it quickly. Dolan reasoned. I already have a solution for this. Do you remember when I asked you to expand the granary? Maximus asked. Dolan thought about it and nodded. Indeed, he was tasked with expanding the underground granary. Thanks to the hard work of a bunch of newly promoted apprentice mages and knights, the granary expanded at least 1,000 times in a month. Putting 50 million tons of harvested crops in it was a piece of cake. But, even so, it will only extend the life of the harvested crops for a few months. Dolan persuaded Maximus not to continue with the plan. No, don't worry. My teacher taught me how to set up an array to perfectly preserve food, just like the array formation in the kingdom. Maximus said seriously. Then, Your Majesty, after our 70% share, there are about 15 million tons that we need to buy. According to your quotation, this tier 1 spiritual plant should at least cost 5 silver coins per kilogram, making the total to 750 million gold coins, which we don't have. Dolan said, hoping to dissuade His Majesty or at least lower the price. 5 silver coins were already an exorbitant price, even though it's a spiritual plant. After all, they provided the land and seeds, so it would be acceptable to arbitrarily lower the price. Don't worry about that. Don't we have Moonlight Bank? There is no need for physical money. Maximus said. Thinking that his people would add 750 million gold credits, plus the previous gold credits, it would almost catch up to 1 billion system points per month when converted to the system. However, doing that will crash the market. Without products for them to spend on, it will lead to chaos. Dolan said. Although he had no concept of inflation, being an old minister, he still had a basic understanding of the market. I know, I will add advanced knowledge to the Moonlight Library about various professions and sell the following resources. Maximus stated. After all, we can't have our people only being farmers or construction workers. Maximus contemplated. That's a great idea, Your Majesty, but people are ignorant and don't have much knowledge. How can they comprehend difficult knowledge about various professions? Dolan asked, puzzled. It was indeed a good idea. With people learning professions like potion making, alchemy, they can have their own value. Otherwise, Maximus' territory would only be like a factory, with Maximus as the owner and his people as workers. With people only knowing how to plant and mindlessly follow blueprints in construction, sooner or later Maximus' territory will collapse. Isn't there an academy? Once it's built they can just learn it there with proper guidance. Just don't place any restrictions for now. Anyone is welcome to attend. Maximus suggested. Furthermore, to prevent any talented individuals from delaying their studies, divide them into levels. Maximus concluded. Dolan quickly wrote down Maximus' instructions, not daring to miss anything. After that, they discussed the follow-up plan in more detail to minimize the impact that it will cause. Next, how about you, Landon? How is the relocation going? Maximus asked. Your Majesty, since we started the relocation 3 months ago, we have relocated more than 13 million people. Landon reported. At this rate, it will take a few years just to relocate people here. Maximus thought. I will add another 900 ships in addition to the 100 ships earlier. That's good, Your Majesty. Landon said in relief. Transporting people from one place to another is not as easy as it seems. It takes at least a week of back and forth. So it's no wonder that he can only transport more than 4 million people a month. How about you, Robert? How is the task of breeding magic beasts going? Maximus inquired. It's going well, Your Majesty. Without the corrosive mana, we have chosen easy-to-tame beasts and are preparing to breed them on a large scale. Robert excitedly said. In the past, the only source of meat was through hunting, but now they can harvest meat as if it were from plants. It was too far-fetched, that he didn't even dare to imagine it in the past. Good, continue what you are doing. Maximus approved. Then they discussed more specific aspects of breeding magic beasts, such as selecting those that produce more meat for consumption and choosing flying beasts or fast-type beasts for transportation. What about you, Tristan? How are the merchants doing? Maximus looked at Tristan and asked. Well, the merchants are struggling a bit. With the monopoly of the Etheria Pavilion, they don't know what to sell. Tristan truthfully reported. Humphrey, that's the consequence of only knowing how to hoard food. Maximus grumbled. These merchants only know how to hoard food and sell it at expensive prices due to their monopoly on resources. However, Your Majesty, craftsmen, tailors, blacksmiths, and others are becoming rich. Tristan said. Indeed. Maximus couldn't help but nod, and he pondered. Although people don't have much money, without worries about danger and food, they are still willing to spend for their comfort. Merchants need to learn from these people. They need skills to survive in this current market. Maximus advised. Indeed, Your Majesty, they were already trying to survey the market, looking for what to do. Tristan confirmed. There is one individual, in particular, who has a brilliant mind and has decided to form an escort guard, recruiting the scattered knights that came from the previous kingdoms. What do they escort? Maximus inquired. They guard the newly promoted apprentice knights, allowing them to gain experience in Tier 1 forests. Tristan explained. That is indeed a good idea. Maximus acknowledged. After that, Tristan told what kind of businesses are still running and blooming at the Tranny of Etheria Pavilion. Although, Etheria Pavilion only sold raw materials and food. However, this still put a lot of pressure on the other merchant. Maximus can't just take out the Etheria Pavilion as it's the driving force of his current territory situation. His kingdom is just begging to form, and without his help or the Etheria Pavilion to set an example, it is easy to go awry with the current market situation, but still, he needed to think of another source, for his people to earn money. He then thought of building a virtual coliseum. With it, his people can earn and train their combat capability at the same time. If his system didn't update and produce life points which he can use to quickly master skills, then he wouldn't even think about it. After all, the difficulty of inscribing a rune program about virtual worlds is very hard and time-consuming, but with life point maybe he can think of a solution for this. After the meeting, he came to the meditation room and assist his wives in cultivation like what they did last week. This time they already knew what to expect, so they were not scared but excited instead. After all, who wouldn't want a quick boost of strength without drawbacks? After the session, all of his wives became great mages and great knights. Making the total life point he gained every day came from 9,300 life point to 11,400 life point. How is study this week? Maximus asked. After knowing that they possess divine talent in a certain profession, he urged them to study in this area, which they didn't have much resistance. They were even excited, as they were bored, and had nothing to do. It is very easy, and fun. Later let Sister Erica cook for you, the taste of her food, hiss. Hazel the foodie said. Imagining the food that Erica cooked when she tried a food recipe. They were truly mouth-watering. It is different from the usual, as if eating every bit is an explosion of flavor. Alright, let's try that later. Maximus just smiled at them. Chapter 80. Build an artificial intelligence split personality. In the castle dining chamber, Maximus and his family were having a feast. Tasting Erica's cooking, he had to say divine talent is indeed on another level. It was incomparable to the food cooked by the spirit chef when he was on the ship heading towards the arcane continent. There were also the twins Luna and Livia, who had divine talent when it came to music. Eating while listening to music was a heavenly experience. His children also enjoyed the show and asked if they could learn it too. Unfortunately, when he scanned their status in the system, their highest talent in other professions is only ranked 3 rare. Fortunately, there are many items in the Myriad World Mall that can enhance talent in a certain field, so it's not a problem. Everything that can be solved with money is not a problem. If it can't be solved with money, then you don't have enough of it. After the feast, he flew towards the underground granary. Looking at the massive granary in front of him, he started setting up the array. First, he bought Preservation Array from the system. Formation Array Aptitude, Uncommon, 0 out of 500, Preservation Array, Tier 3, Initial, 1 out of 3,000, plus 55,500 potential point, plus 90 life points equals 45,000. Formation Array Aptitude, Mythic, 0 out of 5 million. Preservation Array, Tier 3, Transcendent, Max. It is indeed easy to master specific knowledge. Maximus murmured. He thought of mastering a couple of Tier 3 spells so he could have a quick boost in strength. With his transcendent mastery of Preservation Array, setting it up was a piece of cake. After he bought the array of materials, with his powerful spiritual consciousness, he manipulated the materials simultaneously and quickly finished setting up the array in just a few hours. The next day, he summoned Doran to his office. I have finished setting up the preservation array in the granary. You can start transporting the food there. Maximus began. All right, Your Majesty. I'll do it right away. Doran respectfully said. After that, they discussed the specifics of the task, including the process of buying the harvested crops and how to sell them. After talking to Doran, he headed to the hidden underground chamber of the castle. After a night of thinking, he came up with a solution to create a virtual world without it being time-consuming and difficult. The problem with creating a rune program for a virtual world is that inscribing runes is time-consuming. Just like when he inscribed the Moonlight Forum previously, it took him 2 weeks just for a simple function. He thought of making a device to inscribe an array for himself. This is not sold in the Myriad System Mall, as inscribing a rune program requires a soul as a driving force and a brand. Meaning, whoever made the rune program had the highest authority over it. So, at most, the Myriad System Mall sold a rune program manual, not the actual product. Alternatively, he could buy a sentient slave to inscribe the rune program. With him being the master, it would be equivalent to having the highest authority over it. Unfortunately, buying slaves from the Myriad World Mall risks having the coordinates of Etherium Realm exposed. His solution was to create artificial intelligence and split a part of his soul to act as a guide and the brand of the rune program, bearing his soul's signature. He first browsed the Myriad World Mall of the interstellar type dimension and looked for knowledge about creating artificial intelligence. Then he bought the entire Eldrune runic language. Next, he searched for knowledge about combining runes and souls. Mechanics Comprehension, Mythic, 0 out of 1 million. Runic Comprehension, Uncommon, 0 out of 200. Creating Artificial Intelligence, Initial, 1 out of 100,000. Combining Runes and Souls, Initial, 10,000. Eldrune Runic Language, Initial, 1 million. After he bought all the necessary items, it was time to allocate points. Fortunately, he stopped adding points these days, hoping to use them when necessary. So he had enough life and potential points when needed. Potential point, 224,948. Life point, 78,330. He first upgraded the Runic Comprehension, then the rest. Rune Comprehension. Plus 22,200 potential point, Artificial Intelligence. Plus 3,000 life points equals 1,500,000 system point, Rune and Souls. Plus 150 life points equals 150,000 system point, Eldrune. Plus 15,000 life points equals 15 million system point. After he finished adding points, he looked at his system. Mechanics Comprehension, Mythic, 0 out of 1 million. Runic Comprehension, Mythic, 0 out of 2 million. Creating Artificial Intelligence, Transcendent, Max. Combining Runes and Souls, Transcendent, Max. Eldrune Runic Language, Transcendent, Max. Armed with Transcendent Mastery, he started creating an artificial intelligence runic program for himself. Waving his hand, he began inscribing the artificial intelligence runic program, translating the interstellar programming language to Eldrune language. Without resting, 3 days later, he completed the body of the artificial intelligence runic program. Looking at the exquisite program that he had created himself, Maximus couldn't help but marvel at how powerful transcendent mastery is. He went beyond what was written in the book and added his personal insights and requirements, making the artificial intelligence runic program highly malleable. He thought that in the future, when he had more knowledge, he could upgrade this artificial intelligence runic program to become truly sentient, not just driven by his soul. Now, the only missing thing was a part of his soul. First, he bought a Tier 3 soul-splitting spell. Soul-splitting spell, Initial, 1 out of 3,000, plus 50 life points equals 45,000. Tier 3 soul-splitting spell, Transcendent, Max. With Transcendent Mastery, he easily split a part of his soul without harming his foundation, and through meditation, it would naturally heal. Placing a part of his soul into the artificial intelligence runic program, it started to run and calibrate. The other core started running and began emitting a cracking noise. Warning. Warning. Natural power supply is not enough. Switching to the backup power supply, The natural mana supplied by the kingdom's array was not enough to run the calibration of the artificial intelligence runic program, causing it to consume the top-grade magical crystal that was within it. Looking at the top-grade magical crystal becoming smaller and smaller, instead of panicking and feeling sad about the loss of money, he was instead excited. This proved that the artificial intelligence runic program he had created was revolutionary. He bought another top-grade magical crystal in case one was not enough, costing another 1 billion system point. After a few minutes, the artificial intelligence runic program finished calibrating. Initialization complete. With a part of his soul within the runic program, he could easily control it as if he were controlling his own body. He then controlled the program to merge with the other core, causing the whole thing to crack again and consume a magic crystal. After it was done, he could now control and view the entire array set in the kingdom using a part of his soul, which was much more extensive than before. Now let's test the efficiency of inscribing runes. Maximus murmured to himself. First, he bought a runic program model for a virtual coliseum. After all, the artificial intelligence runic program could not truly think on its own. The little soul within it was only its driving force to inscribe runes and for Maximus to have better control over it. After he inputted the program into his consciousness, he passed his soul into the runic program. Inscribing. Estimated time. 198 hours, excellent. Maximus nearly clapped his hands in satisfaction with his successful work. But as he looked at the dwindling top-grade magical crystal, he grew worried again. At this rate, the inscribing process will consume at least one top-grade magical crystal a day. Maximus sighed, after all, not everything is perfect. In the Ethereum realm, top-grade magical crystals were super rare resources, even powerhouses were reluctant to use them. Yet he had the audacity to use them because he was lazy and didn't have the time to inscribe rune programs like a normal person. However, for him, as long as it could be solved with money, it wasn't really a problem. Now he just needed to wait for a little over a week for the virtual coliseum to be completed. As for the Moonlight Mall he had planned previously, he scrapped it for now. With only him selling there, it defeated his purpose of circulating money. He would wait until most of his people learned various professions like mechanics and alchemy. For now, he would let the Ethereum Pavilion handle all the selling. 3 days later, just before the virtual coliseum was completed, his wife Irene went into labor. +1 child, potential rank 5 mythic, the potential of this newborn child lived up to his expectations. With the origin essence, the child reached mythic potential. "How are you, Irene?" Maximus asked lovingly. "I'm fine. How should we name this little angel?" Irene asked as she looked at the little girl in her embrace. "Let's name her Syra, meaning the authority of the moon." Maximus thought of a name and said, "Little Syra, say hi to your father." Irene said softly to the child. Little Syra looked curiously at the big man standing in front, blocking her view of the huge, bright thingy in the sky. Although baby Syra was just born, she already had her own thoughts. It was a gift from the world to those born with mythic and above mana compatibility. "How are you, little Syra?" Maximus looked at the little one as he gently pinched her cheeks. Little Syra looked at the big man trying to swat his hands away. "Oh? You don't want daddy?" Maximus noticed that little Syra seemed a bit annoyed based on her eye expression. This somehow shocked him. Although he could understand children being advanced for their age, he was still somewhat shocked that a newborn baby could express her emotions. Seeing that the big man was still in her view, little Syra grunted, hoping to remind him to stay away. "All right, I will visit you later," Maximus said, seeing that the little one was still annoyed. He gave them both a kiss and allowed them to rest. Once the big man was gone, little Syra turned her gaze towards the beautiful object shining in the sky, the moon. Chapter 81 Battle Coliseum 5 days later, in the hidden underground chamber, Maximus looked at the ongoing rune inscribing process. Initial virtual coliseum complete, tier 0 to 5, battleground map calibrating. Battle of the Ancients initializing, the other core, after 8 days, finally stopped vibrating, and Maximus had consumed 13 top-grade magical crystals just to inscribe this unfinished virtual coliseum. Please insert name. After some thinking, he named it the Battle Coliseum. There are 2 modes of Battle Coliseum. The Battleground, where players battle against each other either in 1 versus 1 or 5 versus 5 matches. And the Battle of the Ancients, where you battle against the artificial intelligence program. This is where he consumed most of the top-grade magical crystals, as inscribing this artificial intelligence powerhouse required purer and more mana. What was finished now was the battle artificial intelligence for tier 0 to 5. As for higher tiers, it was still ongoing, but he estimated that it would take at least a month to finish the battle artificial intelligence for tier 6. Tier 6 is on a different level, as it is the threshold between mages and knights, making them equal. This special realm is achieved by combining the body and soul, making that mages and knights are unequal in strength and lifespan. After he finished naming it, he inputted the rewards. After all, without rewards, it would only be a game. With rewards, it would be a way of life, the dream that you want to achieve in your life. The first reward he thought of was all kinds of rare resources for mage and knight cultivation. By setting this, it would provide invisible benefits for talented individuals, making them stronger than others. The second reward was titles and land. After he came to rule the entire Sunburn Plateau, all noble titles were abolished, leaving the powerless nobles frustrated. These titles and land rewards held no real power. The land was spiritual land for farming and building houses. You know, spiritual land is usually rented monthly, and the houses people live in can't be arbitrarily changed, and they still need to pay a yearly fee. Of course, it is affordable and cheap, otherwise, people wouldn't have the means to live in it. But with these rewards, they would fully own the land and be able to do whatever they liked. As for the titles, they would provide special privileges, such as tax discounts and other special benefits that would surely flatter these former nobles. After setting these rewards, he set the price for these rewards, which were the battle points players would receive when they won a battle. In the Battle of the Ancients, opponents were divided into tiers 0 to 5, with varying difficulties, easy, medium, hard, and nightmare. For tiers 0 to 5, players would receive battle points in increments of 10. For example, tier 0 would earn 1 battle point, tier 1 would earn 10 battle point, and tier 2 would earn 100 battle point. Regarding difficulty levels, easy would earn 1 times the battle point, medium would earn 2 times the battle point, hard would earn 3 times the battle point, and nightmare would earn 10 times the battle point. After setting all the parameters and configurations, he decided to import the Battle Coliseum to the Ether Core. In the tavern, in broad daylight, Silver Adam was still drinking. For Silver Adam, whether it was day or night made no difference. The only thing that could stop him from drinking was being knocked out of sleep, which, for him, was the best feeling. While he was drinking, his personal token vibrated. New update. Seeing that there was another new update, Silver Adam became intrigued. Personal information: Moonlight Forum, Moonlight Library, Moonlight Bank, Battle Coliseum, new. As he clicked on the Battle Coliseum, a pop-up appeared. Do you want to upload your consciousness? Read instruction manual. Upload consciousness? Interesting. Silver Adam smiled. You see, consciousness-based functions on personal tokens are only available in the Origin domain and some rich domains in the Arcane continent. That's because this kind of function consumes an enormous amount of mana. For example, in Moonlight Kingdom, with a multitude of tier 0 to 3 mages and knights using the Battle Coliseum, it would cost 1 top-grade magical crystal per year just to keep it running. One can't even fathom how much mana it would cost in the Origin domain, where there live billions of trillions of people with the most powerful and talented individuals in the entire domain. Fortunately, the rich mana in the Origin domain offsets the cost of running this kind of virtual world. This brat's teacher is quite interesting. Silver Adam murmured, thinking that Maximus' teacher is the one who made or instructed the making of this virtual function. Without further ado, he uploaded his consciousness. As for reading the instruction manual, who in their right mind would read an instruction manual? Alistair, who was having breakfast with his sister Amara before heading to a tier 1 forest to earn money and train, was interrupted by an update on his personal token. After reading the instruction manual, a battle intent shone through Alistair's eyes. Battle? Battle points? Rewards? Alistair questioned himself. Isn't his made for me? Alistair murmured excitedly, which startled Amara, who was sitting next to him. What's going on, brother? You've been on your token for a while now? Amara asked. Don't you know about the update? No, my token is in my room. Then go get your token. I'll quickly earn our resources. Alistair excitedly said without explaining anything, and he headed towards his room. As the instruction manual said, you would be immobile when you uploaded your consciousness. Maximus stood in front of a tier 1 official mage with nightmare difficulty, watching as the opponent disintegrated. I nearly lost. Maximus said to himself, patting his chest. In his first battle, the tier 0 apprentice knight with nightmare difficulty was easily defeated by him, thanks to his transcendent tier 0 soul spell mastery. But in the second battle with the official mage opponent just now, he had almost failed. If it weren't for his consciousness, which was already tier 3 nascent mage, he wouldn't even have time to react. In this virtual world, the mana and spells you use are the same. The only difference is consciousness, as it can't be suppressed, with the current state Battle Coliseum. In fact, winning a battle with a nightmare opponent would make you practically invincible in the same tier and could easily fight across tiers. So, he should be contented that at least his strength is not made of water and he can still be invisible at the same level, albeit lower. But for him, a transmigrator with such an overpowered cheat, the fact that he nearly lost was embarrassing. By the looks of things, he could only defeat Tier 2 opponents of high difficulty next. To avoid losing, he upgraded his previous spells one by one to Transcendent Mastery, which cost him more than 10,000 life points. Ready for the next battle, he clicked on Next. Maximus found himself in a forest environment, facing off against a Tier 2 Great Knight. When he fought the Tier 0 Apprentice Knight earlier, his assumption that knights were weaklings was quickly overridden. He realized there was no essential difference in strength between knights and mages. His preconceived notion was a result of encountering mostly weak opponents, leading him to underestimate the knight's profession. Furthermore, there are 10 times more knights than mages, so it is more likely to encounter weak knights than trash mages. Before the countdown of the battle is finished, Maximus cast a Tier 2 barrier spell on himself. 3, 2, 1, 0. Fight. The battle commenced. Suddenly, the knight opposite him vanished from sight. So it's an assassin-type knight? Maximus grinned with excitement. Slash. A slash appeared behind Maximus, nearly shattering his barrier. Fortunately, his transcendent mastery of the barrier spell held strong against the opponent's perfect mastery. Maximus retaliated with an indiscriminate fire bombardment, but the assassin knight immediately retreated after delivering a strike, avoiding the fiery onslaught. Determined to gain the upper hand, Maximus focused his concentration and unleashed a detection spell. With newfound awareness, he cast a wooden vine-binding spell, attempting to trap the elusive assassin knight. However, the knight proved to be as slippery as a fish, teleporting behind Maximus once again. The assassin knight swiftly moved around him, slashing 3 times in quick succession. The barrier broke under the pressure of the first strike. Fortunately, he managed to hold against the second strike, thanks to his quick supplementation. However, on the third strike, unable to react in time, he could only instinctively dodge, narrowly avoiding but losing an arm in exchange. Fuck. Maximus screamed in pain. Though it was a virtual battle, the sensations were all too real, evoking his combat instincts. He cast a healing spell to mend his wounded arm, swiftly restoring it to its previous state. Now fueled by anger, Maximus conjured a raging fire that continually enveloped him, forming an impassable barrier. Let's see how you can get near me now. Maximus taunted, his arrogance evident. With the raging fire surrounding him, the knight assassin struggled to approach, rendered passive by the inferno. He can do this indiscriminate bombing of spells because Transcendent Mastery only consumed 1,000th of mana required than normal. After some time, employing a combination of indiscriminate bombardments, Ford-like spell frequency, and his Transcendent Mastery, Maximus managed to exhaust the knight assassin, ultimately delivering the fatal blow. Ha ha ha. Easy. Maximus laughed and boasted, reveling in his victory. Although he acknowledged his shortcomings in combat, he couldn't accept defeat. Furthermore, until now, he hadn't used his more than 20 times mana amplitude, keeping it sealed. Had he used his mana amplitude, his opponent wouldn't have stood a chance and break his mana barrier, regardless if he stood still during the duration of the battle. Should I increase the difficulty? Maximus pondered, questioning himself. Even with Nightmare's difficulty, he can't help but still cheat, preventing him from truly enhancing his battle consciousness. He contemplated creating next-level difficulty, one that would incorporate Transcendent Mastery and mana amplitude based on the opponent. This way, he would be forced to train himself, leaving him with no other choice but to rely on his skills and cheat less. Reflecting on it, he decided to call it the Invincible difficulty, since no matter how high one's battle IQ, it would be useless without Transcendent Mastery and the corresponding mana amplitude. Satisfied with his victory over the Tier 2 Nightmare difficulty opponent, Maximus clicked Next. Chapter 82 Sword God. In a vast plain, the third round began. Maximus's opponent at this moment is a Tier 3 Nascent Mage Nightmare difficulty. With his previous experience, he was getting the hang of the battle. Sure enough, after a few exchanges, he defeated his opponent. Satisfied with his battle this time, he exited the battle coliseum. On the castle terrace, he saw his children watching on a virtual screen of their brother Liam fighting. The battle coliseum had a live stream function and a reward function. How is your brother doing? Maximus sat next to them and asked. He was ranked 1 with 360 battle point at the start, after the evaluation in the Battle of the Ancients. Max proudly said. Oh? The ranking is divided from rank 0 to 9 with 10 to 99 battle point for rank 0, 100 to 999 battle point for rank 1, and so on. Who is his opponent? Maximus got curious and looked at the virtual screen. Liam's opponent was a middle-aged man who was also a knight using an axe. They were evenly matched, with the middle-aged man having more experience and Liam having a greater variety of techniques. But unfortunately for Liam, after fighting like his father, bursting with a variety of techniques without substance, he grew exhausted and was baited. Slash. Ha ha ha, you're too young, boy. The middle-aged man bragged. Liam's virtual avatar looked like himself but in the image of a teenager, so the middle-aged man didn't know that he was fighting a 7-year-old kid. Liam, on the other hand, just gritted his teeth as he slowly disappeared. "How is the fight, son?" Maximus said in a mocking tone. Although Liam's fighting style was the same as his, unfortunately, he didn't have transcendent mastery, so his mana was quickly consumed. "It's not bad." Liam didn't know what to say for a while. "It's good, brother. Your opponent is just too old." Max on the side cheered. Liam felt consoled. Seeing that his son wasn't too sad about the loss, Maximus looked at the battle ranking. Silver Adam, rank 5 to 6,745,960 Light Hans, rank 4 to 634,860 Alistair, rank 4 to 337,760 Mike, rank 3 to 34,860. His ranking wasn't there as he had it hidden. After all, it's embarrassing if someone was on top of him. Silver Adam, who was on top, was basically the strongest in his kingdom, so it's no surprise. Even with his current state as a Tier 4 Sky Knight, Silver Adam, a former Tier 6 Stellar Knight, could defeat all opponents easily. And Maximus also noticed Alistair, the one he thought was a protagonist. "Weird," Maximus unconsciously murmured. He could understand fast training, but how could Alistair climb all the way to rank 4? Was he a reincarnation or something? For a long time, he had noticed that there was something peculiar about this place. First, why was he transmigrated exactly at this place? Based on the system recording, there was something that attracted it here. As for what it was, he didn't know. Second, the cult. After a long time, he had only seen the Shadow God cult in the Cursed Continent. Even after he traveled to the Arcane Continent, he learned that this place had become almost a forbidden land for believers. So why was there still a cult running rampant here? It was as if they were searching for something, but unfortunately, no one could answer his question right now. He could only shake his jumbled thoughts. Just as he was about to quit the battle ranking panel, he saw that Silver Adam was in an ongoing match. Earlier, Silver Adam was intrigued by the Battle Coliseum, but after fighting for a while, he grew bored. However, just as he was about to quit, he saw a reward that made his mouth water. Dragonfire Oak Heart, Tier 5, a legendary wine that combines the essence of a dragon's heart and the sacred wood of an elemental oak tree. Price, 7 million battle point. Unfortunately, even though he fought from rank 0 from easy to nightmare difficulty, he didn't earn enough points. From Tier 4, he couldn't defeat the nightmare difficulty no matter what he did, so his only hope was for someone to challenge him to a match. Just as he was thinking about who would be brave enough to challenge him, a notification came through. "Alistair challenges you, accept or decline?" Silver Adam got suddenly excited. Finally, a savior he had been waiting for. "Alistair, rank 4 to 337,760, a good baby who came to give me points." Silver Adam said and accepted the challenge, setting the bet at 300,000 battle point. Alistair was in his room, when he fought in the Battle Coliseum earlier. There was a rush of memories about battles in his head, making him almost invisible. As he fought in Battle of Ancient, his battle point climbed all the way to rank 4. Unfortunately, the rush of memory was gone, and he figured he needed more stimulation. Seeing that there were only 2 people ahead of him, he first challenged Light Hans. "Light Hans, I don't fight with commoners." Instead of getting accepted, he was mocked, which made his teeth itch. Light Hans was born arrogant, with his eyes set on top of the sky. Fighting with a commoner, even if it was a talent like him, went against his creed. He was an outright arrogant noble. He only participated in the Battle Coliseum because he saw the prize is noble titles and land. He hopes to bring back the past glory of the Hans family with his own hands. Since Light did not accept his challenge, Alistair set his sights on the top-ranked player. After a while, he received a reply. Silver Adam accepted the challenge. Bet 300,000 battle point? Accept or decline? Seeing the extravagant bet, he realized he had no other choice. He needed this pressure to become stronger. In recent days, Alistair felt that something was about to happen, and he needed to become stronger quickly. He trusted his instincts greatly. After accepting, he set the limit to Tier 1 Mage or Knight. With the memories that he just integrated, he felt that within the same tier, he was invincible. On the battlefield, filled with fire and blood, Alistair and Silver appeared. "Thank you, brat, for the battle point," Silver said in gratitude. "HMMP, we'll see about that," Alistair retorted, launching a swift attack with his sword. "Oh? Another sword user," Silver thought as he watched the little kid attacking him. As the sword approached Silver, he dodged it using micro-movements. To an experienced fighter, it would appear as if the sword miraculously passed through his body. Alistair was not discouraged and fought even more vigorously. On the other hand, Silver treated the battle as mere child's play. Silver was grateful for the 300,000 battle point, so he thought that he should teach a thing or two to this brat. He continued to dodge effortlessly, without moving from his spot. A surge of memories flooded Alistair's mind, showcasing various fighting styles and tactics he didn't even know were possible. After a few minutes of Alistair slashing his opponent, Silver finally moved from his position. "Oh? Not bad, kid," Silver praised. Alistair's fighting style was improving at the speed of light, forcing Silver to get serious. "But it's time to end this," Silver declared, raising his sword. He felt it was enough and was already thinking of drinking Dragonfire Oak Heart that he was about to redeem. However, Alistair, sensing a great crisis, burst with greater power and unconsciously retreated. Having had enough of being on the defensive, Silver chased after his opponent. Alistair, at this moment, had already lost consciousness. He fought with all his might, using his instincts as the memory of his previous life was being integrated. With a clash of swords, Alistair was fighting Silver on equal ground without losing. Sword instinct? Silver was shocked that a brat was able to parry his sword. Sword instinct was a battle style of most maniac swordsmen who only had a sword in their hearts. However, for him such a way is meaningless. Wouldn't it be good to drink more? What more sword do you want? You can't eat it, can you? But, looking at Alistair, who fought like a beast with his instincts, he was still impressed. Unfortunately, that's not enough, Silver said, stepping up his movements. Alistair received sword wounds all over his body, but despite the injuries, he continued fighting. Fortunately, the mana in his body healed the sword cuts and keep him from fighting. However, within a few more minutes, Alistair was finally out of mana. But, during this time, he already digested a part of his previous memories and learned who he was in his previous life. "I commend you for defeating me to this state." A mature voice and aura came from Alistair. "Humphrey, you're just a brat. What can you do?" Silver said mockingly, feeling a little annoyed that the fight had extended for a few more minutes. The entire time he hadn't gotten serious and was only using basic sword styles as he hoped this ignorant brat would learn a thing or two. "I still have to thank you. If not for you." Alistair didn't finish his sentence as Silver attacked him again. "It looks like you're in a hurry to die," Alistair said seriously as he casually parried the sword. "Alright, brat, you've had enough." Silver had reached his limit. He was still in a hurry to drink his Dragonfire Oak Heart. These few minutes felt like torture to Silver Adam. He couldn't stand even a minute without having a sip of wine, and it's been a few minutes. If it weren't for the 300,000 battle point that he treated as a tuition fee, he would have ended the fight in just a few seconds. He thought he should inform that brat Maximus to add props like a drink or something. Having enough, Silver Adam gathered all the mana in his body and slashed toward Alistair. This slash was his famous move, Atomic Slash, disintegrating every atom of his opponent out of existence. Alistair, who just got his memories of his previous life, seeing the sword coming at him, was still complacent, thinking it was just a normal attack. But as the sword approached, it split into 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64. Endless sword mirages came towards him. His body didn't have any mana, so he could only watch as the endless swords erased his virtual body from existence. "Be proud, mortal. You have defeated this weakened sword god," Alistair thought as he gradually disappeared. Chapter 83. Preparing to leave. Alistair emerged from the virtual world, his eyes shining with a cold light. "Those muggles, wait for the great sword god to give you a surprise," Alistair murmured. He was Alistair Dawnblade, the revered sword god once worshipped by the entire Nexus continent. Or should he now refer to it as the Curse Continent? Ha ha ha, those fogies are indeed scheming. Alistair laughed at the fate of the former Nexus continent. Drawing upon the memories within his body, he witnessed the once glorious Nexus continent reduced to the dust of history, now becoming the weakest continent in the current Ethereum realm. According to this body's memory, all of this was due to the death of gods which corrode the mana, which he found very amusing and contradictory. The ones responsible for the destruction of the Nexus continent and the corrosive mana were the mages and knights of the Arcane continent. In the early ages, the Nexus continent had shown signs of catching up to the Arcane continent due to their immortality, rendering them impossible to kill, which made them a threat to the overload of Ethereum realm. The immortal divinities of the Nexus continent were thus sealed by the powerhouse of the Arcane continent, assisted by the gods of the Divine continent. "Seems like you've failed to seal us." A few minutes ago, on the castle terrace, Maximus joyfully watched the battle between Silver Adam and Alistair, accompanied by his children. "Father, the old man is so strong," Liam said admiringly from his seat beside Maximus. Yeah, but I find his fighting style boring," Max replied. No one responded to him except the monkey perched on his shoulder, which nodded in agreement. Shortly after, the scene unfolded, revealing Silver Adam executing his move, Atomic Slash. "Wow! So cool. While his children marveled at the impressive moves, Maximus's gaze remained fixed on the opponent, who seemed to be a different person. Could it be? Maximus pondered, wanting to confirm his suspicion. After the fight between the two, he connected to a part of his soul residing in a Thurcore to access the monitoring array and observe Alistair. He witnessed Alistair muttering to himself as if possessed. Those muggles. Seems. Failed to seal us. After listening to Alistair's rumblings, he had more questions in his mind. What truly happened to the curse content? He muttered. Seeing that Alistair had finally calmed down and getting no further information, he cut his connection and programmed the monitoring array to focus on Alistair. Maximus got up ready to prepare, as he needed to start preparing before he leave the kingdom. Regarding the danger in his kingdom, he wasn't overly concerned since a Tier 6 energy weapon was equipped there. As long as the monitoring array detected any danger, it would automatically annihilate it using the energy weapon. At night, Maximus is having dinner with his family. Tomorrow, you should visit your family. We will depart for the Arcane Continent in a week, Maximus announced. So soon? One of his wives exclaimed in surprise. The registration deadline is less than 2 months away, so we should hurry, Maximus explained. Furthermore, you will also register at the academy, he added, his tone serious. What? Us too? They asked in shock. Yes, of course. Otherwise? Maximus teased. But what about the children? There are various solutions. They can also go and learn, Maximus reassured them. Afterward, they discussed further plans for their time in the Arcane Continent and what they should bring for their family before departing. In Erica's family house in Shadow City. You're leaving in a week? Francis, the former Baron of the Fairy Kingdom, Erica's father asked. Yes, father. Don't worry, I can still contact you through this token, Erica reassured him, waving her personal token. Oh? Then you should take care of yourself, Francis just sighed. What more can he say? His daughter was already someone Cabojan didn't listen to him. However, he was still satisfied with the son-in-law, as he was truly promising. Initially, he had only viewed this cheap son-in-law as a means to advance his noble title. Little did he know, the son-in-law would directly conquer the former Fairy Kingdom and, in just a few years, establish dominance over the entire sunburnt continent. Although Francis had heard that his son-in-law's success was largely attributed to his teacher, in the end, it was his son-in-law who effectively managed the kingdom. So, the difference was not significant. They continued to talk and bond, aware that it would be a long time before they met again in person. Erica even cooked a spirit dish she had recently learned for them. In Hazel's family house, within a spacious courtyard, Hazel's brothers and sisters were either training or playing, their faces beaming with joy. It's truly a blessing for you to marry the Lord, Hazel's mother remarked, observing the positive changes in their family. They had never imagined such a life. For them, a bumper harvest was already all they could ask for. But now, they could have anything they desired without lifting a finger. Of course, they weren't idle. They trained diligently, and with sufficient supplies, most of them had become Tier 2 great knights. Take care of yourself. Hazel's mother embraced her daughter tightly as Hazel mentioned her departure. I know, mother. I trust my husband, Hazel replied with a smile, free of any worries about potential dangers. Maximus made his way to his office and summoned his chief officer, Doran. After a moment, there was a knock on the door. Good morning, Your Majesty, Doran greeted. I will be leaving for the Arcane Continent in a week, Maximus declared straightforwardly. This. Doran didn't know what to say for a while. Don't worry too much. I will leave behind a mechanical clone that can connect with my personal token, allowing you to contact me, Maximus explained. That is reassuring, Your Majesty. Doran sighed with relief. In any case, I am here to give you this, Maximus said, producing a storage ring. Doran accepted the ring and used his consciousness to explore its contents. The storage ring was so vast that Doran couldn't fully scan its contents with his spiritual consciousness. It held an immense amount of resources, towering like mountains. What is this for, Your Majesty? Doran asked, puzzled. These resources are meant for the kingdom's development and provide cultivation resources for the people, Maximus clarified. While Maximus could leave behind a mechanical clone, it lacked spiritual capabilities and couldn't access a storage ring. As for the small part of his soul integrated with the Thurcore, it silently watched over the kingdom and wasn't suitable for this task. I will fulfill your will, Your Majesty, Doran pledged solemnly, refraining from talking in circles and saying he was not fit for the job. As for coveting the resources in the storage ring for himself, he didn't have much thought. Moreover, even if he had such thoughts, the mere notion of betrayal would be sensed by Maximus, regardless of the distance between them. Maximus had established the highest level of contract binding agreement for important officials in his kingdom to prevent future troubles of this nature. Of course, they still maintained their freedom and autonomy, as long as they remained loyal. The benefits provided by Maximus were sufficient to deter any fleeting desires. After concluding his conversation with Doran, there was one more thing Maximus had to attend to before leaving his kingdom. Watching Doran leave, he typed something into his token. After a while, there was a knock on the door. "Come in." The person who entered was Isabella, his supposed secretary. Isabella had lived up to his expectations, seamlessly coordinating all of his ministers to enhance their efficiency. As a result, Maximus only needed to engage in discussions once or twice a month. "What do you need, Your Majesty? You could have just informed me through my token," Isabella said in an emotionless manner. "You don't have to be so tense in the early morning." Maximus laughed, attempting to ease the atmosphere. Isabella merely rolled her eyes and casually took a seat on the sofa. They were somewhat acquainted, so such behavior wasn't considered rude. "What can I do for you?" she repeated. Observing Isabella sitting quietly, Maximus was mesmerized for a while. "I will be leaving for the Arcane Continent, and I want you to come with me," Maximus stated, maintaining a composed expression. "That's what I'm supposed to do," Isabella responded as if it were a trivial matter. Of course, deep down, Isabella was excited. Going to the Arcane Continent had always been one of her dreams. Now that she had become an ascent mage, she longed to fulfill those aspirations. "Great. Do you need to make any preparations?" "No, everything I need is in my storage ring," Isabella replied, raising her hand to reveal a ring. "I meant your family. Shouldn't you bid them farewell?" Maximus inquired. "There isn't much affection between us, only self-interest. If it weren't for their care when I was young, I wouldn't even bother with them," Isabella stated matter-of-factly, devoid of emotional fluctuations. "What about me? Is your interest in me also purely self-serving?" Maximus teased. "Who knows?" Isabella blushed and feigned ignorance. "It's all right, time will answer that question," Maximus said, standing up and patting her head. "Prepare well. We will leave in a week." Chapter 84 Arriving at Arcane Continent. 1 week later, Maximus and his family were boarding the flying boat. "Did you say goodbye to Grandma and Grandpa?" Maximus looked at his children and asked. "Yes. Are we not going back?" Layla asked. "We're going back, of course," Maximus reassured them, looking at his wives who were bidding farewell to their parents and family. "How was it?" he asked as he saw them coming back. "It's all right, they said to call them often," one of his wives replied. "Then we'll call them often." Maximus sighed. In the sky, Maximus and his family looked at the Moonlight Kingdom one last time. "How long until we reach Almer Island?" Erica asked. "We'll reach it in about 3 days. "That's quite fast," she said in shock. "Of course, it's fast," Maximus said proudly. During this time, he took the opportunity to upgrade the flying boat's performance and speed to Tier 6. As for its protection capabilities, he also upgraded it to Tier 6. All in all, he spent 6 billion system point to turn his flying boat, the Tier 3 or a Spectre, into a hidden beast in disguise. Normally, it would take at least 10 days to reach Almer Island, but now it's only 3 days. 3 days later, Maximus came to the Tier 9 ship of Ethereum Gold Chamber of Commerce parked in the harbor. He and his family walked towards the VIP lane. "Take us to a Tier 3 VIP 9 room," Maximus instructed, presenting his Ethereum Gold Chamber of Commerce VIP 9 token. "Right away, sir." They were then led to their room. "When is the ship leaving?" Maximus asked. "In about 2 days, sir." Maximus nodded in acknowledgement. It was indeed efficient. You know, the Tier 9 ship can accommodate tens of millions of passengers, yet it remains so efficient. More than 2 weeks later, they arrived at Lothmire City in the Arcane Continent. "We're finally here," one of his wives sighed as they disembarked from the ship. "But I want to keep playing there." Max looked back at the ship they had just disembarked from. The 2-week journey had not been boring for them at all. The Tier 9 ship was like a mini-city with everything you could ask for. Of course, if you have money, otherwise, you can just stay in your room. Like him, the extravagant eating habits and activities of his children cost hundreds of thousands of low-grade magical crystals, which amounted to hundreds of millions of system point. Fortunately, he was rich, as the monthly gold credits he can convert to the system reached more than 1 billion system point. "Alright, we still have many things to do," Maximus said as they approached the city's gate. "In the registration room, just place your mana and spirit signature here," the steward said. His wives and children were familiar with this process since their kingdom tokens also functioned similarly. One by one, they registered. Just as they were about to leave, "Excuse me, if you have contracted pets, They also need to be registered. The steward said, noticing that the kids carried beast pet rings. Come out, monkey. Max said as he summoned a monkey from his beast pet ring. His other children also brought out their pets and completed the registration process. After completing the registration process, Maximus arrived at the rented manor of his fake teacher. Speaking of this, the house had almost become a waste, as he had only lived in it for a few days. Where are we? Maximus asked. Is this your teacher's house? One of his wives inquired. Yes. Maximus replied, secretly using his fake teacher's personal token to open the manor formation. Come in. A voice from the void said. Of course, it was Maximus faking it. As they entered, a fairyland-like manor came into view. The abundance of mana caused the flowers and plants to flourish and created this picturesque scene. Come in, meet me alone. The voice from the void spoke again. Yes, teacher. Maximus slightly bowed, maintaining his expression even though he was merely talking to himself. I need to speak with the teacher for a while. Just relax here. Maximus told his family as he walked towards the center of the manor. In the center of the manor, he manipulated the formation to isolate any form of investigation. Then he brought out the puppet clone that he had been eyeing before coming here. Guardian Puppet, a Tier 6 Guardian Puppet made using hybrid mechanics and alchemy technology, powered by natural mana and spirit crystals. It possesses perfect fighting and management skills. Price, 36 billion system point. After summoning the puppet, he changed its appearance to match that of his fake teacher. Next, he took out the upgraded Grimmer mask, which was already at Tier 6. The purpose, of course, was for a perfect disguise. Although the puppet's appearance was impeccable, it lacked the essence of mana and spirit. However, the Grimmer mask, a tier-down law artifact, could perfectly imitate and utilize mana and spirit up to Tier 6. With the perfect camouflage, he set various instructions within the puppet's runic program. Fortunately, he was quite proficient in artificial intelligence and runes, so it was relatively easy. The puppet also had its own artificial intelligence, so he only needed to set its specific personality and tasks. After a while, Maximus emerged from the manor accompanied by an old man. So these are your wives. You still have a keen eye as a student. The old man, his fake teacher, praised without a trace. Of course. Who do you think am I? Maximus bragged. By the way, this is my teacher, Edward Williams, a Tier 5 mystic mage and a Tier 5 potioneering alchemist. It is our honor to meet our husband's esteemed teacher. His wives respectfully replied. Ha ha ha, indeed, you all possess a fairy spirit, as my student mentioned. Old Edward said, stroking his beard. Teacher, allow me to introduce them to you. After introducing his wives one by one, the old man turned his attention to his children, who were playing with their beast pets in the garden. What adorable children. Say hi to Grandpa. Edward said, waving to the children. Hello, Grandpa. Max, who was playing with the monkey, ran up to Edward, hugged him tightly, and playfully tugged at his beard. This almost gave his wives a heart attack. Although it was husband's teacher, who knew if he had a bad temper. Hey, don't pull my lovely beard, grandson. Edward playfully scolded, not taking things seriously. This brought a sigh of relief to Maximus's wives. Edward was a puppet faithfully following Maximus's orders, so of course, such a thing would not happen. At most, when his children misbehaved, Edward would teach them a lesson or two, but he would never harm or put them in danger. Hi, Beard Grandpa. How are you? Layla said, looking at the amicable grandpa. What a polite young lady. I'm doing all right. Edward said, patting Layla's head. Really? I'm a polite and beautiful lady? Layla's eyes lit up as she slowly twirled around as if showing off. In their family, they always called her a naughty or playful girl. Hearing someone refer to her as a polite lady made her happy. Yes, yes. Edward nodded in agreement. What about you? Edward asked, turning to Maximus's other children. I'm Liam. Nice to meet you, Grandpa Edward. I'm Lily. Nice to meet you, Grandpa Edward. Both of them slightly bowed, displaying noble manners. Although their siblings had acted rudely earlier, as the eldest, they needed to show proper etiquette in front of outsiders. Don't be too polite. Edward waved his hand dismissively. Then Maximus's other children greeted Edward one by one and returned to playing. As his children were occupied with their activities, Edward invited them inside the manor. When do you plan to go to the Arcane Continent? Edward asked as they took their seats. We need to depart as soon as possible, preferably tomorrow. Maximus replied. The registration was only half a month away, so they were pressed for time. In that case, I will arrange for fast transportation with the Ethereum Gold Chamber of Commerce. It's also a good opportunity to visit my shop in Silverleaf Floating City. Edward suggested after some thought. Oh? I heard it was still under construction months ago. How is it now? Maximus inquired. Maximus wasn't aware when the shop had been completed, as he had been occupied with other matters upon his return to the cursed continent. It was finished a month ago. Edward replied. After Maximus programmed the puppet with his identity and task, it automatically scanned for any omissions and followed up with necessary actions, making everything organized. Earlier, Edward scanned his token for any messages and notifications and noticed this part of the information. Upon learning that his master Maximus was heading to the origin domain, through a series of processing, it established the task that would be most beneficial to the host. In Silverleaf Floating City, there was the only teleportation array that could directly reach the origin domain. By staying in the city, he could respond to the host's call anytime, anywhere. Chapter 85 Silverleaf Floating City. The next day, the puppet Edward used his VIP 6 privilege to book a Tier 7 flying boat to go to Silverleaf Floating City. Have you got everything you need? Maximus asked his family as they got ready on the way. Yeah, there isn't much. It's all in the storage ring. Irene replied. Then let's go. Maximus, his family, and his puppet fake teacher Edward arrived at the flying boat prepared for them. 3 days later, the flying boat arrived in the vicinity of Silverleaf Floating City. Wow! Max exclaimed. How magical! Liam said. His wives and children were amazed by the floating city. Well, it's not much of a city, it's more like a continent. Just by looking at its sheer size, Maximus was sure it was much bigger than the sunburned plateau. Look at that big tower. Lila said, pointing to the tower in the center of the floating city. I wonder how tall it is. Lily asked in wonder, as she can't see the end of the tower. That's the Silverleaf Arcane Tower. Introduced the middle-aged man who was in charge of them on this journey. It is said that, if it weren't for the poor visibility, you could see that tower from any place in Silverleaf Domain. That's amazing. Maximus muttered to himself. He also wanted a tall tower overlooking his entire territory just by the side of his window. After a while, the flying boat docked near one of the islands that floated alongside the city. I'm sorry, but this is the farthest I can take you. It's forbidden for private vessels to fly through the city. The steward of the flying boat said. That's all right. Edward said. Then we'll see you again. Edward said, leading them outside. Bye-bye, Uncle. His little kid said as they waved their little hands. Coming out, they were greeted by a mass of people coming in and out of their flying vessels. Do you need any service, esteemed guests? A man asked as he saw them just getting out of the boat. How do we get to the city? Maximus asked as he tossed a piece of low-grade magical crystal. You can take the special traction alchemy device after you register. The man said, examining the piece of low-grade magical crystal he had just received. Alright, then take us to the registration process. Maximus said, handing over 10 low-grade magical crystals. They then proceeded with a simple registration process, presenting their personal tokens and confirming the signature imprints on them. They were also asked which place in the outer city they would like to land, after paying some fees. Just stand in the center and wait for the others. The lady who was assisting them said coldly. They didn't say anything and silently made their way to the traction circle, waiting for the others. After a while, when there were about 100 people in the circle, the traction device lit up. With a flash, they were propelled toward the city, defying gravity in a split second. If it weren't for his powerful spirit, Maximus wouldn't even know how they had traveled. His wives and children were also shocked by the sudden change in environment, as if they had been transported to another world in the blink of an eye. While they were wondering what to do, their husband's teacher spoke up. Follow me. Edward said, pulling out the token that projected a guide to his store. The part of the city where they landed was close to the shop, so after walking for a few minutes, they arrived at their destination. It was quite remote, which made it affordable. Otherwise, how could someone with a Tier 5 identity own property in the capital city of this domain? How is it? Maximus asked Edward, gesturing for him to remove the barrier that was blocking the shop. Edward, understanding his host's request, promptly removed the shop barrier, revealing a towering 3-story pavilion. It's barely enough. Maximus thought, looking at the small shop. Anyway, it's only for earning money, so the front isn't important. Maximus thought to himself. The mana here is so dense, comparable to a Tier 7 mana environment. One of his wives, Rose, remarked. Yes, I noticed that too. Even the wilderness outside the city has a Tier 6 mana environment. Angela, who was standing beside her, nodded in agreement. Of course, it's the center of the Silverleaf Domain, gathering all the mana from the entire domain. It's no wonder it has such dense mana. Maximus explained as he overheard their conversation. Furthermore, have you noticed that we're only in the outer city? In the inner city, the mana environment is Tier 8. And as for the core of the city, where the ruler of the Silverleaf Domain resides, It's an outright Tier 9 mana environment. It's really rich. Lily, who was becoming a money-loving child, exclaimed. They didn't spend money to create this, it's all natural, unlike in the Cursed Continent. Liam countered his sister. To have a more in-depth conversation with Amara, his little crush, Liam asked his father for more basic knowledge about the situation in the Cursed Continent. So Liam knows a little about the situation of the Cursed Continent. Don't envy it too much. The origin domain has Tier 9 mana throughout, Maximus said, intervening to stop their argument. As the center of the Arcane Continent, or even the entire Ethereum realm, origin domain can be said to have limitless resources, not to mention a Tier 9 mana environment. Wow! Are we going to live there? Lily asked, her eyes lighting up. Yes, you just need to wait for your father and mothers to pass the Academy's tests. Maximus replied. Not everyone can live in the Origin Continent. Only teachers of the academies or powerhouses at Tier 8 and above can have a permanent address there. As for students, they can live there until they reach Tier 6 in their realm. Provided they achieve remarkable results in the Academy's tests, they would be provided with a temporary private land, where they can do what they wanted. That is also Maximus's goal. Otherwise, the kids can only live here. But he didn't worry too much because if he, with his cheat, couldn't achieve much in the tests, then who could? Come inside, let's see the interior. Edward said, interrupting their conversation. The building had 3 floors, with the first floor being the main shop. The second floor served as the living and entertainment room as Maximus had specified. And the third floor houses the master bedroom along with various rooms such as a mechanic room and an alchemist room, etc. On the second floor, Maximus and his family were eating while his fake teacher tidied up the first floor, preparing to sell potions. When are we going to the origin domain? Erica asked as she ate. In a few days to a week. Let me scout the place for a while. Maximus said. He didn't know the environment there and he didn't want to bring his family without making any preparations. It was okay for them to stay here, and with the puppet providing protection as a guarantee, they would be safe from miscellaneous troubles. As for something that could endanger their lives, that was out of the question. In over 1,000 years, there hadn't been a single abnormal death in the Silverleaf floating city. Actually, in any city in the Arcane Continent there is not much danger. This was all thanks to the absolute rule of the top 3 organizations in the continent. As for their goal, Maximus didn't know, but as of now, because of such rules, there were already billions of trillions of people on the whole continent. Almost as many as the planets and stars in the universe in his previous world. The next day, take care, dear. His wives said. Don't worry, I will just take a look and won't go to dangerous places. Maximus reassured them. Take care, Daddy. His children said as they hugged him. Thank you. Maximus said as he hugged each of them tightly. This was an unknown place for them, so being separated from the pillar of the family must be very stressful. You should behave yourselves. If you need anything, came to Grandpa Edward. He said. Don't worry, Dad. We'll be good kids. Max said, puffing out his little chest. Edward, the puppet, flickered his eyes, entering full protection mode. After walking for a while, Maximus boarded a flying boat. Just take me to the dimensional teleportation terminal. Maximus said as he took out his token and inserted it into the payment port. Initiating. Dimensional teleportation terminal. An artificial intelligence voice sounded. Private vehicles and flying were banned here, so the only option was to board these autonomous flying ships. After a few minutes, perhaps because this autonomous flying ship was connected to the city's formation, its speed almost reached that of a Tier 7 vehicle, despite being made of low-tier materials. As Maximus stepped out, he was greeted by a long line that stretched as far as his eyes could see. It must have been because it was close to the time of academy enrollment. After a moment of thought, he took out his token and contacted the Ethereum Gold Chamber of Commerce personnel using his VIP privilege of on-call service. Excuse me, do you know how I can skip the queue to go to the origin domain? Maximus asked straightforwardly. There are 2 ways, sir. First, you can pay 100,000 low-grade magical crystals and wait a day for all the VIPs to be teleported together. Second, you can pay 1 million low-grade magical crystals to use it right away. The personnel explained. Then give me the second option. Maximus said, not having time to wait. Anyway, it was only equivalent to 1 billion system point, which he could easily afford. Right away, sir. We will come to your position in a minute. After various procedures and payments, he was finally led to the teleportation formation, together with thousands of others. Then the formation lit up within a few seconds, transporting them to the center of the Arcane Continent, the origin domain. Chapter 86 Jewel Crown Pavilion on the first floor of the shop, after Maximus had just entered the origin domain. This should be all right. Edward said as he stroked his beard. Is this enough, Grandpa Edward? Max asked, imitating Edward and stroking his non-existent beard. Don't disturb Grandpa. Didn't you say you'd be a good boy? Liam said, taking care of the babies while their mothers were on the second floor. Max is a very bad boy. Lila chimed in jokingly. It's all right. You can just help Grandpa in the shop. Edward said, not minding them. Edward operated his token to put the name of the shop and officially complete its registration. This process was quite easy since the Ethereum Gold Chamber of Commerce took care of all the official procedures, requiring him only to agree to all the terms in the token. Outside on the silent street, a bright flash of virtual light disturbed the surroundings. Congratulations on opening the Jewel Crown Pavilion. This advertisement spread for hundreds of miles around the shop, ensuring enough exposure. Afterward, there were a few seconds of a light show, made possible by the array in the Silverleaf floating city. This attracted the attention of all the interested people, who took out their tokens to inquire what this newly opened shop was all about. Most shop owners just sighed, as it only sold up to Tier 5 potions. There were also customers who were interested in what types of potions were sold in this newly opened shop. In front of the store stood Desmond Ravenclaw, a wealthy second-generation member from a collateral branch of the Ravenclaw family. Ravenclaw was part of the respected family in Silverleaf City, with a Tier 7 Knight Patriarch. Desmond was a Tier 5 mage and had recently been running low on high-quality potions. Ethereum Gold Chamber of Commerce only offered a limited quota of high-quality potions. His monthly quota was only 10 potions, all of which he had already consumed. So, he went from shop to shop in search of high-quality potions. Unfortunately, luck was not on his side, as all the high-quality potions had been reserved or bought. Upon seeing a newly opened potion shop, he thought there must be a few high-quality potions, otherwise, they wouldn't survive in this market. Desmond entered Jewel Crown Pavilion. Good morning, gentlemen. An alchemy puppet said as he greeted him. Oh? Do you sell high-quality potions here? He was a little disturbed that this shop dared to use an alchemy puppet as a front. After all, a low-quality alchemy puppet couldn't handle everything, and one mistake could damage the shop's reputation. Yes, sir. You can come in and take a look. The puppet replied in a rigid manner. Edward noticed someone entering but didn't bother, as he was focused on attending to his young masters. On the other hand, Desmond was mesmerized by the huge stock of high-quality potions. I want to buy all of your stock of Tier 5 mystic potions. Desmond arrogantly said. Money was not a problem for him, it was the rare resources that he lacked. There are currently 1 million mystic potions in stock. In total, it will be 1 billion low-grade magical crystals. The alchemy puppet said emotionlessly. Oh, 1 billion. Desmond stuttered, taken aback by the enormous amount. He had thought there would only be hundreds or thousands of potions, never imagining it would reach 1 million. Sure, his family has properties worth hundreds of billions of low-grade magical crystals,